All right, guys, welcome. This is a completely free A to Z Amazon FBA course. When we originally recorded all of this content, right, there was over 17 hours of footage, and we tried to upload it to YouTube, and then YouTube said the maximum is 12 hours. Who only wants to watch 12 hours of Amazon FBA content? So basically, we've had to chop it down. We've had to make an 18-hour video into 12 hours. If you want to get access to the full 18 hours, you can check the link in the video description. Click the link there and it's going to take you through and you can access the full thing. In the full thing, we've also got some TikTok shop content. We've got tons of like bonus extra content. So go and check that out. In this video, in the full course, we are going to go through absolutely everything from starting your account, which Amazon FBA model is best, how to set everything up, how to do product research, how to do all your Amazon PPC, how to build a listing. We go through everything that you need to know, genuinely everything. We also do a full case study. So in the video description, you've got all of the chapters. And at the bottom of the video, if you check the timeline, all of the chapters are in there for what you can see in the video, right? One of the most important bits is the case study part, where we literally find a product, we show you why we picked it, how we would launch it, how we would do the branding. We even do a photo shoot that you can watch with a company that helped us do it. It's a company called Soona. It's amazing. We do the full case study, the branding, absolutely everything. So you've got a real life concrete example of a product that we would launch on Amazon. It's honestly my favorite part of the whole video. Make sure you check out the video description. Make sure you check out the timeline. Look at the chapters. Skip to the bit that's most interesting or that you want to learn. But that's how you're going to get the most out of all of this content, because there's a hell of a lot of it. There's over 12 hours in this one video and over 17, nearly 18 hours in the full thing that you can find in the video description. I'll stop yapping. Go and enjoy it. Let me know in the comments what you think. I'm super excited to get this live. I really, really hope you get a lot of value from it and you go on and crush Amazon FBA. I'll see you on the other side. All right, you sexy sons of guns. Are you ready for the greatest Amazon FBA YouTube video you've ever seen in your lives? Tom Jansen, are you ready?
I'm ready.
We're trying to get hyped for this. Right, so look, we're not sure exactly how long this video is going to be, but it's going to be long, and we're going to cover absolutely every tiny little detail of Amazon FBA. We're going to go into the full A to Z, from starting your account, doing the research, finding products, all the way up to advanced PPC. We've got some advanced PPC modules from our very good pal Joshua at Moonads. We've got a bunch of guests. We've got Tom, who we've got Soona. They're doing some stuff with photography and branding.
Photo shoot. Actually, we're there live as it's happening. We've got Brandon from Data Dive, the big dog, came through. We've got Michael Specian, who's an absolute wizard, been on the channel before. Every guest, I will say, is an Amazon FBA millionaire. So we kept the bar pretty high.
Yeah, all absolute legends. We've also got a ton of stuff on TikTok Shop. So we've got some guest modules from a massive 8-figure brand where he dives into the stuff that they're doing with TikTok Shop. We've got tons of amazing stuff, haven't we, lads?
Basically, it's very much no stone left unturned, which is why it's the longest video that you are going to find, because we've just not left any area unspoken about.
Yeah, I was going to try and get that phrase into the introduction, but I didn't manage it.
We've got one of the ways we know it's no stone left unturned is this has taken ages to do, and you see we've got like 3 different hairstyles each throughout it, because summer came, we got a little bit of a tan, and it went again, and now
I don't even think I had a baby when we first started talking about this. Now he's off to university, so it's taken us a long time.
Yeah, but this is, before we jump into all of this, if you do check the video description, there's a ton of links, because at each point of this, we're going to be talking about different tools that you can use, different softwares. There's going to be guests and stuff, like we said. So everything is linked in the video description. There is a bunch of affiliate links in there, of course, right? But there's a bunch of really, really helpful stuff. Any documents we use, because we've got downloads to templates and tons and tons of stuff. So check all of that stuff in the video description.
And just on that note, if you don't fancy sitting in your chair watching us for the next 18 hours, however long it is, you can also click through to our website and sign up for an account where all of this material is going to be like broken down into separate lessons. So it'll be a bit easier to keep on top of it. But of course, it's all here for free too, if you prefer to stay on YouTube.
Tell you what, if you do sit through this whole thing in one sitting, leave a comment and we'll send you something. I mean, because that is unbelievable.
Yeah, like one of those crazy YouTube challenges where they stay awake for like 3 days and nearly die.
But yeah, so without further ado, we'll quickly run through like who the heck are we? So if you've never kind of come across Honest FBA before, you've just randomly seen one of our sexy thumbnails and click through to this video, you might be asking, who are these young British stallions? So I'm Jansen I don't know what order the editor will put this, but the ginger one below is Alex, and the ginger one above is Tom. Would you want to just say your name? Because I mean, you two do get confused to be brothers quite a lot, don't you? So rather than me describing,
I mean,
top ginger one.
So I'm the southerner. I'm Tom, sometimes known as Thomas, very rarely. And then the one at the bottom, the aggressive northerner, that's Alex. So that's how you can tell us apart.
Tom's actually not ginger though. Just in Tom's defense, he's not ginger. I'm a proper ginger. Tom's just got a lovely sort of blondish,
pale complexion. It's the skin complexion.
He's not a real ginger.
People watching this now are probably understanding why it's 18 hours long. We don't have any of this planned throughout the rest of the video. We do actually talk about pure Amazon. But no, so we're all originally from the UK. Tom and Alex live in Barcelona. They are business partners with their Amazon brands, and I also have my own brand. And we've been friends now for like coming up to 5-6 years, and we started our friendship thanks to our love of making money online and e-commerce, and that's kind of developed through the years as we've got more in common and realized that we share a lot of the same principles when it comes to teaching. So explaining to you guys about how to do Amazon FBA, but doing it in a very open and transparent manner. So we'll talk about the highs, we'll talk about the lows, and how you can kind of navigate the storm that is Amazon in order to increase your chances of success. So Alex and Tom have their own brand that they run in the US. They've taken that to 7 figures, and I have my own brand primarily within the UK, likewise taken to 7 figures too. So, we live, eat, sleep, do pretty much everything Amazon FBA. We absolutely love it. And we formed a community called Honest FBA, full of people very similar to us. So beginners all the way through to advanced, just people that want to give themselves a new skill set, want to provide more financial flexibility to their own circumstances, and just want to do something very, very fun.
And yeah, guys, like the majority of this video is going to be about Amazon FBA, right? But as we've kind of progressed in our own sort of journey over the years, so Tom and I's brand now, we're about to launch on Shopify, so D2C. We've kind of started to move Honest FBA towards being rebranded as Honest Ecom and the Ecom. And what you'll see if you watch any of the other videos on the YouTube channel is that we're talking a bit more about that type of stuff, right? We're not just talking about Amazon. We're kind of talking about Amazon as a sales channel, and we're also doing all this other stuff with our brands. Literally this week, we're about to launch D2C. So at the minute, we're setting up all of the Facebook and the Meta ads. We've got TikTok influencers that we're working with to promote products. We've got a guy rebranding and redoing all of our website and everything. So in this video, we're not going to be diving too sort of granular on that D2C side. But if you are interested in that, go and check out the other videos, because that's basically what we're talking about alongside Amazon FBA at the minute.
And
yeah, I was just going to say, as people that's been selling on Amazon for like 5-6 years now, we're still very much of the opinion that it's the first great stepping stone to even bigger and better things. And we're now at the stage where we're expanding to direct to consumer, so D2C, Shopify stores, TikTok, and so on. So yeah, if you want to be part of a community where you're going to be learning about that and surrounded by people doing the exact same, then Honest Ecom, Honest FBA, and Honest Creators, which is our TikTok offer, are great places to be.
All right, so just to show behind the curtain a little bit on our own 2 brands, as Jansen mentioned, we do have 7-figure brands, both of us. This is Jansen's, I believe, in the last year or so, and ours, you can both see £1.4 million almost there, and over $2 million for this brand. So we kind of practice, we practice what we preach. Like Jansen said, we do this every single day, and we teach a bunch of people, like we mentioned, inside of Honest FBA on how to do it. This is a recent event we held in London, which we like to bring a bunch of our members, but also a bunch of people who are interested in Amazon as well came along. These guys in particular, they hit 10,000 in sales. These guys are at 100,000 in sales. And I don't know if we have the picture, but we have some guys that hit 1 million in sales as well.
The 1 million picture.
We don't have it.
If
you hit 1 million,
we'll edit it in. So just pretend, go, wow, look how
look at 1 million plaques. They were expensive.
Jan, you looked good there, Jan. Look at your arm. Looking but look, these are some of our students as well. Like we're a real life community. We don't just exist online. We all exist in real life. And meeting everyone in person early this year was pretty sick. But these are some of the guys and some of their results. George there on the right hand side. What is it he does for a day job? He still works his 9 to 5, doesn't he?
He works with his dad. He's like a heating engineer,
and he's got a 7-figure brand just on the side. We always tend to quit. He's got to quit his job, George, mate. Pack it in. You're making.
No, I did actually meet him
a
few weeks ago, and he said it's because it's family business. He can't.
Fair enough.
He'll be watching this. Show his dad that. That's nice dedication.
Yeah, I'm sure a 7-figure seller is going to watch a 17-hour video on an intro to Amazon, but you never know.
We'll tell him, and the other two guys there as well. They've actually both been featured on the channel, right? So Tom in the middle there, he launched earlier this year. Ridiculous launch, one of the best we've ever seen. And Alex broke that down in a video. And then Evan on the left-hand side, he's actually one of our inside men at Amazon. He works directly for them, but also has his own brand. He was interviewed on the channel because he hit $30,000 in his first 30 days with his first product with us, which was amazing to see. So go back, you can check out his testimonials, check out the interviews with our students who come on and kind of show you again, behind the curtain, how they do what they do and how they put into practice what they learn within inside of the community.
Right. So should we get cracking with the meat of the video now? So for the next 17 hours, guys, get settled, get a nice notepad, probably a brand new one that's got at least 100 pages and 2 pens, because I know they do write for a long time, but this is going to be the most thorough presentation. So by the time that you have made your way through this entire video, mini course, whatever you want to call it, you're going to have everything you need to start your own brand on Amazon without question. There's a lot of information in here. Of course, you're welcome to come back, check it out, revisit it, but we'd still encourage you to pay attention as best you can, because everything's in it for a reason.
All right, so there might be some people at this point still kind of saying like, well, what is Amazon FBA, right? So FBA basically stands for, I always get this wrong, Fulfillment by Amazon. So essentially,
what else do you say?
Because I always say fulfilled by Amazon, but then it's actually fulfillment, I think, by Amazon.
Yeah, we'll let you off.
So basically, in a nutshell, to give you a simple example, right? We get some of our products manufactured over in China. We also have some products that we manufacture in the USA. But we get them manufactured, we get them made in bulk in China. They get put onto a big ship with shipping containers, and then they get sent into Amazon's warehouse. And then when a customer goes online and they buy one of our products, right? We don't have to do anything. We don't have to go and, go to a warehouse and pack it and ship it off like you used to do in the old days. I don't know if you sold anything on eBay where you had to send it all yourself. So basically the customer goes online, they buy the product, an Amazon employee gets our product, they scan it, and they ship it directly to the customer. I assume you've bought stuff of Amazon before. Amazon Prime usually arrives the next day. So this basically means you don't need a warehouse, you don't need any staff. You can literally run an e-commerce business from your laptop from anywhere in the world. Now, there's a few different Amazon strategies or models, and you might have seen them. So I'm going to just kind of dive into them all, right? So the first one we got is online or retail arbitrage. So this is basically where you buy products that are branded. So I've got this little microphone thing here. So you might see this on offer either in a store or online, right? You might see it at 25% off. You would buy this, you would list it on Amazon, and then you basically take the profit, right? Now, the good things about this business model is you don't really need that much money to get started. You can get started with a relatively low amount of cash, right? But it's a bit of a hamster wheel. You're constantly having to find new deals. And also the big downside is you're not really building a business that has any enterprise value, right? Which I'll get into a little bit later on. The next one is wholesale. So this is where you are going straight to the manufacturers of products like this. So you would approach this company and you would try and build a relationship with them where you would be kind of an official wholesaler or an official seller of their products, and then you would list them on Amazon. It's kind of similar to online arbitrage, but you actually have relationships directly with the brands and the products that they sell. And then you've got private label, which is kind of what we do, but I will go into a little bit later on in the video how we kind of evolved from this, right? So private label is essentially where you go to a company who manufactures, let's say, for example, supplements. You go to them and you tell them what you're looking for. Maybe it's like a gummy, maybe it's a protein powder, maybe it's like tripods like this. And then you essentially make your own brand, you do your own branding, you put your logo and everything on there, and then you sell it, right? So this is what we do. This is what we started out doing, and we've actually evolved kind of from this now to the point where we're actually creating our own products, which is like the next sort of level to this.
Yeah, but the bulk of this course is going to be centered around the private label business model. It's got the most similarities, or it's the most relevant to that model of the three.
Yeah.
So yeah, basically, as Al said, like there's a summary here of the three business models, and without a doubt, it's the private label method that you want to be most closely aligned to. Not just because you can, you've got exit value, so you can sell your brand in as little as 18 months, but it just equips you with so many more skills than the other two do. And like ultimately, once you've got things up and running, it requires the least amount of time. So it's the sexiest of the three. It's the most impressive of the three. You don't want to be going down the pub and telling your family that you're buying and selling Lego pieces for your full-time job. You want to be telling your friends and family that you've invented a Lego brand that's taking the world by storm, and that people absolutely love. So some of you that haven't heard of the private label strategy before may be asking, well, why would I not just kind of invent a product that didn't have any branding on it? Well, I'm not going to spend too long on this page here, but the long and short of it is that branding is proven to have a hugely beneficial impact on the customer's purchasing decision and whether they want to buy from you or not. So we've got a couple of logos at the bottom there, and I'm sure when you look through each of them, you'll understand that those guys have got fantastic brands, and because of that, people are willing to pay more for their products. So like Apple has built itself has built a brand and a reputation for itself that is seen by people as innovative, easy to use, intuitive, all that stuff. And because of that, they can charge a premium versus lesser well-known brands, like random Chinese brands that you wouldn't have heard of, even though Apple computers and Apple iPhones are not typically known to be the most powerful or the best out there. So, the kind of summary of why you should be looking to build your own brand is that it's proven to create trust and add authority. It helps you to build a army of really loyal customers that will recommend you and that will keep coming back more and more and more. And ultimately, it's going to allow you to eventually start charging a premium versus you just selling a product that has no branding on it whatsoever. So the best example to give there is, just imagine if you went down to your local Walmart or Tesco, whatever country you're in, and you went down like the bargain aisle. It's all going to be like Walmart home branded shampoo or whatever, right? Which is going to be priced pretty cheaply. And then next to it, you might have Head and Shoulders, or I'm trying to think of some branded shampoos now, but the Walmart one could very well be the exact same as the Head and Shoulders one, but people will pay more for the branded version because they associate it to be higher quality and better for them, right? And that's basically the kind of overall goal that you should have when you are building your own brand. You want something that's seen to be high quality and better than lesser known brands or products without any branding on it whatsoever.
Yeah, and this is a bit of a snapshot from one of our recent products. So Tom and I, we decided probably about 6 or 7 months ago that we would pivot into selling subscription-based products. So we launched our first supplement. So our brand is a pet brand. So we sell a range of like pet supplements now. Well, half of our product is around that. But this was probably the best example of the amount of money that you can invest and the returns. So we invested about $5,000. It was actually less than this. I think it was about $4,000 into this product. And as you can see, during this time period, this screenshot is actually a little bit out of date, but this was 30 days where we did $16,000 in sales. And because the product was so unique, our margin on this, our net margin after our advertising, after everything, was about 50%. So we made about $8,000 profit with this new product, and this product cost us about $4,000 to $5,000 to invest, which is just crazy.
And one of the points on this about the power of brand around this is there was one other company on Amazon selling this product, and we essentially did a small twist on it, and we applied our skill set, like our branding, our listing design, our Amazon SEO knowledge, like our Amazon PPC knowledge. We applied it to that niche, and the previous seller was doing nothing near that many sales. We came in, and because of the power of brand, and people immediately had the trust in what we're showing them, we increased the kind of size of the market single-handedly, and we came in with crazy margins. And now we've got copycats, people trying to copy this, but we're still leading by a mile because we have a solid brand and people know who we are in the space, and it's allowing us to get results like these month after month.
Cool. Yeah. So whilst Alex and Tom just touched there on how much they invested into this particular product, there's another section coming up that will go a bit deeper into the costs involved with launching your own brand. But if there's one thing that you take home from why private label and building your own brand is the go-to strategy, it's because you are building an asset, right? The more sales that you can make, the more people out there will know who your brand is, and that has a value to investors out there. So if you search on the internet, we've also had a fair few within Honest FBA too. There's a bunch of different entrepreneurs that have created brands on Amazon and then sold them for millions. And one of the most famous, if that's the word, is a guy called Ben Leonard, who started a brand called Beast Gear on Amazon in 2017, 2018. And it sold like gym equipment, right? That he was just private labeling more or less. And he sold that for 7 figures. So we've actually got an interview with him on the channel as well, haven't we?
Yeah, we've actually interviewed Ben twice, I think. No, Tom?
We have Ben. Yeah, there's also Joe, which we can flash up. So he's had 2 exits as well now. But yeah, it's an awesome way to make a bunch of money and one big hit. And Joe is a great example of he loves the game. So he's had 2 exits now, and you can guess what he's doing. He's building another brand because he wants to do it again, and he keeps getting bigger and bigger and bigger. But it allowed him to get away from. I think he used to sell mortgages. And now he builds brands.
Buy and sell houses.
Now he pays them
off. It's a very addictive game. E-commerce, building brands, online money making. So be warned, we're going to turn you into money making heathens. So as we said, this video is going to be super in depth. But if you are somebody that thinks that you'd benefit from a bit more hand holding, so support from the 3 of us. As well as our other coaches, you want to be in a community surrounded by, other Amazon assassins, other killers, then we will put the link below for you to, look at the Honest FBA community and apply to join us, which we'd love. So without further ado, should we crack on now with the next lesson, which is, I believe it's presented by you, Tom.
It is how much this is going to cost. So I'm going to run through everything in detail. A lot of these videos are in detail, so make sure you have your notepad like Jansen said, but we're going to run through different scenarios, how much it's going to cost you to get started. And you can literally get started now. Like watch this video, you can get going straight away. So yeah, without further ado, let's jump in.
Cool. All right. So enjoy the rest. Are we going to do like a little conclusion video with the 3 of us just pretending like, oh God, that was long, but it's so good. Yeah. So enjoy enjoy the course. Let us know what you think in the comments, and hope to see you on the inside of Honest FBA. See ya.
Right. So in this section, I'm going to cover how much is this going to cost. I'm sure everyone watching this wants to know. And also, how long is it going to take? How long is it going to take you to actually get a product from the idea all the way through to selling and being live on Amazon? So first things first, I'll jump straight in with how much is this going to cost? And the short answer is it depends, which obviously some of you guys won't like that. You want a kind of a prescriptive answer. Well, that doesn't really exist in this business. It depends on how much money you want to make. It depends on the product you sell. It depends on the niche that you enter. What I'll do in this video is give you a bit of a guideline so you have a rough idea as best as possible to see if it makes sense for you to get into this model and what you can afford to really get into in terms of products and the markets. What we're going to cover is the cost to actually start the business, find a product, source the product and kind of place the order, and then launch that product as well on Amazon. So first things first, the first thing you're going to do is the business setup. So I'm imagining here you're starting from absolute zero. First thing you do is set up a business. So in the UK, that costs you about 50 quid. In the US, I think it's about $200 now. And you can do that with a couple of different services. I think there's one here called Tide in the UK where you can register. I think they have an offer on where it's only $9.99 instead of 50 quid. It used to be £12 last year, but they've changed it, unfortunately. But still, it's 50 quid, or you can get it for a tenner. Amazing value. In the US, you can do it with companies like Wyoming Attorneys, LegalZoom. There's all sorts of services that help you set up an account. Got a couple of links down below to a couple of companies that we've used in the past. So setting up that account, once you've done that, you need to set up a bank account. And that's going to be generally absolutely free. We personally like to use Wise. Wise Borderless is what we use. Again, we'll link that down below. It's super easy. What's great about that is that if you're selling in multiple currencies or working in multiple currencies, like a lot of you will be selling on Amazon, you can basically open an account and you get separate details for every single currency that you have. After that, you're going to have your Amazon Seller Central account. So that's going to be your actual professional selling account. So generally, they'll set you back about $35 to $40 a month. You can see on here, you can jump on. Super easy to make an account with Amazon. So what you're going to sign up for is a professional seller's account. You can see here, it's around $40 a month to get that signed up. Similar in the UK and in Europe as well. All over the world, it's really, really affordable. What you can do, once you sign up to sell on Amazon, you can do this kind of early on because you want to get everything registered. You're then paying per month, but you might not actually be selling anything yet. Once you do get a product into Amazon, let's say it takes you, making it up, say it takes you 6 months, say it takes you 8 months, and you've been paying, $40 a month. What you can actually do is email Amazon. You can open a case and ask them, basically say that I've not actually been selling yet. Can you refund that money? And more often than not, they will do it. So bear that in mind as well. Now, the next step is going to be setting up a trademark. And I've thrown it in here kind of fairly early on, just because it's admin kind of boring stuff related. Now, this isn't essential. It just depends on the type of launch that you want to do and how serious you want to take it. We'll cover a lot in depth in this video about test kind of orders versus proper kind of launches. And you're only really going to need to do the trademark setup if you do a proper launch. So a company we'll use is Trademark Angel. So we work with these guys for our own brand. They cover worldwide trademarks. They're an Amazon official partner. We got a trademark with them. You're looking at about, we have different rates here, but it sails through about $500 to get that done. Right, so next, you're going to be finding and developing your product offer, basically. So this is basically finding what you're going to sell on Amazon. How much is that going to cost you to come up with the idea? Now, some of you watching this, you've probably already got an idea. You probably have been thinking about something for a while. Maybe you spotted something out in public and you haven't seen it maybe on Amazon and you think, right, I could sell that. But what you're going to need to do is validate that idea. So you're still going to need a way of doing that. And the best way to do that is software. So Helium 10 is a great bit of software. We've used it every single day forever in our business. Both myself, Alex, Jansen, we use this every day for multiple different reasons. One of the best parts about Helium 10 is that you can validate product ideas with it, and you can also find and generate product ideas. So again, we're going to show you that later in this video. But you can see this is part of the software here. It does a load. This is black box. I mean, look at this. You've got so much. If you haven't got Helium 10 yet, we have a discount down below. You can jump on and take advantage of that. This is where you're going to be finding a lot of ideas using something like black box. We're going to do a demo later on in this video how to use it to find product ideas. Like I said, validate ideas as well. So you want to definitely subscribe to this. This is without doubt an essential tool. You don't need many tools at the start of your kind of Amazon journey, but it's pretty much the only one that you need, actually, I'd say, at the start and for a good while after that as well. So for that, you're generally looking at about $80 a month if you use our discount. But like I said, this is super essential, so you definitely want to include that. Next, you need to source your product. So let's say you've gone on Helium 10, you've used the software, you found a bunch of ideas, and you're going to narrow them down, and then you've got to find who's going to supply that product. So you need to source it. The best place, the most common place people will go for that is China. That's the most famously known place. And a particular website that everyone uses is this, which is Alibaba.com. Alibaba is massive. It has, I was going to say millions, but probably like tens of thousands of suppliers. Pretty much every supplier in China that's of any kind of reputation is going to be on here. And it has a bunch of filters and things as well, which we're going to get into later. You can verify that factories are legit. You can see how long they've been in business. You can see how much volume they do. You can see all their product suite. You can chat to them. You can message them through the platform. So there's loads you can do here. And this is absolutely free. It's a really, really good platform. A couple of little bits and bobs in there that are a bit fiddly at times because it's just so big. But this is essential, super easy to use. And we're going to do a breakdown later on in the video. But like I said, completely free. Now, a quick note here, and I'll get into this in more detail later on. But sourcing, it isn't just China, right? On Alibaba itself, actually, you can search for factories in Vietnam, and that can be in India as well. But there are a bunch of other websites you can use. There's like 1688.com is another Chinese one. There's Indian specific ones. There's ThomasNet in the US as well, finding US-based suppliers. But the long and short of it is all of these websites are absolutely free to use. So you haven't got to worry about investing any more cash in sourcing your product. You basically got to just invest your man hours, essentially. So after you've negotiated with your suppliers, you've found, verified that they're good and that you're happy to work with them, the next step is product samples. Now, product samples is exactly what it sounds like. It's getting a sample of the product that you want to have made, and you want to get it sent out to you. So you actually want to get it in your hands. It's super easy and convenient. You could just think that I'm going to trust the reviews. It looks good. This looks like a proper legit factory. I'm happy with the supplier. Let's go ahead and place an order without actually ever seeing a product. And to be honest, some of the suppliers will want you to do that because they are business people and they want to get the sale done as fast as possible. Don't do that. That's a really bad move. There will be things that you don't realize about the product until you get it in your hand, right? So let's say I was ordering this phone case. I may not realize that there's a fault with it until I actually get it in my hand and I play around with it. And I need to give it a clean, actually. But anyway, play around with it and you're going to feel things that you can't see. You just can't see it on the internet, on screen, right? So make sure that you get samples. Now, a sample, generally, they're pretty much free, to be honest, for most products. What you're actually paying for is the shipping. So we're going to send them by air freight. You get DHL, UPS? Yeah, UPS, whoever. You can fly it over. And generally, it's about $50 a sample. And what you can do is you want to get them from multiple different suppliers, which we'll teach again later in this video. But what you can negotiate is when you place that order, that fee comes off of your order, right? So let's say you spend $100 on samples. You want to negotiate when you place that order, and let's say your order and it's $1,000. You're knocking $100 off because you've already paid for that. And 9 times out of 10, they are going to agree to do that. So next, we've done the samples. We've verified who the best options are. And now we're at the branding stage. So some of you might already have the skills to this, right? You might have a branding background, which is amazing. If you haven't, no problem. This is a super easy solve and it's really, really affordable. So websites that some of you might have heard of, Fiverr and Upwork are 2 super well-known sites. It's basically the gig economy. What that really means is you can employ someone on a very short-term basis. You can give them a gig as what kind of sounds like exactly what it is. And that can be, I want to create a brand logo. You can post that job, or you can search for brand creatives or creators rather, and you're gonna get so many different options, super good value, and you can get results like that. So literally for this, you're looking at about $150, and you can get a really top tier logo done. Now we've got the sample. We know it's a good product, right? We've designed our brand. We know that the brand's going to look good. We've got a logo for it. We're now going to place the order. Now, this part is without doubt the biggest outlay early on. It's probably the scariest part, honestly, for most people, because you are about to send a load of money around the other side of the world to people that you may never have met. Now, there's a couple of ways that you can do this. And again, it's super niche dependent. It depends how aggressive you want to go. And it depends on the market that you're entering, right? Because some of the people are going to go into markets where sellers are doing $100,000 a month. Some of them are going to go to markets where people are doing $5,000 a month. So there's massive disparity, and that's obviously going to affect how much inventory that you order. So having done this for a while and having taught a lot of people within inside of Honest FBA, there's two main ways that you can do this. And like I said at the start of this section, there's no complete correct prescriptive way. It depends on what you feel comfortable with. And the two ways are essentially a test run or properly, right? And what I mean by that with a test run, if you just want to go through the motions of getting something to market and actually just getting a product live, seeing a couple of sales come in, there is massive, massive value in that. Something happens to your brain, and it's really hard to explain this, when you get your first sale online, be that on Amazon or any other kind of e-commerce, any other platform, any other gig online, right? Making that first bit of internet money, it changes your brain, changes your thoughts, and it makes you realize that it is possible. And some people, they may get a little bit stuck on the product research phase for a while, and they get kind of analysis paralysis. It just can't work out what to sell. So for those people, and if you're starting out and that sounds like that might be you, just go through the motions with a super small order. And again, we're going to cover this in a bit more depth later in the video. And it likely won't be the product that you go on to sell. There's a very good chance of that. Maybe it will. Maybe it'll turn out really well. But the point of this would be you still go through the motions. You still find products. You think things through properly. But you want to order a really small amount. That could be 20 units. That could be 50 units. That could be 100 units. Hasn't got to be anything crazy. It's going to be a pretty small investment, but you're still going to go through the process of making the Amazon account, of ordering the units, like sourcing, speaking to the suppliers. You can do a little bit of negotiation, although of course you haven't got much leverage with the small orders, but don't think about this as in terms of, I need to make money. This is purely education. We want you guys to educate yourself as best as possible, and going through the motions here, it's an amazing investment just to learn the skills, because there'll be things that you see when you do this method that you just won't know. You can't do it. You can't know it, until you do it. So if you're going through this, ordering the products, you can still design a listing. You can still write your bullet points. You can still do the keyword research, set up PPC campaigns, everything. You're just doing it with a really small amount of units. And we have this option we teach this inside of Honest FBA. We help people do this for as low a cost as possible. But this is a great option if you don't want to invest too much at the start and you want to prove out and just learn as best you can. Option 2 is proper, right? You're going for it from the off. Now, this depends on your lead time. And what I mean by lead time is how long it takes your product to go from order to actually being ready and being shipped and getting into Amazon, so that you can look at it as purely production time or overall lead times, actually ordering it and getting it shipped and getting it live again. So for most people, that generally you're looking at about a month production and then about a month shipping, right? So that could be a 2-month lead time. So the way you want to look at it, if you're entering a competitive niche, for example, and you want to be kind of aggressive, you're thinking about 2 to 3 months of stock on that order. And what that's going to do is allow you to go in there, to go pretty aggressive on your launch, and you're competing to be one of the best sellers in that niche, and you've planned for that, right? Ideally then at that point, it doesn't mean you're going to stock out, and you can place a second order and get back in stock again. Remain in stock and keep selling and have a great launch. Honestly, it's not the end of the world if you stock out. You've probably seen on this channel, some of you guys watch us for a while. We used to really think that was quite a bad move. We'd always launch hyper aggressive and we back ourselves. We've been doing this a long time now, so generally we still do that. But there's no harm in having kind of a proper launch, but a proper order. But you can still do it with a bit of a test, right? If you feel more comfortable ordering 1 month's worth of stock, knowing that you're going to stock out, that's fine as well. If you are a good listing and a good product on Amazon, when you come back in stock again, it doesn't take much work. You can basically do a little bit of a mini relaunch and you are back ranking again just where you were previously. So they're kind of the two schools of thought. For this example, I'm going to go through with the proper method. So this is going to be like getting the trademark done, doing everything by the book and spending a bit more money. But just bear in mind, obviously, like I said, the test order is definitely an option too. The landed cost of your product, this is a bit of a rule of thumb, should be about no more than 20 to 25% of your sales price. So as an example, let's say you're selling a product that's $49.99. You want that product to cost no more than about $10, right? That's a 20% of the $50 target price. That's a quick math. Hopefully you guys work that out as well. Maybe push it a little bit higher depending on the FBA and the fees that you're going to pay. But really, that's kind of a good rule of thumb that you want to look at. So one point that I want to make here is when we talk about the landed cost, is that landed is the key word, right? we're not talking about just the price to buy it from the supplier. We're talking about the landed cost. So that's getting it all the way from the supplier into Amazon, right? So that's going to be your shipping included, any taxes, any duties that are owed, any tariffs. So all in, we're looking at 20 to 25% of your target sales price. So let's say you wanted to do $5,000 a month in revenue. That would mean 20% of that is about $1,000, right? So let's say you wanted to order 2 months worth of stock. That means you're going to want to invest $2,000 in inventory. Again, this is a rule of thumb, but this is a pretty good guideline to go off. Right, next we have barcodes. Probably the sexiest part of Amazon, some would say. Most would say otherwise, but some people might say it. Where you want to get them from is one place only, right? There are websites out there that sell barcodes. I think one's got like Barcode Mania or some bullshit like that. You don't want to use those, right? GS1 is like the global database for barcodes. You can get a yearly membership. I think we pay about $140 a year. That gives us 10,000 barcodes that's associated to our brand. Super easy to use, but you can buy them one off as well, and that can be about $30. So pretty low cost. So these barcodes are, of course, going to be on every single unit that you send into Amazon, and we're going to cover how to do that later on in this video. Once your products are ready, this is the exciting bit, right? You're getting super close now to actually shipping them out, and you're basically ready to go. You're ready to ship them over to, say, the US, slap them on Amazon, and get selling. There's one very, very important thing that you need to do, and that is an inspection. Now, what an inspection is exactly what it sounds like. You're going to send people in to inspect your products. Now, you don't want to ask your supplier to do this because, to be honest, they're going to tell you that they're great, right? They're going to tell you that there's no problem and every product is perfect. Now, unfortunately, that probably just isn't the case. No matter how big you get in this game, there are always issues with suppliers. And you want to set the standard especially from your first order. It's really important that you let your suppliers know that you're serious and that you expect very high standards to be kept. And one of the ways you can do that is by sending in an external inspection company. So you can find these. We have a few recommended down below. Something recommended inside Honest FBA that we know are legit, and we work with them for years. You send them in and you give them like a report. They have a template they're going to use. They're going to do things like shaking the box. They're actually going to do a thing called a drop test, which they basically go up to a certain height and just drop the box and see if anything breaks inside. The reason they do that is to see when it's on the ocean, for example, on a freight ship. If it moves around, is it going to break? Is it going to arrive damaged? They can do a bunch of like photographs for you. They can check if things are scratched. They can check for markings. You can give them certain requirements as well. And you're going to get a full report back. When you get that report back, it's going to cost you $120 or so, like really good value. They're going to go in for the day. And even though this holds you up, you're desperate to get the product shipped out. Do not forget to do this, especially on the first order. Again, this isn't for the little small 20 unit test order. This is when you're doing it properly, and you need to make sure spending $120 at this point is a lot more affordable than shipping 1,000 units and having half of them be defective and then that ruining your launch completely and is sat on stock that you can't move. So get this done. If it fails, if the inspection fails, what's going to happen then is your supplier needs to replace the faulty units, and that shouldn't cost you any money. And you can work that into an agreement that you sign when you place the order, something called a purchase order, which we're going to cover again later on in this video. Once they've been replaced, you can get checked again. If it gets signed off, you're good to go. Then you can ship it out. So this sourcing section, at the minute, we've got Alibaba, which is nothing. We've got our samples, maybe $100 on that. Our branding, around $150. On this example, about $2,000 on inventory, our barcodes, and our inspection. So we're looking at about $2,300 at this stage to do all of the sourcing. Now, onto the fun part. Well, maybe you guys find the other bit fun. I find the sourcing quite fun. I like negotiating with the suppliers. But some of you guys, I imagine, are super creative and you're just desperate to get something live. So that's what we're going to cover now. It's going to be your listing creation and then getting traffic to your listing, right? Essentially your PPC, so your pay-per-click marketing, and what you need to budget for that. Right, so first things first is your listing. So this is an Amazon listing. This example is a portable charger. I actually have one of these, no affiliation, but they're really good. You can see they're really good because they've got 110,000 reviews, which is absolutely insane. And the first thing I want to look at are these, which are your product images. So the hero image, which is these guys. This is probably a render, but potentially could be a photograph as well. And then we've got a bunch of these other images here. So depending on the category, sometimes you have different amounts, but generally here you can see they've got about 6 plus a video, right? So these are the photographs that they've had done or graphic designs they've had done, right? So for the photographs, you want to use as good a service as possible that's affordable. For us, the ones that we found that have worked really well, it's a company called Soona. These guys are just absolute pros. They're going to be featured later on in this video as well. We've used these for multiple products. You can send your products across, and you can actually go along to the shoot if you want, or you can watch it virtually. You can have a chat with the photographer, tell them your plans, and they're going to do the shoot for you. So these guys are really good value, and you definitely need high quality images on Amazon if you want to compete. One of the best ways to compete on Amazon, honestly, is just being good at branding. You can sell very similar products to other people, and you can out Amazon them and out brand them with just really high quality images. And it's good value as well. You can actually get photos done. You can spend about $300 now. The cost of these since we started Amazon has come down and down and down. So it's super affordable, especially now that you can use AI for other parts of the design as well. But you definitely want to get some solid photos in there. So about $300 for that. If you did want to check Soona out, we've linked to them down below as well. Next is a UGC video. So UGC, for those of you that don't know, is user generated content. And this has become super popular in the last couple of years. Again, traditionally, when you were building brands, people invested a lot of money into a high budget video that was like super professional, almost like made for TV. Or they use these like really cheesy, like mid-level ones that have I'm sure you guys will recognize like the crappy jingly music in the background and a really cheesy voiceover. You don't need to do that anymore. And you can use websites like Billo, like Join Brands. It'll cost you about $100 to get a video made. It's crazy good value. And what you can do on these websites is put a job up. Influencers can then apply. I say influencers, like content creators can apply. Some of them are going to be influencers. Some of them just want to earn a little bit of money. These can be housewives. They can be like teenagers. It can be all sorts of people. Whatever your demographic is, you can generally find a content creator in that space. And it's about $100 plus the cost of your products, a really good value. You can write a brief. You can get multiple of these made if you want. And then they're going to send you a video that you can then use on your listing. So again, you need brand registry to do this, which is what you need the trademark for that I mentioned earlier. But this is awesome because you can have it on your listing as a video, and you can also run it as an advert as well. Again, like super easy to do. Honestly, you can even make these yourself if you fancy it. If you fancy being in front of the camera, then you can get yourself to do it. You can get your partner to do it. You can get your friends to do it. It's a super easy way now. And people are very used to shopping with UGC content now. So like I said, about $100 for that, which is amazing value. Again, Join Brands actually. Join Brands is really good because they will actually buy your product from Amazon. So this is post-launch. What you can do is get them to buy your product. They then leave you a review. So you can actually get a review out of it, plus the content as well. So bear that in mind once you've launched. Right, so next, you've got your photographs done, and you've got your video lined up, right? The next thing you're going to want to do, and again, you need a trademark for this, is this area. So this is called your A+ content. This is like extra content that you get if you're in Amazon's brand registry, where you can basically show off your product and your brand even more. So you can see, for example, these guys are actually saying that Amazon's #1 bestseller. So they must be making millions and millions. You can see here that they can advertise their other products. They can give you more information on this product itself and the other products in the range. And scroll on here, that they've got a bunch of work here. So this essentially is graphic design work, right? So you've got the photos already. You can give it to a designer, and they can knock up a really cool design and just reinforce the feel that you are a proper brand and you're legit. And it's going to set you apart from other sellers that don't do this, or they do it really poorly. Again, this is super affordable, right? You could spend about $300 on this and you will get very good work done. If you want, you can spend a lot less. Again, go to Fiverr, go to Upwork, find these gig economy creators, and they're going to be able to knock up something for you that definitely does the job. Next, and this is now the launch phase, we've got the listing ready, right? We've got everything done. We're now talking about launching it, and we're talking about sending as much traffic as possible to the listing. So we're going to go super in depth into this topic later on in this video. PPC is one of the most important parts of Amazon FBA, especially early on. And it does vary niche to niche, and it varies on the competitiveness of the niche the demand, and a bunch of other factors as well. If you want to launch though, and do it properly, you want to go aggressive and you want to go super targeted. So there's different strategies, which again, we're going to cover later, throughout the launch, throughout maintenance, and then throughout profitability and kind of long-term where you want to be. At the start in launch phase, don't be surprised if you're spending 40 to 50% of your revenue on PPC. And that might sound like a lot, but honestly, it's super normal. And if you want to be competitive on Amazon, it's pretty much a must do, unless you're in very, very non-competitive niches and you've done some great product research and you found something where it's kind of basically untapped and you can go organic from the off. Now that does happen on occasion. You might enter a niche, put on PPC for a week, and then you rank for all your keywords and you actually can really dial it down. But as a rule of thumb, as I said with this video, we're going to keep it as a bit kind of how it normally is as an average. You're going to be spending here. What you can do though is use the revenue you generate on Amazon to pay for your PPC. So you're not spending this money on top. Let's say you generate $1,000 in sales in your first week. You can have Amazon take the PPC costs out of your revenue, right? So you haven't got to spend anything extra. However, what we like to do is just keep a little bit in reserve just in case you need to go hyper aggressive for any reason. So keep $1,000 to $1,500 back just in case you do need extra on the PPC. Right, so at this stage, you've done it all, right? You're now live selling on Amazon. You've started the business, you found a product, you sourced a product, and you've now launched it and you're selling, right? So I want to give 2 examples here. Let's say you wanted to make $5,000 a month, and let's say you wanted to sell $10,000 a month worth of product, what the 2 breakdowns are, and what a guideline investment might look like. So the $5,000 a month, we'll run through that. We've got $200 on the LLC, $240 on the Amazon account. The reason we do that, by the way, we're basing it on about a 6-month timeline of you investing that money into the Amazon account. We got the trademark, which is about $500. We got Helium 10. Again, we space that out over 6 months because it is necessary. So that's 6 months at $80, $480. We got the samples, we got the brand logo, we got the stock, barcode, inspection, photos, UGC, graphics, and the ads. So to do about $5,000 in sales a month, we're looking at about $5,500 of investment. But at $10,000 a month, I'm not going to run through all of those points again. We basically got a bit more on inventory and a bit more on the ads, looking at about $8,000 for that. Again, this is not an exact science. This is a rough guideline of what you can expect to invest, but this will give you a good bit of help and it'll let you know roughly what kind of savings you want to have or what you want to save towards to launch successfully on Amazon. Now, if we take a step back here and just think about it in a bit more holistic view, let's say it's a $5,000 investment to then start spinning $5,000 a month of revenue and an $8,000 investment to start spinning $10,000 a month of revenue. Those businesses, give it a bit of time after launch and let your margins settle. Let's say you're making 20% margin on that, right? Which is very doable in an Amazon business. That means you're doing $1,000 a month profit for the $5,000 and $2,000 a month profit off the $10,000 off an initial $5,000 and $8,000 investment. Now, in my eyes, that is a very, very good deal. There's not many business models out there where you can do that with such a low amount of capital. And if you've got a bit more capital to play with, then you can start at a way bigger scale. There's people inside Honest FBA that started with over $100,000 and they've hit the ground running and sold hundreds of thousands of dollars of product in their first month. So it is possible. But for me, this is a great business model. It's one of the reasons that FBA was so attractive. We started with under $10,000. We now have a 7-figure brand. Like, it really can be done for great value. And so how long is this all actually going to take you? Let's say you've got the cash, you've got the 5,000, 10,000, 100,000, some of you've got the money ready, but you want to know how long is it realistically going to take you to get to market? So I'll run through the points here that we've kind of already been through. I've touched on some of these figures already, but say setting up your company, setting up your Amazon account, all that good stuff, usually 2 to 4 weeks. It's pretty fast in the UK, in Europe. In the US, it might take you about 30 days to get an LLC through. You're then looking at product research. And product research, this again is based on you doing it the proper way. This isn't the rapid test launch. You can do it much faster than all of this if you do that. And again, we have that kind of program inside of Honest FBA, but you want to do it properly. You're looking at least 1 to 2 months doing product research. This business model is front end heavy, right? It's important that you launch, when you're doing a proper launch, that you launch a product that is viable and a good option. And you want to be weighing up multiple options, going through them, evaluating what's best before you make that decision. So you want to give yourself 1 to 2 months to do that. The sourcing, finding the suppliers, you can do that in a couple of weeks. Honestly, you can go super fast through that. on Alibaba, there's features, something called an RFQ, for example, where you basically can send a message out to every single supplier of that particular product. You're going to get inundated with suppliers that want to sell to you, and you can kind of rattle through them really quickly. Ordering the samples, that can take a couple of weeks. You've got to ship that over from China. Then you've got the production, as I mentioned earlier, looking at about 4 to 5 weeks for that, and then shipping from China. That can take 4 weeks, that can take 5 weeks, that can take 6 weeks. It kind of depends. There's a little bit of a variable there depending on how busy the ocean is. Funnily enough, there can be delays and little bits and bobs, but bear in mind, you want to give yourself about a month to 5 weeks for that. Right, so let's add all of that up and see how long it takes. Some of you guys might have already worked this out, but let me add up these dates. We've got setup, we've got research, we've got sourcing, samples, production, and shipping. So overall, we're looking at about 6 months of time from the very first moment maybe you watch this video till you have a product live on Amazon. Some people might do it a bit faster than that. You might do it in 4 months if you go super intense. Some people will take 6 months. Some people might take a bit longer. And that's absolutely fine. You don't need to rush this. This business model that you're trying to build, this is the long-term plan. So as a visualization, 6 months from now, then think about 5 years from now. It's nothing, right? This is a business that can change your life. It's changed all of our lives. And you need to think about it through a long-term lens. Investing that time at the start and not making mistakes and doing things properly is essential. And then overall, it's going to pay off in the long term. At this point, Alex and I joined up in 2020. So we launched our brand, our 7-figure brand we have now. That was launched in the summer of 2020. And honestly, that has gone by like that. So once you start this, as most of you guys know, life goes pretty fast. Before you know it, you have a 6, 7, 8, maybe a 9-figure brand behind you in honestly what feels like nothing at all. That is your lot for this bit. We'll see you in the next one. Hey, Tom here. I wanted to jump in to this mega mammoth gigantic video that you are working through and show you behind the scenes of Honest FBA and what it's like to be a member inside of the community. So what I want to show you in particular is our Discord, right? So this is on 24/7. You can come in here, you can post, and you can get an answer to your question. As you can see right now, we've got 73 people online, and you can see down here, so we have over 400 people within this community. And you can see a bunch of channels on the left-hand side. We've got general, we've got results, accountability, share something, shipping rates, hiring, hangout rooms, product research, product launches, PPC, sourcing, course chat, feedback, find a buddy, fast track, and more stuff down here as well. So within here, you're going to get your question answered, right? At any time of day. But what I want to show you today in particular, today is Monday. So this morning, jumped in here and posted, what you guys got cooking up this week? Let us know your progress plans. And I want to show you guys this because people inside of Honest FBA, they actually do stuff, right? You don't just join and then do nothing. You are making progress all the time. And people are at a bunch of different levels on their kind of journey with Amazon FBA. So as you can see here, Sophie setting up her Amazon account. She's brand new. Andy, he's getting his inventory checked in at Amazon and he's looking at hiring a VA and bringing them onto the team. We've got Carl sorting out his tax. We've got Aurel here waiting for his samples. We've got Evan who's hiring designers and designing some new packaging, which is pretty cool. Down here we have Kat. Kat is always just an absolute beast doing loads of stuff. So finalizing packaging for product 1. We've got a custom sample for product 3 already. Sorting out her website. We have Tim down here. So long awaited order number 2 touching down in LA this week. Tim actually came on our channel. You can see an interview with him. And if you scroll down here, he did $160,000 with his first order. So bit of an outlier, absolute monster. Sold 10,000 units. But as you can see that people inside of Honest FBA, they're doing stuff right down here even as well. Product research. Isabel's bit of change of plans after some one-to-one coaching she had on the Friday that's gone. So that you can see here, people are making moves. This is what you get when you're inside of Honest FBA. If you think you are a good fit for this community and you can learn a lot from this video, perhaps on YouTube, perhaps want a little bit more help, hit the link down below, drop us a message, and we'll see if you're a good fit.
Okay, guys, so in this section, we are going to be going through business and Amazon account setup. Now, you might be questioning, should I be doing this right now at the beginning of my journey? And the answer in most cases is going to be yes. These things take time to set up and get various approvals. So we want to make sure that we've got all of our ducks in a row, that our business, our bank accounts, and everything is set up so that as soon as we find a product, we're ready to go. So even if you are, within the first couple of weeks of your Amazon journeys, provided that you've decided that, yeah, I do want to be an Amazon FBA seller, it's our advice that you basically follow along with this section now and set up the accounts as soon as possible. So let's crack on with the presentation. So in this section, I'm going to be showing you about how to create your own business, how to set up a business bank account, which providers we recommend that you go with, how to create your Amazon seller accounts. And that might sound like it's something that is pretty easy, but with anything, as with anything with Amazon, it's more difficult than you might think. So I'll be showing you what to do, what mistakes to avoid. We'll then be going through how to get your Helium 10 accounts set up and how to make sure your Chrome extension is properly installed. And then we'll be running through the Alibaba setup process. So super fun section. Okay, so let's kick off with setting up your business and your bank account. Now, the first question that you may have in your minds is, where do I set up my business? I'm based in the UK, I'm based in the US, and so on, right? Lots of different questions there. Now, our advice is, in order to make things as easy as possible, you want to create the company according to where you are planning on selling. So if you are based in the UK and you want to sell in the UK, we recommend creating a UK limited company. And if you are based in the US, selling in the US, or based in the UK and want to sell in the US, we recommend setting up a US company. Of course, you can do things differently. So you could set up a UK company and sell in the US, but there's various tax advantages to just setting up the company in the country of the marketplace that you want to sell in. Okay, so that also leads me on to a second point, which is, well, do I even want to set up a company, or should I set up as like an individual? There's lots of reasons why, but the long and short of it is you want to set up a company, right? You have much more protection if anything goes wrong. You have much more tax advantages, so you'll pay less tax in 99 cases out of 100. And it's just generally better. Okay, so Amazon does accept you if you want to be what's known as a sole proprietor or a sole trader, but we recommend setting up a company. So if you're in the UK or Europe, that will be called a limited company, and if you're in the US, it will be called a limited liability company, LLC. So let me just share my screen. Just realized I wasn't actually sharing it. Great. And okay, so if you are wanting to set up a UK limited company, there's basically two ways that you can go about that. You can get somebody to do it for you, or you can do it yourselves. And that might sound kind of obvious, but the recommended route that we say that you should take isn't, right? Believe it or not, doing it yourself is actually more expensive than hiring somebody else to do it for you. And that is because there's loads of agencies now and places online that want to set up a business for you so that they can then kind of upsell you other products. So creating a business bank account, selling you insurance, and so on. You don't have to take them up on their offers if you don't want to. So it would be silly not to basically just use these guys, because they can do it for you with no mistakes, very quickly, and so on. But maybe if you're just like, do you know what, I want to learn how to do it myself, then you can, but it's going to take you at least an hour of your time and about 50 quid. And all you would need to do in order to do that is just basically go onto Google and then just type in create limited company in the UK, like that. And then look, you can see all of these guys here charging 15 quid, £2.48, and so on. But you would just want this link here that says set up a company. The price to actually set up one of these things, so 50 quid, it increased recently. It used to be 12. So the kind of recommended route that was advised when I was first starting to sell in 2018 was just do it yourself. It's only 12 quid. And these other providers didn't exist then. But as of 2024, honestly, just get someone else to do it. So we'll put links in the description box below who we advise that you go with. You can go with a company called First Formations, who will do it very cheaply. Again, they'll also offer to set up a bank account for you because they get a little bit of commission. Or you can go with other providers such as Tide and so on. So we'll put our recommendations in the description below if you're looking at creating a limited company in the UK. Now, another quick point to mention is you don't have to be a UK citizen or UK resident to create one of these. So if you live in Europe, if you live in the US, and you want to make a UK limited company, then you can, right? It's fine. As long as you've got proof of identification and all that jazz, then you're all good. The only thing that you would also have to obtain, if that is your position, is you would need to have a UK address. It doesn't have to be a residential address. It can be an office address, which also means that you're kept, your details are kept anonymous. So again, when you go with companies like Tide and First Formations, they will sell you, or they'll be prepared to sell you, one of these anonymous addresses. We would recommend doing that. You know, it's going to stop the chances of any random customers turning up at your address. That's unlikely, but it could happen. And it just means that your business is kept completely separate to your home, right? So the cost for that, you can get it for about £20 a year, $25 or £20 a year. And yeah, it's just, it just kind of also professionalizes your business. If anyone were to look it up and to see, you know, office, whatever in London, it looks so much more professional than 23 Old Street, Manchester, right? So that is the process of setting up a company in the UK. In the US, it's definitely a lot trickier to set up a limited liability company. There's lots of different kind of rules and nuances because you can set up in different states, and it's just generally not the sort of thing that you would ever do yourself. You're always going to have to get an agent. So unlike the UK and parts of Europe where you can just go through the process of registering one of these accounts yourself, in the US it's just not recommended really whatsoever. Okay, so we again will put our recommended agents in the description, but here are some top tips for you. We would say you always want to create your limited liability company or corporation in Wyoming or Delaware, and that's because they have lower tax rates and you don't need a physical presence there in order to register. So hugely important if you're not based in the US, or even if you're not based in Wyoming or Delaware. Now, again, this also applies to limited companies and any company, in fact. When you are thinking of a name to call it, don't honestly fuss too much. Don't think, oh, I need to call it something to do with my Amazon product or my Amazon brand. The reality is that your company details are going to be on a profile page that kind of hidden away on Amazon, and most Amazon customers will never see that. So me, for example, my company is named something completely random, not related to my brands or products whatsoever. Don't spend more than 30 seconds. So you could just do Janssen Imports, Janssen Products, whatever. Just put your name in, do your initials. Honestly, it doesn't matter. Once you've got that, you'll need to choose a registered agent, and we will put those details in the description box below. And then as soon as that's been approved, you'll get your employer identification number, which you're going to need further down the line when setting up other administrative things. So other general incorporation tips: when you are setting up a company in the UK, if you're doing it yourself, if you're ever unsure of the answer to put within the questionnaire, just honestly use the help section. It's super helpful, and it will explain what you need to put and why. You'll also be asked to categorize your business, and this does trip people up quite a lot. It's something that they spend far too much time worrying about. Okay, the answer in terms of the category of your business, and you will actually need this even if you're getting an agent to set up your business for you, because they need to know what it is. So the code is 47910, and that basically just means that you are going to be a business that sells products via the internet. Okay, so those are some of my favorite incorporation tips. And then here's just a couple of examples of different websites that you can visit within the US if you want those guys to set up everything for you. And we'll also put, again, the links kind of in our master document below. Okie doke. So before you actually go ahead and apply for your limited company to be opened, whether you're doing it yourself or you're getting someone else to do it for you, remember, you'll need to know what the name of that company is going to be, so you can just put it in quickly. And you'll also need to make sure that you know who is going to be an owner of the business. So if you are doing this yourself, then obviously that's just going to be your name. But if you're doing it with a friend or a family member, make sure that you've got all their details to hand, and make sure that you've actually agreed on what like the ownership split will be. So if you've got a friend that says, oh, I only want to help part-time and you want to do it full-time, then you might have agreed that you're entitled to, say, I don't know, 60% of the profits and they're entitled to 40%. Whatever it is, just make sure that you know what, you know, the agreement is, so that when you come to instruct an agent or when you fill out the application form yourself, you can actually fill it out quickly and you can provide all the information that you need when it comes to the company's owner's name and details and so on. Okay, so that is pretty much it for creating a business. It's super easy, but it does take a little bit of time. The UK, it's actually much quicker than the US because you're going to have to get an agent involved for sure, and it's not quite as automated. But without a doubt, it's the thing that you need to do first, because you can't open a business bank account without having your company opened, and you can't create an Amazon seller account either. So make sure you do this step first. Okay, so the next thing that you're going to need to do, and this is going to need to be done probably around 3 or 4 days after your company's being created, because the various databases that are on the internet to do with companies will have to be updated for the details that you've put in. But as soon as that's happened, and that's typically 3 or 4 days after the company's officially been incorporated, you can then move on to creating a business bank account. Now, it's super important that you do this step as soon as you can, because business bank accounts can take some time to be opened. And depending on how busy the bank is, they may just say, no, you're not really the person that we want to be opening an account with us, because you're a brand new business. We only want established businesses and so on. So, you know, delays and things like that can happen. So just make sure that you get on this very, very quickly, because as I just said, you can't open an Amazon account without having a business bank account set up. And now another question that we do get frequently is, can I not just have my own personal bank account and use that? The short answer is no. You want to keep your business affairs and your personal affairs completely separate. In the early days, when you're kind of incurring, you know, small expenses, so maybe samples, helium 10 subscription, whatever, it is okay to do that for your personal account, as long as you keep records of receipts and things. But, you know, this is a real business you're creating, and you're going to be hopefully turning over millions of dollars, pounds, euros, whatever in the future. And you don't want that going through your personal account. It's going to be a headache for your accountant. It's going to be a headache for any tax authority that decides to randomly look through. And it's just going to be a pain in the booty, right? So please just get a business bank account, right? And what we'll often say is that the quickest route to getting one of these things is either with a bank that you already have a relationship with. So maybe you already have a personal bank account with Chase or Lloyds if you're in the UK. If you do, go to those guys first and just kind of say, I want a business bank account, it's a brand new business, and so on. The reason being there is that they already hold all the identification documents on you. So if you apply for one of them, they're not going to have to go through you know, a long process of verifying your identity, because they've done it before. And that, again, depending on how busy the bank is, can sometimes take 3-4 plus weeks, right? So we'd recommend doing that, but at the same time, definitely look at some of the guys that we've got on the screen now, and also look in our recommendation section. So, you know, I've been doing this now since 2018, and I've had my fair share of bank accounts. One of my favorites, without a doubt, is Wise, because it's super easy to set up an account. It's all done online. You can verify your face just with an app. It can be all done in a day. And paying suppliers that are overseas is incredibly easy, and it's cheap. The fees aren't huge at all. So Wise are really good. Tide are also good. We've got a link in the description where you can get like a free 50 quid or something. So pretty good just to have as a backup account anyway. In the US, we recommend getting Chase or Wise. There are tons of options out there. The only ones that I would say to avoid if you're in the UK are Santander and HSBC. I've heard lots of horror stories about them in terms of customer service, unexpected charges, and yeah, just basically avoid them. But generally speaking, most banks are fine, right? I would say, just given, you know, it's 2024 now, there are tons of online only banks that are pretty good and pretty like decent when it comes to tech and apps and things. So maybe check those out. My shout out goes to Wise and Tide. So before you actually start your application with whichever bank it is that you want to open an account with, you need to make sure that you've got certain pieces of information ready and to hand. So obviously you need to have your company name and the company number if relevant, and you'll be given that as soon as your company has been incorporated. So if you're in the UK, that can all be done on the same day. In the US, again, because you're going to have to go through an agent, it's going to take a little bit longer. So as I said a moment ago, as soon as your company's been made, it doesn't mean that immediately you can go and create a bank account, because what happens is you go onto the application form with the bank and it will say start typing in the name of your company, and it will try and pull it from the database, like a national database. And if you do it on the same day, those databases won't have had time to be updated, so it will just say blank, right? It won't be able to find anything. So wait 3 or 4 days if your company name isn't on there already, and then come back and do it again. So you're going to need that. You'll need your company address as well. So if you're going to have a registered agent, which you will, if you're going to be in the US, or if you're in the UK and you don't want your address on public record, you'll need to also put that in. And then, of course, you're going to need all of your details and any other details or identification for like another shareholder or another staff member that is going to have access to the bank account. So I would say just keep things simple for now. Just start off with your own details. So that should be pretty straightforward, right? I think when I had to do it, I had to take a picture of my passport or my driver's license, put my name in, scan my face. It's so easy with tech these days. Now, another area that can be quite tricky is when you get to the final page. Obviously, it's the final page, isn't it? The application form, when you spend all your time filling everything out, sometimes the bank will say, give us details about your business. What is it? What's the projected turnover? What are you going to be doing? Why do you need an account? Now, the reason that they're asking you that is firstly just to understand whether the business that you're running is legitimate, and also to understand the size of it, because they want to know how many fees they can expect to make, right? Business bank accounts, they're run in a different way to like retail accounts. So they'll charge you for certain amounts of bank transfers, and they'll charge you like maybe monthly management fees, although some of the guys that I spoke about previously won't. But it's just run in a much different way. So they want to know how big you're going to be, so that they can kind of think, oh yeah, this business is going to bring us a lot of fees, so we'll approve it, right? My advice when you're filling this out is just try and keep it as broad and simple as possible, because realistically, if you're at the beginning of the journey, you don't know what you're going to be selling on Amazon, right? And you don't even know if you're only going to be selling on Amazon. So you don't want to limit yourself and just say to them, we are going to be selling kitchen products and we're going to be making $10,000 a year, right? That could just potentially mean that you just get declined a bank account needlessly. So what I would say is, when you get asked for what the purpose of business is, you just say something like, we're an online e-commerce business that's going to be importing products from Asia and China, and we are looking to sell products within kitchen and homeware. That's it, something like that. And then when it asks you about expected revenue, you could just say something like 50,000 to 100,000, something like that, right? Keep it super simple. Don't go so into the weeds that you just kind of backing yourself into a corner. So that is basically what we recommend you do. Sometimes you will also be asked to provide a business plan, right? If you are asked to do that, my advice is park the application and go to another bank that's not going to ask you to do that. A lot of the banks in the UK, the high street banks, will typically do that because they're outdated and fusty and old. The online techie ones won't. And, I've been asked to do that before when I was kind of looking at making a bank account like a number of years ago. It took me ages, and the reality is that those numbers were nonsense, and I think they rejected me anyway. So I would only kind of go with those banks if you have no other option, right? So that's how you go about setting up your business bank account. It's pretty straightforward, really, especially if you follow those instructions. Now, as soon as your bank account has been approved, and that could be 7 to 14 days, I would recommend transferring in $50 or £50 so that the account is kind of active, right? You'll also need to request a debit card or a credit card, whatever, for your bank account, because you're going to need that when you set up your Amazon seller account. There's a lot of different views online about whether you can create an Amazon account with a bank card, a debit card. And the answer is yes. Amazon just refers to your kind of charge card as a credit card, but they do accept debit cards. And I know that because I use it myself. So before we run through how to set up an Amazon account, let me just run through a couple of top tips, because if you get this wrong, it could potentially mean that you are banned from selling on Amazon before you've even started. And that sounds scary, but provided you follow my tips here, that shouldn't happen. I've seen it happen before because people just don't understand what pieces of identification Amazon is after when they're creating an account and they're going through the verification process, or they make spelling mistakes or whatever, and it just means that Amazon can't verify them, so it says you're banned from selling. So preparation is key. I know that you might want to get started on this as quickly as possible, but trust me, just take your time, right? So preparation is key before you run through your Amazon seller account registration. Make sure that your company has been fully set up if you're not going down the sole proprietor route, that you've got your business bank details and your card, that you've got proof of address, right? This is going to need to be your personal proof of address. So have you got an electricity bill? Have you got a water bill, council tax bill, anything that's accepted, right? You may also be asked for proof of your business's address, and you can get that from your business bank account, right? A bank statement is proof of address. So, and when you create your bank account, they will typically just accept whatever address that you give, weirdly enough. And so, yeah, that should be easy enough to source. And then you'll also need like a scan or a picture of your passport or your driver's license, as well as the number, right? So make sure that you have got that before you run through this. So before we actually go through the process of registering, it's important that you understand that there are actually two types of seller account. There's an individual one and a professional one. Now, 99 times out of 100, it is the professional account that you want to get, because we are going to be professionals. We're going to be setting up a business that sells thousands of products every single month, right? The individual account has no monthly charge, whereas the professional one does. So if you're in the UK, that'll be £30, including VAT. Or if you're in the US or like North America, it's $40, right? They do have other tiers available. So if you wanted to sell in lots of different marketplaces, it will be slightly higher than that, but those are the base prices. The monthly one for individual account, as I said, is free. And the reason for that is because that individual account is for small sellers that are kind of selling as, you know, a little bit of a hobby in the spare time, only selling, you know, a handful of units per month. In order for Amazon to actually make money off those guys, they charge per unit like an additional commission fee. So I think it is 25 pence or 30 cents now per unit sold on the individual account, but professional, there's no additional charge, right? In addition to that, when you're on the individual account, you barely get any storage space given to you, and you also are expected to sell products without any advertising. So you're not allowed to use Amazon's pay-per-click. So trust me, get the professional account. In addition to that, the professional account also has a really quick verification process. They must prioritize those guys. So even if you are not near to selling at the moment, if you've just decided you want to be an Amazon seller, what I would say is get the professional account, pay the £30 up front or the $40, and then as soon as you're approved and your account has been verified, you can message seller support and say, I want to be downgraded to the free plan and I'll upgrade later. You can upgrade and downgrade whenever you want. It's super easy, and they will refund you that £30 as well. So do the professional account and then get verified quickly and then downgrade. And then as soon as you're ready to start selling or order your product with your supplier, you can upgrade and go. Okay, so are we ready to go through the process of creating an Amazon seller account? This is probably one of the most exciting parts of this section, but it's also one of the parts that you do really need to pay attention to. As I said before, it's easy to make mistakes here, and Amazon will just say, no, we couldn't verify you. So before we crack on with it, make sure that you've got to hand your government issued ID, whether it's your driving license or your passport. I think the passport is actually preferred. Make sure that you've got a recent bank or credit card statement or whatever proof of address, and that has to be either a PDF or like a photo on your phone. I think PDF is going to be much better. There's not many banks or like electricity providers or whatever out there that won't give you a bill that you can download. So I recommend you do that. It will just be a lot easier for you to get verified. You'll also need a chargeable credit or debit card. And as I mentioned a moment ago, if you are in the US or UK, whatever, it doesn't matter. Debit cards are accepted. Basically, Amazon just refers to them all as credit cards. So I know that for sure because I've been selling since 2018 with a debit card, and lots of people that we've coached have as well, right? So trust me. And then finally, you'll also need a mobile phone number so that Amazon can do one of these one-time passwords that they text you and whatever. Now, something that does occasionally happen is when it asks you to put your mobile phone number in, you might put it in and it will say this is already associated with another account. And that will probably be your Amazon buyer account, right? So it's really annoying, but you can get past it just by pressing not now. So I think you can put your mobile phone number in and it'll accept it, but then it will say like warning, this is associated with another account. Just like skip that step, it's fine. And that also reminds me, when you're creating your seller account, make sure that you do it with a brand new email that is not your buyer account. You want to keep those things completely separate. And the reason for that is I have known instances where some people got their buyer accounts banned by Amazon because they logged in overseas and Amazon thought it was fraud, or they did too many returns or whatever. If that happens, if your buyer account gets banned, then your seller account won't get banned, but you won't be able to log in because it will say this login is being deleted or whatever. So just trust me, make a brand new account, make a new Gmail, Hotmail, whatever. Just make a new free company account and you can just call it, janssenbrands@gmail.com, whatever, right? We want to keep things completely separate. So let's now run through the process of creating a seller account. And I'm going to do Seller Central account in the UK just because I've kind of got my details to hand. But if you're in the US, all you would do is just go onto Google, type in Seller Central Amazon and then US, and then you can see it here, sellercentralamazon.com. Or if you're in France, Germany, whatever, just put your country and then we can see it here. So we've got Seller Central UK, and this is the page that you will see if you're in the UK, you're wanting to register. The US will look really similar, and you can see here it says sign up. Now, before you do go through that, feel free to kind of just, press the learn more button and have a little scroll through. I have basically just told you everything that you kind of need to know. So you can see the two different plans that we spoke about earlier. It also talks about fees and stuff, and we're going to come on to that in a few minutes after we've done this. So don't worry, but feel free to have a little goosey gander around there and just see if there's any of the top tips that you can pick up, right? But assuming you are ready to go and you've got all those documents to hand, you can press sign up. And then the next thing that you'll need to do is you'll need to basically create a new account. So regardless of if it says your account here, you will want to make a brand new account, right? So I'm just going to quickly do that. You press here, create your new Amazon account. Just fill out the details according to whatever, your name is, your email that you've just made, and your password, and so on. Right, so once you have created your Amazon account, that's just something that I had to go through, and it was actually more painful than I thought. You'll be shown this screen here. Now, one thing to point out, which is actually different to what I just said a moment ago, is that it asks you for your mobile number, and that mobile number needs to be one that you haven't used on Amazon before. So if you have used your existing mobile phone number with your buyer account, you're going to have to borrow your partners, your parents, your friends, whatever, just to get through to this stage. It is an absolute pain. You can change it, and you could probably change it on your buyer account, your number, and then come back and update it here later on. But just honestly do it so that you can get through to this stage as quickly as possible. I just found that I was pulling out more of my hair than I definitely wanted to when I was doing that there. So as soon as you have filled out your details and you created your new Amazon account for your business, you'll see this, and you can see it's telling you exactly what I spoke about earlier. And there you go. Look, chargeable credit or debit card. They've actually changed that now. Before it just used to say credit card. So let us begin and let's see what Amazon has in store for us. So you can see, first of all, it's just asking us for, standard approval of their terms and conditions. So just go to the country where your business is based, and then you want to then select which one applies to you. So never ever select this one, right? I am an individual. That is something that trips a lot of people up. The way that Amazon defines individual is that you're selling products and you're not looking to make a profit. You're just like selling secondhand items or whatever. It doesn't mean that you're just a person operating on your own. What will happen if you choose this and you start selling products like that are obviously for financial gain is your account will get banned. I've seen it happen many, many times. So what you want to do is choose either this one, privately owned business. If you're in the US, that will say something similar to like private corporation or whatever. Or if you're not going down the route of making a business, it will be this one, sole proprietor or sole trader, right? But the recommended option is this, privately owned business. So you can see here, it's just giving you a little bit of a warning saying that you need to make sure that you've selected it correctly. I wonder what happens if I choose individual. Yeah, it just says the same basically. So they've actually updated this because before they didn't used to give you this warning, which probably this warning's probably come about because so many people made this mistake. But you can see here it's saying you don't operate in a business or professional context. So this is the one you want private, and they've given you a nice little definition. Then here is where you want to type in the name of the business that you created. So let's just say we called ours Jansen Exports, and then we'll say, yep, I confirm this is correct. And I go through. You can read all that blurb if you want, or just tick it and say you have and press agree. Okay, so then the next page is asking you more details about your business. So you want to put in the company registration number, which is what you'll be given if you get a registered agent to do it for you, or if you do it yourself. So I'm just going to put 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And then here, this is super, super important, guys. Registered business address, not yours. So this is the one that you need to make sure matches exactly word for word, no spelling mistakes or anything like that, according to your official documents and your proof of address, right? So let's just do something like Office 23, Office 12 rather, street name, we'll just do Old Street, and then city, town, London, locality, that could be, your local area, whatever it is. I'm just going to put London again. And then postcode, we'll do SW19 9GH. Always check this, many, many times, because the verification on Amazon is kind of automated. In fact, it is. And if you upload a document that looks ever so slightly different, so if there's no space and there is a space on the identification document, it will get rejected, right? So you just want to make sure that it is completely accurate here. Then you want to just double check your phone number is correct. And then you want to proceed to the next screen. The next part is pretty self-explanatory. This is primary contact person information. So these are going to be your details. It's you logging in each day. Don't give details of your friend or anyone else if you are not with them, because they might be required to do face scanning or whatever. So just fill out your details. Again, make sure that whatever you put in here is correct. No spelling mistakes. So as soon as you've done it, maybe go for a 30-second walk, come back and have another check. Don't get it wrong. So once you have filled out all of the information about yourself, before you scroll down and start to fill out the rest of the forms, just check, and check again what you've written, because as I say, Amazon is super strict when it comes to verification, and if the information doesn't match exactly, they will give you a big no-no when it comes to whether you can sell. The identity proof here, passport, so that's all self-explanatory. If you don't have one, you can put your driver's license in, or if you're from Europe, you can put your national ID in, or whatever you have. So phone number for verification, you will tick that. And then this next bit here, confirm if you are the primary contact person. 99 times out of 100, the answer there is going to be yes. So don't forget to tick both of these. If you are a shareholder or owner of your business and you are going to be doing the work here, you need to tick both of these, right? If you don't tick this one here, is a legal representative of the business, then Amazon, as soon as they create your account, are going to say to you, you need to submit what is called a letter of authority. It's quite easy to kind of get that, put it together, send it in, but it's just a hoop that you're going to have to jump through that can be avoided if you just tick this box, right? So tick it. Then where it says primary contact person is the only beneficial owner of the business. If you're doing this on your own, there's no one else involved, then you would say yes, right? If you are doing it with a mate and they're going to be logging in or whatever, then you would obviously put no, and then you'll need to put in their details as well. Finally, you'll tick I confirm that everything is all correct, all the information is all good to go, and then you just press next. The next page that loads is just to do with your payment details, so your credit or debit card that's associated with your business bank account. You need to put that in so that Amazon knows who to charge the monthly selling fee to. When you become an active seller, that monthly fee will just be deducted from your account balance. But as soon as you create your account, i.e. now, they're going to make that charge. Remember, as soon as you create your account and you get verified, what we recommend you do is downgrade to the free individual plan and then just message seller support and get that reimbursed, right? There's no need for you to have an active professional account if you're not going to be selling. So fill those details out and then press the next button. What you'll then be asked for is information on your store's name, right? So the store name, if you're not familiar with it, is what is displayed in what's called the buy box. So you can see here we've got a picture of like an Amazon listing, and we've just highlighted what the buy box is. So it's where the add to cart button is, the buy now, the price, and all that jazz. If you look below the buy now button, you can see it says, in this case, sold by, and then MU Jism, right? That is that seller's store name. It's not the brand name. It's not the name of the company. It's something completely different. So you're going to be asked for the store name here. Again, don't worry about this. This can be changed in the future. And honestly, I wouldn't spend more than, again, 30 seconds having a think about it. If you made your company name as Janssen Imports, you could call it that. You could call it Janssen's Brands, Janssen's Products, whatever. The point is, this can all be changed, and it's not the same as your brand name, right? So this person, MU Jism, the worst name I've ever heard, that will not be affecting the amount of sales that they make, trust me. But if it was, they could change it. So once you've filled out the store name, you will see 3 different questions that all have yes or no or maybe answers. So the first question, do you have universal product codes for your products? So that means, do your products come with barcodes that can be scanned? We're doing private label here. We're making our own products that are going to be coming with barcodes. So the answer is always going to be yes. The second question, are we the manufacturer or brand owner for any of the products that we want to sell on Amazon? So the answer there is yes, we are going to be brand owners. I would just put some of them just to make sure that your account is kind of not restricted in any way for selling certain products. So we always put some of them. And then the third question is, do you own any government registered trademarks for the branded products that you're looking to sell on Amazon? So if you already own a trademark for the brand that you've created, you can put yes. If you don't have a clue what brand you're going to be creating or what product you're going to be selling, then you could put no. just honestly, don't worry about this question. Like with all of these, to be honest, everything can be changed later on. This page is not super duper important to get completely right. If you do put yes, you'll just be directed to what's called Amazon Brand Registry, where it will allow you to register your brand with Amazon officially. But in this instance, we're going to say no, we don't have one at the moment. That's absolutely cool. So we'll put no, and then we'll scroll to the next page. So the final page is all to do with verification. So this is where you need to be uploading the documents that match word for word, letter for letter, everything, right? Based on what you put on those previous pages. So make sure that you upload scans or photos of your ID. If you selected your passport, then you need to upload a photo of that passport, right? So you open it out, make sure there's no creases on the passport pages. So open it out on the table and take a picture so all four corners are showing, and that the picture of you and the text is completely legible. For the proof of address, that is going to be your residential address unless it says otherwise. And my advice here, just to make sure that there's no issues with the bot reading the scan or anything like that, just go to your online banking or go to your electricity provider or whatever and download a PDF bill and then just upload it, right? And then as soon as that happens, the next step is you'll be like immediately verified. It will just do like a quick sense check to make sure that everything that you put in makes sense and that there's no mistakes. And then they will invite you to an identity verification call, right? They call it an interview. It's not an interview. It's basically you getting on a call with a real life person, and all they want to do is make sure that you are who you say you are. So you'll go on at the time that you book for, and you will show them your passport, you'll show them your proof of ID or your proof of address, whatever, and they'll go, yep, great, you're a real person, you're not a bot, and you are who you say you are. So super duper easy. Now, there could be a couple of circumstances where you're then asked to provide additional documentation. In our experience, that's very rare, and it's something that happens less and less nowadays just because of all these online checks and databases that Amazon has access to. So don't worry about that. So with all that being said, what should then happen a couple of days after you've had your phone interview and you've booked it in is you should get an email saying congratulations, you've been verified and your account has been created. So you can go and have a beer, go and have a glass of orange juice, whatever it is that you like to drink to celebrate, because that's one hurdle that you have just successfully navigated when it comes to selling on Amazon. So with a bit of luck, your Amazon account should be approved within 3 days or so of you applying and passing your verification interview. Now, when you log into your account, you will see something kind of similar to this. And the reason I say kind of similar is because your account is obviously not going to be active. So you're not going to see anything in the sales figures, open orders, and so on. But this is what like an active Amazon account looks like. So you've got your kind of key metrics at the top. So it kind of says, is your account healthy? What's your balance? What's your inventory score? Which is to do with how well you manage inventory in the Amazon warehouses, how many sales your promotions have done, and so on and so on. And then they have like recommendations and things like that. To be honest, the dashboard to me is pretty useless. It's only the key metrics that I ever pay attention to. But I'm just going to very quickly show you like what's where in Seller Central. We will be going through this in more detail throughout this kind of mega video, but I'm just going to show it you anyway. So in the side menu in catalog, this is where you come whenever you want to add a new product to the Amazon website. Inventory is where you go to have a look at, you guessed it, your inventory. So to see how many units you've got in stock, see how many units are on the way to Amazon, and so on. And you can also go here to shipments, which is what you'll be doing whenever you want to get your supplier to send goods straight to Amazon's website, straight to Amazon's warehouse. Pricing is something that I don't typically visit that frequently, and I don't think that you will either as a like private label seller. It's typically something that you might want to do a bit more if you're doing arbitrage and you're like competing for what's known as the buy box with other sellers. So, you know, you probably won't be visiting that one that frequently. Orders, this is where you can go to see every single order, how many you're getting minute by minute, what's being ordered by who, which is really good for the dopamine. Advertising, so this is where you can see your pay-per-click advertising campaigns, and you can kind of set up deals and vouchers and all that jazz. And then what else have we got? So growth is where you would go to open stores in other Amazon marketplaces. So maybe you start selling in the United Kingdom and you want to start selling in Europe or the US, where you would just go here and then you'll go into growth opportunities and then you can apply. Reports, so this is really good if you are very into your data analysis, you want to see all your charts of sales over time and you want to see your conversion and so on. Payments, so this is where you can go and see when you're next going to be paid by Amazon and how many fees you were charged and all that good stuff. Performance is this to do with, you know, not just your account health, but how your products are doing, but with customer feedback. So if a customer returns a product, they'll often be asked why they're doing that, and that will all be collated and put into voice of the customer. Apps and services, B2B, that's not really something that we're going to be worrying about too much. Brands, this is where you'll be visiting a lot if you have a trademark and brand registry, which is something that we do recommend. Once you have decided what product you're going to be selling and what your brand's going to be, we recommend that you jump on this and get your trademark registered as soon as you can, because it's going to give you a ton of additional features. So brand analytics, so you can look at how your brand performs versus other ones. You can do experiments. So you can say, let's test one title versus another one with customers and see which one has a high level of conversion. Customer reviews, so you can see which customers gave you bad reviews and contact them, and so much more. And then finally, we've got Learn, which is like Seller University forums news. Like the Seller University is super basic. It basically just tells you how to use Seller Central, more or less, and how to send goods in. It doesn't give you the nitty gritty of the analyzing niches and how to understand what is a good product and so on and so on. So that is Seller Central in a nutshell. We'll obviously be diving through that in more detail as we progress throughout this video. But let's continue with the section on getting set up. And we're now going to be talking about getting Helium 10. So Helium 10, if you haven't come across it before, is basically a suite of tools designed for new and existing current Amazon sellers, right? It is without a doubt our favorite Amazon FBA tool. We use it every single day, and we use it to analyze product niches, to assess our product's current performance, to help optimize our current listings, just to have a little nosy and see how much money people are making on Amazon, and so much more. So in order to get it, this is quite straightforward information, but I'm just going to walk you through it anyway. So there's going to be a discount link for Helium 10 in the description below, or in the document that we ask you to download. And that will allow you to get the Platinum plan for a nice little exclusive discount for up to 6 months, I believe. I think actually we've got one that's permanent as well. But Helium 10 is honestly essential, and I'm going to show you just like a very quick example of what it can do. Right, so you can see here I have just typed in yoga mat on Amazon.com. Now, as soon as you install the Helium 10 Chrome extension, you'll have this little button up here, and Helium 10 has honestly so many tools, and I'm not going to kind of walk through them all now, because we'll obviously be covering a lot of them as we go through this this video. But the one that you'll be using most frequently when you're kind of wanting to analyze different products is this X-Ray, Amazon Product Research. So what X-Ray does is it will give you a nice little bird's eye view of any product niche that you're currently looking at on Amazon. And when I say bird's eye view, I'm talking literally everything you need to know. So what are the different prices that are being charged? How much money are people making in terms of revenue? How many units are they selling? And so on. So you can see I've literally just run it here and it loaded super quick. We can see this figure here, 377,000 people are typing in yoga mat every month on Amazon. In total, $5.5 million of yoga mats are being bought every single month just in Amazon USA. We can see the average revenue per seller, the average price point, and so on. And then if you want to kind of dive into each individual seller, you can see all the figures here. So Do not worry, we're going to be covering this tool in a lot of detail and like how to analyze different niches and how to basically use it to the best of its ability and your ability later on. So I'm not going to be diving, super deep into this at the moment. But the way that you get it is, first of all, you'll need to register an account with Helium 10. If you decide to not open your Amazon account straight away, that's absolutely fine. You can still use Helium 10 without one. When you log in to Helium 10, it will say, please connect your account, right? You just put no, or you press the cross. You don't need an Amazon account in order to use Helium 10. So even when you're watching this video now, if you're not completely sure that you want to be doing Amazon FBA long term, get Helium 10 and have a play with it. It's a lot of fun. So you'll register your account, and you'll be shown like a page like this. And then all you then need to do is go to Google and type in Helium 10 Chrome extension. Just put in 10 there. And then the first one that loads, this one here or this one, you just click it, and super easy. It loads here, and you just press add to Chrome. Now, the Chrome extension itself does actually have some free features, some of which I think are awesome. Even if you're not going to become a full-time Amazon seller, it's super, super handy to have. So we could just click here, and it will just take a second to load, but I'll show you what is so cool about it. But also, as soon as you get it, you'll get this little button in the top right corner, and you can press it. And I don't think I don't have my sharing settings on so that you can see it, but it's got a list of lots of different tools, and some of which are actually free to use. So there's one called Review Insights. There we go. I just changed my settings quickly so you can actually see it. So hopefully that will now show you. There you go. So you can see we've got all these different tools. So there's X-ray. We've got X-ray keywords. We'll cover that again later. Profitability calculator, so you can see how much these guys are making in profit. Review Insights, and alerts and stuff. So it alerts you each time you get a bad review. But this is the real beauty, this thing here. So this even displays even if you're on a free account. And what I like about it is that this blue line here is basically this yoga mat's like position in Amazon's sales chart, right? So the lower that figure is, it means that the more sales it's making. It's a bit like a music chart, right? The single that's in the number 1 position is selling more than the one that's in number 10 position. So it's the exact same here. So it's really good because if we go back to a year, say, we can see the trend, and we can see when sales really increase for whatever reason. And then we can also see when sales might decrease as well. And that can be really helpful information to have if we're assessing whether a product that we found is like seasonal or trending or goes out of stock. But I did just say a second ago that it's actually really useful information to have and to see this, even if you're not going to be a seller, because it also tells you the sales price. Look at this here, this green line. It says $19.99, and then it drops to 18, and then 17, then it goes back up. How useful is that if you are a buyer, right? Because if you go on here and we go last 7 days, and we can see, okay, the sales price has been $20 for the last 7 days. There's probably not going to be a sale. But imagine this, we've just gone 30 days, and we can see only about a month ago, it was priced at $19.71 versus $19.99. Now, obviously, that's only 20 cents, so it's not worth shouting out about. But for more expensive products, or even just for other products in general, you can honestly find some absolute bargains and stop yourself from, overpaying, because you might log on here and be like, oh, hang on, these guys were charging half this price only 3 weeks ago. So it's likely that they're doing like a monthly deal. I'll come back next week. Honestly, I've saved myself so much cash just by, waiting and using this chart. So yeah, Helium 10 is awesome. We're not going to go super, super detailed on how to use every single tool because they've got learn buttons on all of them. But as soon as you log in, you can go press the tools button and just look at that, how much they've got there. The ones that we'll be running throughout this training are Black Box, and we'll probably also do keyword research, Cerebro, and Magnet. But you can see there's tons of other ones, right? And if you ever click on one and you want to know how to use it, just press the learn button. Okay, so the last thing that we have to set up before we can really crack on with product research and actually getting this show on the road is Alibaba. So Alibaba is basically the Amazon of the supplier world. So it's a sales platform. It's a huge marketplace full of manufacturers that are primarily based in the Far East, so China, but there are also lots of manufacturers that are based in Vietnam, Pakistan, India, even America. So it's super intuitive, beginner friendly, whatever you want. You can literally just come on it, type in, water bottle or whatever. It's quite interesting, if you're, brand new to this and you just want to have a little nosy and just see what's available and how much. And then look, we've got lots of different suppliers all selling these white label products, so unbranded products that will put your branding on it for you, and you can see the price and all that good stuff. So what you will need to do is register an account. Now, I'm not going to go through the process of creating an account on Alibaba because, to be honest, it's really easy and it's nothing like Amazon. You don't need to provide identification or anything like that. But what I would say is you will need to sign up with the email that you made for your Amazon account. Just keep business and personal separate. When it asks for your mobile number, either don't put one in or just make sure that you untick something that says like offer your business card to suppliers. If you don't, then you're going to start getting loads of cold messages on WhatsApp and email and wherever from suppliers that you've never even spoken to before. I've been through that. It's an absolute pain in the ass. So just make sure you do that. But as soon as you've made the account, what you can then do whenever you come and click into any of these listings is you can contact suppliers, message them, ask them questions, say hello, whatever you want. And again, we'll be covering that later on in the training. This is just a very quick intro, letting you know how to get your account set up and just giving you a brief introduction, really. So that is it for this section. You should now have your business set up, your business bank account set up, your Amazon account, Helium 10, and Alibaba. There we go. See you in the next bit. Okay, guys, so in this section, we are going to be running through the different kinds and type of Amazon fees that you're going to be paying as a Amazon seller. It's an annoying fact of life that we have to pay so much to Amazon for the privilege of selling on their platform, but that's just the way it is, right? In exchange for the huge amounts of traffic and sales and profit and whatnot, we have to give Amazon their fair share. So let's go through the different type of fees. There are actually too many fees to cram in to even a mega video like this. So what I'm going to be doing is just focusing on the ones that you're going to be coming across most frequently and also actually paying, right? There's going to be a number of fees that maybe you'll only incur once in your selling careers. So we're just going to focus on the most important ones. So in the previous section, I did already talk about this fee here, which is the seller account fee. So if you are going to be going down the recommended option of getting a professional plan account, then you're going to be paying £30 if you're in the UK or $40 if you're in North America per month, right? That is basically the fee that it costs just for having one of these professional accounts up and running. Now, if you do want to eventually start selling in different geographies, so if you want to sell in North America, Japan, India, wherever, then you can upgrade your account to what's known as a global one, right? It's super easy to do. You don't need to do that at the registration process, at the registration point. You can do it later on as soon as you're ready. All you do is tick a box and it will then charge you £40 instead of $30 or $50 instead of $40. And as soon as you do that, you can send your products wherever you want that Amazon operates. One key thing to mention is that £30 fee, if you're in the UK, that allows you to sell in Europe as well for no additional charge. And $40 in America, that allows you to sell in Canada and Mexico as well. As I already referenced as well previously, you can get one of these individual plans, but there's different costs associated to that. So if we just have a look at the screen now, here we go. You can see that the individual plan, you basically get charged per unit sold, whereas professional, it's fixed, right? There's a whole list of the different benefits and whatnot of getting the professional plan. I don't need to go through it again, but the long and short of it is make sure that you get the professional plan when you're actually you found your product and you want to send it in and so on. You'll get much more benefits. Okay, so those are the first fees that you'll encounter. As soon as you create your account, you'll put in your credit or debit card and you'll get charged. The next type of fee that you will definitely be coming across is the referral fee. So this is basically Amazon's commission for allowing you to sell your product on their platform. So whether you're doing Amazon FBA or fulfilled by merchant, whenever you make a sale, you are going to be charged this referral fee, and it's simply calculated as your sales price, so how much you are charging for your product, multiplied by the referral rate. Now, typically, for most categories, that rate is 15%. And it's super easy to check. So we'll link all this stuff in a nice little document for you. If you just scroll down or you just go on Google and type in Amazon fees, you can see here it says referral fees, and you can see depending on the category it does change. So if you're going to be selling Amazon's own devices, they obviously don't want you to do that. They're going to charge you 45%, which is insane. But you can see, for a lot of these, it's actually 15% for most of them, in fact. But there is actually an easy way to see what your fees are going to be without having to go through and have a look what category it is and so on and so on. And I'll come on to that shortly. So if we just flip back to the deck, and so that's charged per sale, and it's based on the category that your product fits into. Okay, the next fee is the fulfillment fee. So obviously this is only going to apply if you're doing Amazon FBA, and that's what we recommend that you do, right? It's so much easier. It's not passive, but it's hands off, right? You get your supplier to send the product straight to Amazon, then Amazon fulfills on your behalf without you having to lift a physical finger. So the fulfillment fee, again, that is charged per unit that is sold. And the annoying thing is, even if a customer orders 2 units from you, you'll still pay the fulfillment fee times 2, even though they ship it in the same package. Just one of the downsides of doing Amazon FBA, unfortunately. But the fulfillment cost itself, as is probably quite obvious, it's calculated based on the size and weight of your product. So the bigger the product is, the heavier it is, the more hefty it is for a delivery person to send to a customer of yours, the higher the fee is going to be. So it's basically the cost of Amazon picking, packing, posting it for you. And just like before, there is there's different ways of calculating what the FBA fee is. And do you know what? I'm going to show you how to calculate what it is in just a sec once I've gone through these other fees, because I can kind of do everything together. So the fulfillment cost, it will typically range from $1 all the way up to $10, maybe even higher if you're selling something super bulky. If you are selling like a typical household product, you can expect to pay anywhere between $3 and $6. I sell in the UK, and my fulfillment fees are all about £4, $5. Alex and Tom, they sell in the US, and theirs is around that $5-6 mark. So that's the fulfillment fee broken down, and I'll show you how to calculate that in just a sec. In addition to that, you'll also be paying Amazon storage fees, right? Of course. So they've got tons of warehouses all around the world. And when you send your goods to Amazon in bulk, so if you send 1,000 units or whatever, whilst those are being they're waiting to be sold, Amazon will charge you like a storage fee. Now, if you're selling products that are pretty small, then those storage fees shouldn't really be that huge. So I sell very small products, and we're talking products that could fit like there in my hands, right? And at any one time, I've typically got around 5,000 to 6,000 units just stored with Amazon. I have like an independent warehouse as well, but within Amazon themselves is around 5,000, 6,000 units. That costs me in storage fees about $150 a month. So very, very reasonable. However, if you do have a huge product, then you can expect to pay a bit more. Now, the way that Amazon charges their storage fees, and again, I'm going to show you how to figure out what it's actually going to be for a product of your choosing, is they do it based on the time of year. So if it's off peak, which is known as January to September, i.e. not Christmas, then you're going to be paying around 75 cents per cubic foot, right? Whereas if it's peak time, so when all customers are on Amazon, they're buying, they want their Christmas presents, October to December, you're going to be paying quite a lot more. So of course that can have an impact on your profit margins if you're selling huge products. But if you sell, like I say, general household products that, you know, a single person could carry, it, you know, the fee shouldn't be so substantial. And those storage fees are charged at the end of each month. So those are basically the main fees that you should be concerned with when it comes to your Amazon business, right? Of course, there's like advertising costs, but that's not really classed as like an Amazon fee. That's like a cost of you selling the product, and we'll be coming on to that later on in this video. But in terms of the fees that you will encounter most frequently as an everyday seller, it's going to be those. If you are selling in the US, then there are some additional fees that you definitely need to be aware of. And these fees haven't been rolled out in the UK or Europe as of yet. I would be quite surprised if they were introduced, and you'll understand why in a second when I walk through what they are. So the first fee that you definitely need to be aware of if you're going to be selling in the US is what's known as an inbound placement fee. And that is a fee that Amazon recently introduced. And it's essentially where Amazon will say, you ship all of your units to us to a single location in the US, and then we will spread it across the entire country for you to all of our different warehouses, right? And the benefit of Amazon doing that is that a customer based in New York could log onto the Amazon website, see your product, and see that it says available for same day delivery or available for next day delivery, right? Whereas maybe if you just shipped your products to California and all the units were kept there, if someone was looking in the US, it would say 3 or 4 day delivery, and it might put them off buying from you. So Amazon used to do this spreading completely for free. But they obviously realized that it was costing them a fortune in getting people's units and selling them all across to 20, 30, 40 warehouses. So they now charge for that. So they give you two options. They say you can either spread those units for us. So when you are sending a shipment or your supplier sends a shipment, you can send them to 6 different warehouses across the US, or we will do that for you, right? So that inbound placement fee, it can be avoided if you send the units in batches across the country, but obviously that's going to cost you a bit more in shipping fees than if you just sent them all to one warehouse, right? But the fee from Amazon for spreading it for you is you know, it can be fairly costly. And again, it all comes down to how big and bulky the product is. Now, the reason that I would be surprised if this came to the UK is because the UK is tiny, right? And Europe as well, compared to the US, each individual country. So if you send a product to a London warehouse, or you send a product to, I don't know, a Scottish warehouse from your supplier, it's going to cost you the same. And even people that are UK citizens will know this. If you kind of use UPS or whoever, the cost is always the same. It's not based on the distance within the UK. Whereas because of the fact that the US is just so much bigger, geographically speaking, than the UK, it doesn't cost the same, right? So if you were sending a product with UPS, they'd say, oh, you're sending that to a different state, it's going to be X amount difference. So that's the reason why I'd be surprised that this fee introduced to the UK and Europe. The second fee is the low inventory fee, and this kind of has the same reasoning behind it from Amazon as the inbound placement fee. So Amazon, their priority is getting your products to Amazon customers ASAP, same day if possible, if not next day, right? In the US, UK, wherever. Now, in order for them to do that, they need to spread your units across lots of different warehouses so that whenever a customer logs on, they can see that there's a unit in the warehouse down the road from them. They can purchase, bam, it's done. So Amazon, again, introduced this new fee called the low inventory fee that basically says that if your product has consistently low stock, so you've got less than 4 weeks worth of stock, they are going to charge you like a premium, right? An extra fee. And again, the logic there is that if you have barely any stock, they're not able to distribute those units for you. So if a customer does buy from your listing Amazon needs to pay more to get it shipped quicker from California to New York or whatever, right? This fee does not exist in the UK and Europe, and for the same reasons as before, I don't think it will. Now, if you are a brand new seller, you're just getting started, that fee is not going to be introduced for a number of months until Amazon can actually see how much stock you're selling, right? If it's a fast seller or whatever. So it's not something you need to be super concerned with. And then the final fee, and this is going to be introduced worldwide, is like a returns processing fee. So whenever you get a refund request from a customer, you will get like an admin fee that's charged to you. That is, I think it's 5% or 10% of your referral fee that you paid, right? So it's not a huge amount. However, if Amazon sees that your products are being returned far higher by customers than your competitors, then Amazon's going to charge you an extra fee. And again, the logic here is that it's costing them more for processing these additional returns versus everybody else. And it also incentivizes you to make sure that your product listing is, really accurate and descriptive, and basically tells the customer everything they need to know about the product, so there's no surprises, and to essentially just make sure that your product is high quality, right? If you see that you're getting more returns than you'd like, or versus your competitors, you can go back to your supplier and have a word and say, this needs sorting. So there are, of course, many other fees, but those are the main ones that you need to be concerned with. And you might be thinking, wow, how on earth would I, check all of these things? Well, it's not quite as difficult as you might imagine. You don't have to be crawling the Amazon platform, like this, and, trying to find what category it's in and the shape and sizes and all sorts. So what I would recommend that you do whenever you find a product that you like the look of, is one of two options. So the first option is to just go to Amazon, and you need to make sure that you've got helium 10 for this method here. So let me just quickly set this up. Okay, so you would type in the name of the product that you want to assess, so that you want to understand its profitability, and you would click on the competitor that most resembles the product that you want to sell. This is absolutely fine to be doing in the early stages when you just want to get a very quick understanding if the product that you're going to be selling is likely to make you enough profit, right? And when we say enough profit, we normally recommend you looking for at least a 30% profit margin before advertising costs, or 100 to 120% return on investment, again, before ad costs. And I'm going to show you how to do that in a minute. So you need to make sure that you've got the Helium 10 Chrome extension installed, which I showed you how to do in the previous section. And then what you can do is one of two things. So you can either wait for this extension to load here and press profitability calculator, or you can press the little side menu that should appear here, and again, press profitability calculator. And then what will happen is Helium 10 will pull in a bunch of data that it can grab from the Amazon listing. So the current sales price that the seller is selling the product for, the dimensions of the product itself, the manufacturing cost, which is a complete guesstimate, right? So I wouldn't even say take this with a pinch of salt. I'd say you need to actually look up what the product's likely to cost you. I have no idea how they get this figure. I think what they do is they just take 20% of the sales price, because that in a lot of cases is normally what your cost of goods sold represents as a proportion of this price here. Like I said, just you need to do it properly, and we'll show you how to do that later on in this tutorial. The freight cost, so this is actually correct. It's like linked, I think, to Helium 10's freight forwarder or recommended supplier, but that is from China to the US, right? So if you're going to be selling the UK, you need to update that and get an updated quote from somebody, from a shipping agent. And then this information here, look, so this has all been done for us. So we've got the FBA fee. So Helium 10 has looked that up based on the dimensions of the product here, and they can see it's $12.65. The storage fee, so they're telling you how much it's going to cost you per unit per month, depending on the time of year. You've got your referral fee. So, I mean, it says select category, but that's been pulled automatically. Like you can, you could change it if you thought, oh, I think this product could go in a different category, but honestly, I wouldn't need to. And then things like duties, tariffs, I typically just leave that and kind of bake that into this figure here. When you're doing analysis at such an early stage, you basically just want to make sure that this is green, right? So we don't really need to be playing with that yet. Now, what you can see here is it's saying that apparently this seller is currently losing $6.88 per unit, and their profit margin is negative 31, and their ROI is negative 53. So you might be like, right, okay, that's clearly not, a product that should be sold. But this is why I would always say you need to kind of double check these things. Helium 10 is working off a bunch of complete estimates. So like this unit manufacturing cost, and don't worry, Tom is going to show you how to do this later on in more detail. But let's just say we can quickly go to Alibaba and type in yoga mat. This is all you would need to do, if you were looking to get a very quick estimate. We can see the price to $2.90. I mean, apparently $1 there, $2.57. So, you would need to be reaching out to these suppliers to ask them. But, you can see that it's cheaper than what Helium 10 estimated here, $4.40. So that's just put in $2, just to humor this part of the presentation. So if we put $2 in, that should update, unless there's a calculator button somewhere. So once you've done that, there's other things that you can kind of play around with. So you might, actually realize that the dimension of the product is different and so on. But it's this that you need to be paying attention to. Now, this here is a really cool new feature by Helium 10 that basically will show you what the profit could be if you made an optimization on the size or weight of the product. So maybe you get this product for real, sent to you, and you're like, oh, actually, I can make the packaging so much smaller. What you can do is just press this and go on dimensions, and it's saying if you can reduce the size of the product by a quarter of an inch and 0.9 inches on the height, your loss is going to reduce from 322 instead of 448 and so on. So really, really handy. Now, as I said, we are going to be going through all this stuff like later on. I just wanted to show you the quick and dirty way, as it were, if you wanted to very quickly, assess whether a product that you found is any good or not. I'm just thinking now, I'm just trying to figure out what is making this so costly. Yeah, it's the fulfillment fee. That's the reason why it's such a big loss. And also the freight cost is also super expensive. So I just want to show you what it looks like if it's a lot cheaper. That's what it comes out at, right? If you're making a profit. That profit margin, remember, we always want to see 30%, and that ROI, we want to see like 100% plus. So there are ROI means how much are you getting back per dollar that you're investing in stock. So if you buy $100 worth of stock, you want to be getting back in profit at least $100. So your proceeds would be $200. Anyway, I don't want to overcomplicate things at this stage. This is just meant to be a nice little intro. So that is the quick and dirty way. However, if you are seriously considering a product to sell on Amazon, you don't want to do the quick and dirty way, because Helium 10, as we've just seen, they make lots of assumptions. So they make assumptions about the dimensions of the product. We can see here the person has actually put the dimensions here, but that's the dimensions of the product itself. Amazon charges you the fulfillment fee and the storage fee based on the product in its packaging. So for all we know, the packaging for this could be huge, right? Or the supply could have been really clever and they folded up the yoga mat so it's tiny, right? These dimensions here are when it's like laid out and it's about to be used. So this is why I'd say you always need to do the more accurate way if you are seriously considering a product. So to do that, go onto Google, type in Amazon FBA calculator, and then based on where you are, click the appropriate one. So let's just do this one here. This is the US one. You don't need an Amazon account in order to do this. You're going to get a warning message pop up now. And when people see this, for whatever reason, they get scared and they go, oh no, I need to log in. You don't. You just press that here, continue as guest. Bam, you're done, right? So what we can do are two different things. The first thing we can do is actually see what Amazon are charging these guys in terms of the fulfillment fee and the referral fee, and then compare it to Helium 10. So all you would do is you scroll down to where it says additional information or product information here, and you copy what is known as the ASIN. So the ASIN is basically, it stands for Amazon Standard Identification Number, I think. And it's like Amazon's category, like catalog number, right? So you just copy it like that. You can also find it in the URL, which is there. And then you head back to the revenue calculator, and where it says search for products on Amazon, you paste it in like this. Oh, cool. So it says failed to get product match. Let's just refresh to see if that is an actual mistake. I've never actually had that happen before. Let me just copy it again just to make sure that I didn't copy it incorrectly. So continue as guess. We're on Amazon.com. We're going to search. There we go. Okay, so if that happens, you just refresh. Right, so we scroll down and we can see that Amazon's filled everything out for us. So item price, that's what they're charging. The referral fee, $3.30. And actually the fulfillment cost is interestingly enough $12.65. So it's pretty expensive, isn't it? If we just have a look at what Helium 10 had that as, so if we just go back, this is why it's honestly always worth double checking. So we got $12.65, and then the referral fee $3.30. So they were actually bang on. But again, this is why it's really important to always double check. If the seller suddenly managed to get the product to be smaller in the packaging, or you could save yourself a ton of cash there. But yeah, this is the way that you basically the route that you need to follow just before you're launching or about to order your product. Now, one big thing that I haven't mentioned is the price. Don't just assume that you can charge that $21.98. Alex and Tom are going to cover this again in more detail, but I just want to mention it now. Don't just kind of see that and be like, yeah, that's what I'm going to charge. You need to make sure that your product is as good, if not better, than all of your competition. And when you're first launching, the price needs to be in line, right? So that is the first method of easily checking the official fulfillment rate and storage cost and all that good jazz, and like the inbounding cost and all that stuff, right? So, and obviously that inbounding cost there, it says $2.70. We wouldn't just be sending one unit. So you'd put in, how many you'd be expecting to send, and then it would kind of, work it out for you. I don't know why, but for some reason it's being a little bit buggy today. I've never had these issues before. So apologies for that. Right. But anyway, let's get back to it. If you want to work out exactly how much your fees are likely to be based on your product that you are going to be selling. So maybe you've got really creative and you've got rid of loads of wastage. You've managed to put the instructions to be digital, so the weight is lighter if it was a heavy book, and you've just done everything you can, right? Rather than just looking at what a competitor is paying, you press define product, right? You select the store that you want to sell in. If this is the North American one, you put your unit of measurement in. I'm in Europe, so I'm going to be doing centimeters. So let's just see like this, 20, unit weight, we could say 0.1 kilo. You put the category in, right? If you're unsure of what category it goes in, super simple. You just look at a competitor, right? And you can see here, additional information. They're in sports and outdoors, right? In the bestseller rank bit. So we go back to there. We can scroll down and find sports and outdoors there. Item price, let's just say $20. Shipping charge, I would just put that at 0 because we're going to be sending it to Amazon FBA. And then we put estimate, right? And then what will happen is Amazon will tell you what the referral fee is going to be, which is based on your sales price. So that's 15% of that because of the category. Then we've got the fulfillment cost, $7.16. How easy is that? You don't need to read lots of documents and PDFs, which there are many of when it comes to Amazon's fees. You just come and do this, right? So when you are using our profitability calculator, which we will give, in one of our downloads below, you can literally just fill out all the cells according to the referral fee, the FBA fulfillment fee, and so on and so on. So, and there you go. The total FBA placement fee is going to be 68 cents. And I imagine that would also change based on the number of locations and units that we're looking to sell. So there, and then you've got the updated margin and all that jazz. So that is the way that we recommend that you follow if you are, you know, ready to pull the trigger and you're serious about a product. Always do that, because helium 10 is just an estimate. Okay, so that is it for this section on Amazon fees. See you guys for the next.
All right, I wanted to rudely interrupt and let you know about a little secret Easter egg. So if you're watching this, right, and you're interested in either starting your own brand, doing Amazon FBA, doing D2C, whatever it is, well, you're obviously interested in that, right, because you're watching this video. I will give you 20% if you quote this little clip that I'm saying to you right now. So this video is about 17 hours long, right? And if you're watching this and you're interested in joining our community, which you can see the Discord channel of here, right? So this is basically where you can, you know, network with other entrepreneurs. You can ask us any questions anytime. You can learn how to do e-commerce properly from people that have got skin in the game, right? So if you quote this video and you say, I saw this little clip in the mega video, call it the mega video, that's what we're calling it. If you say, and you quote me saying this, I will give you 20% off. So if you're interested in joining Honest FBA, I will give you 20% off. All you got to do is quote this video when you book a call, whatever it is. Click the link in the video description or go to honestfba.com, and we've got links there where you can apply. We don't just let absolutely anybody into the community, but there's an application process. So check out the video description or go to honestfba.com if you're interested in joining our wonderful community, and quote this little clip and say, look, Alex said I can have 20% off, and I'll give you 20% off. That's as simple as it is. That's it. That's it. I'll let you get back to the video. Enjoy it. 20% off. Quote this video. All right, let's get into it. So we're going to do an introduction to product research. So we're going to go over the fundamentals and the theory that you guys need to know, right? Because obviously we're teaching you how to fish. We're not just providing you with a big bluefin tuna. So you're not finding a product, right? You are.
Where did that come from?
No.
I thought that was pretty good.
Keep this in. Let's keep going.
Sorry. I need to get my composure. We can just edit this bit out, can't we?
No, this is it. This is organic. This is what we like.
Right, so, look, guys, the first thing that I want you guys to understand, right, is what you will see a lot of the time from Amazon gurus in the space. They will tell you that you need to find a winning product. And the first thing that I want you to understand is that you're not finding a winning product. You are creating one. So I've got a few examples to kind of illustrate what I mean. So drinking water, right? I think this brand is Costco, isn't it, Kirkland? But drinking water is a niche that historically has been pretty boring. You know, it's always the same. All the brands look the same. You look on the shelf, it's just whatever. It's drinking water. It's not very interesting. Until the last few years, a brand has absolutely exploded onto the scene. So unless you've been living under a rock, you've probably seen this brand. It's Liquid Death. Basically, what
if you're in the US, I don't think it's in the UK, Al.
It's not in the UK at all.
No.
Oh,
well, I've never seen it, so
well, it is in cool bars. So obviously Jansen hasn't.
That's interesting. I thought it
who
was.
Who goes to a bar and goes, "Yeah, man, I'll have a Liquid Death,"
give me a
Liquid
Liquid
Death.
£6. So unless you've been living under a rock or in the UK, you will have seen this brand. So basically, this brand, I think, in the space of 3 to 4 years, have gone from not existing, and I think they're valued at $1 billion now. So basically, they didn't find this brand, right? They didn't find this product. They created this product, and what they've done to stand out in a niche that's super, super saturated is they've just created an amazing looking brand, a great name. They've done great marketing, and this is how they've stood out. So they didn't find this product, they created it. And then we've got boring old products like this, right? So this is basically a bin bag. Everybody's seen them, everybody uses them. Super boring, all look the same. And then we got this brand, which is, I think, only in the UK. So obviously this just looks so
unless
much
you've been
different.
living under a rock, mate. Everyone's heard of bee spin bags.
There you go. Yeah, unless you've been living under a rock. And you can see, again, right, the way that this product and this company have stood out in a really boring market is by just making bin bags a little bit different. So this is the kind of point that I'm trying to get across to you guys. And I've got another example here. I think this was a brand that Jansen might have mentioned earlier. Again, you've got water bottles, not very interesting, you know, just whatever, you put your water in it when you go to football or to the gym. And then this brand called Chili's came along. Now, I don't know if Chili's were the first sort of brand to do this, But basically, they just made water bottles sexy. Do you know what I mean? I remember there was a girl that I used to work with, and she had one of these on her desk, and it had all these like big blue whales all over it. And I swear, like when she got it and she brought it into work, for the first week or so, everybody walking past stopped and picked it up and was like, "What's this?" and like, "What's the brand called?" And all they really did was take an existing product and they put a spin on it. So they didn't find this product. They didn't stumble across it. They created it. And then you've got baby wipes or wet wipes. Again, same thing, really boring. Everything kind of looks the same. And then this is a brand that's burst onto the scene over the past couple of years called Dude Wipes. Again, I think this is close to $1 billion company. I think just on Amazon alone, they do about $20 million a month in sales. It's literally the same product. It's not revolutionary. They didn't really change the actual wet wipes themselves. All they did was create a really nice brand around it that really stands out. And they targeted specifically men. I mean, you can obviously tell that with the brand name.
Dude.
My dad's just walked. My dog's just walked into lie next to me. So, and then we've got creatine. So if Tom, you're a big gym goer, aren't you? Do you take creatine?
I do actually, yeah.
There you go. So I mean, I've taken creatine over the years. One of the things with taking creatine is that it's a bit annoying. You got to put the powder in water, or you just got to sort of take it on a spoon, and it's not very nice. This is a huge brand called Optimum Nutrition. So recently, this brand kind of burst onto the scene called Create. They basically just taken creatine and they've made it more convenient. So again, they didn't find this product. They created this product and they created this brand. They've made taking creatine, more convenient for people. So people often overcomplicate product research. And when you first start out, it can be a little bit overwhelming, right? Because there's so many products. There's literally hundreds of thousands of products on Amazon. And you kind of think, what do I do and where do I start? And what I'm trying to do here is give you a very simple sort of overview of the way that you need to think about this. So product research is simple. It's not complicated. It takes time. But if you understand these sort of simple fundamentals and you follow these steps, then you're going to be golden. And by the end of the 3-day boot camp,
challenge.
There we go. By the end of the 3 days, you're going to have a short list of products. So the first step in product research is you need to use a tool like Helium 10, which is a tool that we've used for years on a daily basis to find products with demand. So we'll
show you how to use that tool in this.
Yeah, so we're going to show you live. We're going to actually show you how to use Helium 10. Basically, Helium 10 allows you to go to any product on Amazon, and it allows you to see how many sales that specific product is doing on a monthly basis. Now, this will blow your mind when you first do this, because you will browse around Amazon and you will see random products and you will see them doing tens of thousands of dollars in sales or pounds every single month, and it will blow your mind. So the first step is you need to find products that have got existing demand, because you might have an amazing idea for a product. If it's not got people searching for it already on Amazon, then you can put it on Amazon, but nobody's going to buy it. So you are capturing that existing demand. People are already searching for whatever product it is that you want to sell, and you're gonna capture that.
Yeah, I think that's a really important thing to remember when it comes to selling on Amazon. So like Alex said, if you've got the best idea in the world, if customers aren't already searching for it and looking to buy it, it's just not going to do well. Amazon's not the right platform. The majority of people, probably 99% of people that go to Amazon, they've got buying intent. They already know what they want to buy. They just don't know who they want to buy it from. And it's your job to persuade them. Exactly.
Step number 2, you've got to check that demand fits your budget. Now, this is something that we're going to show you exactly how to do this. This is one of the big mistakes that beginners make. So basically, the bigger the demand and the bigger the niche, the bigger the demand for those particular products, the more money that you need to launch them. So if there's people, for example, selling sunglasses on Amazon, my dog actually chewed these yesterday.
You don't like that little meme, that little, like when they spin in.
If there's people selling sunglasses, so if you search sunglasses on Amazon and you use Helium 10, you'll probably see that there's people doing hundreds of thousands of dollars in sales every single month. you're going to need a big budget to launch a product like that. So what we're going to help you do is we're going to help you understand, okay, I've got $4,000 or I've got $5,000. What types of products should I be looking at that fit my demand so that you can launch them and you can sell them properly? Because this is a really important part of the process. And then we got step 3. You need to find a way that you can stand out. So if you think back to my example, if you think about the bin bag example, so whoever looked at that, they saw that a lot of people are buying bin bags every single month. And then they thought, well, if we just sell another bin bag that just looks like the rest of them, we're not really going to stand out. So every single time that you look at a product when you're doing your research, you need to think about this. How can I stand out to the customer? How can I look different? And how can I catch their attention? If you think about all the brands that I just mentioned, you've got Liquid Death, you've got the creatine brand. They all really stand out when you put them up against the competition. And that's what you guys need to do. And this is a really fun part for me because you can get very, very creative. The next step is you need to check that the product makes enough profit. So when we talked about your ROI just earlier, you need to make sure that you're making enough of a profit margin. So we're going to show you how to do this. But obviously you could sell sunglasses on Amazon, but if you're only making 2% profit margin, then you're not really going to make much money. Now, this might seem obvious, but a lot of beginners get this wrong. So we're going to show you how you do this so you can make sure that whatever products it is that you're looking at selling, they're going to make enough profit so that your business can grow and you can actually make money, right? Because it's not just about making sales, it's about actually making a profitable business. And then you basically need to order the product in bulk. So when we talked about that product that Tom and I just launched, we actually sourced that product in the US market. Most of our products are sourced in China. We've got friends that source products in India, in Vietnam. There's a lot of different places. The majority of stuff that you're going to be looking at is going to be on Alibaba, which is a website for finding suppliers in China. But this part of the process is basically where you're going to say, hey, I'm going to order 1,000 units of my sunglasses, and then I'm going to send them to Amazon, and then the customers are going to go online and buy them. And then you're going to be creating your brand and your listing. So this is a super crucial part of the process again. All of the brands, like I mentioned earlier, they all look great. So we're going to help you understand, I think on day 3, exactly how to do this. So we're going to help you understand how you can, hire graphic designers, how you can make your brand and your listing, which is where people, that's like your shop front on Amazon, how you can make that look amazing. So when people see it, they think, God, I want to buy these sunglasses versus, boring old Ray-Bans. The next thing is you need to launch the product on Amazon. So we're going to show you exactly how to do this as well. There are different ways to do this. We've got a very, very specific way of doing this, which has been super successful for us. It's not super, super complex. There are things that can go wrong if you don't know exactly what you're doing, but we're going to lay it out very simply for you so that you know exactly how to do this. Then you need to stack up your cash, count the Benjamins.
You won't be able to move.
You're gonna. So that's basically it. You use a tool like Helium 10. You're finding products that have got demand. You check that demand, it fits your budget. You find a way that you can stand out with that product, whether it's sunglasses or water or headphones or towels, whatever it is. And then you check that product makes enough profit. You order that product in bulk from your supplier, and then you create your brand and your listing, and then you launch it on Amazon. And then you've got a business. And this can seem a little bit complicated. We're going to go through all of the steps over the next couple of days. By the time you've gone through this, all of this is going to make sense. And it's going to feel, you're going to feel super confident that you can sort of move ahead. All right, folks, welcome to the live product research section. So I think the section before this was probably on the fundamentals of product research. There might have been something in between there. But hopefully now, by the time, if you got to this part of the video, right, you understand the core fundamentals of doing product research, right? We're not really finding products, we're creating them, right? What I'm going to show you now is some actual hands-on product research. Now, I'm going to show you, first of all, kind of the kind of old school way that still works really, really well. And this is how I would advise almost everybody starts to learn product research. But after this, I'm going to show you some alternative ways, right? I'm going to show you some alternative ways that I've been using lately that I think are absolutely incredible. But you need to watch this bit first, right? Because this is using helium-10. So if we remember back to the steps, right? Find products with existing demand using helium-10. If you don't have helium-10, get the discount in the video description. Obviously, we get a little bit of affiliate kickback from that, but honestly, I think you can save 20-30%. And you need to get helium-10, right? You need to get in it. So you need to get it. This coffee is making me mix up my words. So I'm going to show you some live product research, right? Now, there's a couple of ways that you can do it. So helium-10 have got this tools drop down at the top, right? Now you can go look at all the stuff that they've got. They've got so much stuff now: keyword tracking, market tracker, scribbles for building. We use this every single day, right? I've used this every single day pretty much for the past 4 years. But what we're going to be going on, we're going to be clicking on black box, and it brings you to this screen, right? So basically what you do is you can fill in all of these filters. And my main sort of point with these filters that I want to get across is there aren't any winning filters. And again, to go back, you're not finding products, you're creating them, right? I want to keep repeating that throughout the video. But, you know, there's not one set of filters that's going to help you find these crazy opportunities, right? So you've just got to play around with it. There's not really a single price range that you should look at. I'll talk about review counts in a minute. Review ratings is how you filter for, you know, the quality of the ratings in a niche or whatever. I'll talk about all of these a little bit, but I'm not going to go into every single one of them, right? Because you can play around with them. And if you're not sure, just hover over. Obviously, some of them are self-explanatory. Some of them take a little bit of working out, but like you just hover over this little thing and it'll show you what the filter means. So you can do this in a couple of ways, right? What you can do, the most common way is you look on this, use this products tab. So this products tab is essentially what it will do. It will show you individual products, right? It will just, you'll fill in all these filters and then it will show you products. And that's a great way to just start your research, right? The best way that I've ever done product research is starting on helium-10, and then you end up clicking on a product, you end up on Amazon, and then you end up down a rabbit hole, and you'll spend 20 minutes on Amazon, 30 minutes, and then you might go back to helium-10, back to Amazon, back to helium-10. And a way that I really like to do it is using this keywords tab. Now, what this does is instead of showing you specific products, it shows you search terms or keywords. Now, these are the keywords that people are searching on Amazon. So I really like this because what it does is instead of showing you the individual product, it's showing you what niches exist. So if I see people searching for yoga mats or for bin bags or for baby wipes, it's showing me the actual search terms. So I prefer that, right? So let's have a look at these filters. So the first one is search volume. So how many people every month are searching this keyword, right? We, depending on our budget, if we've got an absolutely massive budget, then maybe we want to look for keywords that have got 50, 60,000 searches a month or more. If we've got a really small budget, then maybe we want to look for search terms that are a little bit smaller. Now, we'll cover all of this stuff. So if any of it doesn't make sense off the bat, don't worry too much, right? But what I'm going to do, just for the sake of the video, I'm going to say a minimum of 500 search. Actually, no, I'm going to say a minimum of 1,000 searches, and I'm going to say maximum 40,000 searches. So this is going to show me keywords that have got at least 1,000 and a maximum of 40,000. And my dog's doing something. Oh, he's just moving under there. I could hear my dog in the background and it's very distracting. So monthly revenue, this is showing you the estimated average revenue from the top products in the niche, right? So I want to see minimum 5,000, maximum, I'm going to put 120,000. Now, 120,000 is big. You would have to have a pretty big budget to enter a niche like that. But this is what I'm going to do. Just play around with it. Price. There's a lot of talk about price. One thing that I will say is if anyone says to you there's one way to do Amazon FBA, just unsubscribe. There is not one way to do Amazon FBA. There's many different ways to skin a cat. There's many different ways to do Amazon FBA, right? There's many different ways. We've got products that we sell for $20 and they kill it. And you know why they kill it? Because we land those products in Amazon for about $2 and we sell them for $20. I think it's $2.40, that product. We found it in, it's sourced in the US and we sell it for about $20. So the profit margin is crazy high, but we've also sold products that are $60, $70. We know people selling products for $200. So my point here, right, is don't think that you have to sell a product at a certain amount. I honestly wouldn't put a maximum. Like, you know, you don't want to be selling stuff that you can't afford to sell. But if you've got a product that's like a $250 product, but maybe you only sell 2 of them a day, right? And you do 2 units a day, you do $500 a month, $15,000, $15,000 a month. So the higher the price point, usually the fewer units that you're going to sell on a daily basis. If you're selling a $15 product, maybe you sell 500 of them a day. But if it's a $200 product, maybe you only sell 2 or 3 or 4 or 5. Do you get what I'm saying? The one thing that you have to look at and be careful of is the cost of PPC. So we'll show you how to work this out. The cost of PPC, if you've only got a $15 product, and if you have to pay $2.50 for 1 click with PPC, which is advertising, it makes it difficult. So that's all you need to, when you're working out your profit margins, you need to understand what your cost per click is going to be roughly. And you need to do all these calculations. We'll show you how to do this later on in the video, so don't stress too much. Review count. Do not look for max. Do not think, and I've got another video where I cover this. Do not listen to the gurus when they say find products that have got a review count of less than 300 reviews, because it's nonsense. All you're going to do if you do that is find new niches, and by the time you get your product live, it's going to be completely saturated, right? So I don't put a minimum or a max. I don't care about the reviews initially, right? If the niche is everyone's got 20,000 reviews, of course that's going to be difficult to compete with. So you use your common sense, but don't put any maximum here. Don't do it. Review rating. If I wanted to put 4.5 or 4.2 or 4, then if I put 4, it's going to show me a lot of keywords where the products that rank are not that great, because if it's only got 4 out of 5 stars, there's a lot of room for improvement. So this is a good way to find products that are not doing very well. I like to keep this quite wide. Word count, I would put at 2, because if you put it at 1, you're going to get a lot of brand names. You're going to get like Nike and stuff like that, right? And you don't want that. The next one is categories. You can really pick anything. Baby. I would just look at everything, right? Even food. I used to say don't sell anything that you consume, but you can. Consumables are amazing products to sell. We know somebody that sells a pasta product and he absolutely kills it. He fucking kills it. So don't discount stuff like this. So I'm just going to pick a few of these, right? Home and kitchen. I'm going to put gourmet food, because it might throw something different up, because we like to do things differently around here. Pet supplies, going to put that. Sports and outdoors, right? So just pick a few categories, right? Shipping size. Ideally, right, in an ideal world, you've got a very small product that you can sell for a high price. If you've got a product that fits in something this big and you can sell it for $100, chances are that your margin is going to be really high, right? Because your Amazon fees are going to be low, your shipping fees are going to be low. That's the holy grail, really, but not always, right? So I wouldn't completely discount bigger stuff, but personally, I would rather go for large standard or small standard. So let's have a look. What else have we got? Variation count. I don't want to see stuff that's got tons and tons of variations. Let's take, for example, t-shirts. You don't really want to be trying to sell apparel and t-shirts and stuff, because if you've got 15 size variations and 4 color variations, you've got to buy so much stock. As a beginner, just keep it simple. Don't try and do stuff that's too difficult in the beginning. I'm going to have a look at the rest of these, but I think that's about it. So then all you do is play around with all this stuff, read what it means, and then just play around with it. And I'm going to get into it, or else we'll just sit on this all day and you'll get bored. Right. So here's where it gets fun. Here's where you've got to go through all of this stuff, and you've got to look at what exists, and you've got to go through the steps that I outlined before. So let's have a look. What we then get is we get all of these keywords, and it gives us the monthly search volume. It gives us the average price. It gives us the average monthly sales, the average monthly revenue, the average BSR, which is the bestseller rank. This tells you how, in relation to other products, how well these products sell. Title density, you don't really need to know that at this point. It's not that important. And it gives you the average number of reviews and the review score, right? So what you can do is you can click on this and you can click view on Amazon. So what I usually do is I'll do this and then I'll just go through, and if anything sort of catches my attention, I'll just click on it, right? So the first one that catches my attention is this charcoal pellets, right? So we can see the average revenue of the top sellers is about 100,000. So it's not a super small niche. You would need a decent amount of money to go into this. And a really sort of interesting or important part of this is this monthly search volume, right? If you click on this, what's going to happen is it'll bring up this. And what you can see is the search volume over time. So this means this shows you how many people search for this product. And you can see it looks like it peaks in the summer, right? Because people buy charcoal in the summer to do barbecues. So it during the winter it goes down and then up and then down and then up, right? So over time it kind of peaked. Well, you can see here it probably peaked during COVID, and then every year it's a little bit seasonal. Now you can sell seasonal products, right? I would recommend trying to find products that are not too seasonal. Like we've got most of our old products were seasonal. What happened was during the spring, some months we were doing $300,000 a month, right? And then spring would end and we'd fall off. And some months we did $50,000. So when you've been up at 300,000 and then you go down to 50,000, trust me, it sucks. So like you ideally want to find something that's not too seasonal. But I'm just going to have a look at this because the way that I like to teach Amazon is I like to teach it in a way. I'm not telling you this is the only way to do it. There's many different ways to do it. But this is an interesting product for me because this is a product that is a consumable, right? People buy it more than once. You don't just buy charcoal pellets once, right? If you get some that you really like, then you're going to buy them a lot, right? So that is something for me that is a big plus. We now sell products that are subscription based. If you're a beginner, you don't have to look for products like this, but it's something that you should consider. So what I do, right, as soon as I click on it, I'm just starting to get a feel. I'm thinking about who's buying it. I'm thinking, all right, people that barbecue. Who is it? Is it mostly dads? Is it mostly men? Is it women? What do they really care about? Do they want something cheap and cheerful? Do they want something that flavors the product? Do they want something that's high quality? And then I start to look at what exists. So what's on the market? The first thing that I'm seeing is a lot of these brands are just really boring, right? They don't really do anything to stand out. Like this one is, USDA organic certified. Packaging looks a bit different. But if this was me, I'd be thinking, can I make like a charcoal brand that really, really stands out? That just the packaging is different, the name is different. And later on in the video, I'm going to show you how using AI, you can start to bring some of these ideas to life, right? But that's what I'm thinking. The next thing I'm going to do is I'm going to hit helium-10. I'm going to go to the X-ray because I want to see what the size of this market is, right? So we can see the total revenue is about $1.8 million. So across all of these products, there's nearly $2 million of sales every single month, right? So it's a big market. It's not a small market. That means beginners, it's probably not a beginner-friendly market. What I like to do is you see here all of this sponsored product stuff, right? This means this is advertisements. So you can actually remove them because we want to see who is on this front page without paying for advertising, right? So I'm thinking about how can I be creative? How could I stand out in this market, right? Could I launch some charcoal that would stand out to people more than these guys? So these guys are the #1 organic spot. So that means that they're selling a lot of these, right, to be in this organic spot. One key thing about this market that is a bit of a red flag is when you look at here where it says seller, country, or region, what you'll see is that a lot of these products are sold by Amazon. So Amazon. And that's a bit dangerous, right? Because Amazon don't have to pay Amazon fees because they're Amazon. So what that means usually is they can sell for a much lower price and it's very difficult to compete with. That's one thing to keep an eye on, right? But what I would be doing is I'd be going in here, I'll look at the reviews, I'll look at the product packaging, I'll look at the branding, and I'll think, is there a way for me to stand out? Now, what's interesting about this, right, is this is actually a different keyword. This is not just charcoal. This is charcoal pellets, right? When you're doing your product research, right, you're going to find categories and then you're going to find subcategories and then you're going to find subcategories, right? So if you think about a good one to think about to visualize this is yoga mats. You've got yoga mats, then you've got yoga mats for women, you've got yoga mats maybe for men, you've got yoga mats for kids, you've got extra large yoga mats, you've got non-slip yoga mats, you've got yoga mats for whatever, I don't know. But you have the main category at the top, and then you have all of these different subcategories, right? And a great way to do your research is to find the main category and then what we call niche down. So you find the main category and then you come a little bit lower. And this is a great example because the main category is charcoal, right? If I come up to all departments here, if I search charcoal, another thing that Helium 10 does amazingly well, right, is it'll pull up all of these keywords here. And I love this bit. This is my favorite part of Helium 10, right? Because look, it shows you all of these related keywords. So charcoal pills, obviously some of this is, charcoal toothpaste is a bit different. So we got charcoal chimney, charcoal grill, charcoal starter, charcoal. So look, you've got charcoal pellets, and then you've got charcoal briquettes, charcoal lighter. You can start to see here, right? If you had a brand, you could sell all of this stuff. You could sell the briquettes. You can see the search volume here for briquettes. You'll see again that it spikes in the summer or whatever. But this is a little bit of a sub niche because these are charcoal pellets, right? Charcoal pellets. So I want to look again at this product here, right? Boring branding. It's probably quite difficult to beat Amazon because Amazon are selling this product, which means it probably is quite difficult. Now, what you can come down to, you can come down here, and this is what's known as the bestseller box or the BSR box, right? This line is tracking the bestseller rank. Now, every product on Amazon has what's known as a bestseller rank. If you are the number one best-selling product, your BSR or your best-selling rank is 1. So the higher the number, the fewer units that product sells. So the lower the number, the more it sells. So you can see here, this it says sales rank 4,782. That tells me, just from doing Amazon for years, if it's got a sales rank of about 4,000, it's not super crazy demand, but it's not doing super well, but it's not doing bad. If it's above 10,000, it's not really selling that many. If it's above 15,000, it's not really selling that many. But what's good is you can click this button where it says all time, and you can see the historic data. So you can see how long they've been selling this product for. Like, it's been selling since 2021, and the green line shows the price. So what you can do is you can check all of the price history. You can check all of the sales history. It's super, super interesting. This is something that I encourage you to play around with. So this is the process, right? I'm going to Helium 10, and then I'm clicking. I'm seeing what's interesting. Cleaning caddy, game cameras, camping showers. I really love subscription-based products. So what stands out for me, bird repellent. Let's have a look at this. Anything to do with repellent or pest stuff, it can be a little bit tricky, right? Because you've got to be a US-based company to sell pesticides or repellent and stuff like that. So pest repellent, right? If you want to sell pesticides and stuff like that, you're going to have to get permission from Amazon. It can be a little bit difficult. That's something to bear in mind, right? But this one stood out for me because bird repellent, I just know these types of products are subscription-based products that people buy every month, maybe every 2 months and stuff like that, which is something that you want in e-commerce. You don't have to have that, but it's something that you want, right? So that's just something to consider. So basically, when you're doing your product research, I would recommend that you start out like this. Start by using Helium 10. Either use the product, the product part or the search term part, and just go through this, right? And get used to kind of looking at all of this stuff. A lot of this stuff, because I've put food in here, I'm going to get a lot of this sort of stuff, right? A lot of it is not going to be that great to look at. Sometimes it is, like a bourbon smoker. Let's have a look at that. What is that? 41,000 bourbon smoker. I've seen this. So these smoking kits. I've seen a lot of these. These are the kind of products that you can market really well on social media. The price point on these can be quite good. Like, some of them are a little bit more expensive. People buy these as gifts. But like, look at these. Like, everybody is doing the same thing, right? Every one of these just looks identical. They all use the same type of branding. They use the same sort of font, the same sort of text. It all just looks very, very similar. So the whole time I'm doing my research, I'm just thinking, how could I do something different? This looks great. Look at this video. That's cool. So that's what I'm looking at, right? I'm looking and seeing, what's the demand like in the niche? Are there people doing hundreds of thousands of dollars in sales? If there are, and I don't have, tons and tons of cash, then maybe I want to find a smaller market. What I will do is I'll look in the US, and then I'll also look in the UK market. So if you're looking at this and you're from the UK and you're thinking, oh, everything's in dollars, don't worry about it. Like, we're from the UK. We sell in the US and we sell in the UK. That's the beauty of Amazon. you can sell in any market, right? So you can use Helium-10. You look at all of these keywords or all of these products, whatever. I'm going to have a look at a couple more. And the whole time, I'm just looking at niches and I'm thinking, how could I stand out here? You know, what can I do to really stand out? This is a good one. Cologne display. So this is like if you've got, you know, if you're really into your perfumes and your aftershave, as we call it in the UK, this type of product for me, a little bit of a red flag here is the top seller is $9, right? So I'm going to have to do something really good to compete with that. And this is a good example of where you see Amazon is quite price sensitive, because if I've got people at the top for $8, $7, I'm not really looking to launch something. You do have these people here, right? Like you've got this one, $40. That's doing quite well. Quite a new product as well, low reviews. Let's have a look. So I would look at this and I'd think, all right, well, what could I do differently here? How could I stand out? Remember what we talked about before? Like, how could I stand out visually? How could I stand out functionally? And also be realistic when you're doing your research and you think you've got to compete with this person, right? So if I'm looking to sell one of these, I've got to think realistically, how am I going to beat this person, right? Because it's $40. It's got good reviews. 4.7 out of 5 is really, really good. The listing looks nice. What can I do that's going to make me stand out versus these guys? Because if I'm looking for one of these, I see this and I'm like, yeah, no, it looks pretty good. You know, if you come in and you're trying to sell one of these for $50 and it looks exactly the same, you're gonna struggle. So you've really got to be thinking like, how am I going to stand out? Like, if my product is one of these, how am I going to make it stand out? I can't think of a way right now. What I would do is I would research more into, this is mostly men. What do men care about? Is there a way? Is there something visual that I could do, that I could create here that would really, really help me stand out? And then I'd be thinking, how can I build a brand around this? You know, can I actually launch my own cologne perhaps a bit later on? A lot of these, you know, they're just going to be cheap Chinese brands that just launch this stuff and they make a half decent listing and what have you. But I mean, look, this is the way that they're standing out. But do people really care about a glow in the dark one? I'm not really sure. I'm thinking, I don't know, is there a way that you could do maybe a carbon fiber one that looks carbon fiber that could really stand out? Like all of these are made from wood. You know, would people really care if it was, you know, if it looked different? Is that something? So these are all the things that I'm kind of thinking. And this is why I'm not trying to tell you that there's these hacks, right? It's about understanding these concepts and these fundamental things and just looking at all of this stuff and just going through and seeing all of these different niches. A s'mores kit, let's have a look at that. Again, what I can see, right, is if this keyword volume is less than like 5,000, the niche isn't really that big. Like if it's only 1,000, it's not really that big, which is pretty good for beginners, right? If you'll probably see in December this will go up, but it's usually around 1,000. So the demand isn't crazy high. Which if you're a beginner and you just want to launch something cheap and cheerful and just go through the process, something like this could be quite good for you. I mean, look, this is, you're getting a lot of big brands here, which is not good. You're competing against Hershey's. That's going to be very, very difficult. So that would be a red flag for me. There's some really cheap products in here, which I don't really like. This is an interesting one. Tabletop fire pit bowl. $26. That's cheap, isn't it? It's a little mini thing. Look at that. The thing with products like this, right, is like this is going to be difficult to customize. Like if you really want to stand out, it's going to be quite difficult to customize because it's made of plastic, probably some metal stuff in there. So you've also got to be thinking about this, right? Like how easily can I customize that product? Because if you want to sell one of these, the reality is you're probably just going to have to private label it, which is just slap a logo on there, just whack a logo on and whatever. But the problem is you're probably not going to be able to just do that and then sell this for the same price. You're probably going to have to sell this for maybe $34, $35, and then it might be different. It might be difficult for you. But have a look around, see what other people. You got some grey ones. You got this weird shape. You got stuff like this. Just have a look around. Have a look at what's on offer and be thinking, how can I do something different? How can I stand out? Let's go back. I'm going to keep looking. Well, hopefully you're getting the point here of that I'm thinking about all of these concepts, around how can I stand out? What can I do a little bit different? I need to change these filters, I think. Minimum. Maximum 2, I don't want that. Minimum 2 word count. Because if you saw, I was getting all of these results that were just one word, and I don't want that. So Fishka's pruning that. So if I notice it's a brand name, I'm not going to click on that. Fish tank decorations large. That's very specific. I want to look at something that would genuinely pet first aid kit. Let's have a look at that. That's an interesting one, isn't it? Ideally, what we want to find is something where we think we can stand out. We think we can do a little bit different. It fits the budget that we've got, and it's got a good profit margin. So let's have a look at this. Now, the first thing that you see is everything just looks the same. Like 1, 2, 3, they just look identical, right? Let's have a look how much money these top sellers are doing. And as I'm doing it, just take mental note of like everything that the process of what I'm clicking on. You know, I'm clicking on Helium 10. I'm getting rid of these adverts. I don't want to see the adverts, so I'm going to click hide sponsored results. Let's have a look. Right. So we've got the top sellers up here. We've got this one up here. It's $55. It's a good price point because this is not going to be super expensive to ship this product because it's, you know, small. It's quite light. It shouldn't be too expensive. So it's a good thing that this is $55 and that this product is #1 for this search term. What I do need to make sure, and I'll show you how to do this, is that this search term is the main search term, because it might not be, because 1,500 searches a month isn't that much. But let's have a look. Cat and dog first aid kit, 68,000. So I'm going to take a look at this one in a minute. 63,000, 68. This one might be, that's the same listing. First aid kit. So then we've got a new one here that's only $20. Not really doing very well. We've got one at $32. We've got one at $13, $40. So I'm looking at this and I'm thinking, based on these price ranges, I would probably want to be between 35 and $45 ideally. Like, I wouldn't want to be more than this guy. I would want to be cheaper than him. But this is what I'm thinking. I'm thinking, if I was going to sell this, what price would I be at? Right. So what I'm going to do, so you've got this mixed in here, right? This is just a regular first aid kit. You got that one. For some reason, it's showing this same ASIN, this Arca Pet over and over. But what I want to do is I want to look at this one. This is the one that's doing about 1,200 sales a month, about $60,000. Let's have a look first at its revenue. So this is going to show the sales of this one particular product. For some reason, it went nuts here. I wonder what happened there. But you can see over the years, it's been pretty consistent. It's been doing maybe about 40 units a day. So this is not a crazy big niche. This is quite interesting. I would be thinking, how can I stand out? Can I make a bag that's a bit cuter than this, right? Because if I'm a dog or a cat owner, you're going to get a lot of women. You're going to get people that, you know, they like things that are cute. They got dogs. That's what I'm thinking already. Can I do something else? Then I'm thinking, is there anything I can put in here that's better, that's, you know, more useful for people? But I mean, look, you get a lot of stuff in here. You get all this cleaning supplies. I'd be thinking, you know, is there anything that you can include that they've not included? But I'm thinking, how can I stand out visually? I think I could do a decent job of standing out visually here, doing something that's a little bit different. But let's keep going. Let's have a look at the reviews and stuff. So I'm going to read the reviews and I'm going to see, are there any things? The one thing that does kind of put me off a little bit is the reviews are really good. So it is going to be difficult to compete with a product that's got really good reviews. You can see how small it is though. Like, it's not super, super big. So the shipping is not going to be crazy, crazy high. And what I would do, let's imagine I was at this point, right? And I was thinking, you know, that I really want to look at this for a little bit further. I would go across to Alibaba. This is the perfect sort of product to find on Alibaba. And this is kind of the process. You're going to find these product opportunities and then you come across to Alibaba. So I'm going to do, what is it? Pet first aid kit. And I'm going to see what comes up. And there's a way that you can quickly kind of estimate how much your profit margin is going to be, right? And I'll show you how to do it quickly now. I'm actually going to change this to United Kingdom, United States, because I want to see it in US dollars. But again, if you're looking at this product, you can look at it like here, but then you can also look at this product in the UK market, because the UK market is about 1/10 of the size of the US market. So you see here, they've tried to do this something that's a little bit different, right, with the design. So look, I mean, you can get these ones for like, it looks maybe, depending on what type, you know, like look at this. This is $7 to $8, right? So $7 to $8 is not that expensive. And then these guys were selling it for like 50. Now it's not exactly the same product. You're gonna have to make sure, right? But let's imagine, so this is how you can work it out, right? If you click on profitability calculator, if you click on this, what this is going to pull up is all of the details. So this is a good way to quickly estimate your profit margin, right? So you've got the price. It'll fill in all of these details for you. Now, here's what you need to do. You need to change the unit manufacturing cost to whatever you think it's going to be. And then you've got the freight cost, right? What I like to do is I delete the freight cost, and then I just use this number here, because I like to roughly estimate how much it's going to cost. So if I think I can get one of these on Alibaba for like $8, right? I can probably ship it. And I'm just saying this from experience. We've got other parts of the video where we'll show you how to do this 100%. A product like this, you can probably ship it for like $2 or so per unit, maybe even less. So if I could get this for $8, let's imagine $10, right? $10 as a landed cost, because I've got $8 for the product, and then I've got about $2 for shipping and duties and all of that stuff. I might be off by a couple of bucks, right? But let's imagine if we landed this product for $12, because I've left that as 0, because usually what this does is if you put 10 and then then you put 400, which is the per cubic meter cost of freight. If that sounds confusing, don't worry, because Tom's going to show you how to work this out properly. But the freight cost is basically it. When you get it shipped from China, the freight cost, they charge you per cubic meter. So it's $400 per cubic meter. It'll add it all up. So look, unit freight cost is about $189. So I wasn't far off, right? An estimate, if this is the cost of freight right now, $400 per cubic meter, for this product, you would pay about $2, right? So what I'm going to do instead is I'm just going to put that 0, and then I'm going to say $10 for the product. Let's say $2, so $12. So if we can get it made and we can get it shipped from China to Amazon for $12, it costs us $12 for everything. If we can sell it for $54.99, then we're making a 51% profit margin. Now, what you've got to remember with this is before your advertising and before your Amazon, not your Amazon fees, before your advertising and before your returns. This is not your net margin. This is your gross margin, right? Realistically, your net margin is probably going to be about half of this, maybe a little bit more, but this is really good. This is a good sign that these guys are charging $54. So when you're looking at it, if you think you've got some good ideas for how you can stand out, go to Alibaba and quickly do this and just think roughly. And then what you'll do later on is you'll work out this exact number, and we'll show you how to do that. But this is how you quickly estimate your profit margin, and you verify, like, does this make sense? Because, you know, if this was 20 or 25, it ain't going to work, because my profit margin is so small that after I do my advertising and everything else, it's not going to work, right? It just isn't going to work. So that's how you quickly work it out. Go to Alibaba. We're also going to show you some alternatives to Alibaba in different parts of the video. We source a lot of our products in the US now, so we're going to show you how to do that as well. But yeah, this is basically it, guys, for the live part of product research. Use Helium 10. Start with the keywords. Just look at this stuff. Have a look. How big is the niche? You know, if the niche has got people doing, you know, at the top doing 68,000, 22,000, I think I could launch, usually whatever the top seller is, I kind of work. I want to have about a quarter of their total revenue in budget. So if it was 80,000, I'd want to have about $20,000 to launch this product. It's a rough rule of thumb, but it's a way that you can roughly estimate it, right? So I'm looking at the niche. How can I stand out? What can I do differently? Can I come up with a crazy looking brand? Can I do something different with the box, with the bag that you get with it? Can I add more stuff? And then how much is it going to cost me? These are all the things that you need to do when you're doing your product research. I'm going to have a look at a couple more examples because I'm about half an hour in. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to show you some alternative ways to do your product research. And it's going to be amazing because it's my most fun part of doing product research is these new ways that I've found. It's really good. This is an interesting one. This is belly casting pregnancy. Think about this product. One of the things that I'm really starting to think about now when I do my product research is how well you can market a product on TikTok, on Facebook. Because if you're a total beginner, I wouldn't recommend doing all of that. But eventually you're going to get to the point where you want to start doing that sort of stuff. And these types of products are very good for that, right? Because you can target new mums. It's going to stand out. And, you know, it's going to be, and there's also stuff like this. I've seen this before, baby casting kit. So let's have a look how much revenue they're doing. You know, what's the size of the demand? Then we're going to think, okay, how can we stand out? Can we do something a little bit different? Can we improve it? Can we read the reviews? What do people really care about? These are all the things, right? So this is not a super big niche. You've not got people doing crazy numbers. Let's have a look at the demand. So recently they started to take off, which is a good sign. So it's gone from like 800 searches up to, you know, about 4,500. That could be because it's got a little bit of coverage on TikTok, something like that. Let's have a look. So, you know, this is a niche, really. Most people are doing, you know, they're doing 12,000, 5,000. It's not very big. You could probably launch one of these for a few $1,000s. The one thing that kind of puts me off is like this one is really cheap. $9.99 for this is so cheap, and it's sold by Amazon, which is not good. This is sold by an Indian company. You don't see that very often, but these guys are doing $10,000 a month, and it's $30. So let's have a look at this, right? Belly casting kit. But if you think about what's involved in what actually comes with this, I wonder what it is. It must be like a powder of some sort, right? You mix the powder up. So what's included? You get jelly, you get plastic drop cloth, bandages. All right. So what do you do then? You do the bandages, apply, dipping in warm water, detach the cast. Okay. So yeah, I don't know exactly how this works, but you know, you'd have to be thinking, how can I stand out? But I mean, this product is relatively new. It's doing $10,000 a month. So if you think you can make a better one of these, if you think you can do better branding, if you think you can stand out and you can also get it at a price that makes sense, then you could launch one of these. It wouldn't cost you a lot of money to launch one of these because the demand isn't that high. You know, you've not got people doing, you know, the demand for this is really high, 82,000, but this is a different product. This is, you know, to make little molds of your baby's feet. But the demand isn't that high. This is, in terms of the size of this niche, this is quite beginner friendly because you could probably launch one of these products for maybe $3,000, $4,000, $5,000, and you could probably do okay as long as you can get a good price. What I don't like is that you're competing against these guys at the top that I've got. You know, it's super cheap, but these are doing well. So you know, maybe if you could get this for, you know, maybe if you could land this at Amazon for maybe $5, $6. You could sell it for maybe 30, 25, and perhaps you could do okay. All right, guys, that's the last example I'm going to cover in the live research section. If you've got any questions, let me know in the comments below. Within Honest FBA, within our community, what we do is we teach you how to do the research, and then we will help you find a product. We'll help you finalize your decision. So you can send us all of your ideas. Everybody within the community can send us their ideas, and we'll help you think of ways to stand out. We'll help you get the product to market. So if you want a bit more help with this stuff, check the video description. We've got links where you can either learn a bit more about Honest FBA, or you can book a call with our team, and we can help you bring your dream to life. If you've not got Helium 10 as well, check out the video description. But in the next part of the video, I'm going to show you some alternative ways of doing product research. It's going to blow your mind. I love this bit. I've done a few videos on this recently, but I'm going to show you exactly how to do it. So I'll see you in the next bit. All right, guys. So welcome to the section of this video where I am going to be showing you some alternative ways to do product research. Now, I'm super excited for this part because I've been finding so many opportunities, and I know I'm saying don't find products, you create them, but I'm finding niches And then I'm getting all creative and I'm coming up with so many ideas for brands and products that I think you're going to find this really interesting, right? So buckle up because it's about to get bumpy. So basically, the tool that I've been using a lot lately is this tool called Exploding Topics, right? Now, what this does is it aggregates search data from Google, from I don't know, all these different places, and it's put it all in this one tool so that you can analyze all of this different data, right? And what it allows you to do is to see trends, right? Now, the previous way that I showed you how to do product research is using Helium 10. And if you're a beginner, I would start there. But you can also start using tools like this, right? Because it's going to allow you to see like which macro trends are happening in the world. An example of this might be sustainability. People want to be more environmentally sort of conscious. Maybe they want to buy products that are sustainable, all that sort of stuff. That's a trend in the world, right? Also, people, want to be healthier. So you've got a lot of supplements that are going crazy these days, pet supplements. There's loads of different things that are happening. And if you're aware of all these things that are going on and you've got the skills of launching products on Amazon and launching brands, then there is an endless amount of opportunities. Believe me, there's so many opportunities once you understand all this stuff. So if you do want to use Exploding Topics, in the video description, I've got a 2-week trial, I think, for $1. Where this is interesting for me, there's a couple of parts that I find very, very interesting. And we're going to go on and show you an example product that we found in a niche that we would create something new. And we're going to show you all the branding. We're going to show you how we're going to do the keyword research, all of that stuff. And I found it using Helium 10. Using Exploding Topics, not using Helium 10. So there's a few ways that we can do it, right? And sometimes actually I get a bit lost in here. So if I do, bear with me. But you can look at trending products, trending startups, trend database. So I'm going to click on trending products, right? And it's similar to Helium 10 where, you can use these different filters to kind of like change the category, how much stuff is growing, the volume, all of this sort of stuff, right? Now, one thing with this, right, is you don't really want to sell a product that's just peaking like this, right? So look at this. You've got creatine gummies. Now, if you watch any of my previous videos, you'll see that I've covered this before, right? And now if we go to Amazon and you search creatine gummies, this is an example of a niche where it's just so insanely competitive now that I would never, ever recommend anybody launches a creatine gummy because you've got so many new people launching these products that the price just goes down and down and down. And it's not a very attractive niche anymore because of that. So what you really want to find, you don't really want to find something that's just exploding like this. You don't want to get in here. You maybe want to find something that every year is growing 20%, 30%. Like for the past 5 years, if something is growing every single year, like 20, 30, 40%, you don't need this crazy exponential growth. You just want to position yourself in a niche and in a market that's growing strong year on year. Because if this didn't explode, if it just sort of steadily went up, it wouldn't be getting as much attention. And maybe within this, there's a different sort of sub niche or whatever. But bear with me. I'm gonna explain all this a little bit simpler and a little bit clearer. So you can use this tool to find opportunities like this, right? But just bear in mind that you don't really want to find stuff that's going absolutely nuts and you don't want to get in at the top. But this is going to teach you to look at data and see things that are trending and how you can bring stuff in. So let's have a look. So you got this like seasoning bomb. I don't know what this is. A seasoning bomb is a culinary product designed to enhance the flavor of dishes. So the reason I like these types of products is because if I like this as a product, it's probably something that I'm going to buy over and over again, right? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to come to Amazon. I'm going to search seasoning bomb. So I'm going to see what's the search. So barrier bomb season. So season, it doesn't even seem to have any search demand. So let's have a look, right? So it looks like this is the main brand that's doing this. So this might be like a new type of product, right? Maybe they're on TikTok or something like that, but it seems like nobody else, I guess. Spice bomb. Do people search spice bomb? So you can see, right, the way you do product research is really just using data and then seeing what exists and then being creative to come up with something new. But seasoning bombs. So it looks like here it's kind of taken off. So it's not okay. So look, this is the volume on this isn't very high, right? So maybe what we want to do is search and change the actual volume. Where is the volume? So the volume, medium. All right, so high. I'm going to go medium because I don't want to be too whatever. So time frame, I want to see 2 years. And ideally what we want to see is stuff that's just starting to take off. It's not going crazy. And you're going to see a lot of different sort of examples. So bounce, dog bed, okara flour, cleansing oil. Like you see so many different things. And the stuff that really stands out to me is the stuff that you buy month on month. Like I've told you, with our own brand, we're launching subscription-based products. So let's have a look. Tallow cream. This is an interesting one for me. So tallow cream, tallow is basically like animal fat, but it's really starting to take off because people are looking for these alternatives to, they're looking for alternatives to, you know, kind of like chemical moisturizers. They want a more natural sort of thing, right? So what you can see here is that I've seen this tallow cream is sort of trending, right? It's grown nearly 700% in the past 2 years, but it's not just gone nuts, right? Like it's grown from like 1,300 in 2023 to, you know, 7,000. So it is a big growth, but I think this has probably got more room to keep growing, right? Another thing is that I think this is all in the US market. What you can do is then go to like the UK market and you can see, because a lot of the time what you'll find is the UK market is a little bit behind. So let's have a look for tallow. What you'll see is like tallow face cream, beef tallow, tallow moisturizer. Because of TikTok now, because of short form content, people see all of this stuff on TikTok videos and then they come to Amazon and search it. And this is a good example. Look at this. Tallow face cream. Nobody was searching for that in the UK. And then all of a sudden, 1,000 people a month. I'm going to send this to one of our students because he was looking at something similar. I'm going to send it to him after this video. Tallow face cream. So look, in the UK market, this isn't very big yet. So there's not that much demand, but look at this tallow face moisturizer, 200 baht. So this is an emerging market now in the UK. If we have a look, so tallow face cream, let's have a look how popular it is in the US. Beef tallow face cream. Actually, it looks like there's more searches than the UK, which is a bit weird. So let's have a look. Just maybe people don't call it. Sometimes there's differences in the way people search. So tallow and honey balm, tallow sunscreen. But look, you can see all of these different search words. So I'm thinking if I can find a really good supplier for tallow products, look how many products there might be. I could do sun cream. I can do honey balm. Maybe you put that on your hands. Face moisturizer. Tallow face moisturizer. Look at this. Crazy. All of this stuff is going crazy because of TikTok. And this is why now Amazon is just different than it was 5-10 years ago. You've got to understand all of these things because if you do, there's so much opportunity. So look, tallow face cream. This is something that's going nuts. Now, it might be that this potentially could be a little bit of a fad, but I don't think it is because I think these are good products and I think these are just ways in which consumers change the way that they buy things. So I think it might peak, right, and then sort of flatten out. But this is saying to me like this is probably going to get more and more popular over the years. And in the UK market, like look, you've got this one, pure organic whipped tallow moisturizer. So this is doing 10,000 a month. Now, what you can do with Helium 10, which is really, really useful, is you can click on the keywords tab down here and you can see which keywords people are looking for. So I'm going to click on that and it's going to show me all of these keywords in the UK. Oh, this is the US. For some reason, is it? Why is it pulling up? UK, okay. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to say organic rank, tallow moisturizer, beef tallow skincare. Look, 1,400 searches. So this is now showing me all of the keywords that this product is ranking for. Now, this is where your research is not just looking at products on Helium 10, right? It's looking at the keywords. It's looking at exploding topics. It's looking at TikTok. It's seeing what's going on in the world and then understanding how beef tallow looks. So number 4. So I think this is something that's slowly getting more and more popular in the UK, right? And if you could create a really cool brand around beef tallow products, all you need to do is find a supplier for beef tallow. We're going to show you how to do that. You could potentially bring a really interesting product to market here. So what I'm gonna do is USA suppliers. So there's what's it called, ThomasNet. So there is a website in the US that you can use to find suppliers. So this is such an interesting opportunity, and I hadn't set this up. I hadn't seen this before, right? But I'm gonna type in beef tallow, right? Because this is the sort of product, like maybe you can source this in China, but ideally you want to sell this sort of product. You want to sell either from Europe or in the US, right? So beef tallow, buffing tallow, animal tallow. Let's have a look. Animal tallow. So supplier of animal fat products, including lard, tallow, and oil. So all you need to do is you click on this, and it should show you the website. Now this is where it's a little bit different sourcing products in the US. Oh, it's not there anymore. Maybe it went bust. Agro Lane. I want to search for Agro Lane. So when you're trying to find products in the US, it's a little bit more manual work, right? It's a lot of Googling, a lot of stuff like that. So let's have a look. What products do they sell? Shop. Okay, so maybe it's a different one. But basically what I would do is I would use Google. I would use there we go. I would use Google. I'd use Alibaba. I don't know. Maybe you can get it in. You can probably get it in China as well. Yeah, look, tallow balm. I mean, the reality is, right, is anything from China is going to be way, way cheaper than if you're trying to get it from the US. But it is a bit of a selling point if you're US sourced. And for stuff like this, I think people really want that. Like, where does it say here, made in England? Maybe it does. But this is a really good example of where you can see this trending data, and then you see the niche. You see things like tallow cream. There's tons of different products around it, and maybe you can bring a brand and a product to market. Now, a little bit later on, I'm going to show you how to use AI and stuff to come up with brand ideas for stuff like this. But I think this is a very interesting niche, because this sort of stuff is only getting more popular. It's only going to increase in demand over the next few years. So if you manage now to get in and to create a really good brand with great products, all that stuff, I think you can do really, really well. Let's keep going. And then I'm going to show you a product that I found using this technique that I think you're going to find really interesting. So birch juice, sunscreen. Let's have a look. And then the beauty of this, right, is, there's just so much stuff in here that you can look at. And you can cross-reference this with helium-10. Carbon pickleball. Also, pickleball is something that's gone a bit nuts, right? So a carbon pickleball paddle is a little bit different, I guess, because, I think, let's have a look. So carbon pickleball. So let's have a look at this. When did this start getting really popular? Look, so pickleball has been around for a while, but more recently, people have obviously started searching for carbon pickleball paddles, because I guess they're lighter. So if we look at pickleball paddles, it's 200, and this is, again, is a really good example of a bigger niche and then a sub niche, right? Because pickleball paddles is 213,000 searches. Look at this over time. This is a really trending niche, right? Over time, it's got more popular. But then, so pickleball has been popular for years now, but then this recently started getting popular. So this is a really good example of a niche appearing in the past couple of years that's a little bit different. Now, I'm not a huge fan of products like this, because I think it's very difficult to kind of stand out. But look at this, $100. That's crazy. So you can see this is quite a new niche, right? Because the number of reviews is really low. I would be very hesitant getting into a niche like this, because I think this niche is going to look very different in 6 months' time. And I think the price point is going to come down and down. It's not a product that people buy every month. I prefer products like this, because if people buy this and they love it, then, they're going to buy it every single month. But look how bad the branding is here, right? It's so bad. It looks like something that, like, you buy at like one of those like farm market things, which is not necessarily a bad thing, but the listing could be way better. So look, all here, you've got all these tallow, honey balm, because I think I saw back there, this was one of the keywords. So come to the trending products part and look at all of this stuff, right? You don't want stuff that's just going nuts and you're getting in right at the top, but you want to be finding stuff. This is another one, dye-free candy. I've seen this sort of stuff before. It's not a huge amount of demand, but look, it's just steadily getting better, right, over the past couple of years. Let's have a look at the past 5 years. Okay, so look, it started getting in 2022, started getting more popular. This could be another thing that just over time grows in popularity. And, you know, perhaps you could bring something. So this is a great way to use it. Use the trending products tab. Now, another one that I want to show you is this trending startups tab. It's so, so cool, right? Because this is where I found the product or the niche or the brand that we're going to use as an example. And we're going to show you how we're going to do the branding, how we're going to, you know, source it, all of that type of stuff, right? So if you click on trending startups, it's going to show you companies, and don't ask me how they do this, but they show you the growth. They show you how many people searching for the brand name. They show you the funding. So if there's any public information around the funding and stuff, they show you all of that. What you can do that's interesting is you can search via category. So you can do CPG, you can do finance, fitness, food and beverage, pets, supplements, loads of stuff, right? So if we look at CPG, for example, it'll show you all of this, like all these type of consumer goods. You've got some coffee stuff. It's really, really, so like, let's have a look. So Pentire drinks. So if you click on this in 5 years has been, you know, it's not huge, 2,000 searches. So it's Cornish plants to craft its products. Let's have a look. So let's have a look at the website. What is it? It might just be water. So what is this? Non-healthy, your healthy non-alcoholic aperitif. So it's a non-alcoholic, maybe gin or something like that. Interesting. All right. So, but this is, you know, people are looking for these alternatives to alcohol. That's one of these trends, and that's what, you know, companies like this help you see. Baby food. Let's have a look at this one. How would you pronounce that? Cerebelly, the only baby food with 16 ingredients. Now, look, if you're watching this, these are obviously big companies, right? If you're a complete beginner to Amazon FBA, you're not going to go and launch this exact product, but you can learn from them. You look how they do their branding. Their branding is super, super nice. So, you know, what are they doing? They're entering a niche that is getting more and more popular because people are very health conscious, especially with what they feed their babies. This is a product that if people start buying this, they're going to use this for years. It ticks a lot of those boxes for like really good types of products. And you can learn from the branding and how they communicate. Look at it. So it's organic baby food. This is really interesting. So I'm going to go to Amazon and then I'm going to search Cerebelly. I don't know what that means. But what you'll probably see is that this company is starting to grow. All right, so it looks like it's not boomed late. It's been around for quite a while, but that's really interesting. So this is just an interesting product or an interesting brand. But I'll just come on here for hours and just like look at all of this stuff, right? So you can go up here and you can change it from CPG. You can maybe put in pets, and it'll show you. You're going to get a lot of pet food type stuff in here. You're going to get, you know, air dried food. There's so many pet food because the market is so unbelievably big. That's another one. So I want to show you the product that I found through doing this. So I want to show you. We're going to take a look at it. So let me have a look. Where was it? So trending startups, and the category was in supplements. So this is a brand that I've talked about on the channel before, Space Goods. So this was a guy called Matt Kelly. He launched this in the UK. He saw that the trend for these type of nootropic mushroom-based products was just getting bigger and bigger and bigger. He saw a brand in the US doing really well, and he brought it to the UK. Now he sells these little pouches of like mushroom coffee, essentially, and I think he does £8 million a year now, which is crazy. The margins are super high. He also sells it on Amazon. Let's have a look. So you can see all these related ones down here. So what I'm going to do next is I'm going to show you this product that I found. And I found it through doing this. And I'm going to show you the product. I'm going to explain why I think it's a good opportunity. We're going to look at how we would do the branding, how we would find a supplier, how we would do the keyword research, all of that stuff. So I'm going to dive into that next, but I'm going to pause this one here because I need a break. But use Exploding Topics, get the discount link in the video description. Everything that I'm teaching here, we do all of this within the community. So if you're interested in learning more about Honest FBA, look at the video description. Next up, I'm gonna show this product that I found in this niche, and we're going to talk about how and why I think it's such an interesting opportunity. I'll see you in the next part. All right, guys. So in this section, right, I am going to be diving into a couple of products, but one of the products is the product that we're going to kind of focus on throughout the entire video, right? So this is a product that Tom is going to look at the economics. He's going to look at how we'd find a supplier. I'm going to focus a little bit more on like the product research side, like how I found the product, why I think it's interesting, and also the branding side, right? So how we would actually build the brand, how it would look, how we go through that process. I think this is really, really useful for us to use real life examples and kind of show you exactly how we would do it. So first of all, I'm going to show you what the product is. And then I'm going to show you a second product, which I also think is very interesting. But there's a few caveats to it. So first of all, I'm not saying that you should go on and launch this product. I'm not saying it's the perfect product, but I think it's a good product for us to use to show you all of these examples of how we do each part. So like the product research, the branding, the economics, so you can actually see it, right? Because in reality, there's tons of products that you can launch, right? And it comes down to the actual execution of doing it. If you've not seen my introduction to product research and the fundamentals of product research and all that stuff, go back and watch that part of the video, because I basically go through that. Like the key to success, right, is on the execution. As long as the economics make sense, as long as you've got great branding, everything else, and it fits your budget, all that type of stuff, then you can honestly almost launch anything, right? So I am going to dive into this product and we're going to use this as an example. And then I'm going to show you a second product. But in this part of the video, I'm not going to dive yet into how we would build the brand and all that. I'm just going to talk about the product. And then next up, I'm going to show you some cool stuff with ChatGPT, with AI, with how we do the branding, coming up with the brand name, some really cool stuff that you can take this and you can implement it, right? And this is all completely free. So let's get into it, right? So the product that I stumbled across is this. It's bamboo toilet paper. Now, again, right, a lot of gurus are going to tell you to use helium-10, use Jungle Scout, blah, blah, blah. I really like to expand my research beyond that. And if I'm being completely honest, I can't remember where I first found this, right? I think it was on helium-10. So I think I was using helium-10 and I came across this as a keyword. But I could be wrong because I spend so much time looking at brands and all that stuff that it all sort of blurs into one, right? So we love helium-10. We love Exploding Topics. We love Twitter. There's so many places, right, that you can see good examples of brands and products. And honestly, all you've got to do is copy something that works and put your own spin on it. There's brands that are worth 40, 50 million pounds or dollars. And all they've done is just copy what works and put their own spin on it and do it really well. You don't have to reinvent the wheel. So what I would encourage you to do, right, is just look for things that are successful and do the same thing in a slightly different way and then do it even better. And that's how you're going to have success in business, in any business, in e-com, in Amazon, whatever it is. So let's have a look at the product, right? So this is a product called bamboo toilet paper. Now, I don't know what's going on with helium-10. I think this is a bit of a bug where it drags this thing down here. It looks a bit odd. But basically, I came across this and it immediately stood out to me because there's another brand that I've talked about on the channel called Dude Wipes, right? So Dude Wipes is now $100 million brand, apparently. They're doing over $100 million a year, and it's basically wet wipes, right? So this sort of stuff is interesting to me because it's subscription-based and the size of the market is massive. Like everyone in the Western world uses toilet paper. So the size of the market for this type of stuff is absolutely massive. The second thing is that I know a couple of brands are doing insane numbers. Like this is a brand called Who Gives a Crap. Now, I'm going to go into a little bit later on how we would do the branding and the naming and all that sort of stuff. But these guys are a big inspiration for me. And the reason why I want to use this as an example is because this is a great example of just doing things a little bit different. Now, if I told you that I was going to start a brand and call it Who Gives a Crap, you would probably think that I was crazy. And people would be like, what are you talking about? That would never work. But Who Gives a Crap are doing over $100 million a year now, right? So this is an article that I found that was written in the UK. I think this is just their UK business. But if you actually search for Who Gives a Crap company revenue, you'll see they did, whenever this was written, $97 million a year. Shopify have written about them. You can do research into this brand and into this niche. And these guys are absolutely killing it. So I think they're an Australian brand. But this tells you the whole story in this article here, but you can dive in, you can have a look for yourself. So basically, I know that the TAM, or the total addressable market for this type of product, is absolutely massive, right? I'm going to look at the UK market, and I'm going to also look at the .com market, because what I would encourage you to do is look at both markets, because the UK market is smaller. So if you've only got a small budget, it's probably a better market for you to start with. If you've got a decent sized budget, then maybe you can go into the US. But an amazing way to do your research is to look at what's working in the US and then launch the same in the UK. I've talked about this previously in the video, but let's have a little bit of a look, right? So the first thing is I think most of the brands in this space are a little bit boring. You got brands like this, right? This one I don't think is that great. This is actually an Amazon brand. You've got this Better Way. These guys look 8,000 units, 1,000 units. Like this one is just really, really, really boring. I think there's room here for something that just looks a little bit different. Now, you are competing with brands like Who Gives a Crap. There's some quite well-established brands in this space. But I think if you did this in the right way, you could do quite well, because this is a great product for social media. I think if you do the branding right, if you make a really great name, you make it look incredible, this is going to work really well on social media. Now, let's take a look at how Who Gives a Crap are doing it. I think they've got a good presence. I think they've got a good presence. Like you can see here, 2 million views on that one video, right? This is the way that we are starting to do Amazon now, and we're starting to do e-commerce, is we are thinking about products that have got the capability to go viral. And by the time this video goes out, we have probably launched our TikTok community, because we're building a community of creators to help people launch brands using creators to help us with our own brands and do stuff like this. Because the reason that these types of products interest me is because they're subscription based, and because we do stuff like this. Do you know how amazing it is that one person can make a video and get 2 million views? 2 million views on one video, which is absolutely insane. So when I'm doing my research now, I want to be working backwards from that. I want a product and a brand that has the potential to go viral, that people and creators can make videos around, and we can get tons and tons of views. That's what we're doing with our own brand. We're bringing out products that stand out in the market. They've got nice names, crazy names. We've added stuff to them that they look different, because we then give them to creators and they make content. We're just starting to do that now, so we don't have amazing results from it yet to show you guys. Hopefully when this video goes out, we're going to be crushing it. But the packaging design, everything that we're doing is around this idea of we want to get it into people's hands so that they can create content. Now, when this video goes out again, because it's probably going to be about a month from me recording this today, which is 4th of August. But in that time, on the 6th of August, we're doing a masterclass with this guy here he's called JT. He owns this brand called Pop Daddy Snacks. Now, look at all the views on these videos, right? This is crazy. He's getting millions of organic views for his own brand. That's driving over $1 million a month in sales for his brand, Pop Daddy Snacks. Now, if you look at the common denominator in all of these things are subscription-based, or they're consumable that people buy every single month. And they are products that have got high potential to go viral. So these are all the things that we're looking for now in products. And I believe this bamboo toilet paper has this as an opportunity. So within the US market, you can see the demand is strong. I think there's about 20,000 people every single month searching bamboo toilet paper. As you can see here, 20,000 people. And also the search trend is slightly trending upwards. It's not going boom, and it's not like, mushroom coffee or creatine gummies. It's slightly trending upwards, but it's not going, inflection point where you're getting in at the very top. So it's a niche that I think is steadily growing, and sustainable stuff is not going anywhere. You've got people doing $500,000, 300,000, 83,000, 100. There's a real nice spread of revenue. And also, if you look in the UK market, if you wanted to do it there as well, which I think it would be a good idea. You know, there. I mean, in the UK we call it toilet roll, not toilet paper, which is funny. But you've got brands like this, right? The Cheeky Panda. These guys are doing insane amounts of money, just crazy numbers. And these guys at D2C, they got their own website, massive brand. So I think there's room in here to do some fun stuff with the branding. But I believe in products like this because they've got a high chance of going viral if you do the viral content in the right way. Which, if you're interested in learning about that, check out the video description, because, as I said, when the video comes out, we will be live with our viral TikTok community. So you want to join that and learn how to make content, we can help you do that. But it's subscription based. People buy it more than once. There's ranges of products that you could launch. So I think it's a really good fit to show you guys. So that's the first product. The second product is one that I have covered on the channel. I wanted to talk about it a little bit just in this part of the video. There's some caveats to it because I'm not sure if I would actually go on and launch this product. So this is a brand that I came across on Exploding Topic. So it's these True Height gummies. Now, I think there's a good opportunity here, with some caveats to that statement, to launch a very similar brand of this, either in the US or in the UK. So basically, this brand is a supplements for kids. So they do sleep supplements, they do growth gummies, they do capsules. Look at this, 4,000 plus of these bought. So these are growth capsules. I look at this and I think, man, I just want to launch this. $300,000 a month. $40. They're going to be making insane margins on this because, like, these are not going to be costing very much for them to produce. 2 capsules daily with a meal anytime that it's convenient. So the idea is, right, is that these products are going to help your kids grow because they're just good for your kids. Now, the reason that I didn't use this as the main example is because I think potentially you could run into some legal problems with this in the EU. I think even in the US, potentially these guys could at some point get some legal problems. I'm not really sure. I'm not 100% sure. But again, I'm not saying go on and launch it. But why I think this is such an interesting product is because this is just normal stuff. It's calcium, it's vitamin D, it's collagen, it's ashwagandha. We've seen all of these ingredients before. You put them all together and then you market them for kids, and it's just crazy. Like, they're saying height is determined by 60% genetics and 40% by nutrition and lifestyle factors, right? So I'm already thinking I could steal this brand and do the same thing in the UK, and I think could kill it. But I would have to look into the legal ramifications because there are different laws within the EU, or even in the UK, because we're not in the EU technically anymore, around advertising stuff like this. So I didn't want to use this one as the main example that we do all of the branding and stuff around, because I do think that potentially you could run into some legal troubles. But this is another example. I found this product. I saw a keyword using helium-10. And then I also saw this brand on Exploding Topics. So if you've not seen my bit on Exploding Topics, go back and watch that in the earlier product research part. Basically, I found this brand and I was like, this is honestly, and you might look at this and be like, how the hell would I ever do that? If you're new to launching brands and products, it's not difficult. You find a supplier, you create the brand, you create the product with the supplier. They do everything else. You get it ready. And then what you do is you send it to all these influencers. You promote it via social media, short form content, which we can also teach you how to do. And you make a lot of money. Now, this is why it's the golden age of e-commerce, because if you've got a brand and you know how to make short form viral content or any content of that matter, you are going to make so much money. You're going to make so much money. And that's what we're doing. You know, we're building this community of creators, we're building brands, and we want to make a hell of a lot of money, baby. So look at this, $5.9 million. I think this guy is talking about the brand Kids True Height Vitamin. So this guy is a doctor, a pediatrician, or whatever you call them. So he's talking about this. I don't know how much money they would have paid him, but this is a doctor giving advice on this stuff, right? Let's talk about growth and height. 6 million views. Do you realize how much revenue these are going to be generating for these companies because they know how to do this? So those are the two products that I thought were very interesting that we wanted to show you. Now, I could go into this one and show you how I would do the branding, how I would come up with the brand name, and then we could find the supplier, all of that. We didn't want to do that because, as I said, we want to be a bit cautious with people. We're recommending stuff that's a little bit of a gray area, even morally, because some people don't necessarily agree with, you know, selling supplements like this because they kind of think it's a little bit like snake oil. That's your personal opinion. I'm not sure because, you know, if I've got a kid and I think giving them this is going to help them be healthier I take supplements for myself. So why would kids not take supplements? They're growing, you know, they need nutrition and sleep and everything. So if this helps them with that, really, what's the problem? But yeah, we're going to dive into later on in the video. In the next video I'm going to do on the branding and stuff, we're going to look at this bamboo toilet paper. I'm going to show you how we would come across and come up with the brand name and stuff like that. And then we're going to show you how to do the visual branding. Tom's going to dive into the supplier side, all of that stuff. So you're really going to get, you know, good examples, hands-on examples of like products and stuff. And all of this stuff, like I said, it's all fundamentals, right? Once you start understanding all of this stuff, you're going to see so many opportunities to launch brands on Amazon, not just on Amazon, on TikTok Shop, D2C, all of that stuff, right? Because we are living in not just an Amazon world, but we're living in a e-com world, right? And if you learn all these different parts of e-commerce, if you learn TikTok Shop, if you learn Amazon, if you learn D2C, if you learn Facebook ads, if you learn Meta ads, you're going to make a lot of money. So you get the idea. Just had a strong coffee, right? So I'll see you in the next section where we're going to dive into looking at the branding and stuff for this bamboo toilet paper. See you in a sec. Alrighty, guys. In this part of the video, I am going to be talking about how we would brand our bamboo toilet paper. Now, your branding is so unbelievably important. So in this part, what I'm going to do is I'm going to show you how we kind of like generally approach it. And then I'm going to show you some examples of a few different brands. I'm going to show you how to use AI to really help you come up with different brand names and different sort of like visual identities for your brands. I'm going to show you some websites that you can use to get inspiration. Just going to show you a load of cool stuff. This is, for me, this is the most exciting part of e-commerce. Like, I love this creative part. I love trying to take something that's a normal product, maybe something that's a little bit boring, and just really trying to think of like how you can make it stand out, because that's all we're really trying to do with our product, right? Like, there's a few really good brands actually in the space. There is one, what's it called? Who Gives a Crap? So this is one of, this is one of the biggest brands in the space. Like, straight away, their name is just super cool, right? It obviously really stands out. I think it's an Australian company, which is quite in line. If we've got any Aussies watching this, it's quite in line with the Aussie sense of humor, which is I'm a big fan of. But basically, the point here, right, is like when you're creating your products and your brands, you don't want to look like everybody else. You want to try and come up with something that's different. You want a name that stands out. You want a visual identity that stands out. And you just really want to look different, because imagine that people are walking through. Imagine you're in Morocco and you're walking through this market, right? And every single market stall looks the same. It all sells the same spices. They all look the same. And then you walk past one market stall that just looks totally different. It just looks incredible. It just really stands out. You're going to be drawn to that market stall, right? And this is the same in e-commerce, and especially when you're selling products on Amazon, because customers are looking at all of these different products. So you really, 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 really need to do as much as you can to look different and sound different and just be different. And if you look at the most successful brands, they always have something that makes them look a bit different. Now, there's a couple of examples that I think really illustrate this point and really just do a good job of kind of illustrating my point. One of them is a bottled water brand. Now, you might be able to guess, but let's have a look, right? You've got all of this bottled water, right? And historically, you've got Evian. Most of these companies are probably owned by the same company, right? You've got Fiji, which is a little bit different. You know, you got this one. I'm not sure what it's called. I've seen it before, but it all just kind of looks the same, right? It looks very, very similar. It's just bottled water. Like, how could you make bottled water sort of stand out, right? It would be insanely difficult to do. But a couple of years ago, I think maybe 3 years ago, this brand was launched, Liquid Death. Now, I think this brand was started by one of the top creative directors at Netflix. So obviously like a super talented guy. But you can look at what they've done and you can learn a lot from it. First of all, the name is just crazy, right? So a lot of people that kind of hate this name. A lot of religious people don't like anything to do with death. I'm not religious, so I don't give a shit. I just think it's quite quirky. But you look at the brand, and I mean, like, look, there's a little animation here of like this dude chopping someone's head off. It's a bit weird, but it's like death to plastic, sell your soul. That's why all these people hate it, all the conspiracy theorists. Maybe it is ran by Satanist globalists or whatever. But like the point of what I'm trying to make with this is they've just made something that really, really stands out, right? And it stands out because of the name. It stands out because of the packaging. It's in a can. It looks like a beer. A lot of people do kind of think that it's a beer. So, they've just done such a good job here of really, really, really sort of standing out. And it just makes such a huge difference when you visually stand out like this, right? And it's gone very bright because the sun is in front of me, but hopefully I'm in the bottom right corner and I'm not too washed out for you. Well, basically, they've done an amazing job. And there's a couple of other brands as well that I think do a really, really good job. One of them is Dude Wipes. This is basically just baby wipes, like sanitary wipes. They've got an amazing name again, and they've just done some cool branding. And I think this is like $100 million a year brand, right? And there's one in the UK that I've seen called Beast Bin Bags, Beast Bags. Again, it's just a simple sort of iteration on the branding and everything like that. But it really, really stands out. Like, look, if you're comparing this to just regular bin bags, it really, really stands out, right? And it just helps people be drawn to it. It helps you just stand out in a crowded marketplace. So your visual branding and your name and your visual identity and all of that stuff is super, 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 super duper important. So what I would recommend is that when you're just going about your daily life, right, is absorb all of this stuff. Like anytime you go in the shop, have a look at the shelf and see what really stands out. Because I've seen these in the supermarket in the UK, and they just instantly pop off the shelf. This is a great product for retail. It just really, really stands out when it's on the supermarket shelf. Dude Wipes is going to be the same. Liquid Death for sure is the same. So when you're designing your brand, you almost want to think backwards and work backwards from like, I want to be on a retail shelf and I want people to go, what is that product? And it doesn't matter what it is, because you would never think that you could be creative with bottled water, right? But you can be. So you can take something as boring as bottled water or as baby wipes or as bamboo toilet paper, or it doesn't matter what it is, and you can make it interesting and you can make it different, or you can try to. And honestly, this is a skill that you need to hone and you need to develop, because it gets easier with time. Like the more you look at this type of stuff, the more you do the research into these types of brands, the easier it gets. And that sun is really annoying me, but I'm going to crack on because this is good stuff. So let's have a look at how you can come up with brand names, right? Because this is one of the key parts, right? And if you're a beginner to Amazon or to ecom or whatever it is, right, don't obsess over your brand name so that you spend 3 months not doing anything because you can't think of a good brand name. But also try and come up with something that's a bit different and a bit creative, right? So a great way to do this is using ChatGPT, right? If you've not got ChatGPT, just get it. It's like 20, 30 bucks a month, and it's amazing for this sort of stuff, right? So there's a few things that you can do with it. The first one is basically just giving it a prompt to essentially just give you a load of ideas. So you can see at the top here, I said, give me some ideas for names for a toilet paper brand using the word sheet as an example. Sorry, an example is holy sheet. So I was trying to like find something as like a play on words, right? With sheet, because a sheet of paper, a sheet of toilet paper. So you've got sheet happens, soft sheet, sheet bliss, pure sheet, happy sheet, sheet heaven, sheet ease. You can see that this one's good. Happy sheet. Like I actually didn't see that one the first time round, right? And then, sorry, I went into some other stuff here. I was looking at some kids. I think I did a YouTube video on this. And then again, give me 20 examples of a brand name for a toilet paper brand using puns on the word shit. So here are 20 pun-inspired brand names for a toilet paper brand playing on the word shit. Like soft as a sheet and giggles. That one was good. I like that. Shit and pretty. Holy shiitake, which I liked. Incredible shits. Shiitake smooth. Shiitake rolls. What a shite. Sheer delight. So like, look, you would probably never think of these yourself, right? So this is where ChatGPT is really good. And you know, you might not use these exactly, but this might just sort of prompt some ideas of stuff that you can do in your head, right? So basically, that's what I did initially, right? And you can see down here on the left-hand side. So from there was where we like, from showing these to Tom and Jansen, this is where Tom came up with like the brand name that we eventually kind of went with. And then, but what I did is I then wanted to come up with some packaging designs, right? So I literally just came to ChatGPT and I said, generate a mock-up of a toilet paper brand called Holy Sheet, because that was the one that stood out to me initially. Make the design centered around the theme of heaven, right? So I really liked this. Like, Holy Sheet, it's obviously quirky. I thought, like, if this is on here, right, this is really going to stand out if it looks like this, right? And it's not that like, it's not like the only thing you need to do is make something stand out, right? You've obviously got to have the right pricing, you've got to have the right marketing, you've got to do everything else, but this just makes it so much easier if you're doing this, right? So here's the mock-up for the Holy Sheet toilet paper brand with a heavenly theme. So this one I thought, I mean, I was like, it doesn't look that amazing, right? So I said, can you change the angel into a flying turd? Because I thought, let's be funny, let's be a bit tongue-in-cheek. So this one to me, I preferred because I want, you know, I don't want, this to me looked a little bit too serious. This was a bit more tongue-in-cheek, right? Now, you're not just going to go with this. You're not going to get this and just use this, right? But what you can do is you can give this to your designer, and then they've got 80% of the work done. They've got the inspiration. You don't need to start completely from scratch with stuff like this, right? And this is completely free. So, like, you would have had to have paid somebody on Fiverr to do this for you before. If you're not a very creative person, then this is going to give you tons and tons of idea. The next one that I did was I said, let's have a look at full of sheet, like full of shite, obviously. And I was like, let's have a look at what we can do in terms of, you know, maybe getting a bit of inspiration from Liquid Death. So I said in the, you know, in a grungy rock and roll style, I thought this was really cool. I probably wouldn't go with this, to be honest, if I was like designing a brand, because I wouldn't want to look like I'm just copying Liquid Death, which I think is very, very similar. But you can see, you know, the kind of ideas. And then this was when Tom came up with Bullshit. And, you know, we really like that name. I think what it was I checked this and there was a trademark on Holy Sheet. So we wouldn't have been able to use that. So then we had to go through the other ideas and stuff, right? And then, you know, we went through a few more little ideas like this, Bullshit, whatever it is. And then there was another one that I really liked that we didn't end up going with in the end. But you can see all of these ideas and iterations. I really liked Holy Shiitake. It's a little bit of a play on words on holy shit, and then a mushroom. I don't know. I thought we could have like the mushroom as this like mascot type of thing. Yeah, and I thought that was cool. I really, you know, this sort of stuff I thought was really fun. But you know, they're just quirky names. You know, but there's a brand that I saw recently called, what was it called? Baboon to the Moon. So this is just like they basically make like bags, and the name I was just like, what the heck? Who comes up with a name like that? Baboon to the Moon, right? But if you look at this, like they have these super cool, really bright, really bold, really beautiful looking bags, right? Like look how much these stand out. You know, like look at this. They're in all these huge things. It's like they just really stand out. But everything, the name, the colors, super bright and vibrant. Finally, the sun's gone in now, so you can see me properly. But I thought this was incredible. I thought this was super cool. And another thing that I do when I'm trying to get inspiration for brands is there's a couple of websites that I find that are really useful, right? One is called Behance. So basically, this is where designers can kind of showcase their work, and you can come on here and you can basically just look at all of these designers. You can say, "Oh, this is cool. This is cool." It's going to give you inspiration for how your brand could look. And then if you want to contact these designers and get them to work on your brand, you can do. But you can just come in and you can, you know, product packaging. Let's have a look. Box design, brand identity. you can just search different stuff, right? And it's going to come up with different ideas for you. Stuff like this, nice and minimal. I think a lot of this has probably been done with AI now as well, because it's so much faster. But look, like stuff like this, like potty pot. I don't know, that looks like Russian on there or something. This sort of cool stuff. There's just so much out there that you can get inspiration for. So even if you're not a super creative person, right? You can start to become more creative, and this is a key thing as well, right? It's like, I used to think I wasn't creative. I used to think, I'm not very good with this sort of stuff. But the more that you do it, the easier it becomes, because it's a skill like anything. It's a muscle that you've got to, you've really got to sort of flex and really practice, right? Then you've got another one. There's one called Dribble. You can see here that I searched already, bright packaging design. We've got some brands like these. These guys look cool. So you're going to get tons and tons of inspiration, right? Because you should already be working backwards from like, I just want this brand to really stand out. I want to look different. And you do that with your name, your product packaging, everything else, right? So this is kind of the process that we went through of getting to, the brand name and how we wanted it to look. I came up with a bunch of ideas using ChatGPT. Then we went on and hired a designer, which Tom is going to get into a little bit later on in the video, I think. So yeah, this is kind of the process, right? But the main takeaway I would say from this part of the video is like, don't make boring brands. You know what I mean? Just don't do it. Don't go on here and just copy everybody else with what they're doing, right? Like, let me show you like supplements. Like if you're going to do a supplement brand, if you're going to do anything, just make sure that it looks different. Like, don't, like, this one is a good example, this seed brand, right? Like, look at how different it is because of how they've done the packaging, right? Like the bottle, it doesn't just look like one of these standard sort of standard sort of brands. But again, like, this is not the only thing that you need to do. Like, you can see this one's not like super crazy, like, oh my god, that's amazing design, but like, they absolutely kill it. They're doing millions. But in order to give yourself a good chance in a very competitive market, which is a lot of markets now, you really, really need to do stuff to really stand out. So this is a good example, creatine brand called Create, that I've talked about on the channel before. Just look at how much it pops off the page there, right? I wouldn't ever go with something like this sort of like white design. A lot of these companies can kind of get away with it because they've been around for so long. But yeah, you've got to make things stand out. So that's it for this part, guys. That's your branding. Make sure you're thinking about working backwards from something that really stands out. Make a killer brand name, great packaging. Just make it be a bit different. Yeah, we don't want to be the same as everyone else, do we? I'll see you in the next part.
Hey, Tom here. I wanted to jump in to this mega mammoth gigantic video that you are working through and show you behind the scenes of Honest FBA and what it's like to be a member inside of the community. So what I want to show you in particular is our Discord, right? So this is on 24/7. You can come in here, you can post, and you can get an answer to your question. As you can see right now, we've got 73 people online, and you can see down here, so we have over 400 people within this community. And you can see a bunch of channels on the left-hand side. We've got general, we've got results, accountability, share something, shipping rates, hiring, hangout rooms, product research, product launches, PPC, sourcing, course chat, feedback, find a buddy, fast track, and more stuff down here as well. So within here, you're going to get your question answered, right? At any time of day. But what I want to show you today in particular, today is Monday. So this morning, jumped in here and posted, what you guys got cooking up this week? Let us know your progress plans. And I want to show you guys this because people inside of Honest FBA, they actually do stuff, right? You don't just join and then do nothing. You are making progress all the time. And people are at a bunch of different levels on their kind of journey with Amazon FBA. So as you can see here, Sophie setting up her Amazon account. She's brand new. Andy, he's getting his inventory checked in at Amazon, and he's looking at hiring a VA and bringing them onto the team. We've got Carl sorting out his tax. We've got Aurel here waiting for his samples. We've got Evan, who's hiring designers and designing some new packaging, which is pretty cool. Down here, we have Kat. Kat is always just an absolute beast doing loads of stuff. So finalizing packaging for product 1. We've got a custom sample for product 3 already, sorting out her website. We have Tim down here. So long-awaited order number 2, touching down in LA this week. Tim actually came on our channel. You can see an interview with him. And if you scroll down here, he did $160,000 with his first order. So bit of an outlier, absolute monster. Sold 10,000 units But as you can see that people inside of Honest FBA, they're doing stuff right down here, even as well. Product research. Isabel's bit of change of plans after some one-to-one coaching she had on the Friday that's gone. So that you can see here, people are making moves. This is what you get when you sign up on this FBA. If you think you are a good fit for this community and you can learn a lot from this video, perhaps on YouTube, perhaps want a little bit more help, hit the link down below, drop us a message, and we'll see if you're a good fit. Right, so guys, welcome back. This section, we're going to look at Data Dive, which I'm sure most of you would have heard of, and we thought we'd bring in the big guns, the top dog from Data Dive itself, Mr. Brandon Young. Brandon, thank you so much for jumping on and doing this. I wanted to say how we kind of knew you. Honestly, 4 years ago, the video, you put out a video, which was basically the early stages of what Data Dive was. And they're kind of it was a Google Sheet, a bit of math, basically, wasn't it, behind it, a load of formulas. Yeah. We used it when we started our Amazon journey. So it's funny we come full circle now, and now you're on this FBA. It's amazing. So thank you for jumping on,
dude. I appreciate you having me. Yeah, we've always kind of used some kind of Google Sheets. We would take massive amounts of helium-10 data and then have to really manipulate the data with our own formulas and figure out how to make it more usable. And so that we put that out in Google Sheets. We had tons of people download it, start using it. And I've learned the term later, which is apparently of product market fit at that point. Basically, people want your product. So then we decided to start building a real software out of it. So we're over $2 million out of our own pocket into building this thing. And it seems to be going pretty well.
It's a software that it's become, what was the word? Like when people, when Google became part of the vocabulary, like just Google it. Now it's like, do a data dive. It's now just part of the vocabulary in the Amazon space. So I think you've got, product market
you
fit
made it when you become a verb, in other words, right?
Exactly. That's what I was trying to, that's what I was looking for. Look, guys, we, as you know, on this channel, like we only recommend stuff that we use. We use this for all of our products. So we wanted to kind of share this, and Brandon is the expert, the absolute expert when it comes to this. We figured bring him in. We're going to go through an example here of the bamboo toilet paper and really go into that niche. Everything, kind of showcase everything that Data Dive can do, which is a lot, and it's a lot more than I can show. So Brandon's going to jump into that now, and we're going to show. Oh, Brandon, do you want to quickly give a run through of what you're going to display on the demo?
Yeah, so I think the best thing to do is pretty much just tear down why we look at certain competitors. Basically, we're always trying to answer the primary question of how are sellers getting their sales. So if we look at the top sellers of a niche and we understand how each of them individually are getting their sales, then the story makes sense. But it's the aggregate of all of their different keywords, their different where they're indexed, where they're ranking, where they're getting their sales. Then we have a complete picture of what that niche is. And then we have to look at that in a more granular way and understand what we can take advantage of and what we cannot take advantage of. So there are going to be branded search terms that we can't rank for. There are going to be generic keywords that we can't expect to rank for. So how competitive is the niche? What is the risk of doing that product? How would we do it better? What are the keywords that your competitors are not taking advantage of that they should be, that you might be able to beat them? So can you beat them from an SEO perspective? Can you beat them from a design perspective? These are all the things that we kind of try to tear down and look at when we use Data Dive to analyze a niche.
Awesome. Cool. Well, I'll put up add this to stage. I'm gonna exit stage left, hand it over to you, and let you drop a bunch of heat. And like I said, appreciate you doing this. Everyone, by the way, Data Dive very kindly, the viewers want us FBA, you get a discount. So there's a link to that down below. If you are doing Amazon FBA, you need this, to be honest. So check it out, and I'll let Brandon take it away.
Good to see you, brother. Hopefully we'll catch a fight soon. Let me know when you're going to go to some UFC stuff, and I'll try to grab some tickets.
We will do, man. See you soon. Cheers.
All right. So what I've done is I've pulled up what I think is like maybe the most common keyword, but you want to try to find the most popular keyword, because what you're trying to do is find the best seller. And what we've done with Data Dive is we've written something called a fit score, where we've written an algorithm for Data Dive to go analyze a bunch of keywords, the title, and a bunch of subcategories, and bring in what it thinks are the best sellers. So you're not relying on one keyword to try to find the best sellers. Because what we found a long time ago is that a lot of times there are really good sellers who just have a gap in their indexing or their ranking, and they're not going to be here, but you want their data. So one of the things that we're going to do is try to figure out who the best seller is. So what I can do is I can open up Divebox with Data Dive really quickly. It'll scan this first page and it can sort it by sales. You can find out tons of great information. One of the quick things that I like to glance at sometimes is like the size tier. You know, how big and bulky are a lot of these competitors? Does anyone have an advantage based on the way they're packaging the product? Because you can really get an idea of what their dimensional weight is or what their actual weight is. And you see, like, this guy's only $3 fulfillment. How is he doing that from a toilet paper perspective? That's interesting, something to go look at, right? So, but what I'm doing is I'm just looking at the best seller here, 21,000 from Amazon Aware. That seems really bad if that's not actually Amazon. I don't know that brand name. I imagine to use Amazon, they have to be Amazon, but I don't like to use Amazon because generally they're not good at SEO. They just get their sales in other ways. So Better Way would be the best seller. They have 10,000 sales a month as opposed to 5,000 for Cloud Paper. This disparity is what we're going to look at as well. We're going to understand why are these guys only doing 1,000 units a month and these guys are doing 3, 4, 5, and 10. And we'll be able to answer that question shortly. So let me find Better Way. And I'm going to use Better Way here. Here's their ad, and I'm going to do Niche Dive. Niche Dive is where you're allowing Data Dive to kind of go scan and find those best-selling competitors, and this should take about 30 seconds or so. So we have the best-selling competitors. It's sorted by sales, but you'll notice that it didn't select all of these best sellers. And the reason being is because these are not Bamboo, right? So the Data Dive did its job. They have a lower fit score, so it's not considering them relevant. If I sort by fit score, now we're talking about it. It did select the top 15, so it did manage to get Continental, which is not Bamboo. Let me go back to fit score. This one is 7th grade generation recycled, but that is not Bamboo. Organic Bamboo, okay. Bamboo. Bamboo. And the rest of these seem pretty good. So I like to have at least, 13 to 15 competitors selected for my dive, especially the best-selling ones. And these are all Bamboo. This is great. So Data Dive did a good job here. But let me see by sales really quickly. Do any of these best sellers meet our Bamboo? If I recognize these brands, likely not Bamboo. What is this one? 7th generation quilted northern cottonelle. That was Bamboo, but we selected it. All right. So there doesn't seem to be a ton of sellers selling Bamboo that it came up with right away, which is good. You are entering a niche that's a little bit more, it's a little less competitive, not as many sellers. Here's one here, but they're selling less than 800. All right, so we got 14 here. Bamboo toilet paper is our keyword. It's a new niche. So we're going to go ahead and dive it. If we already had a dive or had already analyzed this, we could select it. So it just updates it for us. And we'll go from there. Now, once I hit dive, it's going to take anywhere from 30 to 60 seconds to go and find all of the individual keywords that every single one of those ASINs, those 14 ASINs, all of the keywords that they're indexed for. Now, being indexed for a keyword doesn't mean that it's relevant, that it's driving sales. And so what ends up happening is Amazon thinks you might be related to thousands of keywords, but a very small percentage of those actually matter. So once we have all of the keywords that all of these guys are indexed for, we aggregate that into what we call your keyword cloud. And then what we do is we take the majority of those and we put them in the trash can, because no one is on the first 2 pages of those keywords. So basically they're not driving sales. They're not relevant. But then we take the next, the rest of the keywords and we break them down into 3 buckets. This first bucket is the master keyword list. This is going to be where we put everything that has at least 450 searches a month and at least 30% relevancy. Now, the way that we calculate relevancy is going to be the number of competitors that are ranked well for a keyword. Just very simple logic here. The more competitors that you chose that are on a keyword, on the first page of a keyword, the more relevant that keyword is to your niche. Very simple logic. The next bucket is the outliers bucket. The outliers bucket is going to be here. This is where we put keywords that have at least 2,000 searches a month, so pretty significant search volume. They're driving sales, but less than 30% relevancy. That means that less of these competitors are taking advantage of it, but some are. Now, the question would be, why are some taking advantage and some not, right? And sometimes you're going to find branded search, like we've got Kabu here. Sometimes you're going to find very generic keywords like toilet paper, right? And so even pink toilet paper. Some are taking advantage, some are not. And so we need to make a decision. Can we also rank for these keywords, and can we generate sales from these keywords? If we don't think we can generate sales from these keywords, then we don't add them to the master keyword list. Because what we're trying to do is curate this master keyword list to have all of the keywords that we think we can drive sales for. That's going to help us really understand how to write our listing to maximize the rank for those keywords. And then also later, we're going to use this list to go turn on a bunch of ad campaigns to rank the product on those keywords. So we're curating this list for a couple different reasons. The last bucket is the residue bucket. And the residue bucket is kind of going to be the rest of the trash. So under 30% relevancy, also under 2,000 search volume, a lot of long, or if the relevancy is higher, it could be because it's under 450 search volume. So you have some higher relevancy, but longer tail keywords. And you can go through here and say, well, are any of these relevant? Now, when I search for bamboo, there are keywords here. This is when I search the entire keyword cloud. I can look for variation-specific keywords. I can look for any roots I want, and I can find out that there are 31 keywords with bamboo in the master keyword list. There's 1 in the outliers and 25 in residue. Bamboo roll, bamboo Kleenex, bamboo paper towel. These are all lower relevancy because what we're selling is toilet paper, right? And, if we were to put toilet paper and paper towels on the same listing somehow, then maybe we can get indexed and ranked for both of these with each variation owning that traffic funnel. So that's a very advanced variation strategy that I like to use, which would be like the pink ones. We saw pink was a keyword, pink toilet paper. Well, if I add a pink variation, I want to write pink in the title. I want to target pink keywords with my ads, but I'm not going to target the generic keywords with my ads because pink toilet paper is probably going to get less clicks and convert less than the regular one, right? So what I'm trying to do is use each of these variations as traffic funnels into my listing so I can increase my overall traffic and my overall conversion rate, because each of those variations are going to have a higher conversion rate generally. Because when someone searches for pink bamboo toilet paper, even if it's 50 times a month, they are more likely to convert on that. So that's some advanced variation strategies, development strategies that we're looking for when we kind of look through this keyword list to look for those variation-specific keywords. Now, really quickly, if I wanted to get an idea of how competitive this niche is, you can see right away that a lot of these sellers are on every single keyword. And what we do is we evaluate the strength of the competitor based on the amount of search volume from the master keyword list that they are on the first page for. So without cleaning this list up, generally what I'm going to want to do is get rid of brand names, right? But once I clean this list up, you'll see how competitive this is. Right now, even without cleaning it up, it's very, very competitive. There are at least 7 strong and 7 very strong competitors. What does that mean? That means that to be strong, you have to be ranked on at least the first page for at least 60% of the search volume from the master keyword list. To be very strong, at least 80%. So that's 14 sellers. All 14 sellers are either strong or very strong that we selected. If I look at the overview, it shows us a very similar story. All 7 competitors are at least strong or very strong. And this is how we look at the search volume. And you'll see that there was a real big spike here during COVID. I guess all toilet paper did really well, or people were specifically looking for bamboo toilet paper during COVID. I don't know why. We saw another spike here. Again, I don't, maybe this is, it doesn't look very seasonal. Maybe this is, let me see, last week of July, January. Yeah. So maybe there's news, maybe there's a major brand, maybe there's something that kind of spikes it trends for a little bit. And then here again. So overall, it is seems to be a niche that's up and down. I wouldn't necessarily say it's growing. Let me see. This Amazon search volume is definitely growing over time. So we've tracked back the last 2 years of Amazon search volume, and you can see that bamboo toilet paper has gone from an average of 7,000 searches a month. It spiked recently to 24,000 with whatever this trend was, and then now it's down to 12. So overall, it's growing a little bit. Now, when we fill out and really try to understand whether we want to do this product, we're looking at competitiveness. We're looking at, can we create a new style, variation, color, design that people want more. So we're looking for ways to do a better job from a product perspective. We're also looking for ways to do a better job from an SEO perspective. So when we're looking at how competitive the niche is from a keyword perspective, and we're looking at the master keyword list, generally, if we see only 1 or 2 competitors that are very strong and we have a lot of gaps in the search volume. So if I pull this back up, let me sort by search volume. If we saw a lot more gaps in the indexing and ranking, then we would feel like we have an advantage from an SEO perspective, and that might be enough. So it's the combination of all these things that we're looking for. Now, if we did want to move forward with this product, after cleaning up the master keyword list, adding the keywords that we want to value from the outliers and the residue into here, we would then go write the listing. And so we have the ability to go to our listing builder. And we built the listing builder based on Amazon's ranking algorithm. So we've reverse engineered how Amazon ranks products on different keywords. And we understand that it's based on a quality score. Now, this quality score is very similar to the way that Google ranks products on different keywords. And it involves a combination of performance times relevancy. Now, relevancy is established, and it's one of the most important things. It's established by the way you write your listing. Not only that, each individual keyword is analyzed based on the match type. So you get a certain amount of credit for the match type of the keyword. So in other words, if the most important keyword for me to write into my listing is bamboo toilet paper, if I write toilet paper bamboo, that's a broad match because they're out of order. It's the same 3 words, but they're out of order. Now, a broad match is not a lot of ranking credit. We call it ranking juice. So you're only getting maybe 30% of the credit there. So it's really important, if you want to have maximum ranking ability or maximum ranking juice, that you write the keyword in exact form. Now, do you need to write every keyword in exact form? No. It's all relative to your competition. And then it's all multiplied times your performance. So if you're performing really well, but you don't write the word in your listing in the right way, you're still going to be blocked from ranking well because Amazon's not sure that you're selling that product. They're not sure that that keyword is relevant. So what you'll find a lot of times is that if you have an existing product right now and you are locked in the position 30 to 55 in that range, that's what I call the not sure zone. That's where Amazon is not sure that that keyword is relevant to your product, so they're just kind of locking you there. And I've seen hundreds of examples where you just change one word in the title to create that match, or put that word in your title, that keyword phrase in your title, an exact match, and it unlocks the credit you've already accumulated from your performance in order to rank immediately. So what we're trying to do is figure out how do we best write our listing mathematically to maximize our rank potential. So maximize our ranking juice. And what we do is we look at our competitors and we analyze their keywords and what you're seeing are the way they've written their title versus the keyword list. And we get a leaderboard, a ranking juice leaderboard. And once you select title, we can see what the scores are for each of these competitors. Now, mathematically, if I want Data Dive to write this and I just hit optimize, what I'm going to do is I'm going to ask Data Dive to leave some room here in my title so I can make it more readable. I can add any additional features. I can put my brand name. And then I'm only going to ask it to put 30% or 75 characters in the bullets, because what I want to do is know which keywords I should put there, but I want to use the AI tool to write better bullets. So my strategy here is that I'm going to make a note of what the math says to put in. I'm going to have the AI write the bullets, the AI that's built into Data Dive write the bullets, but then I'm going to go make sure that these keywords in particular are in there. So when I hit optimize, you'll see how quickly the math works here. I immediately have my title and bullets written. And you'll see here that I have now 257,000 ranking juice compared to the bestseller or the highest ranked one of 176. Now, why did that happen? Well, if you look here, this is title, T for title, bullets, description, and here are the keywords. Here are the root words. And root words are the repeated words and phrases throughout that master keyword list. So we can go analyze those a little bit more in a minute. If you look here, the green means exact match and orange is broad match. So what I've managed to do is write these keywords an exact match in my title and these an exact match in my title. So I have full 100% relevancy established and ranking juice established for those keywords. So if we go back over here, I've got bamboo toilet paper, bamboo paper towels. So we didn't take out the paper towels keyword. So what I'm going to do is let me rewrite this and I'm going to right click it and I'm going to exclude it because we're not selling paper towels, right? We also have a Chinese term in here, which is really interesting. I don't know where that is. Here it is here. Let me exclude that. And by excluding that, I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to optimize it again. And this is why it's really important that you take the time to curate your master keyword list before you come to this step. It's really important that you write your listing optimized to rank for keywords you can realistically rank for. But not only that, when it's time to run your PPC, if you want to add back in those longer tail keywords or the more generic keywords, you can add those back in before you move forward to the ad side there. So I'm going to hit let me clear the data and then run it again. All right. So now I've got 238,000. We took out the paper towels and the Chinese term. And we've got recycled toilet paper. I don't know that we're recycled. Bamboo doesn't mean recycled, right? So I don't know that it's relevant. Another thing we can do is we can take this little, look at this little eyeglass here, and then we're going to excluded. We're going to exclude the phrase. We're going to exclude recycled. Bamboo is not recycled. So that's a really big low-hanging fruit one. Again, there's only 3 keywords with 5,000 search volume, so it wasn't as massive. And again, I want to just optimize again. So let me clear the data and do it again. And no matter what, we're going to pretend as if this list is optimized. It was bothering me a little bit, but organic, plant paper, non-toxic, unbleached, bamboo tissues. We're not bamboo tissues, but that's okay. And, you could see here again that we have 225,000 search ranking juice versus our competitors. We do have one root here that's pretty high up that is not in the title. We have it in the bullets twice. And free toilet paper. So I don't know what that, I guess it's chemical free toilet paper would be the keyword. Yeah, and it's right here. So that would cover the rest of those bullets if we wanted to. You have to be careful with the regulations at Amazon with using certain words as well in certain claims. Even if it is chemical free, sometimes by even writing that, they might consider that a medical claim. There are really weird rules around what you claim and what you write in your titles and listings. So I highly suggest you follow up with Tom to get a list of words you cannot use, right? Definitely don't use words like mold. And you'll end up triggering Amazon's algorithm. They're going to just the robot's going to read your listing and then suppress you. So you got to be super careful with the right way you write your listing. So you have to clean this up. I think non-toxic is one of those keywords you can't use. So you got to be super careful here. So what I would do is I would actually just take toxic. That's going to be the last one. And tissues. Tissues can be another way to call toilet paper. So now what I'm going to do is let me look at the bullets and then let me see what keywords here it decided. So I'm going to open up a simple notepad. I am going to just copy these keywords over. And I'm going to do my best once the AI writes the title or writes the bullets. I'm going to do my best to get these built back in. So once I hit AI copywriter, it's going to automatically write these bullets and we'll see what it comes up with. All right. So experience ultimate comfort with our organic toilet paper, chemical free. So we've got organic toilet paper, chemical free was one of the keywords. Designed for eco-conscious buyers who value sustainability without compromising on softness. Each roll of Who Gives a Crap toilet paper, that's actually a brand name, I think. So it did write it in there properly. Makes every visit to the bathroom a pleasant experience. So we would remove this keyword and we would add a different one. If there's a keyword, I think 7th generation, I don't know if that's a recycled keyword. We're pretending as if we did this. Individually wrapped rolls. So each individually wrapped, how about we do that? Now, this is a plural match because the keyword is actually toilet paper. Delivers a luxurious feel that makes every visit to the bathroom a pleasant experience. English isn't the best here. It is over. This is just a recommendation. Remember, like once you get to the first 1,000 characters, it stops indexing. So you got to be careful what you put in the last one. So it is a little bit longer of a bullet, but I think it reads well. Now, we also, in the second bullet, we had toilet paper 3-ply. I don't know if we're 3-ply. That's something that you would have to find out for the product that you're going to make, how many ply you are. My understanding there is just how many layers you have. Kabu was a brand name. So let's see. And then it had 7th generation. Again, I don't know what that means, but enjoy the superior strength of our toilet paper. Toilet paper 12 rolls crafted with 3-ply technology. So it did get 3-ply in here, but it rewrote it. So the AI is going to try to make it readable and you try to use those general words, but it doesn't do a good job of putting them exactly. So now I'm going to have to go in and kind of rework this with the exact phrase that I want to have in here. Now, let's say that toilet paper 3-ply. So 12 rules of toilet paper 3-ply. Enjoy the superior strength. And then we can make that the main point. Packaged as 12 rolls of toilet paper, 3-ply technology for maximum. And then we get toilet paper 3-ply. So this is the keyword here. Package this 12 rolls, our toilet paper 3-ply technology for maximum absorbency and durability. Then we needed 7th generation. I'm not worried about that one. Unlike traditional options, our Kabu toilet paper. So it did get Kabu toilet paper. We can't use Kabu. That is a brand name. So we would add these to here, and then we would get rid of it out of here as well. So I can find a different keyword. Bleach is a keyword that you got to be careful using. So I would look at that. It could be lint free. Plant-based. It is plant-based. So our plant-based toilet paper ensures you won't have any leaks or mess, making it perfect for families and busy households. There you go. So we were able to get plant-based and in here. And now it's in our bullets. And then the third bullet is chemical-free toilet paper. Again, the claim there is a little weird. Unbleached. I don't know if unbleached is risky. It sounds like it could be. I don't know if I would put it. You have to really check your competitors' listings, and then definitely write Amazon if you're not sure. If like, always err on the side of, hey, can I make this claim? Open up a case. Ask Amazon seller support. What you could even do is do account health. So if you go to your Seller Central and you go to your account health dashboard, there's a call me. And then you can say, hey, I have a question, and they'll call you back and you say, hey, I have a question around writing one of my listings. I want to use some of these words and some of these phrases. Is it okay? Is it allowed on Amazon? And what they'll do is probably tell you right away, or send you to a resource, maybe with a list of words you can't use. So this is kind of the strategy I would, this is exactly what I would do to write the bullets. The fourth bullet would be white cloud toilet paper. So make a responsible choice with our, again, here's the unbleached toilet paper. Say goodbye to frustrating bathroom moments with our no tear toilet paper tip. Our 3-ply toilet paper is designed to provide a reliable and tear resistant experience, so you can trust that it will hold up when you need it most. Now, there's not enough here about the sustainability. Maybe there are eco-conscious buyers. But if I were to ask the AI to do a product brief and tell me who are the main buyers and what do they want, what I'm asking Data Dive to go do now is go read the reviews of our competitors that I just selected, and to read their detail pages, and then to come back and tell me, what do people like? What do people not like? What are the features they claim to have in their listing? And then not only that, what does the AI suggest I do to make a better product, to improve upon this product? And then finally, it'll also tell me who are the typical buyers of this product and what are they looking for? Why do they buy this product? Now, it's not 100% accurate because the AI will, try to piece this together with its own knowledge base. So it is based in ChatGPT 4.0. And it's also using contextual clues to try to come back and give this. But I find this to be extremely helpful a lot of the times for giving me product ideas, product improvement ideas, to help me write the listing, to talk more to the specific avatar that it says is here, because then it makes sense. And then I can use Google to go deeper into whether that avatar is truly there, or then I can use a service, maybe like IntelliV or something, to go ask real audiences. So let me see here. Another thing that we do, and we want to value the product, is we go through this scorecard method. I know Tom has a scorecard as well that he teaches you guys. It's probably similar to this in that it asks, you answer a bunch of questions and it gives you a risk score. That's kind of what this does. Once you fill out all these, I think that, you're going to end up with a score here. And the way I look at it is, if you get a negative score, it's kind of a no-go, right? It's ultra, ultra risky. A score from 0 to 500 is very risky still. So you have to understand that it's a high-risk product. It's high risk, high reward a lot of times. Then you've got a product that is 500 to 1,000 score. That's going to be a medium risk product. And a score that's above 1,000 is going to be a lower risk score. Now, this is just telling me what my odds of success are when I launch a product. If you analyze the products, you do the scorecard, you understand the niche, you're using AI to improve upon the product, you're using AI to design the product, and then test it with a real audience against your best sellers before you even launch it, and you win, your success rate, I think, will be pretty high, right? You're going to be right most of the time with a product that'll make you money on Amazon. So I said earlier I was going to go back and show you guys the roots as well. So if I look at the roots, what I'm doing is I'm tearing down the list of keywords from the master keyword list, and I'm really understanding what are the repeated words and phrases here. Remember, I'm not sure I can use chemical. I would have to check with Amazon, but 8 keywords on the master keyword list and 8,700 search volume, use the word chemical. So what I'm seeing here is how many keywords have this word. So that we call it a root. And so if I've got bamboo toilet paper here, there's 18 keywords with 55,000 combined search volume with bamboo toilet paper. Now, here we've got bamboo toilet paper unbleached, 7,600, specifically with unbleached. This Who Gives a Crap brand seems pretty big. Did we see them in the master keyword list? Are they there? Are they one of the best sellers? Here's No Trees with 2 O's. That's a cool bamboo story. Oh, here it is. Who Gives a Crap? So these are the guys. Now they're selling 2,000 packages a month of this with 3 variations. So that's interesting. And if I look at what they're ranked best for, it's going to be all their branded search. And if I sort by search volume again, they're just okay at indexing. What I'm seeing here is when you see a green, it means that it's an opportunity for you to go against them. So we're from the perspective of this being a competitor, green is good for you because they're not doing a good job on it. Now, why are they not doing a good job? Septic safe toilet paper. The question is bamboo toilet paper safe for your septic system? That's a question you need to find out. The second part of that is that's a pretty generic search term because there's a lot of septic safe paper, toilet paper. So you'll be going up against a whole nother niche there, a much broader niche of just toilet paper. So ranking well for it's going to be difficult, but 99 tells me they're not even trying, right? So maybe it's not relevant. 44 is in that I'm not sure zone, right? And so it says 7th generation toilet paper. Again, that was one that I didn't know what it meant. I would have to Google it and find out. Number 49 is toilet paper 3-ply. So again, how many plies do you have? So we're seeing why they're not ranked well. 38 is in that no zone. That's unbleached. Unbleached, I don't know if you can use the term. 41 for toilet paper individually wrapped. That's a very generic keyword here. 96 is no tear toilet paper. I don't know if that matters. And then 12 rolls. So this is a size thing, and it also includes a lot of the generic. How many rolls come in? Now, this is a 48 roll box. They have a 24 box, and then they have a 24. So they don't have 12. So that's why that keyword is not indexed for them as well. So you start to see how this master keyword list needs to be curated for what you're selling. And you need to make sure that these search terms are going to be what you're targeting. But it also shows you where variation strategies, advanced variation strategies can come into play. There's 12 roles. If I search the keyword cloud for 12 roles, or just 12, right? How many keywords have 12? There's 4 in the MKL and 5 in the residue. If I look for 24, 3 in the MKL and 4 in the residue. 48, 1 in the MKL, 30 and 2. So 48 rolls is a lot less popular. 24 is pretty popular. 12 is pretty popular. Now, what about the 3-ply? If I just put 3, I'm very interested. There's 3 here. Toilet paper 3-ply, and we saw that was pretty popular. There's also 5 in the residue bucket, and I'm interested what those are, right? So if I just come over here, White Cloud Ultra, that's not what we're selling, so not relevant. Amazon Basics, branded search, 30 rolls. So the 3 here is from 30, and then 36 roll, but toilet paper 3-ply here, it is a longer tail keyword. It's not even that popular. So if I just search for ply, I can find out what are all the different ways people are searching for ply, right? So we've got 22 keywords in the residue with ply, 4-ply toilet paper, 2-ply, 2-ply, 4-ply. So not just 3-ply, but 2-ply and 4-ply seems to be. Now, this is 1-ply 1,000 sheets from Amazon Basics. I imagine that this is dominated for someone that just has like a public bathroom or an office bathroom, and they just want the cheapest stuff possible, right? So single ply 1,000 sheet, that seems like a big roll. I'm not 100% sure, but I can always click on the keyword to go look at it. And so when I'm really analyzing a niche, I have to truly understand the psychology of the buyer, the different styles, the different components of the product, and what people really want. So when I come back over here to the product brief, which was done a little while ago, I can see these are the different attributes that each of these are claiming to have. Eco-friendly, sustainability, health benefits, softness, their packaging, strength, material. So this all makes sense for bamboo, right? This is why people want bamboo. What do the customers like? They like that it's eco-friendly. They like that it's soft and strong and chemical-free, absorbent. So these are definitely being talked about quite a bit. Lasts longer, but what do people not like? It's expensive. Small. The rolls are too small. So maybe some of the competitors are kind of cheating by making really thin rolls. So they're saying they're 48 rolls or a lot of rolls, but they're small rolls, right? So it seems like these guys are getting this complaint a lot. Not as soft as traditional TP. So the softness is an issue. Some of them, you're getting the complaints here from these guys mostly, but you got 2 complaints, 3 complaints, quite a few complaints. Now, remember, we went and analyzed the negative reviews to find out what people are actually complaining about. Too thin. So that's where that 1-ply, 2-ply, 3-ply comes in, I imagine. Rough texture. You don't want to make sure it's not rough. Misleading packaging. That's never good either. So what are basically the value added ideas that the AI can come back and tell us? Well, if they enhance the softness and comfort, that's important. Cost effective packaging, larger rolls, thicker, more absorbent. So these are very straightforward. Eco-friendly and sustainable packaging. If you're going to sell an eco-friendly product like bamboo toilet paper, your packaging better be sustainable too, because it needs to be all branded together and be cohesive in that messaging, right? So that makes sense. So use 100% plastic-free, biodegradable, compostable packaging materials. It tells you very clearly what to do here. RV septic safe, chemical-free and hypoallergenic, consistent quality. Now we saw the septic keyword was pretty big. Locally made. That's going to be almost impossible with bamboo, right? Bamboo only really grows in certain areas. Unless you want to open up a bamboo farm in the United States to sell it in the United States, that's going to be really tough. So this again, not all the ideas are hits, but it's good to know. Innovative designs. So introduce individually wrapped rolls with creative, eco-friendly designs to enhance the unboxing experience. That's interesting. So here are the desired improvements: softness, cost, roll size, thickness, packaging, septic safe, chemical-free, consistency, local manufacturing, absorbency, durability, eco-friendly. I love getting these ideas from the AI because I wouldn't think of some of these. And it's really just combining all the data points and saying, this is what we feel, or the AI feels, can make a better product. So it's a really interesting journey every time I analyze a product, because I take the data and I make really good decisions from it. Now, the customer avatars here, the eco-conscious family, 30 to 45. I don't know if that's Gen X. So occupation are professional, often in education, healthcare, or tech. They live in the suburban areas. Environmentally, sustainability. This is their interest. Organic products, family health. Values, sustainability, health. So buying motivation is seeking eco-friendly, biodegradable products that are safe for sensitive skin and reduce carbon footprint. We didn't mention carbon footprint in the first bullet, right? So if this is our main avatar, we need to figure it out. Now we've got a young urban professional here, a little bit younger. Marketing, finance, tech can afford a little bit nicer things, and they seem to care about it. The minimalism, zero waste lifestyle. They don't want to own a lot of things. Convenience, sustainability, and modern living. Buying motivation is that they're interested in reducing waste and supporting sustainable brands with maintaining a modern, stylish lifestyle. So that's a really interesting thing. Is this person as interested in that as they are in the image that it creates for them? Because a lot of the people this age, they have this online persona, right? And if they take a picture of their toilet paper, it says something about them, right? So I'm not saying that it's disingenuous that they're using it, but it's a status symbol. And a lot of products are a status symbol. So maybe this product can become that if you do it the right way. If you package the branding and you create the messaging, like that really funny name that we saw on the master keyword list. If we saw the who gives a crap toilet paper. This is a messaging, a status symbol, a branding thing that, that they've done a good job with, and they're doing well with it. I mean, they're not the cheapest option by far, right? Now they have this is a 48 box. I don't know how many it is. 48 rolls, 3-ply, 370 sheets, long and soft. And we can go look at the reviews, here, so we can see 4.7 stars. They've got the best reviews on this of these sellers. And they charge more. It's a bigger package, but they seem to be doing all right. $159,000 a month. Now they have branded search. So the question becomes, where else are they selling or marketing their product to drive people to Amazon? So that becomes a much longer conversation around marketing, branding, how you're driving traffic to Amazon from other places, whether it's TikTok Shop, whether it's Etsy or Google or Facebook, or ads into your Shopify store, and you're doing D2C. Now, this is a replenishable product. You might pay a lot to acquire a customer, but if you sign them up for Subscribe and Save, you might have a customer here that orders 5, 6, 10 times from you over the next 2 or 3 years. So what is the lifetime value of this customer? That's what you need to ask yourself. So this is where this type of product, if it's done right with the right branding, the right optimization, you're marketing it off of Amazon and on Amazon, you're relying on Subscribe and Save so that you get a lifetime value. You can really do some damage with a product like this and have a multi-million-dollar business with a single type of product. So we saw the keywords for toilet paper, for tissue paper, so Kleenex. Tissue can also be for toilet paper, apparently, as well, but also for paper towels. So you create this bamboo brand of paper, and you've got the opportunity to really tackle some large niches. And what I like about it is that they've got 3 variations. And if you scroll across, the Cheeky Panda, great brand name, out of the UK. Maybe Tom knows these guys. 130,000 percent. Now they've got some keywords here on the master keyword list they're not indexed for that we can analyze. They've got a smaller price point, but they've got 6 variations, $60,000 a month. So what are they doing right and wrong at the Cheeky Panda? Well, they've got a smaller count. They've got the 48 rolls, the 9 rolls, the 5 says 9 count pack of 5. That's a massive order. So I don't even know what that means. What does a 9 count pack of 5 mean? Is that 45 rolls? And so they're really competing on price here. 4 count pack of 6. Yeah, it's 24 rolls, and this would be 45 rolls. So why is this discounted so much? Maybe they're running a deal and they're trying to liquidate it, or they're just much smaller. But 14,000 reviews, moving a lot of velocity, a lot of style options. They've got branding attached to it. I think, you know, someone like this is doing a good job. And if you look at some of these bestsellers, 2 variations for Amazon Aware, 5 for Kabu, who's the industry leader, 400,000 searches per month, or sorry, $400,000 per month just with this listing. And now you've got all these variation styles. I would say for the cheeky panda to clean up their variation, make it a little bit more clear what you're selling there. All right. So that's kind of my analysis of what I would do to dive in. I would analyze the risk around the product using the analyze the risk of the product using the scorecard. I would dive into the keywords. I would clean up the master keyword list. I would understand where my competitors are getting their sales, whether it's branded search, those outlier keywords, generic keywords. I would, and you know, ask the AI to tell me how to make a better product if all of those things kind of check out. Ultimately, I think this is a super risky, high risk, high reward type of product, relying heavily on branding, style, cost, whether you can make a margin with a softer one. The size of the roles really matter. And then you're going to probably have to drive outside traffic to really compete in a product like this. So that would involve D2C, that would involve Facebook ads to your own website, that would involve TikTok shop, really brand awareness outside of Amazon that would lead to additional sales, traffic, and conversions to help boost these ranks. That's my analysis today. I hope that it was solid for you. You really understand how to navigate the master keyword list, the different data points here. There's a lot more to cover, but just from an initial product validation standpoint, the one thing I'll leave you with is don't fall in love with the first, second, or third product you analyze. Spend time and analyze 100 products. Dive deep into 100 ideas and score them. And what's going to happen is the more ideas you look at, you're bound to far more likely to find a product that is lower risk, and then move forward with one of those. So spend a good amount of time. We call it a product sprint. So you spend a good amount of time just looking for new products. And then you move forward with samples, dealing with the factories, and all the other awesome stuff that Tom teaches you. That's it for me today. I hope you guys enjoy Data Dive. You have your free trial. If you have any additional questions, Tom can reach out. We can always do another call and go deeper as well. Thank you for your time today.
Hey guys, sorry for interrupting your Amazon FBA marathons, but I promise you it is for a very good reason. Now, I just wanted to borrow a couple of moments of your time to introduce to you another opportunity that goes hand in hand with Amazon FBA, and it's called TikTok Shop for Affiliates. Now, unless you've been living under a rock for the past few years, you will have heard of TikTok, right? The social media app that people go on to watch short form content. Now, a couple of years ago, TikTok introduced something called TikTok Shop, which was a little bit like Amazon. So it's a shopping platform that's integrated into the TikTok app. So people can go on it, they can browse the shop, buy products, and so on, right? So that is something that is definitely worth you understanding or being aware of if you are serious about building a brand on Amazon, because of course you can then start to sell on TikTok as well with that very same brand. But what I'm here to talk to you about right now is TikTok Shop for Affiliates. So the beautiful thing about TikTok is whenever you upload a video, you can tag a product that you're talking about, right? That's not the exciting thing. The exciting thing is that if you do that and somebody makes a purchase because of your video, so they watch your video, they click the product and they buy, you get a commission, right? This is really exciting because as of 2024, 2025, TikTok are really gunning for growth. They want to grow as much as possible. They want to take over Amazon. They want to take over Facebook, Instagram, everything. So in order to do that, they are allowing people to go viral without having followers, without having ad spend, and without having to invest any money at all into videos. You can literally go viral doing what I'm doing now. Now, the reason that I want to talk to you about this is because we have another community called Honest Creators, where we will teach you how to make content that goes viral promoting products. Now, there's two reasons that you want to do that. The first is that when you come to launch your own brands on Amazon, you can then use that skill set to start making TikTok videos where you're going to go viral and then making lots of sales, right? And those sales are going to be super profitable because there's no ad spend. You don't have to pay Amazon a referral fee or commission. And it's, yeah, like I say, there's just not much cost involved with filming and uploading content. And the second reason that it's really important that you understand this opportunity is because launching a brand on Amazon takes an investment, right? If you want to do things really well, you're going to need at least 3,000 to 5,000. That's at the very least. Now, a lot of you guys watching now, you might not have that, right? That's no problem because you can still be watching the materials now. You can still come on board with Honest FBA and be learning while saving in the background so that in a few months, you can hopefully be in the position where you've saved enough and you can buy your own launch your own brand, right? But this opportunity here of Honest Creators, where we're going to teach you how to create content, promoting products, earning commissions, that can honestly supercharge your ability to save and then to invest in your dream brand. So if we just look on the screen now, we have got the homepage for Honest Creators, and I'll leave the link for that below. There's an introduction video here that will basically give you a very quick summary of what I've just said. But you can see here is a picture of what it looks like if you become a TikTok shop affiliate. So you can see here, it says earn £1 per sale of the product that I was looking at. Just to put it into perspective, right? I filmed a video for this product here. It was 50 seconds long. It's got 4 million views and it's been up for about 3 or 4 weeks now. That video has earned me about £4,000, right? $5,000 in commission. And all I was doing was just reviewing the product, right? You can make insane amounts of cash with this opportunity. And that's why I want to talk to you. That's why I wanted to introduce it to you now, because if you're not quite at the position right now where you can invest in stock and launch your own brand, then this is your ticket to pushing in front of the queue, right? The early access queue. So this is a really, really attractive opportunity because you don't need followers. You don't have to be an influencer to achieve success. You don't need to have any experience. You don't need to have used TikTok before or whatever. So what I would encourage you to do after you have finished this session, of course, is to go into Honest Creators and just check out the free training that I have. It's 30 minutes long. It will teach you everything. And most importantly, by the end of the training, you are going to understand how the next year could look like for you. So let's just quickly run through. So the next 1 to 2 weeks, I'll be teaching, if you decide to come on board, of course, I'll be teaching you how to create content. You don't even need to show your face for that, by the way, and how to promote products and go viral, right? After 1 to 3 months, you'll be doing that and you'll be earning commissions from it. 3 to 9 months, you'll be earning a stable income from it. And then in a year, I would say a year at the max, if you just don't have any savings now, that's when you'll have enough from your TikTok affiliate journeys to invest in the brand of your dreams, something you're super passionate about, which you can then launch onto Amazon and then onto TikTok and even broader. Now, another thing that's really, really exciting about this whole opportunity is that you are going to be developing a skill set that comes in so handy when you do actually become a brand owner, right? So let's just say that you start learning how to create content today. As part of that, you're going to learn presentation skills. So what I'm doing now, you're going to learn how to sell a product without selling. People hate being sold to. They hate feeling like something is an advert, so they'll skip it. The Honest Creators will teach you how to sell stuff subtly without it seeming like it's an ad, right? So talking about benefits of a product as opposed to features and problem solving and all that stuff. So you'll pick up those skills so that by the time you come to launch your product on Amazon, you can use those to really make your listing awesome. You can use those to start promoting products on TikTok, Amazon, whatever, with video content. And most importantly of all, you can use that skill set to recruit other content creators, other affiliates, who will then start promoting your products for you for a commission, of course. Now, that commission is typically going to be between 10 and 30%. So it's not really a lot when you compare it to the fees that you get on Amazon. So referral fee, the PPC costs, and so on. This is without a doubt the best opportunity I've seen to paving the way to building a brand and just becoming very wealthy indeed. So I don't want to take up any more of your time. I did say it would only be a few moments, but after you finish this training, or now, if you want a break, go into the description, go to the Honest Creators page, watch the training. And if it's something you think that you'd like to do whilst you're saving to build your brand, then please do register. Just as a quick reminder, you don't need an existing following. You don't need to show your face. You don't even need to use your voice if you don't want to. And yeah, you don't really need to invest much at all. You get products sent to you for free, or you can review products in your house. So without further ado, get back to the marathon. I hope you enjoy the rest of the training. That's it for now. See ya.
Right. So in this section, I'm going to run through how to source the products that you're looking to sell. And that can be done in a ton of different places. So I'm going to give you a few options, starting with the most popular option that traditionally people were using the most. We source in this place still, but we have moved to other areas now. We are now sourcing in North America as well as in this place I'm about to go into. I'm sure you probably guessed what it is already, but to make it look all sexy and cool, editor, can you clip in some clips of me and Alex visiting this place last year?
When we could be superstars, we've been rather wrecking cars.
Hey bro, is that Jambo?
What is that stage for us?
Yes, of course, I am talking about China. That trip was amazing, by the way, because Alex basically followed me around with the camera because he had a fancy new lens on it he wanted to test out. So basically got a load of cool footage of me walking around China doing stuff, which is great. So I'm going to start with China. China is, as I said, historically the #1 place people source products, mainly because it's great value. They're super advanced compared to us in the West, to be honest, in terms of a lot of manufacturing. So traditionally it is where people would go and look. So this first step, finding the supplier, where do I source my products from? China is the #1 that I'm starting with today. But we also have, which is getting more popular now, we have India, we have Vietnam, we have other places in Southeast Asia as well, like Indonesia. As well as that, some people now source in Africa. We have people sourcing in the UK itself, in Europe, and in North and South America as well. So Mexico is actually coming up as more and more prominent now as well. Right, so in China, you're going to probably use Alibaba.com to find your suppliers. So this website, some of you guys might already be familiar with it. It's massive. It's where we found our first suppliers. It's a one-stop shop. It's got pretty much every factory in China and in a few other countries as well. There's more and more of those being added on this platform. So I'm going to do a live walkthrough now of how to use it. And what I'm going to look for is this product, which Alex has been talking to you guys about. So this True Height. So basically this growth supplement. So supplements, we can source them in China. We can also source them in Europe and North America. So I'm going to run through a few options in this part of the video. So to begin with though, we're going to start with China. So this product, the main keyword we're looking for here is a growth supplement for kids, I would say. So let's do, what's going on there? Growth supplement. It depends if we want to go gummies or capsules with this one. So let's have a look at what comes up with this main keyword at the minute. So first of all, this is how to grow a bigger ass. So that isn't what we're going to go for, but very interesting to know that exists. Maybe that's something that we can do in future. We have, that's just an absolute copycat of it. Sometimes you do see this in Alibaba. These suppliers like copy big brands, hero images. So to keep an eye out for that. But let's have a quick look through. So as we can see here, we get a bunch of results, right? And we can see pricing, we can see the images, we can see where they're based, for example, the name of the factory. These things here as well, verified Chinese supplier. There's a bunch of information. So to whittle this down, what we want to do is go over to the left-hand side. And first of all, we're going to hit this. That's trade assurance. What that essentially means is Alibaba have created this part of Alibaba called trade assurance where your money is protected. So if you pay a supplier that has trade assurance, it means that money is essentially held in escrow. So it's held safely, not by the supplier, not by you. It's held in escrow until you agree that what you received was what you agreed and what you ordered, right? So if you hit that, it just kind of takes out any of the ones that may not have that. And at the start, it's something that you probably do want to have just to feel safe when you're sending money all around the world to a kind of factory and a supply that you potentially never met before. What we're also going to do is hit this verified supplier. So when we were in China, when you go to the factories themselves, they'll have these certificates up on the wall behind them, like this, like they graduated from university, right? So what this means is an external inspection company's gone in and they verified that supplier. So they sell what they say they sell, and the accreditations are all up to date. So that essentially means you're ticking another box. If they don't have these two things, it's probably not worth looking at them, especially when you're starting out. So there's just an extra bit of protection. If we go down here, there's a bunch more information as well in terms of like the kind of supplements we're looking for. We can do where they exported to. So they've gone to Australia, United States. So this could be a good option for us. That exports to Norway, France, Germany. We've got certifications down here. So any products that you're looking at, if you know for a fact you need certificates, then you can hit those as well as packaging. So I'm going to leave it pretty high level for the time being, though, just those. I'm going to scroll down and see what we can find. So we're going to skip the booty growth ones, that's hair vitamins, baby kids, chewable gummies. So creatine gummies, melatonin, that isn't what we want. OEM private label care, vegetarian capsules, potentially could do that. So an OEM manufacturer basically means that you can work with them to produce custom products. This is height growth supplement. So this could be a good one, right? So these guys, I'm going to hit this compare button. This one below them looks exactly the same, to be honest, but you can see it is a different company. So I'm going to hit that as well. That picture looks very similar. See, I mean, they've literally taken, I doubt there's their supplier, but they've literally taken that picture and put it on themselves. So because this brand is so well known now. So those two are added. If we keep going down, see, grow toward the supplement height pills. Okay, right. So we can hit that as well. Hit and compare. You can see here at the bottom, by the way, they're all being added to where I'm hitting compare. Growth capsules. Okay, there's another one there and another one there, right? So there's a bunch of those we've added. On this point, right, when you're sourcing on Alibaba, this was pretty easy, right, to find some suppliers off the bat. Some products you will find that it's a little more difficult. For example, our first ever product, it took ages of looking through Alibaba and we found one supplier of that product. And then we realized in hindsight, that was a great thing because it meant that niche was not going to get competitive for a while. And we had a good bit of kind of runway ahead of us. Sometimes when you search for suppliers, especially if you find a niche and you see there's not many people in there yet, right? So you think, oh, wow, there's a load of keyword demand for this, but there's not really any sellers yet. You go on Alibaba and there's a ton of suppliers. That is a pretty big signal that that niche is about to get super saturated and it'll become a bit of a price war and you probably want to steer clear of it. So unless you're super early and you find a niche with low competition and high demand, but there's also hardly any suppliers, that's a good sign. But if it's not, then be very wary that you may have missed the boat on that. And you'll very likely see that niche is about to get hyper saturated. So back to this, I'm going to hit compare on these 5 different suppliers. And this has pulled up this page in front of us with a bunch of useful information. The first thing we can see here is the MOQ, aka the minimum order quantity. So 10 boxes, 100 boxes, 50, 100, and what's this over here? 300. So pretty small MOQs, which is a good thing, depending on how many fit in a box, right? What you will see in China, their MOQs are generally fairly low, which is a good thing, right? When you're brand new in business, we'll see a bit later on when we source in, say, North America, one of the challenges is they're big boys, right? They're big factories. Not that these guys aren't, but these are much more flexible and they let more people in the door. The ones in the States, they're much like kind of more, I guess, more westernized, you could say, to be honest. They're just less flexible and they want big contracts and they don't necessarily need the smaller guys. So they're not going to be as flexible and allow for as small MOQs. Next, we can see the FOB price. So this is the price per box. It says here, I'm assuming that's kind of per unit. So we're looking at $270 to $3, $220 to $380, $3 $350, $355, and the last one $180 to $280. So on average, we can see here the price around late $2 to $280 to $3, you would imagine. This is a starting point, right? So you're going to reach out to these people. You're going to start having discussions. They expect you to negotiate, right? This is what every single seller does. They come in, they get excited. You do a bit of negotiation, almost it feels like to tick a box because it's exciting to do it. But they do definitely bake that into the pricing. So the odds are you can generally bring the prices down a touch from where they are here. Of course, at the start, you're not going to have crazy leverage because you're ordering smaller quantities, but just bear that in mind as you move forward. We can also see here supplier locations. That's important. So you can see these guys are all in China on that one. We can see their payment terms, the name, obviously, we can see here. And we want to see a bit more information on the particular suppliers. So, for example, these guys, we can go and jump into them. And we're going to have a look at their products, right? So they do all these production of OEM gummies, powders, capsules, tablets. So these guys look like they're verified as well. And they're basically like a manufacturing facility for, it looks like pretty much any supplement that you want to make. So let's have a look down here. We can see, so quality control, trade background. So they do a lot of exporting to North America by the looks of things, and then Western Europe. So generally, they're exporting to our two kind of main markets, I would say. See some reviews down here as well. So if we go to their products, we can see the kind of gummies that they're making. So this can also be quite a good way, by the way, to do a bit of product research. The way like you can get other ideas of products that you can move into after the initial product launch release. Say it's gone well, you want to move sideways into more stuff. It can be pretty easy to do that with the same supplier. So bear that in mind. You can always check out areas like this to see what else can be made. These guys do the booty gummies everywhere. There's even breast gummies. They got all these guys. Probably got penis gummies somewhere as well. I'll make sure to send them to Alex after this. They got a bunch more here. Right. So if we go out to the company overview, we can see $210,000 of volume, which isn't massive on this one, to be honest with you. Average response time around 5 hours or less. Some of these guys you can filter back here for super fast response time. Where is it? 1 hour response time, which I think is a bit harsh. Like that's pretty rapid. Some of these guys do need to get sleep, but you can filter for that as well if you like. Right, so I'm going to show you how to reach out to these guys in a second via this section, but I want to quickly bring up one other website in China which you can use to source, which is 1688.com. So this obviously looks pretty overwhelming. You can, of course, try and change it into English. And this is basically another version of Alibaba. Some people think you can source products a little bit cheaper on here as a reference point, and you can go back to Alibaba and say, I found it for this. So you can give that a go as well. We jump back over here. We can hit contact supplier, right? We can actually send them a message all at once. We can see who we're reaching out to here. We can also adjust this to the level that we need. And down here, we can type in the message, right? Generally, what we like to do with a message is keep it super simple. You just want to set the conversation off. And to be honest, I want to get off Alibaba. So Alibaba is a great platform for finding suppliers, but their messaging area for me is a bit shit, to be honest. Like the messages can get super slow to come through. You don't realize they've replied and it's been too long. So we'll send a super simple message. Like, we are interested in ordering XXX product. We operate in US market. We're interested in an annual volume of X thousand units. So that allows us to throw a big juicy number up there, right? We've worked out how many we might want to order for the year, and we can hit them with that number. What is the cost to produce X number of units? Please add me on WeChat or WhatsApp to discuss. So that's us getting them off of the platform and getting things moving, right? We don't really subscribe to the whole, like, I am the CEO of X brand, yada, 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 I'm a big shot. I think that's kind of nonsense for me. You just want to get the conversation going, and then you can get into it and you can get into kind of the details properly, right? I think in the past, it's been too much emphasis has been put on that, where people think you got to look like a really big deal. What I would say is you can say, I represent the buying department of this company. If you want, that can work well, because that can really give you somewhere to go when you get to the negotiation phase. You can go back and say, look, my boss won't agree to this. So that is something to bear in mind. You haven't got to say, I'm the owner, I'm the founder of this brand, and we're brand new, for example. Don't advise saying that. You can still get perception that you are a kind of successful brand. But do bear in mind, there is rumors that in China and on Alibaba, they can see your order history, right? So if you're brand new and you give it the big end saying, like, we spend X thousand per year, we do this, we do that, they can see on Alibaba you've done nothing. Then just bear that in mind, right? You're going to look a bit stupid and you haven't got the leverage that you think that you may do. All right, so what you're going to do is, like I said, type in the message in here, and then you're going to fill this in, hit send, and it's going to send the message to all of them, right? All of those 5 that you selected. If you hit this button, this is the RFQ, right? And what an RFQ essentially is that will send out your inquiry to every supplier on Alibaba who fits the bill. So you can do this if you want to kind of scattergun approach just bear in mind that will contact a lot of suppliers, and your inbox will get inundated with salespeople trying to kind of get you to go with them. So just bear that in mind. You don't have to do this from the off. Use the RFQ. This can actually work quite well later on once you've actually got a bit of an established brand, if you want to make your supplier sweat a little bit, that you're looking elsewhere. But for now, I don't think you probably need to hit this button. Right, so sourcing in China, first things first, we're going to go to Alibaba.com. Alibaba.com, some of you guys might already be familiar with this. It is massive, right? It's the biggest website in China for finding suppliers. And you can also use it to find suppliers in other countries as well, places like India, Vietnam's cropping up on there a fair bit now, but mainly it's going to be Chinese suppliers. And you can pretty much find every supplier in China on Alibaba.com. I'll give a quick mention to another platform called 1688.com. As you can see, a little bit more difficult to use. This is mainly going to be in Chinese. I hit English translation there. You can sometimes find slightly cheaper prices on here, so you can use it as a bit of leverage against your suppliers on Alibaba. But Alibaba has a bunch of other features, which if you're a beginner, I think you're probably going to want to use to start out. So let's kick it off with searching for our growth health supplement for kids. So we can search the main keyword basically and see what comes up. And we're going to see a bunch of different options, right? And a bunch of information here as well. So we're going to actually try and filter this down because there are so many to run through. So first of all, we're going to hit this, which is trade assurance. What trade assurance essentially means is that Alibaba, you will pay them via their kind of payment platform. And it means that your money is protected. So rather than paying the supplier directly into the bank account, you pay them via Alibaba. The money is then held in escrow, so it's kind of kept safe until you agree that what you received was what you agreed upon when you ordered. So essentially, it's like a safer way to look after your money, because it can be a little bit daunting sometimes to send your money halfway around the world to someone that you've never met in person. So we'll hit that because as a rule, as a kind of basic rule, we want them to be signed up to that. The next thing we're going to hit is this on the left-hand side, verified supplier. So we can see if we hover over each of these question marks, the information, verified suppliers with credentials and capabilities inspected and verified by third-party companies. So when Alex and I were in China, you can see actually in the offices of these factories, they have it like on the wall, like a diploma, right? So they're really proud of it. And it basically means that, like it says there, a third party's gone in, they verified, they sell what they say that they sell, and they're legit. So definitely want to hit that. This one below it, the verified pro supplier, that's quite a new thing they've added here. That just means they have 5+ years of experience. Don't necessarily need to hit that. I can leave that open for the time being. We can also see here 1 hour response time is a pretty standard filter. Pretty harsh, I think. That's a pretty rapid response time. They are really good. They do reply fairly quickly, but we do want to see speed, but I don't think you need to hit that kind of from the off. Further down, I'll just run through these quickly. We can see the categories they're in. We can actually filter by price, so we know what our max price is we want to go for. We can cap it there as well. We can look at their rating system as well as where they've exported to. So obviously a lot of us are going to be exporting to the US or Europe or the UK. So you can search for that as well as some management certifications and a bunch of other stuff down here. But for now, those basic ones are what we're going to kick off with. And as we scroll down here, right, we can see these are booty gummies. So that's booty growth. That isn't what we want. Let's keep it down here. It's growth indicator. This is a hair growth gummy. We've got food supplement, hair growth again. So, okay, right. So this is one. This is like within our price range. We're going to hit compare here on the right-hand side. This picture looks very familiar. Yes. So this can happen sometimes on Alibaba. The factories and suppliers will basically see who the best sellers are on Amazon and then just like rip off their image basically. If True Height notice this, they can message these and say, take it down, and they probably would. But it's a good way to get people like us that are looking for this product. It does get your attention. So that's why they do it. We keep going down here. We can see multivitamins. No. So OEM growth maximizer. Okay, right. So that's another one that we can hit. Again, price range looks about right. Okay, there's another one here for growth. So as well, we can play around with the keywords if we want to change it up. But this is obviously hitting up, providing some pretty useful ones at the minute. So we'll hit that one, I think. There's another one there as well. Okay, right. So as you can see, as I'm hitting compare on these, it's just adding them to the bottom of the screen here. So we've got 5 in there now we can look at. Let's see if we got one more. So natural growth. Okay, there's another one there. There's gummies as well, right? We're then going to hit compare. well, there's a lot of information here. If I want to see information on the product itself, let's just open up the product page because there's a bunch of stuff on here as well, right? So on here, we can see more product images. So we're kind of what's included with the product. Again, they've probably, I think they have taken that, haven't they, off a listing. But as we scroll down, we can see, right, price points. So different price points based on different order quantities. So that's good to know as a bit of kind of benchmarking for where we can get to with prices. And if we scroll down, we can see the origins. So we can see where they're based in China in this instance, who it's applicable for, the shelf life. We've got the model number, capsules, 60 capsules per bottle. The MOQ, which is here just 10, which is super low. We see their capsules. We can see the lead time. What this means is how long the production is, right? So lead time on this. So up to 5,000 boxes, it's just 5 days lead time, which is absolutely rapid, to be honest. So we're in products like this, it is a lot faster. When you get to things like plastic products, wooden products, they're going to be a bit longer. Normally it's 20 to 25 days for production, but these guys look like they can do it within 1 week, which is pretty awesome. We've got samples down here. We've got customization, which obviously we're definitely going to want to customize the logo, as well as the ratings and reviews down here as well, which is pretty useful, right? So there's a bunch of information on here. We can also see the information on the actual factory themselves, and we can also see their other products. So this is pretty useful when you're looking to kind of scale far past the first product, or even when you're doing product research, right? This is a good way to kind of flick around. You can see other products that you can move into and perhaps grow the brand into other areas. These guys do a bunch on booty growth, which is an interesting niche. I think I've seen breast tablets as well. I'm sure they probably do penis pills as well. So I'll make sure to send them to Alex just after I finish recording this. If we jump back over here again, we've got the 5, is it 5 that I selected? The 5 or 6 we've got here, right? And this is a bit easier just to compare as a snapshot. So we've got the MOQ, so 100 boxes, 50 boxes, 100 boxes. That one just had the 10, like we saw on when we looked into it in more detail. So pretty low MOQs. In China, you will see that, and they are a bit more flexible than other countries. For example, in North America, they're generally going to ask for pretty fat MOQs, which is why a lot of people do look towards China at the start, especially a lot of new people that are starting out because they haven't got the budget to launch 100,000 units off the bat. These guys are much more willing to work with small companies that kind of want to get their foot in the door. We also have the FOB price. So this price looks like, so 220 to 320, 3 to 350, 230 to 380, 270 to 3. Okay, right. So we're around the $3 per unit mark at an FOB rate. So they're all pretty kind of within our price range. We know that will make sense. And we know this is a starting point, right? We can negotiate down. We've seen the price points I showed you a second ago with the bands of pricing. So we know we can target that lower price point there as well. We also have where they're based. So we know these guys are all in China. The main products that they create. So these guys look like they do more like whitening powders, wrinkle powders, healthcare products, right? These guys seem to do a bit more gummies and capsules. These gummy capsule tablets, tea, and the end guys, plant and extracts, right? Okay, so generally, they all hit what we need them to hit. That's fine. These guys kind of maybe are the most kind of applicable. Annual sales volume. So again, all pretty well-established factories, it looks like. So 10 to 50 million. These guys 50 to 100 million. So they're pretty large. Last one's over 100 million. So big-ass operations. And then look, years at Alibaba. Transaction history, gold supply. So these guys, they tick all of the boxes, right? What we can then do, just to speed things up, we can actually contact all of these at once. So if we hit this contact supplier button, we can change this around in terms of how many we want to order. At the minute, that's just set in as their MOQ. Doesn't really matter too much. You can leave it as that if you like. And then we can type in a message here that's going to go to everyone, right? So with a message, what we'll generally do when we reach out, we are not trying to portray that we're Billy Big Bollocks that's a bit of an English slang there. In the US speak, I guess we're not trying to portray that we're bigger than we are, right? We're just trying to start the conversation and get things going. So generally, we'll have a bit of a standard template that we'll send, which will basically just say, hello, we are interested in ordering X product, the growth product. We operate in the US market, and we're interested in an annual volume of X thousand units. So that it gives us the opportunity to throw out a big sexy number that is attractive and get their attention, right? What is the cost to produce XX number of units? Please add me on WeChat or WhatsApp to discuss. Thanks, Tom. The reason we'll do that is because we want to get them off of Alibaba, to be honest. Like, we don't really rate their it's a great website in a lot of ways, but their messaging system is just dog shit, and often you won't get notified when you've been messaged. So often we'd rather get them off of platform onto WeChat, which they all have in China, or onto WhatsApp, which a lot of them have now as well, right? So we can fit that in, we can ping it off. Now, when you're filling this in, right, one good thing to say is that you're from the buying department. The reason for that is that in future, it gives you somewhere to go, right? If you say I'm the owner or I'm the founder, you then can't later on in negotiations go away and say, oh, I asked the boss and they won't approve that pricing. So it gives you that nice little bit of leverage to go away. If you say you're the founder, then they know you're the boss. You can't really ask yourself and say, no, like my boss doesn't agree, because that is you, and they know that, right? So you can say that. But other than that, you haven't got to bullshit and say, like, we've been in business for 10 years, we do X million per year. If it's nonsense, there's no point in saying it, because there's strong rumors that we can see a lot of information on these guys, but also they can see a lot of information on us. So they can generally see your order kind of volume history, we've been told. So if you start lying and say that you do a load of volume that you don't, they can probably see through that. So once you bang the message in here, we then fill this in and we send the inquiry off, right? This button, recommend matching suppliers if this supplier doesn't contact me on Message Center within 24 hours with an RFQ. What the RFQ is, this essentially will message every single supplier on Alibaba who offers this product, right? So if you hit that button, just be prepared. Your inbox is going to be lit up with people, with salespeople trying to get you to go with them. I wouldn't probably recommend it from the start. Like, you want to contact definitely like 5 to 10 suppliers for your product. You don't necessarily need to contact 50, but just bear that in mind. If you do want to go kind of essentially look at this button as like going nuclear, you want to go wild, then by all means you can hit that and crack on. So I wanted to touch on a couple of key points in terms of when you're speaking to these suppliers, and like how to speak to them and how to spot the good suppliers, basically, right? So Alibaba do a good job in terms of filtering out the riffraff, and we can use all their filters, but we want to learn ourselves, like, how do we find out who's actually good and who we want to stop talking to? So as I've already said, we can kind of skip the preamble in terms of like, I'm the CEO, yada, yada, yada. What we want to do is speak in simple, short sentences. The English level in China is really good on a written level, I would say. When we were there, every street sign now actually is generally in Chinese, but also in English. So they are making a real effort to learn, but spoken English is still pretty weak there. And on WeChat, for example, the translation feature is very, very good. You'd often think the English level of your suppliers will be much better written than it is on calls, especially if your suppliers are in the north of China. It's definitely a weaker level up there. So you really want to speak in simple, short sentences, because it just makes it way easier to communicate and way easier for them to understand. And hopefully they will do the same back to you as well. You also want to emphasize a long-term relationship. So from the off, right, this is something that we do in the West a bit more. We're very transactional, and we think it could be like a one-off payment. With working with Chinese suppliers, you really want to paint the picture of a long-term vision. And you can say that, look, your plan is to do this, and then this, and then this. And you don't want a supplier, you want a partner, you want a business partner to grow the brand together. So you really want to get them to buy into that. But to that point, you don't want to give away too many details up front. And what I mean by that is, if you have a USP for a product, you don't need to go and tell everyone straight away, right? At the start, we're just trying to find the good suppliers and start conversations off and verify that they're decent enough to work with. We can give them our amazing idea later on, but for now, you kind of get things moving into the looking at their regular products, and then give them kind of the good stuff later on, once you've whittled them down to the final few who you're interested in working with. In terms of who we're looking for, right? We're looking for suppliers who have a very strong level of English. Like I said, that's going to be important, right? Because you've got to communicate exactly what you want, and you need to ensure they understand it, because things can get lost in translation very easily. They need to understand exactly what you need, which goes to the first point, and you want them to be flexible with what you're after, right? So a lot of the time they may want you just to go for exactly the product as it is, and you can do that sometimes, but realistically we want to have a unique offering in the market. So we want ones that have flexibility and they're willing to work with you to create something new. So once you're up and chatting, right, there's a few things you can say and not say to suppliers. So I'm going to run through a few of them now. First of all, we can find out what other ideas they're working on. So as well as our main product, it's not a bad thing just to ask them like, what else? What else is in production? A lot of these guys are going to have kind of development sections, development teams at their facility. So ask them what's happening at the moment. They're looking at new ideas. Maybe you can be first to market with those ideas. Next, we want to be personable, right? So again, it's not so transactional in China. They really value relationship building. So ask them, sound like I got emotional then. I really didn't. You can ask them about their families, about work. You can even consider sending gifts. So as you get a bit further down the line, you have a bit of a relationship with these people, send gifts. Gifts are massively appreciated, and that's going to really help solidify your relationship with them. Don't bullshit. As I said before, they can see your history on Alibaba most likely, so it's not worth lying to them. Don't give away the USP, like I mentioned a second ago, and don't negotiate immediately, right? This comes later on in the conversations. If you go in from the off and you really start hammering the negotiation, they're going to think, this guy's company is so annoying to deal with. We don't really want to give them a good service in more cases than not, right? So go in, just open up the conversation. Negotiation can come later. For now, we're just trying to build a relationship and verify they're a good supplier. So don't go in and say, I need it for this straight away. You can be a bit more kind of flexible with that and negotiate harder when it comes to it. So when you're speaking to a bunch of suppliers and you're kind of running through these steps, you're probably going to quickly realize that some of them are super unresponsive. Some of them might just outright lie to you. Some of them are just really difficult to deal with. Their English is really poor. So you're likely going to whittle down that first group down to a good batch, right? There's like 3 to 5 maybe suppliers that you think, okay, I can actually work with these guys. And then you can move it on to the next stage. And just a quick point here of when you should be doing this. You want to be reaching out to suppliers as soon as you have a viable product idea, right? So don't wait until you've done all your research, you decided on a product on say Amazon itself, you use Helium 10, you're like, right, I'm going to go for this product. This is the one. And then to contact all the suppliers, right? Because then you might get to that point and maybe the product isn't viable, it doesn't work out, you can't find good suppliers and you're back to square one. You want to be doing this non-stop as you go, right? As soon as you think you found a good idea, jump on Alibaba, jump on other websites where you can source and get talking to suppliers straight away. And you're going to have multiple tracks running at once, right? Don't pin all your hopes on one thing, have multiple of them going, and then the whole process will move a hell of a lot faster. Right, so at this point, if you've whittled down your suppliers and you think you've found the best, say 3 to 5, we'll go on to the next stage, which will be ordering product samples. And that's going to be your products as well as your competitors. So you, of course, want to see your product in your hands, right? You want to test it out and see it's as good as they say it is. But you definitely also want to get your competitors, your potential competitors, and niches that you're going into. So order them, get them in your hand, and you're probably going to spot things that you just can't tell by reading an Amazon listing. Of course, we can get loads of good information on Amazon. We can see common complaints that we can fix, and we can see the good things people are saying. But until we get a product in hand, we'll never truly know exactly how good it is, right? And exactly what the finished article should be in our opinion, and also in other people's opinions. So you want to give it to other people to test as well. So as a rule of thumb, never ever commit to an order without first seeing samples. Don't skip that phase. It just isn't worth it because the actual product might differ greatly from the advertised images. So as I said, you've probably got 3 to 5 suppliers, right? And you're going to ask for a sample from each of them. So they're going to send it over, usually by air freight, and you're going to get that to your house in UK, US, wherever you live, right? And you're probably straight away going to open the boxes and see a pretty big range in the quality, which honestly, like we've seen that numerous times. It's pretty surprising how shit some of the samples are and then how good some of the other ones are. So even though someone's been great with the conversation and been great on WhatsApp and WeChat so far, and you think, okay, these guys might be the favorite, you get the product in hand and you realize it's just not good enough. And at the start, like it's all about the product, right? You need to have a 5-star product when you're selling things online. So if they are sending you a really poor quality sample, you can basically take them out of the race and go ahead with the other ones who actually made the effort and sent you a high quality product. Now, this might mean that the price you pay for the product is slightly higher. Like maybe you were hoping that the cheapest option was the one to go for, but this might just prove that maybe paying that little bit extra is well worth it, because that means you're going to get way better reviews and way better longevity with the product itself selling on Amazon. Now, what you might find is that you need to get a couple of rounds of samples done, which is completely normal. I would not place the order until you're completely happy with the final version of the product. And you definitely want to get that final version, right? So at the start, we're just getting samples of maybe a bit more of a basic version. Then after that, we'll basically narrow them down again to who the best couple of suppliers are. And they're the ones perhaps we're going to then share our ideas with and then get the final versions of the sample made that we're actually going to go forward with and press forward with rather, and place the order. Now, with the cost of the samples, right? Generally, they're around 50 to $100, and the bulk of that is going to be spent on the air freight. To be honest, it's just the packaging, so flying it via UPS from say China to the UK or Europe or the US. What you can do though is negotiate to have this deducted from your first order. It's a super common practice, so don't be afraid to ask this. Now, if you want to save a little bit of money on doing this, you can actually use services in say China, where they'll collect all of your samples together and ship them together in one box. So if you want to save a little bit of money, if you're a bit on a tighter budget, you can do that as well. It's also worth noting actually on samples that come into the US, anything below $800, which obviously is pretty much every single sample, no duties or tariffs are owed on that. So you don't need to worry about any kind of taxes. They're basically under the threshold, so you'll be safe with that as well. Right, so that's how to source in China. Now I want to show you guys how to source in the US or in Europe or the UK. It's pretty much the same for those three, and it is a little bit different. So let me run through some steps, potentially some kind of pros and cons, some challenges you're going to have to overcome. But there's also some massive benefits to sourcing in the US or in the country that you're selling in as well. Can be really useful. So there's not an Alibaba of the US. There is a website I'm going to show you in a second called ThomasNet, which is actually getting better. Historically, it's been garbage, but your best bet generally for sourcing in let's say North America, so the US as an example, it's going to be a little known website called Google. And Google is still your best friend when it comes to this, to be honest. You can find a bunch of people on here. However, to stack the cards in your favor a little bit, there's a couple of things you want to keep in mind. First of all, Google, obviously, look, it's a search engine, so people can game the system. They have good SEO hacks, they have good SEO techniques to get themselves to the top of page one. So if you search for, growth gummy manufacturer, which I'll do right now actually. So growth gummy manufacturing USA. What you're going to find here are these huge companies, right? These are massive companies. They're generally going to be nationwide, or what they might be is just a kind of a funnel through to smaller places, right? There's a marketplace, which we don't necessarily want. The reason for that is these guys are likely going to have pretty big minimum order quantities. I just noticed, as I said that, it says low minimum order quantity, but I'd hazard a guess that it won't be low. It'll be fairly high. It's not what we're looking for, right? We're looking for, you might test something out with 500, 1,000, 2,000 units. A lot of these guys, it'll be 10,000, 20,000 minimum order quantity. So we kind of want to get past that. One thing we do want to do, which I like to do, which I realize I haven't done yet, is I'll turn on a VPN. So I'm going to turn on a VPN now. So now I'm in Charlotte, North Carolina. I'm not actually going to search. Oh, look, you can search words like this. What we actually want to search for though is, for this particular product, it would be a contract manufacturer. And what that essentially means is there are facilities that can manufacture the product you want to make. They can actually help source ingredients, they manufacture it, and they can usually package it up for you as well. There's another term you might come across called co-packer. What co-packers do, kind of as the name suggests, you kind of source you can send them all your kind of components of the product, and they'll pack them for you right into your packaging. So that's a co-packer. Like a contract manufacturer, they're actually going to help you potentially source the products. They're going to produce them in-house. So what I'm going to search for here is contract manufacturer for growth gummies USA. Okay, let's go for that, the suggested one. And we're seeing here fairly big boys again, but there's loads of options here, right? Straight away, custom gummies manufacturer on LinkedIn, top 10 gummies today, even like blog, final manufacturer. Okay, so there's a website there where you can have a flick through this. It's going to be a bit of a kind of marketplace again. I'm sure they're going to get an affiliate commission for people they send through. So this is an option. You can dive into these. What I quite like to do though is I like to drill down state by state. The reason for that is certain states are stronger than others at producing certain products. So as far as I'm aware, Utah is a good state for supplements, right? So Utah contract manufacturer for growth gummies. I'm going to read this USA. If we look through here, let me see if I can find some Utah-based. So Factory 6, they're in Utah. Let's have a look at these. What that means is they're probably pretty crap at Google, a bit old school, but you can get hold of them, and there's a good chance they're going to be a bit more flexible than some of the big boys that have massive MOQs. So bear that in mind. So look, they got options here. So tablet manufacturing, capsules, powders, right? So there's one option there. As you go through these, you want to add them to a tracking document, right? So you know who you're contacting. But the results you go to shouldn't just be page 1. We want to be going down here. This can take you a bit of time. Go through page 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Go through all of these, right? Put an hour aside and just rattle through them. And you're going to find a bunch of options down here that obviously aren't good at SEO, but you could find some diamonds in the rough down here. So for example, let's have a look at these guys. CLS manufacturer. I mean, again, pretty basic website. So they can do, they'll pop up, fair enough. Sourcing, formulation, manufacturing. There's gummies here. Right, so these are the kind of guys we could definitely work with. So we can get a quote, or to be honest, you can drop them an email. What I like to do the most is this, right? Just pick up the phone and just give them a call. This is the easiest thing to do. If you're in the UK or in Europe, just get Skype, bring them across Skype. Cost you about 0.001 cents a minute or something stupid. Just ring them out. We've done this previously ourselves. Get on the phone. It helps speed everything up, and you can really explain your vision straight away. So don't be afraid of that, right? If you fire out emails to people like this, a lot of them just won't reply, when you could have saved a bunch of time by just ringing them, right? A lot of these people, they're a bit more old school, and old school people are happy to speak on the phone. They're not like, our generation and below, where they seem to be terrified of answering the phone. When your phone rings, you panic and text them saying, "Why are you ringing me?" These guys, just give them a call. The number's up here. Now, obviously, look, Google is going to be a friend on this, but also the website I mentioned previously, like the Alibaba of the US, for example, is ThomasNet. And I've never realized this before. We always say it's really old. I didn't know it was this old. It's from 1898. So that might explain a few things. Now, we've tried to use this a fair bit in the past, and we've not really had success. And we think that's because of the products we were looking at. We were looking to source plastic products at the time, and a few other products as well. But basically, it was bringing up extremely big companies, and the prices we were getting quoted were like insane. Most of the time, nobody ever replied to us, which was obviously really frustrating. And then we got on the phone again. We were like too small time for a lot of them. However, with products, for example, if you're going to go into like supplements, if we look at this like gummy supplements, so look, comes out with 125 suppliers. And look, you can go through here. It's a little bit like Alibaba, so the verified section. They've actually keep adding to this. This has got so much better in the last couple of years. So look, made in the USA, certifications, just like Alibaba had as well. Oh, other FDA registered. This is pretty good, right? So for these kind of products, this is definitely a viable option to fly through as well as doing Google. You can go through this as well and find a bunch of suppliers by the looks of things. What I think they also have, let's try and find this. I think, yeah, right. I searched this the other day for something else and it came up with this. So it actually can give you a bit of inspiration as well, right? You can see other popular searches basically. So things like keto supplements, right? That's a whole niche in itself. 14 suppliers and 4 catalogs. Turmeric supplements, 36 suppliers, collagen supplements, CBD, pet supplements, gummies. So all sorts in here, right? Which maybe you wouldn't have found yourself organically. So it can be really good for some reverse engineering of product research as well. So going back over to Google, one of the reasons that I say to do this, and the reason that we came across this as a technique that worked, was we were sourcing a product, and sourcing a particular component of that product took me to a state. It took me to New Mexico. And I knew the product that we wanted, the ingredient or the component was there. So I thought, right, I don't want to transfer this product all the way across the country if I can help it. So that made me search for a local co-packer or contract manufacturer very close to the facility that we ended up using. So because we drilled down, we ended up finding a co-packer who was ranking nowhere on Google. We never, ever would have found them looking nationwide. It's because we drilled down and we found this pretty small facility, as well as a bunch of other ones. And again, sent out an email. As soon as I got a response, actually, no, Joe, don't think I even got a response. I just picked up the phone and rang them. and spoke to the guy that owned the whole business, and he was awesome. There's a guy called Rob. We're now friends with him. I actually had a call with him this afternoon, funnily enough. And I ran my idea by him for the products we wanted to do. And he got really excited. And what was interesting about him was he's not in the niche that we're in. So yeah, look, you can search for like gummy manufacturers. And that's maybe a bad example. But in our case, it was, we're in pets, as you mentioned previously. And this guy, Rob, they're in food, they're in human food. But I thought, look, I'll just pitch him the idea. Let's see if he's flexible. I can tell he's a small company. Perhaps it'll work. Told him the idea, and he said, look, yeah, 100%, we can do that. We'll just make some set up some special kind of areas to do so, and we'll make the products. So I thought, okay, right, what I got you, here's some other ideas that we have. And all of them, he was like, we can do every single one of those. Like, I love it. Doesn't matter that we do human stuff. Like, really like what you guys are doing. We can move into that as well. So explaining that vision to him and basically bringing him on board as a partner, it was unbelievably valuable and something that's definitely a bit more difficult to achieve with partners, say over in China or in any other country in the East. Again, not to discount that as an option. A lot of products are super viable to source from China and India, Vietnam, but certain other products are really good to source where you're selling. So we're selling in the US. We can then hit this US sourced, US packaged angle, which works well in our demographic. And from working with Rob after the first product, we currently have 4 products live with him. We've got 3 more actually on order, and we were discussing more today. And what it's led to is him helping us develop new products. So he's actually now coming to us with ideas, which is amazing, right? As a small business, you want people that are thinking about you and feel really like part of the kind of project, right? So they're seeing us launch these products on Amazon, and he actually also has a brand that he sells on Amazon. So we've been giving him some advice on that. He knows all about Honest FBA. He's going to join in the community, and seeing our products that he makes do really well, it gives him a big boost, right? And it encourages him to even get more involved and think of more ideas. What he was also able to do was we sourced, say, the first product and then the main component of that, but the other ideas that we had, they were more in his kind of area of expertise. He was like, look, I can just source these ingredients for you, right? So he went off and did a bit of consulting work essentially. And he came back with all the ingredients. He came out with a bunch of options. Here's one option. Here's another price. Here's another price. A load of suppliers. He uses a lot of suppliers, so we know they're good quality as well. So the upside of it was just massive and something that I really recommend trying to build that. And you can't build that unless you get on the phone and speak to these people, right? And that is the massive benefit of working with suppliers over this way. Right, now the next benefit of finding these suppliers in, say, the US are around payment terms and cash conversion cycles, right? So payment terms essentially is how are you going to pay the supplier, right? What are the agreed terms for you placing the order and when they're going to receive the balance paid off? In the US, net 30 is super common, which is amazing, right? What that essentially means is you pay the balance 30 days after the production is done, which is massively beneficial for an e-commerce business. You might still need to put down a deposit, especially when you first start working with them, right? You're probably going to have to pay, maybe the first order might be 50% down, then 50% net 30. It might even be 100% before it leaves the facility on that first order. But you can basically set the standard straight away. Look, we need net 30. That's to be expected. This is how we work. And it's going to be accepted more often than not. So that's massively beneficial. Now, in terms of the cash conversion cycle, let's say you're selling in the US or you're selling in the UK and your suppliers are in the US and the UK. The cash conversion cycle is how long it takes that investment to come back into your business, right? So if you're sourcing from say, China, you need to be really careful with the ROI on this because you're going to have a longer period where the products are traveling across from, say, China to the US. So production, traveling, selling through, money back into your account again. That might be 3-4 months, right? If you're making products in the US or the UK, you can make smaller orders because the turnaround time's faster, right? The lead time is quicker. Let's call it 4 weeks production. So you can order, there's production, you ship it out straight into Amazon. Then that could be a 6 to 8 week cash conversion cycle. So way faster and the money's back into your business way quicker. It also means, and getting a little bit granular here, and this is stuff we discussed within the community. So I'm not going to go too deep on this now, but it can mean economics wise, you can accept a lower margin on some of these products that are sourced locally because the cash is turned over so much faster. So you don't need that excess ROI to cover the cost of the expansion later on. Now, again, like that's quite advanced stuff, but it's really something to consider and another benefit of sourcing locally if you can. Now, I'm going to do a quick example of sourcing these in Europe. So let's say, right, contract, manufacturer, what am I doing here? Growth supplement gummies. So in the UK, what we got here? So vitamin gummy supplier. These are sponsored at the top, obviously. Private label gummy production, supplement factory UK. So with the UK and a lot of Europe, right, it's a lot smaller than the US. So the US is absolutely massive, and there's some massive companies there. But these guys probably, you can ship goods across the UK super easily, so you don't have to drill down as much and search for like growth supplement suppliers, Bristol, for example. For people in the UK, you know what that place is. It's a smaller city. But basically, they're going to have more options up here on page 1 that are viable. But again, look, you can still go back through. Let's see page 3 here. Gummies, private label, booming industry. So creating your own, okay, so it's an article. So there's not like a huge amount here. In the last couple of years, I'd say there's more and more facilities that are popping up for products like this because of things like FBA getting really popular. It's a lot easier now to start your own brand and launch products. So facilities have realized that, and they're kind of catching up and realizing they need to have a presence online. So there are going to be more and more of these popping up, not just for, supplement kind of products. There'll be other private label products that you can do as well. So you can definitely, any product that you're looking at, basically, every single one, source it in China, source it in, say, have a look at India, have a look at Vietnam, have a look at your local market as well, because it might just work out that it's a better option and you can get things done quicker. But again, there's not a right answer to this. These are all viable and you can source it any way you want, but just make sure you're checking all the options so you can work out what's best for your product and your brand and your pocket. Should hesitate to mention that. Whatever can make you the most money overall, that's a great option, right? Okay, right. So at this point, let's say we've found a few suppliers. We've narrowed it down to our favorite. That could be our favorite one, but we want to have, say, a couple of options there that we can use to play against each other when it comes to negotiation. And I'm going to cover that in a minute in that section. In terms of how much stock you want to order, right? This is obviously very important. And there's a few ways that you can do it. There's the aggressive method, which is going to be 2 to 3 months of stock, which the pro of that is you can probably negotiate a lower unit price. And you can drive more sales aggressively while staying in stock. The negative to it, the potential con, is if sales don't go as planned, you could have invested a fair bit of money and you're sitting on stock that is moving really slowly, right? And your capital is tied up. The next option is conservative, where you order, say, 1 month's worth of stock. The advantage of that is there's less cash required up front. So it's a smaller order. So the outlay is going to be less. You're probably not going to get as quite a good price, but you can still have a decent go at it. You can do everything properly and set it all up. And the other risk, though, is that you might run out of stock. So ideally, when you launch a product on Amazon, it'd be amazing, right? If you can launch a product, you can order the perfect amount of stock, you can sell the perfect number of units, and you can place a second order. Everything goes really well. It all arrives on time, and you carry on, and your business just keeps growing and growing and growing. That is the ideal solution. In reality, not ideal solution. That's the ideal outcome. Now, in reality, that's quite hard to do, right? Yeah, you don't know exactly. You can stack the odds in your favor if you do everything properly, but you don't know exactly how many products you're going to sell and how fast they're going to go. So you may, you run out of stock. Now, we used to be really nervous about this, to be honest. Like we used to really try and plan around it. And now we kind of changed our mind. So we've seen products now. We've launched products into niches. They've gone amazingly well. We didn't go too heavy on the first order. We got, say, a month's worth of stock, placed the second order a few weeks in, and we knew we were going to stock out, but we were cool with that, right? Because the niche we're in, for example, wasn't too competitive. We know as soon as we get back in stock again, Amazon know we're a good listing. We know we're a good product. We're going to re-rank. And that's generally how we view things now. So we're definitely not against stocking out as long as you do a little bit of a mini relaunch when you come back in stock. Now, the third option is a test order. And the test order, as I mentioned earlier, is basically just a super quick order, a very small order that could be 20, 50, 100 units. And the benefit of that is you're essentially getting to the market pronto, right? You're getting there ASAP and you're moving as fast as possible. So you can get all of this done, honestly, in like 30 days. If you find a product, it doesn't really matter what it is, and you just order it and you get it straight onto Amazon. The pro of that was you're going through the process, you're learning steps that you may not have seen as you go through, and getting something live and selling it. Like I said before, it changes your brain. It does something to you, gives you a bunch of confidence. Now, the negative side of it, if it is the product you're going to go on to launch properly afterwards, you're not getting a whole lot of data with a little test order. But honestly, it doesn't really matter. You're going to get enough of a signal and just having that belief that you can go through and do it. Also, obviously, look, the cost of doing this is far, far, far less than the other two options. Now, there's not a perfect option, right? It depends on your personal situation and your budget and what you're prepared to risk, right? So some of you guys watching this are going to go aggressive, some of you are going to go conservative, and some of you are going to do test orders. If you don't feel like hyper confident in investing, your whole pot straight away, then look, a test order is perfect for you. If you want to test things out with a bit less of an investment, then conservative order is great. And if you want to go hyper aggressive and you have all the conviction and you tick every box and do things properly, we've got a few of these people in the Honest FBA community who've gone massive from the start and they've hit a massive home run straight away. But they might have had experience, for example, selling on Amazon previously. They might have had other brands. So we really like having these three options. And for example, if you're in Honest FBA, we can have a chat with you, see what makes the most sense and do what's right for you, right? This isn't a race. You don't need to knock out the park on that first go. The idea is especially the first year, it's learning as a focus. And this is a long-term plan, right? You don't need to be a millionaire. It'd be nice, but you don't need to be a millionaire in 6 months, right? This is a 2, 3, 4, 5-year plan. Or you're looking to potentially change your life and work for yourself. So don't rush it and do what's right for you. Now, in terms of actually working out how much stock to order, what we can do is jump on Amazon itself. And let's say we're looking at these growth height gummies, right? What we'll do is we can see some of these guys are doing huge numbers, right? 8,000 plus units on these guys, 1K here, so 300. So lots of smaller guys down here. So you're probably thinking like, well, how am I going to work out what to order, right? What you want to do is go to X-Ray by Helium 10. That's going to pull up all the data. We're going to hit a few filters here, right? So we're going to go filter. We're going to hide the sponsored products from the results. So that's going to get rid of the ads. So now we're left with these. We want to look at the top 10 sellers organically. So what I tend to like to do is hit this, and it's going to filter now from top down for the most units sold. I mean, look at these guys are doing 500,000 a month. Absolutely crazy. But is this a growth supplement? It's actually a Smarty Pants tea, good name to be fair, Tea and Guy multivitamin gummy. So that isn't really the product, right? So what we can do is hit that. Next one. Creatine gummy, I would not say that's applicable. So True Height, that is Teen Supreme vitamins. Again, probably not. True Height is, what's this one? Omega gummies. Okay, I'm going to remove that as well. So height growth maximizer, kids awake growing, toddlers growing, growth gummies, height growth, calcium supplement. These are for growth, aren't they? It's fine. Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4. I'm then going to, where it is, there it's delete. So I've deleted those 4. So we're now left with the top 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 to here, right? So these guys are doing from 12,300 units down to 1,300. Right, so the top 10 added up is giving me 36,710. And what I'm going to do is take the average of that, which, to be honest, is a little bit high. And as I was doing that, I realized there's an outlier here, right? There's a clear outlier. And if we're honest, when we launched, we're not going to be coming in doing these kind of crazy numbers. So what I'm actually going to do to make it a little bit more realistic is remove this one as well. Right, okay, so that's now giving me a total of 24,241. So divided by 10, we're looking at 2,424 as an average in monthly sales. So if we jump back over to what we we're looking at before, we know a month of stock might be 2,400 units. 2 to 3 months of stock, we're looking at 7,200 units. And then look, a test order, obviously look, in this particular niche, I wouldn't say you're going to do a test order, but test order is kind of irrelevant to those two. It's going to be a smaller test of like 20, 50, 100 units. But essentially, that's kind of the very high level basic math of how much product you may want to be ordering. Now, within Honest FBA, we have checks for this kind of stuff, right? So all of our students, they'll submit the product They submit how much they want to order. There's all these checkpoints, right? And we're going to check at every step, everything's done correctly, and you're not kind of overexposing yourself or looking at the data wrong. So just bear that in mind. You are going to have that help if you are inside of Honest FBA. We also have a big kind of Discord in there, so you can ask questions to all the other members in there as well. Moving forward, right? Let's say we know we want to order. Let's say we want to order 5,000 units, right? About 2 months of stock of this particular product. 5,000 sounds like a big number, right? This is a fairly cheap product, but it does sound like quite a big number. A lot of you guys are going to be doing much smaller orders than that for the start, right? But how do we negotiate? So negotiation is something that a lot of these guys, particularly the ones in China, they do it for a living, right? This is their job. They are salespeople, and they are getting people at them every single day, trying to drive their price down and being like really aggressive and thinking, I'm going to go to war with this person. I'm going to get a better deal. Now, a good negotiation shouldn't be that one side wins and the other one feels shit. It should be that both sides leave thinking, great, that's a good deal for us. I'm excited to do the deal, excited for the project. So don't look at it firstly as like, I need to get a one up them. That's not going to be a win-win, and it's not going to be a long-term benefit. So here are some points that you want to remember as you negotiate, right? The first one, and this I'm going to focus more so on I'm going to focus on China for this, right? So firstly, explain your long-term goals. We're not looking for a super quick transactional one order, one and done. We want to have a long-term relationship. We want to get a marriage, right? We want to be working with them for years to come, or at least they think that, right? Because imagine how many people come in every day and they lead them down the garden path and doesn't go anywhere. So they're going to have a lot of time wasters, right? That are just super quick and transactional. So explain your vision. You haven't got to give too much away, right? But you can explain your vision and say you're looking for a long-term partner so they know you're serious. Secondly, don't say I, say we. You want to, especially to the Chinese companies, portray that you are bigger than you are. Now, as I said earlier in the video, you don't need to lie and say I'm the CEO of this. We've been around for years and years, but say we. It's fine. It can be a little white lie. You might be a one-man band, but it just gives the impression that you're a bit bigger and they can take you a bit more kind of seriously, right? So next is we want to ask for a range of quantities. Now, you probably saw earlier on Alibaba. I'll tell you what, on Alibaba, we noticed that we have these different price points, right? So we know that it gets a bit of a sliding scale. It gets cheaper the more that you order. So ask for a range of quantities and quotes for that, right? Because what we want to get them to do further to the price on Alibaba, the price on Alibaba it's an Alibaba price. They're putting that out there and they know there's some wiggle room generally to come down. So ask for 3 quantities, right? Let's say, like referring to the earlier point, how much you're going to order. You might be ordering 2,000 units. You might already know you want to order 2,000 units. You might say, what was it, 2,200, whatever it was. You might know you want to order 7,000 units, or you might know you only want to order 1,000 units or 500 units. Ask for multiple different quotes. The reason for this is we want to see where they can get to. So I actually like to ask for a quote for more than we're going to order. And what you'll probably get is a bit of a sliding scale of prices like we saw. And you'll see that it's dropping down the more you order. But you can see, okay, right, we know even when we order 3,000 units, 5,000 units, that price is going to be $3 a unit. And we know at, say, 1,000 units, we're at $3.80. What that does, though, is gives you something to aim toward, right? So you can go back, and even if you are only going to order, say, 1,000 units, say, look, we're super keen to work with you. We know that there's a $3 price. That is where it will work for us. That's where the economics makes sense. And you can work off that math, right? You can drive towards that number. So just bear that in mind. Don't just say exactly what you want off the bat, because you haven't really got anywhere to go after that, right? You want them to expose a bit more information about where they're at. So the next one is referring to what I said earlier in terms of getting quotes from multiple suppliers. And the reason for that is mainly for this negotiation phase, right? We want to play them off against each other. Let's say supplier A has given you a price and they're saying, we can do this for you. It's $3.50 a unit. Then supplier B says, we can do this. It's $3.20 a unit. You can show supplier A, supplier B and say, why are these guys less than you? Can you match this or beat this? They'll then come back. Okay, look, we can do 310. Great. You go back to supplier B. They said 310, but we really, really like you guys. Say this to both of them, obviously. You're our preferred choice, but you're leaving us no option unless you can match the price or beat the price. And you can keep doing this, right? To drive them down. This is really standard. They're going to expect it. So definitely do that. Don't just go with one and put your kind of head in the sand. Play them off against each other. And the next point is using the word how. So the reason to use this, I read this in an FBI negotiation book called Never Split the Difference, which is worth a read. It's a decent tips in there. And you say how. The reason to say how is because it gets them to expose more information again, right? So how am I supposed to pay X? How is it this price? How do you suggest we move forward here, right? You put in the question onto them and they need to come back with you with answers. If, for example, right, there's a price of, there's an MOQ, right? An MOQ might be of 1,000 or 1,500, making up numbers. But let's say it's that high, right? But you only want to order 500 units. Ask them, how is the MOQ that high, or why is it that high, right? And what you might find out is, okay, well, we need to order a minimum order of 1,500 units of the packaging. So you can say, well, I don't need that, but I'd be happy to order 1,500 cartons if I can order 500 units, and I can use those cartons in future for future orders. Now, something like that, you're basically looking to expose the root of the reasoning for the prices, right? And if that's the case, that investment, rather than paying for 1,500 all in, you can pay for, say, 500, and then that 1,500, you've got 1,000 spare boxes, yeah, but the cost of a carton is going to be a lot less than paying for all the units. And you're also showing commitment to future orders with them as well, which can work really well and play into your favor in terms of building the relationship. The next is don't be an asshole. And pretty self-explanatory, to be honest, but people buy people work with people. This is about, the relationship building. If you're just an asshole and you're not nice to deal with and you make their life really difficult, why are they going to want to help you out? Everyone that's watching this, I'm sure you've met assholes in the past. You don't want to help them. You don't want to work with them. You don't want to be around them. It's the same here, right? If you're a difficult company and a person to work with, they're not going to do you any favors. They're not going to push you up the production line in future when you need an order rush through really quickly. They're going to view you as a problem and an annoyance that they don't really want to deal with. Yes, they might take your money, but perhaps they'll do you worse service than other people that actually treat them with respect and be nice. So just bear that in mind. Just be a good person. I don't really think I need to go any further on that, but just don't be an asshole. Now, the seventh thing in negotiation is probably the most important, and that is the biggest trait that you need to have is patience. And what I mean by that is you are going to be so desperate to, once you've decided the product that you're going to sell, you cannot wait to get it live on Amazon, right? You're thinking about it nonstop. You have the idea. Let's say you've got the economics the way you want to get them to, nearly, but not quite. But you need to get them a bit lower, but you're so desperate, you think, should I just push it through anyway? Like, I'm so excited. I just want to get it live. Should I just pay? Don't do that, right? This is about patience, and you want to wear them down to a degree, right? Not being annoying, but negotiation is about who can hold off the longest. There might be days where nothing happens, right? And you're waiting. Maybe you put a question out there and letting it hang. That is as part of the process. You can't really rush it along. And when you get to those points, some days you're going to get frustrated, but waiting it out and getting the prices where you need it to be long term, that is the best play, right? It's the best play for your business and your margins and your pocket, right? And your bank balance. So be super patient. Make sure it can be ticking along. Leave the questions hanging with them, but sometimes you can make them sweat as well, right? You can say you're talking to other suppliers. You have meetings for the next few days, and then don't reply for a few days, right? See if they come to you. Do they want your business? Are they a good enough supplier? They're going to actively chase you. Great, right? Now we know we have someone who's serious and they really trust and value the potential partnership you guys are going to build together. Now, if you do all of that, you should be fine, but don't beat yourself up. You're not a pro at this. You're brand new. You're learning so many new skills. You will get better and better and better at negotiation and placing orders as you go through your e-commerce journey, right? So don't be too stressed out by it. And like I said earlier, don't think this is kind of the be all and end all of everything is you trying to get them down and get a win. Like I said, it should be a win-win for everyone. Everyone leaves happy and everyone leaves content with the partnership you guys now have. Right. So at this point, let's say you've done everything right. You've negotiated really well. You've got the economics to where you need them to be, and you know exactly how many products you want to order. You found your supplier, you're really happy with them, and you're ready to go ahead. At this point, you're going to place the order, right? This is mega exciting. You might be a bit nervous. You feel great at this point, but this is a massive part of the process. But you want to make sure you're doing things properly here. So what we like to employ is a purchase order. And what a purchase order essentially is it just details every aspect of the order in black and white, so you can agree to it. And you can also insert any kind of sub clauses in there as well, or things that you've agreed that maybe aren't normal. It could be customizations. and all that kind of information. Now, what a purchase order should have on it, I'll run through a quick list here, is the business name, address, contact for both parties, the date of issue, the PO number, the agreed production duration and completion date, the item SKU, the detailed item description, so that's the color, the size, the model number, the quantity of units that you're ordering, the price per unit, the subtotals for each of those, the payment terms, which we're going to explain in more detail in a second, the shipping terms, the discount. This is another thing we'd like to add in. The percentage discount for each day the supplier goes over the agreed completion date. Now, we like to insert this as a bit of it puts a little bit of fear into them, right? Because we want them to stick to the dates they've said for production. So we say, look, we might say, you owe us 1% of the PO value back for every day that you run over. Honestly, they always say, yeah. When it comes to it, you might not, they might miss it by a day or two. Let's say that happens to you. Are you realistically going to charge them and kind of potentially risk the relationship getting a bit soured? Probably not. But this is a good thing to put in there just to show you're serious. You've done this before. You know what you're doing, right? And then any other special terms or agreements. So it will look something like this. You can see here we've got the addresses at the top. We've got the dates. We've got the ship to address, the vendor, shipping terms, the port of discharge, port of arrival, shipping method, delivery date, etc., the SKUs, descriptions, and at the bottom here you can see special instructions. So we've got payment terms in there, the shipment in 30 days after order, ports of shipment, country of origin, a few other bits as well, like the colors as well. So this is a really important part. You can both sign it and you keep record of it. You can also place the order if you want using Alibaba's trade assurance platform that I mentioned earlier. So you can upload information like this and the documents to Alibaba, and it can all be tracked just in case anything were to go wrong. You can open a case and you can say, look, this is what was agreed. So you can add this information to the portal as well. Now, I just mentioned there about payment terms, and what that means is how and when payments get made for the order that you're making, right? And the most common ones that you see, especially coming from China, and as I mentioned earlier with the US, net 30 is really common, but a 30/70 is probably the most common that you'll see coming from China, and that'll be 30% deposit down. So to get the order going, you place 30% of the order value, and that's going to set them off, right? They're going to go off, they're going to set the completion date, they're going to collect their raw materials and get things moving. And then 70% is due on completion to release the goods. So let's say the production time is 30 days. They're going to come to, okay, these are done now. You owe us 70% and we'll release the goods onto the freight forwarder. Now, some of you might see 50/50 where you put 50% down, then 50% on completion, but variations of 30/70, generally that is where you're going to start. Now, net 30 and net 60, and you can even get net 90 if you're amazing at this, essentially means nothing down, obviously, which is great for cash flow. And then you pay the 100% of the balance 30 days after either the inventory is released by the supplier or 30 days after it has been put on to the ship, or net 60 or net 90. If you imagine you have net 90 payment terms on products coming from China, that's pretty amazing, right? They have time to get the whole way to the US or the UK or Europe, and you sell them, and you probably still haven't even had to pay for the products yet. That's an amazing place to be for your cash conversion cycle. That comes with a bit of leverage later on. But like I said, at the start, you're generally going to be on the 30/70 split. Now, when you are negotiating terms a little bit later on, what you don't want to do really is wait until you're about to place an order. So I think at the start, when you're speaking with them, you can say, look, 30/70 on the first one. Okay, look, we want to get to know each other. I can deal with that. What I'd recommend doing though is saying, look, we operate with generally net payment terms. That might not be net 30, but there's other options you can do, which I'm going to explain in a second. But just plant that idea in their heads that you expect that for future orders. Now, I don't want you to wait until you're about to place the second or third or fourth order till you negotiate terms, because they know, right? If you ordered a product and then it starts selling, you need more product. So you don't really have much leverage at that point to, play hardball around terms. So you really want to get these lined up earlier on when you know when you're going to place an order in a bit of time ahead. Now, what you could do instead of saying that I want net 30, which is pretty punchy, especially working with suppliers in China, is start a bit smaller. So that could be something like, I'll put 25% deposit down, we'll pay 50% to release, and then 25% once it arrives in the US, or like 30 days after it departs the port. This is way more like bite size and a bit more agreeable, right? You're not going for the jugular straight away for massive net 30 or 60 terms. this is a bit more digestible and they can probably go to it, especially once you've got a relationship going with them. This is definitely something to set your eyes on because it is pretty achievable. And what I'd also say here is better payment terms or really strong payment terms can sometimes be more valuable than saving a few cents per unit, right? You can actually use this in your negotiation. Say, like, okay, look, I'll pay $350, fine, but I want these payment terms. And you can use that. That actually might work out better for you. So make sure that you're weighing up both sides in that instance. And when you're trying to get these terms, what we like to do is lay out the scenario in front of them in black and white. It's all well and good telling them you want terms, but sometimes you just need to spell it out and show them how it will work. And what we like to do is show the benefit of the better payment terms for both parties, right? Because in reality, right, you tell them, I want to pay you 30 days or like 25, 50, 25 split. That's not good for them, is it really? Like you're taking longer to pay them. There's obviously the benefit, they're pleasing their customer, but in reality, it's not really better for them in most instances. So what we like to do is if we know at the moment, let's say we're ordering 1,200 units per order. The last couple of orders have been 1,200, right? But we know the business is really taking off and we know we need to actually increase our orders now to 2,000 per order. They might not know that, right? There's a good chance they won't know that. So you can go back and you can say, look, if we keep the current payment terms, we'll order 1,200 for the next 3 orders, for example, right? Total of 3,600. And in this case, that means a $28,000 spend. However, if you guys give us terms, that's going to really help our cash flow. And we'll actually order 2,000 units per order. And that's a total of 6,000 units with a spend of $48,000. So 2 numbers there. I know I put it in red and green as well to make it really obvious, but what's attractive here, but that's a massive difference, right? They're going to see that and think, oh, right, okay, so we can do the math there. And see the spend is going to be bigger there. You need to order that many units anyway, right? Remember. So this to them, it looks good to them. This is what you were going to do anyway. And there's way more chance then that they're going to agree to the payment terms. Now, what you can also do just to kind of make it a bit easier for them is you can propose those payment terms just for, say, the next 3 orders. Maybe you've got a busy period coming up and you can use that as an excuse. In reality, after those first 3 orders, then you've got the terms and you've stuck to your agreement. Don't mess them around, right? Do pay them when you said you're going to pay them. It's very unlikely at that point they're going to be saying, okay, look, we're going to go back to the old way now. You've proved your point. You proved you're trustable. You prove you can be trusted. And then after that, at that point, really, you can probably push for better payment terms. You're not going to go back to the 30-70. You can probably push past the 25-50-25, for example, where you're at. And to make it even more obvious with the laying it out in front of them, you might even say the exact dates that you're going to pay them the money. So not just the overall order value. You can actually lay out, you're going to get this on the 1st of August, you're going to get this on the 18th, you're going to get this on the 28th of September. Lay out, and they can actually work it into their financials. Okay, we're going to get this money then. This sounds really kind of obvious and not really an intelligent move, but in our experience, this just works really well. Just show them in black and white exactly when they're going to get paid, throw some, some nice looking big numbers at them, and it really does help move things along and really increase your chances of getting the payment terms that you want. Now, a bit of an advanced strategy later on, once you've got an established brand, which I'm sure loads of you guys are going to have, it's a pretty sweet spot to be in because you can really use that as leverage when you're talking to new suppliers or even talking to your current suppliers. The reason you can do that is you can basically go in and say, look, this is going really well. We are the number 1 seller, the number 2 seller, whatever you are. We're the best in the business on Amazon, right? We're one of the best people here. We've got loads of reviews. People love us. We have all this brand kind of equity and we want to expand our product range, right? Let's say you're talking to a new supplier and you want to go into a new kind of subcategory of your niche. That's them seeing that you're legit and that you're a player. That just really helps, right? You can speed everything along and you can pretty much go in from the off and say, we only work with companies who give us payment terms from day 1. We've had this recently and it's been agreed to straight away, right? So this isn't something that can happen necessarily unless you have a big budget. It's kind of hard to do from the off, but this is great, right? As you progress the brand and grow the brand, things start to snowball and they're going to stack in your favor a little bit. And this is definitely one of the best advantages is you basically have social proof, right? You have social proof that you are legit and you have a bit more behind you. And you should definitely use every bit of that you can as leverage to get the best deal on payment terms, on prices, on everything that you can with your suppliers. Now, a quick point here on the Chinese suppliers and the relationship that you have. This is also true of, the West to a degree, but like even more so in China, right? The trust is earned and it's built up by sticking to your word, right? So as I mentioned, if you make a deal about payment terms, pay them when you say you're going to pay them, right? Stick to your word and prove you can be trusted. And you're going to keep building up the guanxi that I mentioned earlier, that is integral to their business culture, and that you need to be kind of fully understanding of, that the whole of the Chinese business model is built off trust and built off guanxi, which you can build up by just not being an arsehole, like I mentioned earlier, being a good person and being a good business to deal with. Now, one point I want to make, or a few points on Chinese factories, is Chinese New Year. So there's a bit of a misconception, honestly, after going to China, like we've kind of realized this, but people think of China and they think those guys work 24/7. They have a terrible life, and they're just, these factories are really bad conditions. Honestly, in our experience, that is just an absolute myth. Like China is super advanced, and it's more advanced in Europe and the US in loads of ways. The factories you went to have really good conditions, workers super happy. Yeah, look, they do work hard. Some people in the factories, the salespeople that you're chatting to on Alibaba and stuff, they always work 5 days a week, normal 9 to 5. People in the factories, maybe skilled laborers, they might work 6 days a week. On very rare occasions, sometimes people work 7, but it's a different culture, right? They really value work. They're very proud of their work, and it's not they're kind of the social lifestyle we have over here. It's a completely different world over there, right? So look at it that way, but honestly, the culture is completely different, and they don't work 24/7. So just bear that in mind. Now, what they do is when they have holidays, they take holidays very, very, very seriously. And there's not a huge amount of them across the year, but when they are off, they are completely off. And the biggest one of all of these is Chinese New Year. And you need to be aware of this if you are working with suppliers in China. So Chinese New Year is essentially, it's usually in the first quarter of the year. So generally it's between January 20th and February 20th, but it actually moves every year depending on the Chinese lunar calendar, right? So there's generally a big rush prior to Chinese New Year because brands want to get their products finished, right? And the factories want to get them all out just in time. And also there's a huge kind of backlog after Chinese New Year because they haven't got everything done, or people have the next run into spring and need to get those products out. So you need to bear that in mind. You need to plan around that. Really, you want to be planning in advance, well before Chinese New Year, making sure your products are all up and running and everything's ready to go. Because during Chinese New Year, it can be for some of the employees, they might have 15 days off. Some of them will have pretty much 4 weeks off. And what happens in this period is a lot of the staff, they actually will go home. I don't mean home to their kind of apartment in the city. I mean, they will go home to their parents, grandparents' houses that a lot of the time are in the countryside, right? They might actually not see them for most of the year. And they'll be actually a lot of them send money home to their families. There's a bit of a different culture in China. And during that pretty much a month off, they shoot off. And sometimes they don't even come back. Now that's really important to remember. And I'm going to show you why in just a minute. It's why it's important that some of these guys don't even come back to the factories. Now look, across China, Chinese New Year is nationwide, right? China's massive though, and it has different regions and it has different regional holidays. So what I would advise, whichever supplier you work with, when you're going to work with them, ask them for their yearly holiday, right? They have a calendar. Let them know, tell them to let you know when they're off, right? So when the factory is going to be closed, you want to plan around that. There's Chinese New Year, there's like spring lantern festivals, massive, and a few other ones as well. So just make sure you have it kind of planned into your diary, because as you scale up, you will want to plan your production runs around this. Right, so now you place the order and everything's gone into production. A bit of time's gone by. You've worked away probably on your branding in the background. Perhaps you started making your listing, which we're obviously going to cover in massive detail in this video. And at this point, the products, you get a message, the greatest message you can ever receive. And it says, a photograph of your products. Mr. Tom, they are ready to go. I remember when me and Alex got this message, I think it was late May of 2020. We actually were having a bit of a house party. It was like 4 a.m. and got a text on WeChat of a picture of our products. And it was the most surreal feeling at that point. And it was so exciting to see your products are ready. And at that point, I'm thinking, right, let's get them out tomorrow. Let's get them on a ship. Let's get them to Amazon and get them selling. But there is one more thing that you need to do, and that is inspections. So an inspection company needs to come in, right? And as the name suggests, inspect the goods. We want to inspect and we want to know for sure that the goods that we've made are as good as the agreed conditions and the sample that we receive, right? So we know that our customers are receiving a product that they're going to give you a 5-star rating on and not a 1-star rating because it's a piece of trash and it broke in transit, or it was broken even before it arrived with them. Now, we can't just trust our supplier to do this for us. Obviously, that would be nice, but they're going to want to get the products out the door. And even if it's all gone swimmingly with them so far and you really trust them, you have to get an external company in to do a test. Now, during an inspection test, it only takes a day. So it does feel a bit painful. You want to get it out, but it's one day, you book it in, it comes super fast, and they're going to perform a bunch of tests on the goods and do a full inspection, right? They're going to provide you with an inspection report. Now, these tests can be things like, they do a drop test, is one of my favorite ones, where they literally go up on a ladder or on a raised height and drop the box of packaged goods, make sure nothing breaks. The reason they're doing that is they're kind of recreating what could maybe happen if something went wrong at sea, or hitting some waves on the way over from China. Perhaps a box comes dislodged. You want to make sure that it's packed properly. Other things they're going to do, they're going to take really close-up photos of the products, and they're going to do kind of a touch test to check they're not scratched. Any kind of blemishes and things they're going to take photographs of. And they're going to send you a report, and that report is going to have a pass or a fail. Now, they're going to have their standard kind of inspection format that they do, but if you want to add anything in, which we often do that, then you can do that as well, right? And you can definitely do things that maybe they don't generally do, but maybe something that's really important to your product that you want them to check for you. So this is, like I said, hyper essential at the start. It takes one day. Hopefully, all goes through. If it does get failed, the general agreement is the supplier will replace those faulty units at no cost to you, right? That's completely standard practice. So don't let anyone tell you otherwise. It can be a little bit annoying, right? That it might slow down the release of your products and getting them out to, to Amazon as soon as possible. But spending that extra few days, if need be, or even if it's an extra week, it is so worth it, right? And spending $120 on an inspection, you might not want to, at that point, you're thinking another $100, right? That is way, way, way cheaper than shipping crappy units that get 1-star reviews, and then you're sitting on 1,000 units that you can't sell, right? That's a much work. They do the math there. Definitely pay the money for the inspection. And look, as you go on with your suppliers, you will trust them, right? And if you see the first couple of orders, even the first order, right? Let's say everything's 5 stars and you're really impressed. I would recommend getting an inspection on order number 2. Some people get inspections every single order they do forever, right? That can be done, absolutely fine. Some people do it once a quarter just to check things are up to scratch. Some people honestly do it every 6 months. It's really down to you and the kind of trust you have in your supplier, but definitely do it on that first one and make a point of it being really strict so your supplier knows the kind of standard requirements that you want. Now, the Chinese New Year point I wanted to make is Chinese New Year or post-Chinese New Year is one of the times, even once you're established, that you may want to be doing, or not you may want to be doing, you should be doing an inspection, right? The reason for that, like I said, workers will leave the factory and go back to their home villages, right, in the countryside quite often. And they might not come back to the factory. What that means is the factory's generally fine, right? They're going to recruit more people want to work there. They want to learn a new skill. And what's quite common in China is people work in, say, textiles, then they go and work in like metal, they might go and work in plastics, whatever it may be, right? They want to learn different skills. It's quite common in the culture. So new people might come into the factory and they haven't actually made your product before. So you might have had, let's say, 11 months of it going great, and you know that the standards are really good, but then new people have started and they've obviously been trained. They're going to have all processes of how to use the equipment. And honestly, a lot of this nowadays, we've seen it in China, it's machines that build almost everything. So it's not too difficult, but they might not be able to operate the machine as well as the previous employee, right? So getting an inspection done at that moment can be really critical because you don't want to let standards slip, right? So it shows them again that you're serious, but that time of year, just after Chinese New Year, it's a really good time to think about doing another inspection. Right, so after the inspection has been passed, you now need to get the goods from wherever they are all the way into Amazon. And if they're in, say, the US, the UK, and you're selling there, obviously pretty easy, right? You can get UPS to pick them up and you can file them straight in, and we'll cover that a bit later in the video. But let's say they are in China. We need to ship the goods, right? And there are multiple different ways that we can do that. The main two are by freight ship and by air. There's also by truck. You can actually drive it from China, or by rail as well. Now, those two, honestly, I don't know a single person who uses either of those, to be honest, but air freight and ocean freight are the ones that we're going to focus on. Now, obviously, massive time differences, right, in how long they take. Air freight is on an aeroplane is obviously way faster than a ship. And that can only take, 5 to 10 days. Now, that does come with, of course, a higher cost. And a lot of products aren't suitable to go on airplanes. If they're big, they're bulky, if they're heavy, it's not going to be the best option. But if they're small and light, it can really work out. It's still going to be cheaper for you to go on an ocean freight ship, but an ocean container vessel rather. But honestly, it's worth considering the air freight if you want to move fast, especially at the start. If you want to get those test orders out, you can definitely weigh it up. I would recommend, even if you do ocean shipping, always look at air freight as an option. Let's say, for example, your sales go really well and you get a bit of a spike. There might be a time, we've done this, where we've flown product over because we didn't want to stock out. We want to keep the momentum going. So just bear that in mind and weigh up both options. Ocean freight, generally looking at like 30 to 40 days overall. There are some faster lanes you can go in. You can pay a little bit extra, something called the Matson lane. It's like 18 to 25 days. Again, something we've used quite a lot in the past. But generally, you'll be planning things properly once you're established. You can take about 30 to 40 days all in, kind of loading up the ship, getting it out of China. It's going to make a few stops along the way, come into, say, LA or into the UK. The UK is a little bit of a longer route than the US, but generally, in, say, the US, it's going to go to the West Coast. It's going to go into LA, and that's in total about 30 to 40 days. Now, the way they work out the costs of freight is based on cubic meters and volumetric weight, which is probably going to be new to a lot of you people watching this. It was new to me when I started this whole thing. I went down a bit of a rabbit hole trying to learn all about it. Generally, what happens is the chargeable weight, which is obviously the cost that the freight companies are going to charge you, is the higher of the two, right? So basically, they're kind of playing both sides of the field there, and they win on the higher rate, right? Because freight forwarders, they want to earn the maximum possible for the space that you occupy in their ship, in their container, or on an aeroplane. Now, I'm going to show you in a second how to calculate your cubic meters and your volumetric weight. So I've got a demo of a super easy calculator that I didn't know existed for the first kind of year or so I was doing this. And I used to do it myself by hand, which is annoying, but I'll show you that in a second. What I wanted to mention though is at the start, right, you're going to be shipping something called LCL, right? Less than container load. So it's smaller scale. And you're basically buying space in a container or on an aeroplane. As you scale up though, you can consider shipping your own like full container, right? So the big containers that you see, you can get 20 foot, 40 foot, and 45 foot. So at the scale we're at now, for example, we ship our own full containers. And once you get there, it's way more cost effective, right? Because you're buying out the whole space for yourself rather than paying the extra where you might be buying like a few square meters here and there in a shared container. But when you have your own one, you can obviously fit it. Hopefully you can fit out the whole thing. But sometimes you haven't even got to fit out the whole thing, and it still costs you less than if you were to share container space with other people. Now, look, there's a bunch of freight forwarders out there. The people that we work with, we really like. There's a couple of companies that we trust and we kind of recommend within Honest FBA. You can check them out in the link below. Now, I'm going to show you this calculator. Okay, so this is the website here, this cbmcalculator.com, and this is awesome for a couple of reasons. I'm going to show you this bit in a second, which is, this is amazing, right? This is super, super helpful, especially when you're at a bit of scale as well. Let's say we have our information for the growth supplement gummies, right? We were looking at. Now, what's really important to remember here is you're not putting in the length, width, and height and the weight, etc., of a single unit. What this information is for your master carton. So with, for example, those gummies, they're going to be in the little jars. We can probably fit, let's say, 200 units in a box, and we're going to have that information from the supplier. And that box is going to be, let's say, for example, it's 45 centimeters long, it's 35 centimeters wide, and it's 30 centimeters high. Now, there are limits with Amazon as to how big these can be, which is generally around 50 centimeters on any one side is the maximum. Most cartons, you're going to be more like this kind of size, right? There's also a weight limit as well, which is, I think, 22.6 kilograms. So, but generally, you're not going to be over that either. So let's say, for example, this carton weighs 17 kgs. And that's one particular box, right? So that's 200 units. But let's say we were ordering 1,000 of these products, right? So that's 5 boxes. We can see here it spits out our cubic meters and the volume cubic feet, right? So it's 0.236 cubic meters and 8.34 cubic feet. There's also the total weight. So it's 5 times the 7. We can see this in pounds as well. And with the volumetric weight for the sea and the volumetric weight for air. So we know now the chargeable rate that the freight forwarder are going to charge us based on those two modes of transport, right? So you can send this information across in terms of you can give this information, you can give them this. They're going to come back to you and they're going to say exactly how much the rate is. And generally the rate's going to be charged per kilogram, right? So they're going to say it's X per kilogram. So you can check that they're not kind of screwing you over and you know the rate is fair. Now, what I really like about this is when you're at scale, we can look down here and we now know we can fit 1,200 of these boxes into a container, right? So that's 1,200 times, let's say it's 200 units per box, like we said. That means we can fit almost 250,000 of them into a container. I like looking at this, right? Because I know if a product hits massive scale, obviously look, with gummies and with small jars, that's pretty crazy scale to hit a full container. But with a lot of other products, we can work out, okay, we get to this point, we know a full container price, we know at scale, this is going to be, the margin is going to be even better. And we're going to be kind of pumping cash at that point.
All right, I wanted to rudely interrupt and let you know about a little secret Easter egg. So if you're watching this, right, and you're interested in either starting your own brand, doing Amazon FBA, doing D2C, whatever it is, well, you're obviously interested in that, right, because you're watching this video. I will give you 20% if you quote this little clip that I'm saying to you right now. So this video is about 17 hours long, right? And if you're watching this and you're interested in joining our community, which you can see the Discord channel of here, right? So this is basically where you can, network with other entrepreneurs. You can ask us any questions anytime. You can learn how to do e-commerce properly from people that have got skin in the game, right? So if you quote this video and you say, I saw this little clip in the mega video, call it the mega video, that's what we're calling it. If you say, and you quote me saying this, I will give you 20% off. So if you're interested in joining Honest FBA, I will give you 20% off. All you got to do is quote this video when you book a call, whatever it is. Click the link in the video description or go to honestfba.com and we've got links there where you can apply. We don't just let absolutely anybody into the community, but there's an application process. So check out the video description or go to honestfba.com if you're interested in joining our wonderful community and quote this little clip and say, look, Alex said I can have 20% off and I'll give you 20% off. That's as simple as it is. That's it. I'll let you get back to the video. Enjoy it. 20% off. Quote this video.
Right, so let's talk about shipping. This is going to be shipping terms that you need to know. It's how to get a quote for shipping. So everything you need to send the freight forwarder to get that quote, as well as duties and tariffs. So this isn't the sexiest part of Amazon, but this is essential knowledge that you need. I'm going to show you exactly how to work everything out to make sure you're doing everything properly and you're bringing the stuff into the country in the right way, basically. So you won't potentially get a slap on the wrist in future. So when the products leave a factory, what you need to know is who's responsible, right, for that product to go from the factory to the port and then from the port to the warehouse. That warehouse can be in the US, the UK, Europe, right? And the terms that you're going to need to know around this, you can see a bunch of terms here, right? There's a lot of these when it comes to Amazon FBA and e-com, see RFQ, 3PL, LTL. You're going to learn all of these, right? The four I want to focus on for the time being are DDP, DDU, EXW, and FOB. So I'll start with EXW and FOB. So what these are, essentially, EXW means X works, and FOB means free on board. When you get quotes from your suppliers, you're going to ask for quotes in FOB terms or EXW terms. EXW essentially means that the supplier will make the product, and that's it, right? Then the responsibility is the freight forwarder to go and pick it up from the factory, from their warehouse, and then take it to the port and load it onto the ship. FOB terms means free on board. And that means that the supplier will actually get the product to the port and then it'll get taken over by the freight forwarder once it's on board the vessel. What you'll find is FOB is probably the most common. You generally find that FOB prices are slightly higher than EXW. They're also, like I said, much more common. So that's probably what people are going to quote you, say on Alibaba, for example. When you get a quote, it's generally going to be in FOB terms. But make sure that you check, right? Because sometimes it's a bit of a muchness, but we generally, for a lot of our guys, actually do EXW because we have a good relationship with our freight forwarder. We're happy for them to go and collect it. But other people would prefer to do FOP. So just bear those two things in mind. Now, the next two are to do with shipping. And this is an area of kind of a lot of confusion for a lot of people. When I started out, I found this quite confusing. I went down a bit of a rabbit hole to try and really understand all angles here. But the main two ways people ship are DDP and DDU. What this means is DDP means you pay your freight forwarder essentially a one-off fee. They calculate it before it gets shipped. You pay it and that's it, right? It goes all the way to the US, it gets in, and you've paid every cost. You haven't got to pay anything else on top. DDU means you pay up front for the shipping, but then the duties and the tariffs that erode on the product, they're paid in arrears, they're paid afterwards, right? And they'll bill you for those afterwards. Now, DDP is without a doubt the most common, and it's what a lot of the Chinese guys use. It's what most people who sell on Amazon use. And a lot of people don't actually know the difference, honestly. So sometimes your suppliers will offer to do the shipping for you. That'll be on a DDP basis. DDU, in short, is the proper way to do it, right? You're actually making sure you're doing everything properly. With DDP, what happens quite often is that the importers will underdeclare the value of your products. So you pay less duties and tariffs because the duties and tariffs are going to be a percentage of what your products are worth, right? So you might end up with having, say, 30% that you owe on top of your products. They bring it down, they knock the value down, and you end up paying 5% or sometimes even 0%. Now, you are the importer of record and you're legally responsible for declaring the right amount. That being said, honestly, at the start, I'd probably lean towards using DDP. At the start, you can get product in, go as fast as you can and move as fast as possible, and you can kind of work out things later on. Now, as long as you know that your product works properly with DDU shipping. So with DDU, generally, it ensures, like I said, that the correct duties and tariffs are being paid because you're getting invoiced afterwards, right? So this depends on you giving your freight forwarder the HS code, which I'm going to get into in a second, so they can work out exactly the correct duties and tariffs that are owed. Now, DDU is also really popular for a VAT registered business because it means you can claim back the VAT that you pay on entry. So I'm going to go through all of this in a minute and how it works. But with DDU as well, when you're doing full containers, for example, you're going to be doing, delivery duties, unpaid shipping. You're going to pay the duties and tariffs in arrears. So if you scale up this business and it goes really well for you, just make sure you know that the math checks out when you do everything properly. But like I said, when you're starting out, generally you're going to go for DDP. So these duties and tariffs are all based off something called a HS code, which is the harmonized system. And this is actually a worldwide system that every single country recognizes for importing and exporting goods. And what it means is the first 6 digits of the product code. Now, some countries have 8 digits, some have 10, but the first 6 will always be exactly the same. And over 200 countries around the world use this exact system. Now, the HS code components, again, like I said, this is sexy stuff. It's a chapter, a heading, and a subheading. And this is basically going to direct what category your product falls into in the country that it's going to. Now, you can get the HS code from your supplier. That can be your supplier in China, India, Vietnam. Like I said, the HS codes are global and they should know exactly which code it is. What they might give you, though, is a code that's, say, 10 digits long, maybe 8 digits long. It's the first 6 numbers that you want to focus on. So let's say we're going to take products into the US. Just to make things a little bit more confusing, in the US, it's called the HTS code, which is a harmonized tariff schedule. So they want to do things their own way and put a bit of a spin on it. So you need to learn this as well. The first 6 digits will be global. Like I said, they'll be exactly the same. And then there's 4 more numbers. There's going to be the classification for the US directly. So let me jump on this website and show you how it looks. This is the HTS government website. You can search this for any code that you want to move in, any product you want to move in. So I want to use the bamboo toilet paper as an example. The way you can get this code, like I said, you can ask the supplier. They're generally going to give you a guideline. Honestly, you can just Google it. So I Googled it here for HTS code for bamboo toilet paper. We've got 482361 as an option. So if I jump on, I think I jumped in here. So I typed it in at the top, 482361. It's giving me 00 as well, right? It then brings me down here, 48236100. This is a free tariff. There's no, sorry, not free tariffs. There's a free duty. There's no duties owed on this product, which is awesome. That's what we want to see. There's then this number 1 with a slash. And I'm going to tell you what that means in a second. However, back to this page on Google, if we scroll down a little bit here, we can see this article, right? Bamboo paper HS code for import and export. So I jumped in here just to see, and this is like, this kind of information is super useful, right? What we're seeing in here is the different codes people are using to import bamboo toilet paper, right? So 481810, this is a company called Celerex. We've got up here bamboo tree free toilet paper again, Grove collaboration. We come down here, we've got 481. So we're seeing that one again, right? This is cloud paper. Now, an important point here is sometimes a product can have multiple codes that are relevant for it. So you really want to find, obviously, the best solution, the best option for you. Obviously, you're going to generally look for what's the lowest. You can run this by an expert as well. You can jump on Fiverr and Upwork and check that you're using the right code. But just make sure you're looking online and seeing what other people are using. So 481810, that was actually slightly different to what it said here, right? So I input that into the HGS website, and this is just general toilet paper. So 481, you can see this huge number here, bring it up, and this also is free. So again, 0% duties, which is awesome. This over on the right-hand side, by the way, this is like for certain countries have huge levies imposed on them. I think countries like Cuba, North Korea, I doubt you're going to be sourcing there, so you can kind of ignore this section. What you can't ignore, though, like I said, is this little one and the slash. What this is the Trump tariffs. So these came in 2020, and they've been kept on by the other administrations. We can't really see them going anywhere. And essentially, it's an extra tariff generally imposed on Chinese imported goods. So you're bringing in goods from other countries, you can generally avoid this. But if it comes from China, you need to be aware of it. To look at it properly, you need to jump on this website. Again, these are all going to be linked down below, guys, so don't worry about writing this one in. So the China section 301 tariff action. So in shorthand known as Trump tariffs. There's 4 lists that have been brought in. And this generated a huge amount of money for the US. So you can see why they kept it on. These 3 first lists means 25% is added to any of the products that fall under those categories. And the last one is 7.5%. So some of these are a bit smaller. There is exclusion. So it's always worth keeping an eye on this because companies will like lobby the government and their products will get excluded from the list. So they won't have to pay any tariffs on top. But we saw on our one, let's say we were going to go for this code. We had this one and a slash, right? What we then need to do is grab the first 8 numbers and head to this website. So you're on the website we're on here. You can see the different tariffs and you chuck it in there. I've done it already, but I'll just do it again. You hit search and it'll come up here with the tariff it falls under. So this is list number 3, which is a 25% tariff. So what that means is we had a 0% duty, but a 25% tariff. So whatever our COGS are, we need to pay 25% on top if we do everything properly, which, you know, we should eventually. That's what you're going to owe. So let's say your cost was $5, means you need to add 20% on top of that. So 25% on top of that, which is a quarter on top. So I'm going to show you an exact example walkthrough of the math in a second. There's a couple of other tiny kind of charges when you import to the US I want to make you aware of. Again, these are really, really small, but just want to give you the whole picture. What these charges are the MPF, which is the merchandise process fee, the HMF, which is the harbor maintenance fee, and a commercial bond sometimes is required. You want to speak to your freight forwarder about that. But these fees, that 0.3464% of the shipment value with a minimum charge of $27. And then the HMF is the harbor maintenance fee, which is 0.125% of the commercial invoice value. So again, really small charges, but just if you see them on your invoice, just FYI is these. So an example here, walking through a product. Let's say your total order was $5,000, right? That's the value of your commercial invoice. So we know with the toilet paper, for example, 0% duties are owed. So 0 is the duty, right? Tariff, we know it's 25%. So if the value is $5,000, we need to add $1,250 for the tariff, which is a little bit painful. But again, you can do the math and work out if the numbers shake out. This is why it's important to know exactly how to do this when you do things properly to check that the margin is still there. MPF is 0.346% of the $5,000, which actually falls under the minimum. So it's $27.75, like I said. And then the HMF, 5,000 times 0.125, is just $6.25. So total duties and tariffs owed on top of our 5,000 is $1,284, which gives us a COGS, a cost per unit extra, of 1.28. So $5 plus 128, we're looking at $6.28 per unit in COGS. Now, one little thing I want to show you here, I just thought of it while I was shooting this part of the video, is when we were on this website, we were looking at which companies are importing products, right? And I kind of ignored this column, right? But we can see here is a supplier. So these are actually suppliers of this paper. So we see this cloud paper here is quite big. We have Haizu, Newland, Import and Export, right? So it's a company there. But if we jump on this website, so we can go into this and have a look. Cloud Paper Inc. This website, importyay.com. Some of you guys might have heard of this. This is awesome, right? Cloud Paper. We can see here they've done 176 shipments into the US. Most recent one was just the end of June. Top suppliers. And we can see here who they're working with. So if we then go Qingdao, right? So let's say this one, for example, bang that into Google. We can see a toilet paper supplier. So we can basically reverse engineer supplier research and we can find valid suppliers that we know these guys, they're going to be pretty solid, right? They're doing a huge scale. So I actually can put you directly in touch with some of the biggest players in each of the space. So it's a really good way to do a bit of spying, basically. So definitely have a look at this website and work through. You can find on here, you can find huge companies, suppliers. So like, I remember looking at this one previously, Patagonia clothing. You can see here, they come in, they've got all these suppliers. A lot of these guys are in Vietnam. I looked at them for something previously, but this is a great way you can just reverse engineer big companies and just find their exact suppliers. And you know, if it's worked for them, it's a very good chance it's going to work for you as well. So moving across to the UK and Europe, which are fairly similar, this is a little bit different to the US. In the US, the duties that you owe are only owed, and sorry, the duties and tariffs, they're only owed on the value of the commercial invoice. So in the last example, it was $5,000 because it was $5,000 worth of goods. Now in the UK, in the UK and Europe, VAT is due on all imports. So that can be different in each country, but generally it's around a 20% mark, right? So there's 20% has got to go on top of whatever you're bringing in. The difference here is it's not just on your commercial invoice, it's on the commercial invoice value plus the cost of shipping the goods into the country. So I'll show you an example in a minute and just explain how that works exactly. One thing though, in the UK and Europe, once you are VAT registered, you can claim back the cost, right? So let's say you do spend $5,000 and you've got $1,000 of VAT to pay, you can claim that $1,000 back. Now, you're probably not going to be VAT registered from day one. However, if you do this, even 12 months in, 18 months in, you can retroactively claim back the VAT that you've paid. So we did this when we became VAT registered later on. Once you hit £85,000 of sales in the UK, you have to become VAT registered. But it was a great little bonus and we managed to claim back that money, which was, I know, a nice boost in cash flow in the business. So for the UK, the website is fairly similar to the US. It's gov.uk/trade tariff. Again, link down below. Now you can search in here by the number, or you can actually search by the product name as well. You can also do that on the HGS one. But if you have the product number from the supplier, it's best just to chuck it in. So let's use the same example again, which I believe was 481810. So 481810. So we search that. Okay, it's toilet paper again, it's recognized it. If we scroll down, we can see, again, the third country duty, this is just the duty rate. The VAT rate at 20%, so we've got to pay that. And there's no supplementary cost. So essentially, there's no extra duties. It's just going to be 20% on top of our commercial invoice value and then the freight cost to bring it in. Now, if you are struggling to classify your product and you're looking through this for ages and you just can't find what number it is, you can actually just contact the government directly for classification. So it's email address right here, inquiries@hmrc.gov.uk. We've done this previously, actually. They were super responsive, so it's super easy option. You can also get on the phone to them, just ask them questions. So again, you can use that. I think they have a very similar service in the US as well. If you are struggling, or as I said earlier, you can get people on Fiverr, Upwork, who are kind of import experts, and ask them to find you the best classification in whichever country you're going for. Now, run through a bit of a math example of this for the same, let's say it's the same order, right? So $5,000 is a commercial invoice. It's about $4,000, right? Let's say on top of that, as an example, the freight cost was £1,000 on top. So overall, we're looking at £5,000 to bring the goods to the UK, right? The duties we saw was 0%. So 5,000 times 0 is 0. And the VAT is going to be 5,000 times 20%. And that's going to be £1,000 on top. So that means that the total duties and VAT owed is £1,000. 1,000 divided by, say, 1,000 units, £1. 5,000 plus 1,000 is 6,000 total, which gives us a landed COGS of £6 per unit. Now, hopefully that's super easy to understand. It did take a little bit of getting used to for most people. Again, we do go through this in much more detail within Honest FBA. So if people are struggling, they can ask questions and check the math is mathing and you're getting it right. What I wanted to show you before I move on to the next section, I'm going to show you exactly what to ask. Sorry, what information to give your freight forwarder to get a quote using everything that we've gone through already. I was firing out a few messages on Alibaba earlier, trying to source the gummy, right? So just want to get some information. I asked for this person, Kitty, from this company. I asked for the growth supplement for kids. What is the HS code for export? So again, super easy. She gave me the code straight away, and I could check that on the UK website, the US website as well, right? And a little bit more back and forth, went down a bit further, and I thought this was quite funny in terms of DDP shipping. I was asking, do you have clients that export to the USA, and what HTS code they use exactly, right? Just to help it be a bit more precise. Yes, we usually ship to USA. You don't worry about shipping. We can ship it to your USA address directly. You don't need to pay any tax. Now, this is happening fairly often. I just wanted to show you that this is super common. And this is what sometimes you can be competing against with Chinese sellers. But honestly, so many sellers are doing this. So look, business is calculated risk. It's up to you if you want to do it, you want to do things the right way. Like I said, I would advise that you definitely do the math properly and doing things the right way. But these are options that are going to get thrown at you. So up to you. You can kind of decide to do what you want with your business. So emailing for a quote from a freight forwarder, this is the information you want to give them. The more you can give them, the easier it is and the faster it will be to get a quote. So I'll run through these terms now. I think you're going to recognize most of them. So first things first, EXW or FOB terms, DDP or DDU shipping, the product name, just for your reference, the HS code as best as you know it. Again, you can ask these guys for advice as well. They are freight forwarders. They bring a lot of products from around the world into whichever countries. The dimensions of the master carton. So master carton is, of course, the product, the overall carton, right, that the products go inside of. This is not the individual unit. It's the master cartons. And you need to bear in mind with Amazon, the maximum capacities, the maximum limits of 25 inches on any one side, which is 63.5 centimeters. Next is the number of units per master carton. And a quick point here, generally, it's a maximum of 150 units. The weight of each master carton. So the maximum, similar to the rules up here, about 25 inches and 63 centimeters. The maximum weight of each carton is 50 pounds, which is 22.6 kilograms. The total cubic meters of the shipment. So we use the CBM calculator from earlier to work that out. The volumetric weight, which again, you used that earlier, so you can check that's correct. You haven't got to include that, but I just like to because the more information is just a bit easier to do. The dollar value per unit. Now, you need this because that's how they're going to work out the duties and tariffs that you owe, right? So one of the kind of surefire way signs that people perhaps are under declaring is they give you quotes without knowing the value of your product. So that's a bit of an obvious sign, but you want to give them this dollar value per unit because that's going to help you work it out correctly. Next is the number of cartons in the shipment. Then supplier address for collection. If you're doing EXW, if you're doing FOB, it's going to be the port that you're going to ship from. Next is the delivery address. So usually just to get a quote and get things moving, I'll just give an example address, right? That could be an Amazon fulfillment center. So for example, one in the US, which is a well-known one for most people, is ONT8. So Amazon ONT8, give that one, and it's going to give you a freight price to get the goods into California, or Los Angeles, which is the main port, and then a California Amazon warehouse. The last thing that I like to do, I'll ask for a regular lane quote and a fast lane quote. Like I said earlier, some of them can take 30 to 40 days. The fast lane can be as fast as like 18 days. So I like to get a quote for both just in case, it makes sense with the economics and we can get the product there super fast. I would generally advise firing this out to a couple of companies. Again, we've got some guys that we recommend down below. It's still it's a business, right? It's a bit of a price war. So see if you, again, like negotiations you had when you were negotiating for the product price, you can do it with shipping as well, right? You can play them against each other, make sure you get yourself the best rate. And that's the one you want to go with to bring it into the US, the UK, and get your goods on the water as soon as possible, or in the air if they're small and light. So I want to touch on packaging quickly because obviously every product that you send, it's not going to ship just a product. It's going to be in a box. It's going to be in a poly bag, in a sleeve, for example, if it's clothing. So you want to make sure your packaging is to spec and make sure you're hitting the things you need to do for it to be accepted at Amazon. Now, the main thing you need on your product, every single unique product, and that you would have seen this on anything you've ever bought, has a barcode. Now, the barcodes For Amazon, they actually have their own internal system I'm going to walk you through in a second. But you can, of course, use your own external kind of worldwide recognized barcodes as well. Now, every single unit that you send in needs to have a barcode and a label attached to it. Otherwise, it's going to get rejected by Amazon and you're not going to be able to sell it. Now, on Amazon, the barcodes that you need to understand are GTIN barcodes, FNSKU barcodes, and shipping carton and pallet barcodes. So what is a GTIN? So GTIN stands for Global Trade Item Number. So it's internationally recognized as a product identifier. In the US, it's known as a UPC number, and in Europe, an EAN number. And for some reason, that's 12 digits in the US and 13 in Europe, which is just stupid, but it's the way it is. And that's not going to change anytime soon. Now, I'm going to show you in a second why you might have a GTIN exemption and how to get it. But unless you have that, every single product that you add needs its own barcode, like UPC or EAN number, right? Every single product you see out in the world has an individual number attached to it. And most of them are from a website called GS1. So GS1 is a big like non-profit company, supposedly. It's a bit of a, they've kind of got a bit of a stranglehold, a bit of a monopoly on the market. You essentially have to buy your numbers from them. There are other websites that offer you cheap barcodes, I think like barcodemania.com, these other stupid names. The risk with them, they actually could be attached to another product. So just don't risk it and buy it from GS1. On GS1, you can pay about 100 to 150 bucks a year, and you get something like 10,000 different barcodes. It's actually a public facing database. So the things you put in here can be seen by the public, but this is a worldwide recognized site. And this is where you want to be getting your barcodes from. Now you can buy individual numbers as well. Personally, like as soon as you're at any kind of small scale, you're better off paying for the annual subscription and you have as many numbers as you need. So GTIN exemptions and why you might consider them, you can avoid the cost of the annual subscription for GS1, for example. And it can be a quicker and maybe a more attractive option if you don't have any short-term plans to sell off of Amazon and potentially into, say, retail stores, right? If you have a barcode attached to your product, right, an EAN or a UPC number, and you have a barcode printed on, that barcode you'll see is the same on every single product sold in any store. So even if it's an iPhone sold in different stores around the world, it's going to be the exact same barcode for that iPhone 15 in the UK, in the US, in Australia, Germany, everywhere. But if you sell just on Amazon, you don't necessarily need to have that. And if you meet certain requirements, Amazon can waive your need for GTIN. But if you get that exemption, you must always use Amazon's FNSKU labels on your product. And that's another term you might not understand yet. So let me break that down now. So the FNSKU label is what Amazon use. When they scan it, it pulls into their system. They know exactly what the product is, and they can match it to a listing, and they can then disperse it around their fulfillment centers and keep track of everything. And they can also know who the seller is of that product, which obviously is going to be you guys. Now, the reason these are quite important to Amazon is because in other Amazon business models, the same people can sell one product, right? So it can be let's say it's an iPhone again, right? Let's say it's an iPhone 15. There could be a bunch of different sellers that sell that one product. So having a unique FNSKU code means Amazon can attribute the sale to which particular seller it has come from. So whether you want to go for the regular kind of barcode option or use the FNSKU labels, these need to be clearly displayed on every single unit, which generally means your supplier is going to need to do it for you. So you need to make sure your supplier knows exactly the method you're going for, and they have the labels and the barcodes they need to stick onto the product or print onto the packaging. Now, the key things to remember here is whether you choose a regular EAN/UPC barcode or Amazon's FNSKU barcodes, every single product, you just tell your supplier it must be applied, right? Every single unit needs a barcode on it. And technically, you want to choose one option or the other. You're not really meant to show both. So on Seller Central in the back end, you can choose your barcode preference. So that can be an Amazon barcode, which is the FNSKU label, or you can call it's called Go Stickerless. And that means you use a regular barcode, which you can print onto your packaging. Now, the general barcodes you get from Amazon, the FNSKU ones, they look like this. So for example, this is a yoga mat. It will say yoga mat non-slip new. What you might want to do to make it a bit more clear for your suppliers is go on Canva, you can edit these yourself, right? So you might want to add in, if it's a black yoga mat, and then the brand name, this example, Yoga Lovers. And you can also add, if you want, you can add made in China to this section as well. And that's then covering your ass there, because you do need to legally have made in China visible somewhere on your product if it is made in China. Now, downloading your barcodes, you can get them, say if you do it from GS1 and you go for the traditional method, you can download your barcode in an image format, or you can just take the number and you can put it into a free barcode generator and download that as a PNG or a PDF file and get it applied to your packaging. If you want to go for the FNSKU options, you go onto your Seller Central, go to the drop-down menu on the right-hand side, and you can see something called print item labels. If you hit that, it's going to come up with this, and you're going to see all the options to print off as many numbers as you want, as many labels as you want, and you're going to have that kind of forever, and your supplier can keep it on record. So you haven't got to do this every time you make a new order. They know this is the FNSKU label attached to your product, and they can just print it out and make sure it's stuck on every single unit. Now, the next labels you need to know about, and we're nearly done in this section now, so bear with me, but you need to know this. This is also uber important. It's going to be your shipping, carton, and pallet labels. Now, this is different to the other labels because this does change every single time. So when you send a shipment into Amazon, that's either going to be from your supplier in China, the US, wherever, or from, say, a 3PL, so a third-party warehouse, you're going to get new labels every single time, because that's going to be relevant to that particular shipment. So if you tell Amazon you're sending in 2,000 units in this shipment, then this label and this barcode is going to have that information stored within it. So make sure every single time you do a new shipment, you are sending the correct labels and they are stuck on the cartons. And if you're shipping a good amount of units, on the pallets as well. You're going to have carton labels for every single box for the master cartons. And then if it's enough and you're shipping of an LTL method, you're going to also get pallet labels as well. So make sure a supplier has everything they need so Amazon can scan it, just check it all in straight away. Now, look, I know that's quite a lot of information. So we put it into a little bit of a summary box for you here. Take a screenshot of this, revisit this part of the video. Make sure you understand exactly the differences between the GTIN, FNSKUs, and then the carton and pallet labels. Just get this nailed down. It might seem like a lot of information early on, but honestly, this is super simple. And it's once you've got the system up and running, you're not going to have an issue with this. It's super easy. Right, the last bit I want to touch on here is what goes inside the box, right? What goes inside the packaging. We've done what goes on top of the packaging in terms of the barcode and the labels. We've even done what goes on top of the master cartons and the pallets. But inside the box itself, inside the packaging, it isn't just the unit. If you've ordered a product online, generally most brands that are on Amazon, there's going to be probably an insert card inside the product box. Now, this is a really good opportunity to get in front of the customer, to impress them with your brand, and hopefully kind of own the customer if you can. Now, what I mean by that is if you're selling through Amazon, you don't have all the information of the customer that is buying your product. But if you can use a product insert to your advantage, you may be able to get in touch with them where you can then build a relationship. And there's a bunch of upsides to that, right? The way that you do that with a product insert, that can be a warranty on the product. So for example, you might say 1 year's free warranty, sign up here with an email capture, right? You can do it with a warranty. You can do it with contests. So you can like apply tag us on Instagram to win $100. You can do it also with social media links, right? So you want to get them to follow you off of Amazon on other platforms. Now, a way you can do that nowadays is just with a QR code, right? You can use really good QR codes, really creative, and take you to certain pages. You do want to be a little bit careful here because supposedly, and it is with terms of service with Amazon, you're not meant to direct traffic away from Amazon. But honestly, every single brand does this. So they're doing it themselves as well. I wouldn't worry too much. The biggest players on Amazon do this. So I think it's pretty safe to say you can get along with it. What you can also include is things like how-to videos, right? So a how-to video can be hosted on your own channel. If the product needs instructions, that's completely valid. You can include that and say, watch this video, and then you've got them where you need them, and you can perhaps get a bit of an email capture as well. And the last one I'll say actually is also an ebook. If it's something doesn't perhaps quite warrant a video, but an ebook could be useful, that's another really useful way to get people to contact you. And then you can capture their email address. And like I said, you can then build a relationship with them. You can market to them in future. You can even offer them discounts, for example, on future products that you bring out, and they can move first and they can really help you grow your brand. Now, something else people do on product inserts is ask for reviews. Obviously, Amazon is a massive review-centric platform. So you do want to get as many 5-star reviews as you can. You do want to be careful around this. So this is probably the most contentious area of product inserts because in the past, it was super easy to get reviews, honestly. On Amazon years ago, you could kind of game the system. People could just leave you reviews. You could buy reviews. It was just a very dodgy system where I think people lost a bit of trust with it. Nowadays, Amazon really cracked down on reviews, on review farming. That doesn't really exist anymore, right? So you want to do things in the right way. What you can do, you can ask for reviews, right? You can say, please review our product on Amazon. It takes 2 seconds. You can follow this link. You can also do this via an email automation as well. But what you're not allowed to do is insinuate and imply for a 5-star review. So this example, you can't put, for example, 5 stars on your insert because it's kind of pushing the customer to leave 5 stars. And what you're also not meant to do is say, if you're happy, leave a review. If you're not happy, get in touch. Now, you'll see this is done by most companies off of Amazon. And a lot of companies on Amazon, honestly, also still do this. But one of the biggest ones on there is a company called Bloom Nutrition. They did this, and they were doing 8 figures per month in sales. They were one of the biggest supplements on Amazon. And they were doing this exact playbook, trying to get people who weren't impressed to not leave a review so they could speak to them directly. And they were impressed, leave a 5-star review. They got banned. They got banned for months and months and months. They're back on now, but they lost a bunch of traffic and a bunch of reviews. And honestly, probably over $50 million worth of sales. So they got pinged for it. Just be careful. You don't, like I said, you can ask for reviews, but you just can't imply that it's 5 stars. And you can't say, if you're not happy, don't review us. Get in touch with us directly. All right, so in this section, I want to cover the economics of these products. So initially, how we look at them and how we quickly check, is it going to be worth us moving on to the next stage and looking at it deeper? And then after that, once we've had discussions with suppliers and we moved everything through, we've got legit prices, we've got like shipping quotes and everything as well, checking that the economics still makes sense for us to potentially proceed and then place an order of that product. So we dive in with the first one we were looking at as an example. So this toilet paper, right? So Better Way toilet paper. These guys are one of the best sellers. So the reason I'm on them is I'm going to pull up the profitability calculator by Helium 10. Now, just before I do that, this came out. This is brand new. This is actually really useful. So I just want to show you guys quickly. See this variation strength? This is, why is it all blurry? This is new from Helium 10. So we're seeing here, if we hover over this, the visual indicator estimates which variation received the most amount of sales relative to others in the same family using whatever. Basically, what it means is this is the most popular size. And there's other ways we worked this out previously by looking at the reviews and who has the most, which SKU has the most reviews in a certain time period. But now this is correct. And I think this is the most popular one by a mile. This is really useful when looking at which product you could potentially launch first. But anyway, we're chatting about economics. So let me close this. I just want to show you that while I found it. Pull up the profitability calculator. So this is awesome. I love this tool. I use it every single day. Every single product I ever look at, I will run this on it. And it's going to bring up a bunch of information you can see here. So we've got the price, obviously. So it's pulling in all the information from this page. We've got the width and the length and the height. So the dimensions of the products. Now, this is obviously really, really important with Amazon because it's going to dictate the size category and then the FBA fee that we're going to pay down here. So we can actually play around with all these numbers as well. That's really useful a little bit later on when you're talking to your suppliers and you're talking about your packaging and your specifications. You can chuck your numbers in here. You can change the price and you can see all these numbers it spits out at the bottom. Now, this is interesting, right? This is the unit manufacturing cost. Now, if you look at it on the face of it, you're seeing $5.70 per unit. How do Helium 10 know that? And my answer for that is, I don't know. And also, we'll see in a second, is it even correct? Sometimes they actually get these very bang on, and other times they don't. They're out by a fair bit. So I'm going to show you that in a second. We've got the freight cost, which is a general per cubic meter. So we cover shipping later on in this video, but this can be just a high-level guideline just to see how we're looking. So on the face of it here, we've got an FBA fee of $860. We've got the storage fees baked in. We've got the referral fee, which is going to be about 15% in this case. And we can see here that at this current price, the margin is pretty crap, to be honest. That's super, super low. So, but I want to check, okay, does this make sense for me? So I can jump on Alibaba. I can find a bunch of suppliers, a bamboo toilet paper. I already went ahead and did this just to save a little bit of time. And we can see here from 11 cents, 15 cents, 12 cents, 20 cents, 0 to 15 cents. That's 15 cents. So 15 cents per roll seems to be about right? So if we do 15 cents and we're looking at a pack of 12, that's going to be $1.80 per unit. So if we slap $1.80 per unit in here, so 570 was way off in that case, right? So we're looking at that changes the margin a fair bit. So now we're looking at 20% for most of the year. These two areas, by the way, January to September, so Q1 to Q3, and then this is Q4. The storage fees are a bit higher in Q4. They almost triple actually sometimes. So keep an eye on that. But generally, most of the year, looking at these kind of rates. So we're looking at a 21% margin roughly and a 60% ROI. Now that isn't amazing. To be honest, like this isn't something that would jump out at us normally and we'd be like, oh wow, so that's great numbers. They're not amazing numbers. And you might have to be fairly aggressive. You've got to add PPC into this as well, which I'm going to show you in a bit how we bake that into our economics. But this product, as Alex already explained to you, why we like the sound of this product. And a big part of that is going to be this on the right hand side, the subscribe and save. This is a subscription-based product. And one of the beauties of subscription-based products is you can essentially afford to have a bit of a lower margin because you're going for an LTV play, which is lifetime value of the customer, right? So you're trying to get them in. You might make crappy margin on that first sale, but they might stick with you for 1 year, 2 year, 3 year, 5 years. Who knows? Who knows how long you're going to have this customer for? That's a benefit, right? So you can accept a slightly lower margin in that case. Generally, what we're looking for here is, the highest numbers possible, but we usually would want to see at least an 80% plus ROI here. And then the margin, I like to see a minimum 20 on this case of things, but I'd like to see more 30 to 40. Now, if we look at the other product, we're looking at this True Height Gummies and put up the same profitability calculator. So we can see these numbers are pretty juicy, right? Off the bat down here. So looking at the same things, they think it's about $630 per unit in manufacturing. So again, we could go on Alibaba and we can check. Let's have a look here. So height gummies. Let's see what that pulls up. So that's 280. Again, that's but enlargement keeps coming up, right? 180 to 280, but these are literally, they've just taken the same image, right? So let's say even on the upper end, let's say 280 is a pretty good guideline. If we go back to the listing, 630 is way above it, right? So if we change this to 280, then this is getting pretty massive, right? A 696% ROI and a 64% margin. Now that is massive, obviously, and that would be pretty amazing. It's also Amazon Prime Day today, by the way, so maybe this is an offer they've got a actually discount on as well. Yeah, they do 20% off on the discount, so even bigger normally, right? So this straight away, that'd be okay. That definitely passes the first check. Now we know there's more costs to come in, right? So maybe the shipping cost isn't bang on. There's duties and tariffs to think about as well with these products, but when the buffer is this big, it means 60+% margin and 696% ROI, skip it straight through, right? You're fine. You're going to be fine no matter what the duties are. Move it on to the next phase. Now, obviously, with the bamboo toilet paper, it's a bit tighter. Like we said, we're going for the subscription play on this one. So we'll drill down a bit further. But for argument's sake, this is how we do a quick check. Literally jump on Alibaba, check it straight away. Do the rough numbers make sense? If they do, awesome. Move on to the next phase. If they don't, it looks really tricky, then I would park that product, move on to the next idea. So let's say you've had the back and forth with the supplier and you've got the prices, you've spoken to a shipping agent, you've got the shipping prices all sorted out, and you would have done a bit of research as well into your duties and tariffs, right? And I'm going to show you how to do that later in the video. So I'll show you a very quick thing briefly in this section, but don't worry if I don't go into it in detail. I'm going to show you exactly how to work that out later on. But what we will need to do is work out a landed cost, an exact landed cost. So COGS, you'll see it a lot as you get into this game, means cost of goods sold. And we want to know exactly how much it costs for us to get that product from, say, the US all the way into the United States, all the way into Amazon, right? So we know exactly what our margin is going to be. So we have two things on Honest FBA we'll use for this. So firstly, the landed cost calculator. And secondly, we have a profitability calculator as well. So within this, I'll go through things step by step. So the product itself, right? We know, so I'll do it the toilet paper first. I'm going to do the US and then I'm going to do the UK as well and show you there's a little bit of difference with regards to the VAT. And I know a lot of you people watching this are going to be in the UK and the US. I'm going to cover both. So the cost for the product themselves, it was 180. Remember from a few minutes ago. So we know that. We know that the shipping total, right? So with this product, it's quite big, isn't it? So what I like to do is use this. And again, this pops up later in the video, but this is a CBM calculator. So at the scale for this product, the demand's pretty big. So actually we've been moving up towards kind of full containers very quickly, potentially on the first order. But for this example, I'm going to show you how that would look. So what we could do to give us an idea of how many fit in a container is input the dimensions. So I can actually grab these from here. So this is in inches. Just always be careful with this. So this CBM calculator is in centimeters. This is in inches. So 13.5, 4.77, and 17.44 with 5 pounds of weight. That translates to these numbers. So 34, 11, and 44, and then 2 kilograms, right? And what that gives us is we can fit about 3,600 units into a container. Now, there's these HG container means a high cube. They're slightly bigger, but I'm just going to say conservatively, it's 3,600 units. When they're all in there in the boxes and the larger master cartons, they're going to go in there and they're going to get shipped across, right? So I'm going to base that number on 3,600 units for this example. If I then go back to this, I'm going to say we're going to order a full container, right, on this example. So it's 3,600 units. The shipping total. So you're going to get a quote from a freight forwarder for importing this product. And what's the cost of a container? Now, what they'll need to know to do this is your duties and tariff rate. So again, I'll get into this later in the video, but for this particular product, I think this is the tab. So toilet paper, again, we'll link this down below. We know is this is the HTS code in the US. So it's actually not got any import duties attached to it. It's free. But it does have a tariff attached to it. Now, I'm not going to go into the tariff side now, but I'll just tell you it is a 25% tariff. So it's the Trump tariff. It's tariff number 3. There's 25% imposed on top of the cost of goods, right? So if we go back over here again, the customs duty, which is essentially there's 0% actual duty, but we've got 25% tariff. So I'm going to put 25 within here. Now, the shipping total itself, the reason you're going to tell the freight forwarder about your duties and tariffs that you owe, and they can also help you work this out, is that they need to know what to declare as being imported and check that the correct amount of duties are being paid. Now, if you were to ship a full container, that is definitely the best way to do things. And there's this above DDP. I'm going to touch on that in a minute because there's another way that you can do it. And again, get into this later in the video too. But the shipping total itself, I know that at the moment, a full container, all in, you're looking at about $6,500 to get something in. So 6.5K. We're then looking at 3,600 units. And you can see here, it's spat out some math on this side. So we've got production costs. We've got the duties on top, 25%. We've got the shipping itself. So we have a total landed cost is $14,600. So we're looking at about $4.06 per unit landed into the US. So if we go back over to this calculator again, $4.06, I'm just going to set that at 0 for the time being. So the margin from earlier is a lot stronger than we had it, right? So that's looking good. You can always go back and check this again. So that's a good way to work it out. Now, what else? Another way you can work it is with DDP shipping. So DDP shipping, I'll get into this later on in detail, but essentially all the duties and tariffs are kind of baked into the price that you pay the freight forwarder. Now, when you're doing much smaller shipments, so not really with full containers, but let's say you're shipping a much smaller product, it's pretty common to start with DDP. You should always check that you know what your tariffs and duties will be, but DDP shipping is generally quite cheap. Sometimes it's a little bit too good to be true, in all honesty, if you catch my drift. But most people do use it at the start. So if you turn this on our calculator, for example, you can see the duties payable is baked into the freight cost, basically. So it'll take that away, and you can see then the landed cost per unit is slightly lower. Now, I want to show a UK product now. So let me just flip this over to GBP. Actually, you know what? I'm going to keep it in USD, but it's fine. We can still bring in this. So we said the other product. So I'm going to pretend we're shipping the True Height gummies into the UK. Now they're more like, or they were 280 a unit. The customs duty on them in the UK, I put this up beforehand. We're looking at about 8%, right, to ship in. Basically classes as like jelly confectionery. So we've got 8%. But in the UK, we also have VAT. Now VAT is applicable to everything that comes into the UK, right? You can't avoid it. So it's a bit of a bummer sometimes, but it's just part of the game. So the VAT UK rate is 20%. So we're then going to set the DDP as no for this instance. The shipping total for a product like this, again, hypothetically speaking, let's say we've got a quote through. We're going to order, let's say we're going to order 1,000 of these. They're going to be super small, right? It's a very small product. We're not going to be shipping a full container. Now, just from experience, generously, let's say it's 50 cents per unit to ship this, which is pretty reasonable to expect. You're looking at a $500 cost, right, to ship them in. Now, like I said, they've got the VAT on top, and then the customs duty for this product, like I showed you, is 8%. So we add all this together. What this is going to do on the right-hand side is pull this in. So we've got 2,800 in cost. We've got duties payable, which is 224. So the 8% is applied to the production cost. We then got the shipment cost of 500. And then the VAT in the UK and the rest of Europe, it works the same way. It's applied to the overall cost to bring things in. So that 704 is on top of all of these. And that's spitting out a landed cost of $4.23, for example, into the UK. So once I've got that worked out, what I'd like to do next is move on to our profitability calculator, right? So if we pull the toilet paper as the example, we can see we've got the landed cost per unit was estimated at $4.06. I think I actually put $4.60 in here, didn't I? So where are we here? Yeah, I did, which is a mistake. So more like 406. So these are the rough guidelines, but I'm going to go a bit more drilled down now. So within this profitability calculator, we will bring in the price we're going to sell for. We then have the fulfillment fee. So we can grab that from here. Looking at $8.60. We then have the referral fee, which is just going to be 15% of that top price. So some of the similar attributes to the profitability calculator. Then we put in our landed cost. So in this instance, it was $4.06 was the estimation. We then got refunds baked in as well. So I think with this product, I think it actually might not be returnable, which is a really good thing about some of the kind of consumable products that you can sell. But generally, return rates on Amazon, you're looking at about 2%. So I think down here, I've got it set. So we've got all these settings down here, 2%. So we add that in. Let's hypothetically say they can refund it. We then have the storage fee. So that's 57 cents. You can see that's the same on here. So 57 cents for the bulk of the year. And you then got the PPC. So this is important, right? Amazon is increasingly pay to play. PPC has got to be part of your strategy. If you can drive purely organic, amazing. But in most categories, you're going to have to at least have some PPC. Now, what we will do is there's a lot of information here. And again, we get way deeper into this with inside of Honest FBA, of course, and everyone has access to these calculators. But we'll set our target ACOS, so the TACOS as it's known. So we know roughly 15% of our sales may need to come from PPC. Let's say I want to change that to 20%, slightly more aggressive. These numbers up here will change. You can see and they're color coded as well. So let's say, hypothetically speaking, we are at 15% down here. Then we can see here it's spitting out a ROI before PPC, which is 297, and then an ROI after PPC of 187. So still fairly strong. Margin before PPC of 40%, margin after PPC of 25%. So we rank that as that's good. Like 25%, essentially your net margin, that's pretty healthy. If you can be up over plus 25 towards 40, amazing. If you're down here, it gets a little bit tight. But again, we can think about the LTV play with this as well. So we like to have a play around with this because it's not just about the long-term goal. We need to know on launch, for example, what can we really expect to do? So we might say, okay, we're going to be 50% of our costs at the start, right? We're going to go hyper aggressive on our advertising. And we're going to see here, look, that's going to make it much tighter, actually a small loss, right? But in some instances, that may make sense. In some of the niches you go into, you can be hyper aggressive. Whilst let's say in the long run, we actually managed to get this down to 5% of our spend is spent on marketing. Everything else comes in organically, much healthier. We're looking at a 35% margin. So this is really important. Knowing your numbers inside out is really important, right? And these kind of things give you a really good guideline of how to do that. As long as these numbers all make sense, this is when we allow it to move on to the next stage and work towards placing that order. So to wrap up very quickly, Economics are boring, but very, 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 very important. If the numbers don't work, don't wish them to work. You're not going to force them to work. If it's tight, you're best off avoiding it. There are plenty of opportunities on Amazon. There's plenty of opportunities in e-commerce in general. So don't make it too hard for yourself. Bake in that buffer. There's always extra bits and bobs that crop up. And don't think, if you look on Alibaba, don't be like, oh, maybe I'll get it for $1 less. Just base it on a conservative measure to begin with. Negotiate, go through to that. But honestly, you want to bake in as much buffer as possible. And of course, the bigger numbers you have here, the better a business you have. See you in the next section. Hey, Tom here. I wanted to jump in to this mega mammoth gigantic video that you are working through and show you behind the scenes of Honest FBA and what it's like to be a member inside of the community. So what I want to show you in particular is our Discord, right? So this is on 24/7. You can come in here, you can post, and you can get an answer to your question. As you can see right now, we've got 73 people online, and you can see down here, so we have over 400 people within this community. And you can see a bunch of channels on the left-hand side. We've got general, we've got results, accountability, share something, shipping rates, hiring, hangout rooms, product research, product launches, PPC, sourcing, course chat, feedback, find a buddy, fast track, and more stuff down here as well. So within here, you're going to get your question answered, right? At any time of day. But what I want to show you today in particular, today is Monday. So this morning, jumped in here and posted, what are you guys got cooking up this week? Let us know your progress plans. And I want to show you guys this because people inside of Honest FBA, they actually do stuff, right? You don't just join and then do nothing. You are making progress all the time. And people are at a bunch of different levels on their kind of journey with Amazon FBA. So as you can see here, Sophie setting up her Amazon account. She's brand new. Andy, he's getting his inventory checked in at Amazon and he's looking at hiring a VA and bringing them onto the team. We've got Carl sorting out his tax. We've got Aurel here waiting for his samples. We've got Evan who's hiring designers and designing some new packaging, which is pretty cool. Down here, we have Kat. Kat is always just an absolute beast doing loads of stuff. So finalizing packaging for product 1. Got a custom sample for product 3 already. Sorting out her website. We have Tim down here. So long awaited order number 2 touching down in LA this week. Tim actually came on our channel. You can see an interview with him. And if you scroll down here, he did $160,000 with his first order. So bit of an outlier, absolute monster. Sold 10,000 units. But as you can see that people inside of Honest FBA, they're doing stuff right down here, even as well. Product research. Isabel's bit of change of plans after some one-to-one coaching she had on the Friday that's gone. So that you can see here, people are making moves. This is what you get when you're inside of Honest FBA. If you think you are a good fit for this community and you can learn a lot from this video, perhaps on YouTube, perhaps want a little bit more help, hit the link down below, drop us a message, and we'll see if you're a good fit. Right, so here I am in the back end of Soona. And on here, we can see everything we have coming up, and we can see kind of other things that they offer as well. So the A+ Premium, TikTok Shop Pack, the Amazon Product Overview, all these options they have, right, as standard. We can see here the shoot coming up. When you book a shoot with them, this is going to be on your portal. So if we click into this, we can see we have the shot. We can go into the shot list here, right? And we've already added some in here. The scene, like the 7 scenes I think we got here, right? So this can be different settings. There can be different angles, different styles. Now, I just went and shot some images just in my kitchen of examples of angles that I want to see in this shoot. So I'll click that in here. And then using those images, what I can do is scroll down here. I can add a scene. And essentially what we do, we run through this. So we select bullsheet is the product that's going to be in question. Environment type we need to pick. So that can just be on a white backdrop. It can be a studio shot. And then we're going to upload some reference images. So those shots I just took, you saw me take in my kitchen. Literally jump on here. I've got them saved in a folder. We can hit enter. The lovely pyramid design that I went for that I think could pop potentially really well. I'm going to hit save, add a description. So pyramid style up close shot. I'm going to hit save, and that is then added as a reference, and they can go through that. When we jump on the shoot, they're going to go through these and make sure they're all included. Now, another thing we can do as well is if we like some inspiration from elsewhere. So if, for example, on Amazon, these guys are one of the big sellers. We can see quite a nice, I mean, this looks a bit fake to me, to be honest, but like holding the toilet paper in their hand, right? Let's say we like that as a bit of inspiration. Again, we can jump across to Soona. We can add that as a scene. So again, going through, adding bullsheet, adding the environment type that can be on a white background, and we can go reference image, upload the media again, and it's just there. I put it on a document, and we can use that as well. We can say to them in the description, so person's hand holding the toilet paper. and then we can use that in a graphic. Hit save, and we're good to go. So we're going to go into way more detail now in this live walk along of the shoot, but you can see how easy it is to use, and you can make sure every single idea you have is taken care of during the shoot. All right, so as you guys know, we often recommend Soona. They are kind of our content creators, I guess, photographers, studio. I'll let you explain in a minute.
Yes.
Everything that you guys do. You do a lot. Every time I check your website, you do more and more. But this is Erica, who's kindly joined us from Soona. We're going to run through today the kind of bull sheet product and how we would then go ahead and get the shoot done and then produce the listing. So I'm going to hand it over to Erica now to explain a bit more about what Soona do, and then we're going to go into an actual live photo shoot demonstration for this product.
Yes. Hey, how's it going, Tom? Thanks so much for having me. I'm super thrilled to talk to you about Soona and really, what we can do in the experience of a live photo shoot. So, Soona, we call ourselves an all-in-one content creation studio. We really do it all, like you said, right? I know it's kind of a tongue twister, but we can do product photos, we can do video clips, social content, UGC, Amazon content, infographics, anything content related, we can make it happen for you. So definitely recommend, checking out our website and seeing what we have to offer. And, really a big thing for us is we believe in creating content for scale, right? Because you need a ton of content. The world is full of content and photos of products, and you want to stand out. You want to A/B test. You want to create content. So that is really, what we are here to do is help you scale your content creation. So I know we are talking today about the bull sheet product. So how it works with Soona, you can use Soona in a few different ways. You can either come to one of our studio locations that are based here in the States, but if that is not possible, right, if you live overseas, then you can ship us product, and you can ship us product from all over the world. The product it arrives at one of our studio locations. We unpack it, we get it photo ready, and then we do a live photo shoot. So here in your Soona dashboard is where you can see the entry point for a live shoot. So here, the shoot has already started. So I'm going to go over here to my little chat screen and open it up, and I'm going to join the chat. So our photographer today, his name is DK, and he is based in Minneapolis, Minnesota. So he is going to chat with us. So let's see what he's up to. So just sent him a message, and he is going to respond. So the shoot that we are doing today is primarily for an Amazon listing. So really, with Amazon, you want to get 7 pieces of content right for your listing. So typically what that would be, right, is 4 to 5 videos, a UGC video, and an infographic. So that's what we're going to show you here today. All right, so DK just responded. He said, hello, super excited to work with you today. My name's DK, I'll be your photographer. He's going to work on the first scene in our shot list. All right, so sweet. So let me kind of walk you through a little bit about the gallery. So the gallery tab, this is where all of your content is going to show up down here. So I know DK is shooting the first picture. I'll wait for that to come in. So the first scene that he is doing is the basic e-com product on white, right? So that really simple Amazon shot showing the product on white with multiple angles. So we'll wait for that to come in. Oh, here we go. It already came in. So here's the first shot. All right. That is one sexy toilet paper roll on white.
Yeah, of all the products we're going to pick, I can see this is a challenging one for the photographer, but we'll see how good he is now, I guess.
Yes. No, our photographers are absolute experts at capturing all types of content, from toilet paper to beauty products, home products, any type of food, good, UGC product. So definitely our photographers know what they're doing. So as you can see here now, the images are coming into the gallery. Our photographers are trained in capturing multiple angles, multiple variations, really to show the different aspects of your product. So what I love to do here is say, looking great. And let's see, maybe you want some different options and different variations. So maybe I'll say like, can we get a close up, right? To show the texture of the toilet paper.
What I will say with this, when I've done these in the past as well, which has been great, is when you jump on at a conversation like this with the photographer I was working with, and we kind of 2 or 3 minutes like ran through a bit of the shot list, and then they jumped in, and I didn't expect to get every single picture came in, which is awesome, because then there was so many ideas that they had that I hadn't had for our product, and that was like one of the best kind of features of this, I'd say.
Yes, no, good point, Tom. So let's kind of talk about that, right? So over here, before your shoot begins, what we ask is for you to fill out a shot list of all of your shoot goals and your needs. And if you're not able to, or you're not sure what you need, like our creatives can definitely chime in and capture, based on their knowledge and what platform you're going to be posting, they can create this, but definitely recommend, you sharing what you need. So here in the shot list, right, we definitely want to get product on a white backdrop. And then I know, we talked about potentially getting one on a white marble background to look like a bathroom, getting some overhead shots on a white marble background as well. And then, definitely getting some.
I added these. You can see my skill set here is a bit more limited than your photographer.
No, this is great. Definitely we want to, our goal is to capture what you need and really what you're hoping to achieve, right? So pyramid style close up, we can absolutely get that. And then I love this one too, this tower shot, which Tom, I gotta say, I am impressed with your stacking skills. This is pretty good.
Well, I thought for that, my vision in my head, I was like this, if we have it as, it could almost like be like a bullet or like a feature of the product comes off from each. So nice for a graphic perhaps on that one, but just trying to it's funny when you're doing it and you're setting up shot and you're like, I'm trying to get as creative as possible and think outside the box with just ridiculous angles. But there's so much inspiration online. And what we did as well, I showed it as prior to this, is look at other Amazon listings, look at other, even like parallel niches as well. But I think for us, going on D2C websites, for us is really good for inspiration, because generally you find like D2C brands are a bit more creative. They do some really cool imagery, and you can borrow, take inspiration from something that could be, I don't know, a kitchen roll product or another bathroom product that kind of is sexy and cool, and take inspiration from that and upload that as kind of props for the photographer. One thing you have got as well, which I noticed, was when you go to add a product on the shot list or add an idea story, you've got like all the props as well, right? Is another option where you guys have tons and tons of props.
And I'm not, unfortunately, I'm not able to show you how here, just since the shoot has already started. But yes, when you are filling out your shot list and adding your products, you have the ability to also choose from thousands of props that we have in studio, right? And so, for example, maybe you're looking for some holiday content. We have a ton of holiday props, anything from trees to Halloween to New Year's Eve, Valentine's Day, all those, seasonal props. But then we have a ton of evergreen props, right? To different plants, cups, home goods, things like that, to really bring your shoot to life, right? Because, definitely you always want to capture the product on white, but, getting some lifestyle and showing your product in action definitely is recommended.
Is that being, I think I've seen animals, you got like dogs and cats on a
so we also offer what we call pro services. And so let's say you need a dog model, right? Like your product is a pet product. You can hire a pet model to come into our studio and interact with your product and be a part of the content. You can also hire a hand model. You can hire a full body model. If you have a particular product where there's a ton of styling that is needed, right, to bring it to life, you can hire a stylist to come as well.
That's awesome. And how many people out of interest, like, you can visit the shoot yourself. How many people are like, I'm being the model? I've got great hands. I want to be involved. I don't. I'll be honest.
If you could definitely be the hand model as well. I will say, I think sometimes we're all like, oh, I think I have beautiful hands, but then when you see it on camera, it's so much harder than you think, right? It's like to get that perfect shot holding a product with your hand, definitely sometimes we leave it up to the experts, right? That way you can focus really on the creative direction, watching the shoot, just kind of sitting back and enjoying it, right? I mean, product photography and photo shoots, they're fun. Like, it's actually a really great time. And, part of our mission at Soona is to really, pull back the curtain to show you the experience, right? Like, I know sometimes in the past, before Soona, you would pay a photographer a ton of money, send them their product, you get a bunch of photos, but that's it, right? You're not involved in the process. You don't get to tell the photographer maybe what you're looking for or give real-time feedback. At Soona, our goal is to make it interactive, make it fun, and just really make sure you get what you need.
Yeah, exactly. I think he's got some nice. I was gonna say, I saw some nice creative shots coming in of the triple ply. He said there,
and that's why, I love that we're showing you what we can do really with white toilet paper, right? Because I know here is just a very simple product, but there's so much you can do to create unique content. I know we asked DK to shoot some close-ups, and there's a lot of really great options here. And something else I want to show you can do is, let's say there's a shot you love. We definitely need just a basic, product on white. So I can heart the image. And actually, since Tom, technically this is your account. If you were on here, this is what you would do. You would heart the account here, but I don't have the ability to. Another thing you can do is you can add it to cart. So let's see if I can do that from here. You know what? I don't think I can technically because this is under your name, but that's what this little button is here. So let's say for a fact, this is definitely a photo that I want to purchase. You can add it to cart to purchase it. That's another really great thing about Soona, right? Our photographers are shooting a ton of options, a ton of variation, and you only choose and buy what you need, right? So in any given shoot, we are going to shoot hundreds of photos for you to choose from, and you pull your selects and you choose what you want for your Amazon listing.
Yeah, I think that was a great feature when we used it. I think in the past we used photographers who we gave them a shot list and they did the shot list that we asked and a couple of their own, and then after the fact we thought, we had another idea, and it was too late, and it wasn't until we saw the images we had the idea. Obviously with this, you'll see the images straight away. So you can have the idea straight away and you can communicate it, and you get in so many more options. And then also having that backlog of content where you can have a couple of different options, and you can then use stuff for socials. You can use stuff on different platforms, some stuff on TikTok, some stuff on Shopify, for example. That was a massive benefit for us.
Yeah, great. Okay, so now let's say we got a ton of product on white. I think we're good with white. Let's add some color, right? Let's show the product on color. And Tom, this is where we can kind of decide what color backdrop we want to do. So I know the brand color, there was some red in there. Would you want to try a red backdrop or?
Yeah, let's try some red.
Okay, cool. So this is where I would tell the photographer, hey, can we switch to a red backdrop? Now, when we ask to switch the backdrop, perfect, he says yes. So we'll just kind of take a bit of time for him to switch out the paper.
Okay, perfect. So I assume any color, but obviously we can pre-arrange this as well, right? We can put that into the shot list or the notes prior to the shoot.
Yep. Cool. Yep. So he's just setting that up, and that'll just take a moment here.
One thing you guys did do, it's coming to mind now as I go through this, is if your product is one that needs putting together, I can't think of the assembly, it was the word I'm looking for there, which ours did previously. That's something that you guys can do as well, which was pretty useful because ours was a little bit complex, and they put it together nice and easily. So that's it's something, if anyone watching is worried about that, they can do that for you as well.
Yep. And so that while he's kind of setting that up, let me kind of talk to you a little bit about our pro services. I know I mentioned this, but these are pro services that you can hire to enhance your shoot, right? So if you have a foot product, you can hire a foot model. I know we talked about the hand model, a full body model, styling, pet model. We also have a ghost mannequin, right? So if you're not familiar, this is where, it looks like a floaty, ghosty product, but this is a really great way for e-commerce apparel brands if they're not looking necessarily to hire a model. And then I know we have grocery shopping if it is a food product, hair and makeup styling, manicures. And then this is what you were talking about, Tom, like assembly, right? Like, let's say you are shipping us a product that would require our team to build it and put it together. Then yeah, you would want to purchase the assembly add-on.
Like a cage for a dog or something. You get a cage for a dog, and then you can get a dog model in there to make it look cool.
Exactly. Yes.
I got to ask. Sorry, the ghost mannequin.
Yeah.
But what's behind the curtain on that? Is that green screen? Is that a green model on a green screen?
Yeah, it's no, that's, I mean, I could see why you would think that, but it's actually, I don't know, if you go into a department store, how sometimes they have those mannequins that like don't have heads or faces. It's like that. It's white. And our team of experts will put your garment on that mannequin, style it, steam it, make it right. And then in our post-production services, we will remove that mannequin to create this ghost mannequin effect.
That's way more simple than what I was thinking. To be fair, I was going to overcomplicate it with the green screen. Nice, okay.
And then here is very popular. Our pet models, they're very popular. I mean, we have cats, we got dogs. We have all different pets from all shapes and sizes and ages and colors.
Do you have do people apply with their if someone thinks they have a really good looking dog at home watching this?
Yes. Yes, people apply all the time. Yes.
Really?
Yep. All right, so let's head back over to our shoot. All right, so then DK here has captured the product here on red. So yeah, it's looking good. Another thing I should mention is all of these photos are unedited. So these are the technical term, right? We call them a raw image. And the reason why is because this is actually the shot that's coming from camera, right? And so when you purchase the image, it is sent to our post-production team, and then our post-production team edits the photo, makes it right, looks at the product, removes any imperfections, crisps up the background, makes sure that the color is exactly what you're looking for. So to get it post-ready.
Right, awesome.
So yeah, here we have DK shooting some options for us. Creating that tower, Tom. How are you feeling about the tower?
Looking good, isn't it? Looking good. Best ones yet.
Okay, fantastic. All right, so I think now that we are getting some color options, another thing we can do is lifestyle photography in a home setting, right? So toilet paper would be in a bathroom. So let's switch now to a bathroom.
Are they using audio text or what? How do they type so fast? I'm taking photographs at the same time.
I don't know. I mean, I think just, we're all quick texters now these days. Another thing we do, I know right now we're doing this via a live chat, but during a live shoot, you would actually do a Google Hangout meeting too with your photographer to see them face to face, see the setup. The photographer will walk you through your shoot goals, what you're looking for, your needs, what can be accomplished in the time allotted, right? Because I know sometimes maybe your shoot might require a bit more just more like technical things, right, to get it right. So maybe we won't be able to get through everything in the one shoot, but we can definitely set those expectations up front. But our photographers are trained to move extremely fast, like I mentioned, shooting a ton of options, shooting a ton of variety. I know all of this content is for Amazon, but you can at any time come back and shop your content for different uses and different needs. Like, let's say maybe you want to do a social ad. You can go through this gallery, find an image that you like, purchase it, and then use that for Instagram, right? Or TikTok or Facebook, or maybe for your website or an email campaign, right? Like, yes, this shoot is for Amazon, but you can still use this content in other ways. All right, so now we're getting some bathroom shots here. Love this. This is great. Getting some nice wide shots here.
So in the studios you guys have, like, I assume, are these photographers kind of, you have spaces all over the US, right? And is it like a home, are they like home studios where they have like different settings, or is it different types of, say, bathrooms around the country, I suppose? Is that
yeah, so all of our studios have different lifestyle setups. And some have more than others. And so, when you're making your booking and telling us your shoot goals, it's very important to say, like, hey, I definitely would love to see a bathroom. So that would make sure that your booking and your account is routed to the appropriate studio.
Right. Nice. Okay.
Yeah. How are you thinking, Tom? How are these looking?
Yeah, you're looking good. Looking very, very sharp, very professional.
Let's try and maybe get a close-up on the holder. I'm a big fan of the close-up. I think customers love to see your product close up, right? To really understand, the material, what it's made of.
Yeah, I think that we want to, with everything everyone launches that we mentioned, like, you want to have your strong kind of USP, right? So that's something you want to show, just kind of scream about and make it immediately obvious to people why your product is the one they should be going for. And honestly, in our opinion now, even now on Amazon, like, the branding quality is getting better, but you can definitely still win kind of 90% of the battle just having the best listing, like having a great listing, putting more work in, putting that extra little bit of detail, because there's still a bunch of people on Amazon in particular who are so lazy with their kind of product photography, and they just, maybe take it on their phone and they just throw it up, and it's just, or it's really badly photoshopped. This is what you see so commonly nowadays. And I mean, we spend a lot of time on there, so we see it, but I know a lot of customers see, as soon as they see an obvious crappy Photoshop, it just turns them off, and they're going to go and, drop on another listing and order elsewhere.
Yep, definitely. So as you can see here, the photographer DK is getting a ton of options, a ton of variety, right? Showing the toilet paper on top of a toilet, or perhaps a wooden stand. Definitely the photographer is using his creative direction to just kind of add some different shots, right? And different variety of the product and show it in different ways. Here it is on a toilet paper roll. The over-under with the toilet paper. I was curious what he was going to do. I know that's a big debate.
I knew that a few years ago. There, people said they're like, do you fold or scrunch? And I was like, scrunch? Is that a? I didn't know that was an option. Apparently it's Let us know in the comments. What do you do?
Okay, great. So I know we have a ton of variety here. I wish I could add it to the bag, but.
Do you want me to add? I can try and add one from my side.
Actually, yeah, Tom, if you wouldn't mind, since this is your account, I would love to see if you can kind of show how you can select the images that you like, sure, and then add them to your cart.
If I want to add this guy to the bag, and then I can add, say, that one.
Yep.
And then if I want to add some, I know you were sharing the favorites earlier, right? So let's say.
Yeah, because what you can do first, right, is you can heart the image that you like during the shoot. And then when you go up, see the tab where it says favorites right above there. This is where you can see everything that you have favorited, right? So maybe you might favorite a few different options. Then from here, you can kind of narrow it down and say, like, okay, from here, these are the ones I'm going to add to my cart, to my bag.
Right, got it. Yeah, you can add it to the bag there. And then in the bag, we can go through and, okay, perfect.
Yep.
Nice.
And then another thing you can do as well in the bag is if you click on the image, you can make notes for the editor.
Ah, right, okay. All these.
So that's actually, and I can talk about that in a second. Those are our media editor tools. So those are tools that can be used to do like cropping, or adding like AI props or scenes to it, which we can definitely play around with here as well.
Nice, okay.
And actually, if you go back, so if you go to the cart, And actually go click on the cart like at the top right.
Oh, here.
There it is. Yep.
Okay.
Yep. So here's where you can see all of the images that potentially you want to purchase, right? So this is where you would add editing notes. So for example, you might want to tell the photographer like, hey, like, please make sure that the toilet paper is free of any imperfections, right? Or like maybe there's like a spot on it or something that you want removed. That's where you would add this note here.
And then we can see, so it's 39. So it's basically, it's from $39 per
image.
Per photo.
Yep.
Okay, cool. So, I mean,
and then if there's any premium edits that you want done, like let's say, I know this toilet paper is white, but maybe you're like, actually, I really want this toilet paper to be blue. You can select from one of our premium add-ons here.
Right. Okay. Nice. I mean, honestly, from when we started Amazon to now, like this is so much better value than what was initially offered.
Add me to the screen.
Could you show you know, like the packs that you guys have? Because I think for people that maybe don't have a clear idea or they're brand new to this, right? You've got the like Amazon pack,
yep,
and you've got the A+ packs and those kind of stuff. Could we just show what they're like?
Of course, yep. So here's our packs. And actually, while let me just jump back. Did we want to see the product on black as well?
Oh, yes, please. Yeah.
That way while he's setting that up. Okay, let's go back to our packs. Yep, so Tom, you know, here at Soona, we created packs as a one-click solution for our customers who might not necessarily know what they need for specific platforms, right? Like they know they need something for Walmart, Amazon, Shopify, Instagram, but they're like, I just don't know what kind of shot list to make. So we've made one-click solutions for our customers. And if you go here on our website, we have them all listed, right? And these are all the platforms that we have. So we have Amazon, Etsy, Instagram, Shopify, Squarespace, TikTok, and Walmart. So specifically with Amazon, these are our most popular packs by far. You know, a ton of our customers sell on Amazon, and we definitely consider ourselves Amazon content creation experts. So we have Amazon A+ Premium Pack, right? So clicking this here, this is where you have the ability to get 6 photos, 4 pre-designed infographics for A+ content, 1 edited 30-second video, and 1 full body model. And each pack is specifically for one SKU. So this pack here is $9.99, a really great deal for all of this content that you get. And then if you have more than one product, then we would just recommend you purchase a pack per product. So here we have our Amazon A+ pack. This pack includes 6 photos, 4 pre-designed infographics for the A+ content space under the fold, 1 edited 30-second video, and this also includes 1 full body model to interact with your product. This price is $9.99 for this pack, which is a really great deal for all the content that you get, and it's a pack per SKU. So depending on how many SKUs you have, you would purchase 1 pack for 1 product.
I think the A+ Premium is it keeps getting better and better on Amazon now, like what you can do with it. So I think this is something that we always recommend everyone in Honest FBA to do is, you know, get brand registry on Amazon so you have access to it. So you can of course add video. That means you can do video ads, and then you can have the A+ Premium, which is another opportunity to showcase your product, showcase your brand. And now I don't know if you've seen on mobile now, whenever you scroll, which 70% of people start shopping on mobile, it shows the product images from the carousel, and then it shows the A+ content, and then below that is like the product description. So people are seeing it for sure. So it's a great opportunity to really showcase everything good about your brand and your product, and kind of hammer the USPs home and hammer all the benefits and features home.
Yes, definitely. And we also recommend A+ content. I mean, it's been proven, right? Like you said, like your listing will perform so much better if you have A+ content, right? Like showing more infographics, more video content, more photo content, just really showing the benefits and features of your product below that fold. But let's say maybe you're starting off on Amazon, you don't really have the capability of A+ content quite yet. Then we have an Amazon listing starter pack, and this price point is a really, really great entry point to try out Soona. This shoot here includes 1 pure white photo, right, for that main listing image, 4 lifestyle photos, 1 pre-designed infographic, and then this one would also include a hand model. And again, just for 1 SKU.
Yeah, and just to really hammer this home, because like everyone that watches this channel, you know, like we're never on here pitching products and services we don't use. That there's a reason that like Soona jumped out, and we recommend these guys to honest FBA students, because that price point just wasn't achievable like 4 or 5 years ago when we started out. It wasn't on the market. So like now it's kind of the point of this is kind of showing you guys like there's really no excuse to not have a really good listing. That this isn't anymore, and you can't have a bad listing anymore if you want to win. But there is no excuse with, you know, a budget like that. That's super affordable, and it means you can have a top quality listing, and then later on you can build on it and get the A+ premium and stuff. But off the bat, you can start out and put yourself in a really good position.
Yeah, and these packs, like I said, our Amazon packs are our most popular packs by far. And it's because Amazon sometimes can be kind of confusing with what you need, and they're always changing the rules or the content styles. And so, our team stays up to date with all things Amazon. And so we make sure that we shoot your content accurately for Amazon. We make sure it's edited specifically for Amazon, and you have no issues uploading to your listings.
Yeah, that's actually another little great point is what a common mistake you might see with beginners is, the ratio of the photos that they upload is incorrect. And what I mean by that, guys, is you'll often see people's images where on the hero image, it's really small, and then there's a lot of white space. And what you want to have is it to be the right aspect ratio that it actually fills the space, and it looks big within the space. You see that when you look at the Amazon search results page, that some hero images really pop out, and it's a little details where they just got it right basically, and the other ones have got it wrong where it looks like a bit blurry, it's a bit misshapen, and that's what you want to avoid. All these little things really help. Just click through rate helps get the customer's eye and helps people get onto your listing.
Yes. So definitely recommend, checking out all of our packs. And, if you're unsure of maybe what pack you need, or you can't find a pack that matches your shoot goals, then just then reach out to us. We're always happy to chat and go over our packs. And, maybe pack isn't necessarily what you're thinking of. Maybe you need more of we call it a BYO shoot. So build your own. So we have a build your own shoot or pack shoot. So packs are great for folks who just aren't really sure what they need. But if you have more specific needs and requirements, then more BYO is probably your way to go. Okay, so let's head back over to our shoot. We have the black background now coming in. What do you think, Tom? How's this looking?
Yeah, I like it. I think with the brand, we've showed the brand guidelines that people have seen. I think this is super nice. We've got a bit of black, a bit of it on red. Because I think sometimes it's good to have. I like personally to have a few options and see what pops off best. Even if in my head I was thinking, okay, let's do it on red and see how it goes. Maybe that's the best option. But while you're doing this and you've got the option, then I think putting it on black as well, and then we can see how that fits in with the style of what we're going for.
I think sometimes you just don't know what you like or don't like until you see it, right? And that's really a fun part about Soona is you can play around, you can test. Maybe you wanted red, but then when you see red, you're like, oof, actually, I don't like the red, right? Let's try black. So definitely you can experiment, you can try different colors, and just kind of see what really works well for you and your brand.
Can you say what I didn't notice there was sorry if I'm jumping the gun, but the expert picks section, does that come at the end? Yeah.
So the expert picks is when the photographer can choose images for you, right? So maybe the photographer is shooting a ton of variations, and you're kind of like, I don't know, like, what do you think looks good? So let me say here, like, would you mind making some expert picks? Oops, forgot the K there. Yep. So this is where I can also do it too. But like, let's say I love this shot. I can choose expert pick here.
Right. Nice.
Maybe I love this shot, right? But the photographer will also make some. So this is during the shoot. If the photographer is noticing any of the content and just really loving it and just saying like, hey, I think this would be absolutely great for Amazon, that's where the photographer will make an expert pick. So up here, right, you have all the photos, right? This is everything. You have expert picks. So this is, again, where the photographer will be choosing, based on their creative experience, what they think would work for you and your goals. Favorites is what you would choose as your favorites. And then in the bag, this is content that you have in your cart. So kind of like online shopping, right? Like when you're buying shirts, you put the items that you want to purchase in your cart. So same with content. You choose the photos or videos that you love and put them in your cart.
Okay, cool.
All right. So I know this is the content piece. Another thing that I would really love to show you is our infographic capabilities, especially with Amazon, right? Like you don't see an Amazon listing anymore these days without infographics. It's just like absolutely necessary and important. And so all of our Amazon packs come with an infographic option. So for the basic Amazon listing packs, we have pre-designed infographic options to choose from. So if you purchase this pack or you need an infographic, you can either purchase it separately, so a la carte for $29, or it's included in the pack price. And so after you purchase, we would send you a form to fill out for all of your infographic needs. But essentially what you do is you choose from one of our pre-made templates. So here's some examples of our pre-made templates that we have, right? So this is a great before and after. This is a great option if you want to show 3 different photos with some key features and benefits of your product. This one is if you want to list out some options and variations of your product. And this is a toilet paper one, right? So this one would actually.
I can't believe it. I know. Is this staged or is that?
No, that one wasn't. And then, like another really popular one is measurement, right? So like this one features arrows and numbers. So yeah, we definitely have some options to choose from. And definitely we have seen, based on your needs, any one of these options will absolutely work for your brand. Okay, so let's see. We pre-made an infographic. So typically this wouldn't happen during the live shoot. This would happen after the shoot. So after you check out with your content, right, you make your selects, then you let the team know, like, hey, I want to use this image for my infographic. So you would fill out a form. You would say, hey, this is the image that I want to use. This is the title. This is the logo. This is all of the key benefits and features. And then our post-production team would take that information and put it into an infographic for you. Okay, great. So now let's go back over to the shoot. And here you can see our team put together a sample infographic that would be used for an Amazon listing with the Bull Sheet product, right? So here you have an image of the product that was from the shoot, the product on a toilet paper roll. You have a headline at the top or a tagline. We also always include the brand logo somewhere in the infographic. So here we kind of have it on the bottom right, kind of in the middle. And then on the right here, we feature, and I'll kind of zoom in so you can see, right, some key benefits and features, right? So triple ply, 400 sheet rolls, eco-friendly, 2 times the absorption. And all of this is customizable, right? So you tell us what you want in this infographic. You can also pick the colors, you can change the copy, you can change the icons, all of that. But definitely, this is a great way to create simple, fast, and just really great infographics for Amazon.
This is one of those things when thinking back to the first product launches we ever did, when you start doing these bits, it's when it all starts to feel like very real, and you get kind of even more excited where you're like, it all comes together because you've had all these ideas, and then seeing it, you're like, oh wait, I've actually got a real brand now, and this is like one of the final kind of checking the boxes.
And infographics are absolutely essential now for Amazon. Like you really don't see any Amazon listings without infographics these days. It's just, customers are making really quick decisions when they're on Amazon, and sometimes they just need like a quick glimpse of an infographic to understand the benefits of your product And it can make or break your listing, right? Like quickly I can look at this and be like, oh, I like this. Great, I'm going to purchase. And it might be the reason why they choose one brand over the other. Another really amazing service that we offer here at Soona that is extremely popular right now, especially on Amazon and Amazon listings, is user-generated content. So we acquired a company a while back called Trend, and this is a network of content creators all over the world that create this style of content, this UGC content. And so if you're interested, you click here, user-generated content, and the first step is you create a brief. You tell Trend what you're looking for. You pick a content creator, so someone to shoot this content for you. You ship them the product. You give them a script or a loose idea of really like what you're looking for, and then those content creators create a video for you. So we have an example here put together. Let's pull it up. All right. Let's see if I can make this bigger. Okay, let's see if the audio works. Actually, let me let that load for a second.
I'll just jump in here with the UGC content again. Like, sound like a bit of a dinosaur, but this has become so prevalent in the last couple of years, and it's made the barrier to entry of video is just so low now because you can do this. It's so affordable to do stuff like this. And previously, it was every video was like a kind of high end. It's like a high end shoot, like a TV advert style, and it's a crazy budget, or it was really kind of cheesy slideshows with kind of crappy music. You still see these on Amazon, to be honest with you. People haven't caught up at everywhere yet, but rubbish, kind of cheesy music and like bing, 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 and like showing a couple of text. And now people are so used to content like this because of like TikTok, Instagram Reels, YouTube Shorts, that it's real, like more real content, and it's way easier to produce. And like I said, because the cost is so much more affordable, again, there's no excuse not to have at least something on your listing. And obviously you can use these as ads as well. You can use them on Amazon, you can use them off Amazon. They work really well as ads to get eyeballs into the brand.
Yeah, these are absolutely trending. I mean, sometimes you watch them and you're like, ooh, that felt cringy, but that's what's in. Like, cringe is in. You need to lean into it. And like you said, Tom, there's so many uses for UGC. I think a lot of people think just like, oh, it's just for TikTok. No, like people are using UGC on Amazon. They're using it for ads. They're using it on their listings, on their website, their PDP pages. Like, UGC is essential right now in e-commerce.
You even start to see it on TV. Let's see this works.
Okay, we've all been there. That afternoon coffee sets you off, and just like that, you gotta go. But then you find yourself in the bathroom with a roll of toilet paper that just disintegrates in your hands. Ugh, gross. Toss that crap out and get yourself some of the best TP out there, bowl sheets. It's soft and durable with that triple ply action, and it's made out of bamboo, so it's eco-friendly and super absorbent. So do yourself a favor and get some bowl sheets today.
Yep. So this particular UGC video was made as like a social ad in mind, right? So the idea would be that this would appear on Instagram and TikTok as an ad. But you can actually chop this up even more and edit it and use different elements of it in multiple places. So on your PDP page, on organic social, even an email. Like, you can make a GIF out of some of this material and put it in an email campaign.
That the scene where it's wiping out I assume it's mud. I don't know what you used.
Yes, movie magic, Tom. Movie magic.
But that frame is when you're on a little inside baseball thing on Amazon. When you upload a video as an ad, what you want to do is the very first half second, you make that frame something really eye catching like that, which is a really clear example because it kind of looks a bit horrible but catches the eye, and then that will make them stop the scroll, and then it plays. But that's the kind of the freeze frame they'll see, and that's because a lot of times you see people upload it and it's like it's this black screen where they haven't realized that's what it does. But yeah, you can select that, and then that's like the hook, right? You want to hook people in. They're going to watch that ad through, and then click through to your product.
Yeah, so that's the UGC components, and so now, Tom, you have all the elements that you would need for a really successful and beautiful Amazon listing. So as far as the next steps go here for you, you would just need to go through the gallery, select all the images that you would want to purchase for Amazon, right? And definitely what we would recommend is, that product on white, lifestyle, the infographic, as well as the UGC video. And then, yeah, really, you're good to go.
Perfect. Thank you very much for the demo. I'll work through these from my side. I'm sure I'll use a bit of DK's recommendations as expert choices, and then we'll show you later in the video. We'll show you guys the finished article. But that's how easy it is. This is a really cool experience. When I first did it, I thought it was great. So hopefully everyone watching this has seen how convenient and how easy it is to get the shoot done and have a bunch of content that you can work with, which, as Erica said, is just like critical nowadays if you want to be successful on Amazon and e-commerce in general. So Erica, thanks very much for coming along. Everyone, there's a link to Soona down below. You get a special deal for on this FBA member, so check it out. And we'll see you soon.
Great. Thanks, Tom. Thanks, everyone.
Right, so this section is the good stuff, right? We're doing branding, we're doing graphics, we're doing logos, all that kind of stuff. So following on from what Alex was showing you guys earlier, we're going to jump straight in and we're going to work on the toilet paper brand, right? So first things first, the logo. Now, there's a few ways that we can do this. There's the inspiration from ChatGPT, which I'm going to show you in a second. There's also websites like Fiverr you can use, where you're going to use these gig economy kind of creators. You can pay them pretty cheap rates and they can come up with some work for you. And then there's graphic designers as well. So really like the pros in this scenario. So first things first, let me show you ChatGPT. Now, this is pretty good, to be honest. I played around with this a fair bit and using the name bullshit, which we went for this example. This was like surprisingly good, to be honest. You could maybe even run with some of these as the full go, but I found when you prompt with this, I'm not a pro by any means at prompting on ChatGPT. I couldn't quite get it to where I wanted it. I'm going to show you now, actually. So this is where Alex kind of got to earlier on in the video you would have seen, and we had a few different options here. It looks kind of looks decent, but it looks like a little bit odd maybe. So thought, how do we refine that, right? So went on to, let me put it up here. Where are we? Bullshit toilet paper. Okay, right. So I played around with this for honestly ages, to be honest, and it's really fun. This is one of the kind of most fun parts about building a brand, and it gave it a really simple, a fairly simple prompt. You can see here, it's a bit more like that's like kind of kitchen paper instead of like kitchen rolls, called it in the UK. Then I was kind of giving it more refined comments. So failing to rip a sheet of toilet paper, or trying and failing rather, make it photorealistic. So this obviously, he's not trying to rip anything. He's kind of pushing it forward. So again, give the bull human-shaped hands and make him extremely muscular. This actually came out. I was like, okay, we're getting somewhere. Bull looks absolutely jacked. Face is a little bit odd, but that's kind of as close. And I was thinking, right, I'm going to get it now, actually. So then I asked to bring the paper in front of the bull's chest, make the font a bit more fun as well, because this font I wasn't really a fan of. Then the sheet got really long again. I couldn't get it back to where I wanted it. Then it just was in his hand. Then it's just not even on the guy, just in his little pants, and projected it onto here as well. So you can see I went on for a while here. This kept cropping up where it was like holding it like it was almost, like it was a toilet roll holder, basically, which didn't work either. So you can see here that I'll show you a few more, again, coming off the page there. They were good, but not quite what we needed. I think in the end, I got as far as, I even went back to this one to try and get it to edit a bit more. I like the red accents they brought in as well, and the black, the red and black kind of came out really nicely. This is a bit mental. So you can see it. I was doing this for ages. So I ended up with these three were the best options that we had. I was really a fan of the font. I think the font's really nice and strong. Obviously, like the sheet, this is like a giant sheet. It's like swallowing the bit up. Again, this is a massive sheet as well, and this one as well. This weird thing where it kept putting them in two pieces. So not exactly what we were going for. So I then went on to Fiverr, and I went on there and I said, look, these are the kind of inspiration. Can we refine this a bit? Now, I must admit, I went pretty cheap. I cheaped out. And on Fiverr, you do kind of get what you pay for. If you spend, as I mentioned right at the start of this video, if you spend a bit extra, 100 quid, you'll probably get a pretty decent job. I cheaped out because I thought I'd just give it a swing. And I thought the work was kind of done already. It was 32 euros, I think I paid, and it's express speed as well. What came back was this. So I'll be honest. If anyone watching this thinks this is good, you're not going to do very well at e-commerce. This was absolutely awful. Obviously, you get what you pay for. I cheaped out. I should have used a better designer. I was kind of speeding through, doing a few other tasks at the time. So I thought, right, this is not going to work. So the next step from this was going to the professionals. Now, the professionals are basically graphic designers who do this for a living, which these guys on Fiverr do it for a living as well, but some of them just aren't as good as others. Now, thankfully, having done this for a while, been in the ecom game for a while, we know a couple of really good graphic designers. One of them in particular actually is within Honest FBA. A guy called Charlie has a company called CVR Studios. So I shot him these and a bit of a brief, and they immediately came back with a bunch of options. Now, there's loads of good options here. Some of them were like a bit left field, which they do on purpose, right? To give you a bit of a wide breadth of what you could go for. Just maybe throw some new ideas that you haven't thought of yet. Like, for example, this is kind of the shape of a toilet seat, for example. But the one that really jumped out to me straight away was this one on the right hand side. The one below it was pretty cool as well, but I really like this. I like the font. You can see here the font is actually basically taken from this earlier font, and maybe this one on the left is a bit more accurate. So the font was good actually. So ChatGPT really helped with that. But this looked really good, super jacked bull, it's super classy, quite a unique design. So we doubled down on that particular one, and what we got back was this. Now this looks super clean. So we have the main logo, we have the kind of icon logo as well, and then the word mark. So 3 options. We can use this across our branding, we can use it on our product packaging itself, also on the listing, on different images, and on the A+ content too. Now, one of the cool things about working with companies like CVR Studios is they'll send you a bit more than just a logo. So then this makes it all feel a bit more real, right? So they sent this across, which I honestly gave them no prompting on this. This is what was really cool about it. And this makes the whole brand rather feel way more real, way faster. So it makes it feel like, okay, right, this actually could be legit. You can really visualize it. It's not just in your head anymore. You're seeing it like this. So you can imagine this in a retail store, right? Or on Amazon, or on your own D2C store. If you zoom in, like things like this, like the strongest wipe in the game, their designer just came back with that, which I thought was great. This on the side, 5 stars. This toilet paper breaks the laws of physics. Really soft. Tried to break it apart, but couldn't. Amazing product. Random guy at the bathroom. So look, great little, like, you can work on this. Some of this, we're not going to use this off the bat perhaps, but it looked really cool. They also sent, let me pull this up. So they also did this, which is like a bit of a proposal for the overall brand feel, but a bit more than that as well. So they added in all this text, so bullshit you believe in, making everyday essentials extraordinary. This little kind of blurb went kind of above and beyond. I was really impressed with this. Okay, now look, this is where we got the logos from. You can see how it would look maybe out in the wild. So the only thing that Chuck Norris couldn't break, a bit of toilet paper, incredibly strong wipe with our 3-ply sheets. So playing on the fact that it's 3-ply with the repetition there. You know, you hate when this happens in an empty roll, and saying that our rolls are 25% longer and larger than the competition. Come down a bit further here. We got the brand colors. This is really important. So when you have these locked down, you can see we've got the hex codes here, the colors, the names of the colors. This, you're going to pass. You might not work with one designer forever. That's fine. You can use other people as well. But this is like the brand book, essentially. So you've got the exact colors that everything in your brand, so all your listing, your packaging, your images, everything can use these colors. And it's going to keep it nice and consistent across the whole brand and that's what gives it a brand feel, right? Every brand that you know about, you recognize in the world, they'll have a brand book, and everything needs to be within the scope of that. We go down a bit further, we can see them blown up a bit higher. This must be part of the packaging that these guys do, but put it on some little plastic bags, on a shopping bag. This, you can see this being like a retail store. We've even got our very own billboard, which is pretty cool, and actually a bit of merch at the bottom. Honestly, I would wear that. I really would wear that, and then the logo again at the bottom. So yeah, look, this was really cool. We pressed on with this. All right, so once we had this logo sorted out, we pressed forward and we wanted to get the hero image done next, right? And following that, we're going to do the listing images as well. So with the hero image, we know it needs to be on that white background that Amazon require. And one of the examples that was pretty good, to be honest, was Better Way. So these guys, they used up a bunch of the space in the search engine results page, right? So in the SERP, they stand out because they use all the space they're allowed to. Like you can see here, it's right on the edge. If you actually jump on, jump on Amazon itself, see here, look how big this looks. Well, some of the other guys, there's a lot of dead space. These guys have understood how to do the ratios properly, which you definitely should do, and use as much space as possible. Some of these other guys are like pretty boring. Again, really dull. This is okay, I would say. Like again, Better Way's pretty good there. Again, this you can't even tell what that is, right? It's just like a graphic, a standard graphic, and that's really poor, to be honest. If you're watching this to Cheeky Panda, do a better job. This, to be fair, does stand out. Pretty rogue, to be honest, but it works. Again, this like super dull. So if we go back to here, some of you with keen eyes might have already seen what we did. Is we came back with this, right? Now, this looks super clean. The red and the black is different to everyone else. If we look at this, actually, so that's a screenshot of the top 4 results. We pop us in there. This is a good little hack, by the way. Whenever you're playing around with your hero image, this is a bit of an old school way to do it, but screenshot a section, then slap it onto, say, Canva, screenshot yours and see how that looks and see how it really put it onto the page, the people you're going to be competing with, and see exactly how it feels. So that, to me, it's way better than the one we replaced. That's gonna catch the eye. Now, this is quite a simple image, right? Now, in reality, what we might do after we've launched the product, so this is within Amazon's terms of service, but after that, so these guys actually on the left have kind of done this. You can push the limits a little bit. So we might add some more stuff to the background, but look, it's not going to arrive. The product's going to be shown as it arrives. It's not going to arrive ripped open, showing a bit more, but it's done that just to like draw your eye. So after you've launched initially, you probably should launch within the terms. But after that, have another kind of couple of hero images ready where maybe you can add some things in the background. I don't know, could you add some bamboo? Could you add a ball? Could you add a toilet? There's all sorts of things you can do, but you're really just trying to draw the eye of the consumer so they look at yours over everyone else's. And like, if you look at the one that was there before, like that's so dull. Loads of brown kind of cardboard, looks really rubbish. The black and red really pops off the page. Okay, so we look at this listing. The hero is okay. This is they're going for a bit of a family angle. That's it's a bit meh to me. That I think is pretty rubbish. I think I could make a better one on Canva. Don't know where you keep your toilet paper on a shelf. This is okay. I'll be honest. It's not as bad as I thought it would be, but not great either. If we go to, let me show you one more and see. I'm interested in the Cheeky Panda because their hero image is pretty lazy, to be honest. So let me see. So these guys, they keep the color, they keep the branding and the green and the whites, but I don't think they actually. So there's a graphic. So there's no product images anywhere in this. So again, like it's fairly lazy, to be honest with you. That is just going to be a generic kind of toilet roll as well. Okay, so again, like that's not great. That's who you're competing with, and they're getting over 1,000 sales per month. So if we jump back over, what we wanted to show was the main benefits and features, right? What do we want to highlight in the images, and what do we want to get across? And people land on the results page, what are they seeing instantly? And they can get an idea of what the brand's about, the benefits of it. If you buy this product, why is this better than everyone else's? And hopefully they don't need to shop around. They can just go ahead and purchase ours straight away. So the things we want to go for, and these are the kind of prompts that I gave the designers, is so ultra strong, hence the name. Can we visualize this in a fun way? For example, wiping up a mess while others fall apart and tear. 400 sheets per roll. So show it next to another roll, perhaps with 25% smaller, then versus us style. We've got this deforestation angle. So one of the benefits of bamboo is it is not chopping down the forest and the trees. So you can hit that angle and people are going to be conscious of that. We've also got them versus us. So bamboo versus regular toilet paper, which most people are going to be using. We've got the biodegradable angle and then super soft on skin. So what came back, before that actually, is what we can use for this is, as you saw earlier, we worked with Soona. We got a bunch of photographs. Now, I must say, and they were good on the call on the recording. Shooting toilet roll is not the easiest, and this actually is Better Way's toilet roll. And I'll be honest, I've seen better toilet roll. I wasn't actually that impressed. I think it's hard to make this look good because I think it looks a little bit tatty and cheap, to be honest. It doesn't look like thick kind of. I was hoping it was going to arrive and look really thick and triple ply, whatever it is, but it looks like every other bit of toilet paper it looks like a cheap bit of toilet paper, in my opinion. So visualize it being better than this, I suppose, but this is what you're working on. So I spoke to the designers, which pictures you like look of the most to kind of display what you mentioned, and they selected these ones, right? So downloaded them from Soona. Again, it was super cheap, you guys saw earlier in the video. So downloaded these, the unwatermarked versions, fired them across the designer. So what they came back with is this. Initially, it was this. So this is the graphics. We've got a super clear one here with the stacked on top of each other. So ultra strong triple ply. You can use the iconography to really display what you're trying to say. So ultra strong with a big bulging bicep, 400 sheets per roll, environmentally friendly, strong absorption, made for sensitive skin. On the other side, we've got a bit of them versus us, but we weren't entirely happy with this. We thought it was a lot of white space, so we changed it slightly to the more of the brand colors, and it pops off more, right? So we've got the red on there and the black. So again, same kind of text on the left, but the red with a bit of kind of bit of texture in the background, it pops really well. And then on the right hand side, a them versus us. So these are kind of classic in ecom. So bullshit versus other brands, triple ply rather versus double ply, 400 sheets, 218 sheets, run out faster than the speed of light, and then 100% bamboo versus made from virgin pulp, not eco-friendly, as harmful as the Death Star. So you can see here, this brand and what we're trying to do is be a bit playful, right? So there's little touches like that you can do. Maybe not everyone's going to read this, but when they do read it, it's like, okay, there's a bit of a joke in there. Like we said, we're a bit like dude wipes, right? That Alex mentioned earlier. We're kind of going for that kind of angle. So a bit of fun. It's toilet paper. It hasn't got to be the most serious thing in the world. So you can inject a bit of personality into your brand, and there's multiple different ways that you can do that. The next two images. So extra long, I'm not going to pronounce that, which is, I think that's a quite a clever way. That really stands out as people are scrolling through. They're going to get that message straight away. And we can see here 400 sheets per roll, 25% more than anyone else, and then extra strong and extra long, tougher than everything else. Now we thought with this, it looks kind of hard to read with that red. So again, we went for a version 2. Version 2, we used that other part of the color palette, brought that down here. So tougher than everything else. Again, like we could probably keep touching stuff a little bit further, but super clear. And we're against the competition. It's going to be really easy to scroll through and have our own unique angle and unique look on all these images. And the other one as well was the deforestation angle. If we go back to the points I made earlier. So deforestation. So we've done them versus us. We've done biodegradable. We've got 400 sheets per roll, ultra strong. So we're hitting all these main points, right? And then deforestation, they came out with this, which this was wrong. Because I mean, look, it's fine. It's not bad, but it's not good. And the reason it's not good is that this is a lot to take in. There's a lot of white space. There's a lot of text, and people are scrolling through. Are they going to sit on that image and understand straight away within a second what that's about without reading it all properly? So we went back, refined it a bit more, came out with this. Again, look, the toilet paper looks kind of shitty to me, but is what it is. So this straight away, deforestation, bullshit fights deforestation. They know that within a second, they know what it's about, and then you can hit them with some more kind of stats. They can read into it. They can just look to the left if they want and see 100% bamboo, biodegradable, super soft on skin. So you can hit those main points. They're going to keep getting reminded of why they should buy this product, and we're kind of solving the pain points for them and keep reminding them along with a really sexy looking brand. So look, the main points to recap here for you are make everything super clear. Inject a bit of personality into your brand. Make sure your branding looks good, right? So compare it to other people in your niche. Does your branding stand up? In our opinion, this definitely stands up. The rest of the niche is fairly dull. This would definitely pop. When everyone else is zigging, you zag, right? So we've gone for a different angle, different color palette. You're really standing out. I think it's called the purple elephant technique in marketing, is be the purple elephant, right? Be different from everyone else. You're going to draw the eye. But like I said, keep everything super clear. You don't want to get it too busy when people are scrolling through. People haven't got much time when they're looking through things. They want it to be very obvious immediately. You may think that they want to read everything about your brand. Honestly, most people just don't care. They want to get a quick answer. So make sure everything in your images is super clear. They get the message right away, and you push them straight through to that buy now button. Now I'll link to Charlie CVR Studios down below. These guys are really good, to be honest with you. Like, the standard is super high. They can also just do A+ content. They can do the logo, they can do the graphics, they can do a bunch of stuff, not just for Amazon, also for D2C as well. If you're on Shopify, they're also good at that. I've seen a lot of their other work. They've done a bunch of projects now for honest FBA students, and thankfully, as the founders and the lead coaches, we see a lot of it, and it is so good, and it makes us feel so good to see these brands getting built properly, right? So when you build something like this, The old Amazon years ago was people would throw something up, they get a really shitty and lazy brand made, and they get shitty, lazy results because hasn't got the longevity, it just isn't very good. Now, this isn't super expensive. This is really affordable, but this is where you want to be spending your money because it makes you stand apart from everyone else who is lazy and who isn't spending what they should on the branding. So if you're going to take anything else away from this section, is do this part properly. Don't do what I did at the start and spend 30 euros on Fiverr. You're going to get 30 euro results if you do that. Spend proper money. That hasn't got to be a load of money. Like I said, it can be affordable, but this is well worth it. And when customers are shopping, they're going to see this and think, okay, this is a legit brand. Even if you're brand new, they probably think maybe these guys are already in retail. This looks so good. I can see this on shelves. Then you're given that impression, and you can probably charge a bit of a higher price over the long run because you are a proper brand. I'll see you in the next bit.
All right, I wanted to rudely interrupt and let you know about a little secret Easter egg. So if you're watching this, right, and you're interested in either starting your own brand, doing Amazon FBA, doing D2C, whatever it is, well, you're obviously interested in that, right, because you're watching this video. I will give you 20% if you quote this little clip that I'm saying to you right now. So this video is about 17 hours long, right? And if you're watching this and you're interested in joining our community, which you can see the Discord channel of here, right? So this is basically where you can, network with other entrepreneurs. You can ask us any questions anytime. You can learn how to do e-commerce properly from people that have got skin in the game, right? So if you quote this video and you say, I saw this little clip in the mega video, call it the mega video, that's what we're calling it. If you say, and you quote me saying this, I will give you 20% off. So if you're interested in joining Honest FBA, I will give you 20% off. All you got to do is quote this video when you book a call, whatever it is. Click the link in the video description or go to honestfba.com, and we've got links there where you can apply. We don't just let absolutely anybody into the community, but there's an application process. So check out the video description or go to honestfba.com if you're interested in joining our wonderful community, and quote this little clip and say, look, Alex said I can have 20% off, and I'll give you 20% off. That's as simple as it is. That's it. I'll let you get back to the video. Enjoy it. 20% off. Quote this video.
Before we run through the process of actually creating an example Amazon listing together, what I want to do is to show you the process that you'll need to go through when you are doing your keyword research, right? So Amazon listings work very similarly to website results on Google, right? Google, when you type in a search term or whatever, will crawl through the websites and look at the different keywords being used and determine the website's relevance to the person searching, right? Amazon does the exact same. So here I've put in water bottle, and all the results that are being shown are actually water bottles. And the reason that Amazon knows to show me each of these listings is because it scans all the keywords that are in the title, the bullet points, description, and what are known as the back end keywords, right? So there's a section when you create your listing where you will paste your keywords list as well as using them throughout the actual listing themselves. So if we kind of look at these results here, we can see all the obvious keywords, can't we? So water bottles, sports water bottle, stainless steel water bottle, mouth water bottle, and so on. They all using the same keywords and search terms that are being used by Amazon customers throughout the US and or broadly on any marketplace, really. But what is the process that you go through to understand what keywords you need to use? Do you just guess? Do you just look at your competitors and write them down? Well, you could do that, or you could follow the actual few steps that I'm going to run through now using Helium 10. In this day and age, it is honestly, it's a really straightforward process. You can do it. You can get your initial list anyway in as little as 10, 15 minutes. But for the purpose of this tutorial, I might even do it a bit quicker. So let's just say that we are thinking of selling water bottles, or we're going to be selling water bottles, and we want to put our listing together, but like the title, bullet points, and so on. Before we can do that, we need to make sure that we've got the list of keywords to use. So this is the process to go through. First of all, you search on Amazon for the product that you want to sell. And then the first thing I would do is just find one of the listings that is as close as closely resembles the product that you're looking to sell as possible. So this one, for example, this one like comes with a straw and it's got like its own patented top. So you might be like, that's not actually what I was planning on selling exactly. This one might more closely resemble it, right? The first thing that you need to do before you choose it, though, is just make sure that there's actually sales volume behind it, so people are buying it and that it ranks well. So you can see that now Amazon publishes it, but if they don't, just run Helium 10 and just make sure that people are actually buying it. So once you've done that, you will click into the listing and then you will scroll down and you will wait for the Helium 10 Chrome extension to load, right? And basically what we're going to be doing, we're going to be using Helium 10 to tell us all of the keywords that this specific product appears for in the Amazon search results. And just to make sure that the keywords that are shown to us are as accurate and relevant as possible, we're not just going to do that for one product. We're going to do it for, say, 3 or 4 different products all at the same time. So what should happen is that the results of the keywords that are all linked to those products that we just searched for, those should be hyper relevant, high search volume keywords, right? So you can see here, this little bar chart extension has loaded. You need to press keywords. So step 1, you will load up a product that most closely resembles what it is you're looking to sell. You'll then press the keywords tab on the Helium 10 Chrome extension, and then you'll wait for the Cerebro tool, it's called, with Helium 10 to finish fetching the data, which shouldn't really take that long. Now, once that has been done, before you get excited and kind of start diving into all the keywords that that listing appears for, as I just said, you'll need to add some of your other like competitor listings, right? Because we want to make sure that the keywords that this listing appears for also relate to other ones, right? So if we just scroll down here, you can see already we've got a bunch of keywords that definitely are relevant, but we want to make sure that this list is as accurate as possible. So what you can either do is press Get Competitors, or you can kind of just go back onto the main home search page and then just start copying and pasting the ASINs in of any like listing that you think resembles what you're selling. But I'm just going to do the quick way here. So I press get competitors and I'll be like, yeah, that one looks like it is resembling it. That one. And so we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, our original one. And then we'll do this one here. Right. So then you press add competitors. You can see we've got 5 here. I think 5's enough. You can, maybe if you don't get good results, you can kind of take some out or add more in. But what should happen is that we should now get like a huge list of keywords that all of these listings separately appear for in Amazon search results. So the next step, once this is actually loaded, and it's going to take a bit more time because Helium 10 is like doing all the searches on those listings there. The next step is to start applying filters, because this keyword list is probably going to be quite long. So yeah, we've got 19,000 keywords, and I bet a load of these just aren't relevant or only relate to like one of these listings appearing. So once that has loaded, the next thing that I would be doing is, and this is the little hack of mine, you want to be changing the rank filter. So the filter that we're after is this one here, ranking competitors. And what that basically is saying to Helium 10 is only show me the keywords down here where however many of these products appear for in the search results. So if I just put that as 1, right, it's going to show me all the keywords where just at least one of these listings is appearing for, which means that they might not be that relevant. However, if we say we want to see the keywords where at least 3 of these listings all share keywords in common, that is probably going to give us quite a lot of relevant results, right? So we'll put 3 there and we'll press apply filters, and let's just see what that does to the results themselves. So if we now scroll down, you can see that has now lowered the list to 3,376 keywords. So we've lowered it by quite a bit. The next thing that I would be changing is the search volume, right? We're not really interested in putting keywords into our listing that like 10 people a month are using, right? So what I would be doing is where we have the search volume filter on the minimum I'd start off with 500 and then press apply. If you're still getting a list that is thousands and thousands and thousands of keywords long, then you can just amend it. So now we've got 626 keywords. So that is definitely a lot more manageable, isn't it? And if we now move this out, the next thing that we want to do is where it says search volume, we're going to press that so that it now displays all of the results in order of search volume from high to low. So we can see here the number one search term associated with these listings, where at least 3 of them are appearing in Amazon search results, is water bottle. Now that is super obvious. Clearly, we've got 692,000 people search using that term per month. That is really obvious, but sometimes you will be selling products in a niche where it isn't obvious what the most popular keyword is, right? So that is helpful in any case for just understanding what the most popular keyword is. Now, what you should always do when you're looking down here is basically just check that there's not like many brand names in there. And if there are, we want to strip them out, right? We can't be using other brands in our listing description or in our back end. It's not going to be allowed. We might get a violation for trademark infringement or whatever. So what you can do is you can either do nothing and we just take it out at a later stage, or just to be, quicker, where it says Owala, I would then come up to where it says exclude. I'm just going to have a look now to see if that is actually on this one. We've got phrases containing. It doesn't actually look like we can exclude. Here we go. Yeah, here we go. Sorry. So Owala there. Exclude phrases containing Owala. So what I think might happen now, though, if I press apply, I'm just thinking, is it going to take that entire keyword out? And yeah, I think it probably will actually. So what you could do, maybe if you just got tons of keywords that just said Owala in it, is just do that. We'll just remove that for now. Or we can do it the manual way. I'm actually going to do it the manual way, and I would recommend that you guys do that too. So we've got 626 filtered keywords. We've ordered from with search volume high to low. And if we now just have a quick look through, let's just ignore the brand names because we're going to take those out at a later stage. We've got water bottle, which is obvious, insulated, hydro flask, stainless steel, straw. So we've got lots of different keywords here that, if relevant to our listing, we need to be including, right? So the first thing that I would be doing now is exporting that data, and you can either export it to CSV or XLSX. I'm just going to export that to CSV. Once that has successfully downloaded, before we move on to the step of analyzing the results in a bit more detail and lowering that list down even more, what we now need to do is get the most popular keyword, which is relevant, of course. So that is water bottle. And then we scroll up to helium-10 again. And instead of just using Cerebro, we're now going to use a tool called Magnet, which is another keyword research tool that is super easy to use. And what that basically does is, instead of looking at competitor listings, it just looks at the keyword that you plug in, which is going to be water bottle. And it goes onto Amazon and it types in water bottle and it gets all of the associated keywords that Amazon suggests. So when you're typing in the search bar, don't you, that Amazon does suggested terms. So it does a form of that to get a huge list. So we've just done that and we can see there's 7,800 keywords. So in order to lower that list down into something a lot more manageable, we're going to change the match type to say organic. And also we're going to change the word count to 2. And the search volume, again, minimum 500. Now, we want minimum word count of 2 because single word keywords will typically not be that helpful. So it could just be something like water or bottle, super, super broad stuff that in 99 times out of 100 cases is going to appear in your other keywords here anyway, right? So we've now lowered that list down to 739 keywords. Again, we want to order by search volume from high to low. And then we can see we've got lots of the same keywords. That's fine. Of course, that's going to happen. And then again, we want to export that data as CSV or XLSX. So once both of those files have downloaded, you'll need to open them in either Excel or Google Sheets. Either will work. And you basically need to copy one list on top of the other. So this one, you can see it says Cerebro here. And I've also, let me just open the magnet list, and we'll just copy one list and paste it at the bottom of the other. So this is the magnet one. This is the magnet one, sorry. So I'm going to copy the water bottle keyword all the way across to where it says what the search volume is, right? And then we're just going to paste like that. So now what you should have is a list that's effectively twice as long, full of different keywords, right? And what you'll then need to do is apply a filter. So super easy on Excel and Google Sheets. So you do data, filter, and then we want to order search volume largest to smallest. So you can see we've now got lots of the same keywords, haven't we? But it's in order of search volume. So the most popular keyword going all the way down to the least popular. Now, as you can see, we've got lots of keywords that are repeated because we did one method with magnet and we did one method with Cerebro. So to remove the duplicates, you go data, you go remove duplicates, and then you go continue with current selection. And then we want to remove column A like that. Okay, I've actually just done that wrong there. I pressed the wrong one. So we're going to, here we go, sorry. So yeah, make sure you've got keyword phrase selected at the top. We go data, remove duplicates, and then we want to say that the duplicate is in keyword phrase, that column. There we go, bam. So what happened before is it just kind of took out only this column and didn't take out the search volume. So now we've got a nice long list of keywords that we can think about using in our listing, right, when we're writing it and in our back-end search terms, but we haven't finished yet. So what you now need to do is add another column and type in relevance, right? And now what you need to do, this is the only bit that's not automated, is you need to give the keyword a score out of 3 from super relevant to what it is that you're selling to not relevant. So for example, a super relevant one would be water bottle. So we put 1. And one that's really not relevant could be that Thermos Stanley, right? In fact, that's not relevant at all. So I wouldn't even give that a score, but let's have one that's maybe kind of half relevant. What about maybe pink vacuum, because we could say it's, you know, got vacuum insulated, but it's not so relevant. But the point is, you just need to go through and score all of these. Any ones that aren't relevant at all, just ignore. So I'm just going to spend a couple of moments now just scoring these, and then I'll show you what to do next. Okay, so I've just spent a short amount of time just quickly tagging the keywords that are relevant, kind of relevant, not relevant, and then leaving the ones that aren't relevant at all. Now, what you guys might see here is Owala water bottle I've put as 1. Now, the reason I've put it as 1, even though it has a brand name in it, is because ignoring that, water bottle 24 ounce to me is highly relevant, right? Especially if I'm selling a water bottle of that size. Same with this one, same with this one. But this one here, Hydro Flask, that has just got a brand name in it. So because of that, I don't want it at all, right? So if the keyword does contain keywords in it, or the phrase, sorry, contains keywords in it that are relevant, even though it's got a brand name in it, you can still tag it as relevant or not. And it'll become clear why that is in just a sec. So what you want to do is work through the entire list. I just worked through like a sample here. And then what you'll need to do is, again, apply the filter to the top column. Like we highlight the row and then we press filter like that. And then you want to go relevance filter from smallest to largest. So now what has happened is we are being shown all the keywords in order of their relevance based on how we've tagged it. And then secondly, in order of volume, right, from high to low. So basically the keywords at this top of this list are super relevant and have a lot of search volume behind them, and the ones further down don't. And the reason that we need to do that is because we only have a certain amount of keywords and characters that we can put into our listing before Amazon says that's too much. So we want to prioritize the ones that are highly relevant, that actually are related to our product and that people are actually using. Because if we, prioritize these ones right at the bottom that have only got 5 searches a month, it just means we're not going to rank that well. Okay, so the next step of what you would need to do is you would copy your list, only the ones that you've tagged. And remember, if you've done this properly, you would be working through this entire list. You would copy it, just the keyword phrases, and then you would go back into Helium 10, and you would be using a tool called Frankenstein. So here we go, keyword processor. Now, don't worry that some of this list has got brand names in it and maybe has got other words in it that aren't relevant. I'm going to show you in just a sec what you need to do. So you paste in your keyword list, which is going to be a lot longer than what we've got here because I just did a very quick example. And you're going to put remove duplicates just in case, well, definitely other ones will have crept in, won't they? Like water bottle, water is in every single one here. So you want to remove duplicates, convert everything to lowercase, and then you can also remove single letters. So it could be like or whatever, right? So now look, this is our list here. This is our abbreviated list. We've gone from like 2,000 different keywords to 580 characters in our like standard list. And now in our clean list, we've got 168 characters. Now, Amazon, in the back end, when you are making your listing, they allow you to put it up to as many as 225 characters in. So we've actually got a bit of extra space here, but just because we've done this quite quickly, it's less than that. But this is the bit now where you need to do the cleaning up yourself, right? So we've got water bottle, Awala. That is a brand name. We're not allowed to put brand names in our back end. You can use it to advertise, like if you want to advertise on competitors' listings, but not when putting your listings. So this is where you would delete it. OZ, that's going to be ounce, isn't it? Insulated, yes, that's relevant. Hydro, relevant, yes. Flask, bottles. With, I would probably remove words like with. It's like, it's not really needed. Straw, Hydro Flask is a brand name. Coldest, and if we keep going through, Bubba is another brand name. Water bottle, all one word. Large, Stanley, that's also a brand name. Iron, Yeti, pink, it's not pink, and vacuum. So that is the process that you need to go through. And now you can see that we've got these keywords here that we absolutely need to make sure are in our back-end search term section, are in our title, our bullet points, and even in our images, because Amazon may well at some point start scanning images for text if they don't already do that. Now, the easiest way to write your listing using these keywords is using, again, a Helium 10 feature called the Listing Builder. So it's here within their tools. So you copy over the keywords, make sure you save them in a separate document so you don't have to go through that entire process again. And then as soon as it's loaded, what I am going to do is just maybe we just load. I think this was an example that I did before. Okay, so actually I rethought about it and I thought I would just show you how to build the listing from scratch rather than reusing an initial one. So all I did is went into Listing Builder, pressed Create New, and then what we're going to do is press Start Building. So we will let that load, and then the first thing that it's going to ask you for are your keywords, which you've just pulled from Frankenstein. Now, what I actually did on Frankenstein is I kind of got that full list and I just like copied and pasted it after reducing the size of it, because you're limited to how many keywords or characters you can put in your back end, right, when making your listing. And I'll show you what that means in just a few minutes. So when you're pasting this list here, this one doesn't need to be the shortened one, because ultimately when you are writing your listing, you want to try and get as many different keywords in as you can, even though your title, your bullet points and product description do have like an overall limit on them. We still want to try and get lots of different keywords in. So not repeating tons of keywords that we put in our bullet points and description and so on. So here it says create a bank of your keywords here. So annoyingly, you have to kind of press the enter button at each one. So what I would do, rather than putting water and then bottle, I just have like the keyword being water bottle, stainless steel, metal, travel, water bottle, large. Like if you've just copied this from your Excel or a Google Sheet, it should be a lot easier to do. So we can see we've got 16 keywords. We'll press add to bank, and then the keyword bank on the right should now load up. Yep. And then it's pulling all the search volume and it's in order of high to low, which is good. We then press the next button, And then look, so we can see now all the root keywords that we need to be including. So once this page has loaded, this is where you can basically write your entire listing with the help of Helium 10. Now, if you wanted to, you could do this with AI. So you could literally just write like stainless steel water bottle with, and then talk about the features, and then it will build that for you. However, just to give yourselves practice and make sure that you know exactly what you're doing, I would, have an initial go at all of these points, and then maybe duplicate this process and do it again with AI and see which one you prefer. But look, the beauty of this here is when you're writing the product title, so water bottle, like large, put here, dash large insulated water bottle and so on. Just doing this off the top of my head. The beauty is that it highlights all of the keywords that you're putting in that was in your list, right? And it crosses them out. So you can see here, we've got large is crossed out, insulated is crossed out. And then if we go into 2-word roots, so that should show water bottle. There we go. It's there. Water bottle. That's crossed out. Now, that's great because it means that as you're writing your listing, you can, once you've finished it, you can then check back to this and just ensure that everything's been crossed out, which means that you've included that keyword in your listing, right? Which is what it's all about. So we've got vacuum. I put just a word there to show you what happens when it's not in there, but it crosses it out. So it's really good at just ensuring that your listing is as optimized as possible. Now, remember, the top tip from us when you're writing anything that a customer is going to see is make sure it doesn't look like a robot's written in it, and that you're not just putting vacuum packed water bottle, sports bottle, travel bottle. Do you see what I mean? Like where someone's just going to look at it and be like, that's absolute junk. So write it with the customer in mind, make sure it makes sense, make sure that all these get crossed out, and that your scores down here, you get ticks for everything, that your score gets as high as possible. So you've got all your description in here, your bullet points and everything. But the long and short of it is that we now know what our keyword list is. And I'm going to show you in this next section how to create the listing itself and where to be pasting all this stuff in. Right then, so in this section, we are going to be running through how to actually create your Amazon listing. Now, what we would recommend is before you have even placed your order with your supplier, we would advise you to actually go through this process to kind of get the skeleton, the bare bones of the listing up and running, so that you can make sure that Amazon don't say, no, you need approval to list this product, or no, we're not accepting like people selling this product whatsoever, right? Sometimes that does happen. So our advice is before you go ahead and place an order with a supplier, just go through this process now, fill it out as best you can, and then you can always come back to it later. You can edit every part of your listing, your title, bullet, pictures, everything, right? And make it like 10 out of 10. So just go through this process now to get your FNSKU barcodes as well to give to your supplier if you're using those. And yeah, just to see if there's any restrictions. So what you want to do is log into your Seller Central account. And first thing you want to do from the homepage is go into the side menu, and then you'll want to do catalog, add products, and then you'll be shown this page here. Now, what you will want to do if your product is private label, so it's your own product with your own stamp on it, is you'll want to press blank form. These ones here basically are if you are doing like online arbitrage, or you're selling a product, like a branded product that is already on Amazon exactly. So if you're building your own brand, you're not going to be using any of these here. So you want to press blank form, and then you want to press start. Once that has loaded, you'll need to fill out the few boxes that Amazon gives you. They're basically just trying to suss what category it goes into. So item name, this is basically going to be your title. So give it a good go. As I say, this can all be edited later on. So using, the keywords that you got from your master keyword list, if you've done that already, or just using your own intuition, write out the product that you're going to be selling. So let's just say we're going to be doing that bamboo toilet roll. So we can say bamboo toilet roll. Spell it. It's roll like that, isn't it? Jeez. Pack of 24 toilet rolls for use at home. I don't know. Yeah, just leave it like that. That's fine. And then what will then happen when you click off it is Amazon will try to find what the category is. So toilet paper. If that doesn't look quite right to you, or you want to double check that that's the category that all of your competitors are in, which is important because it can actually impact your performance further down the line, what I would do is basically just load an Amazon page up and then just click into a competitor's listing. And you can see here with the Helium 10 Chrome extension, it says toilet tissues, which is the one that we were actually being shown. Well, actually, no, we've got toilet paper, haven't we? And then if you don't have the Helium 10 Chrome extension, you can actually just scroll down on any listing, and where it says additional information, you can see it says grocery and then toilet tissues. So, I mean, it says here example includes toilet tissues. So I would actually be okay with that. But, you know, if you want to press select other, that's fine, provided that it's actually descriptive of the product that you're selling and it's not something that's completely different. The reason that it's also important is when you press confirm, it's now going to be giving you all the mandatory fields according to the category that you want to sell in. So yeah, just make sure that you check that that's right. So this next thing here is brand name. So this is where you'll fill out the name that you have already. And then remember, if you are kind of wanting to do unbranded for whatever reason, you just press this one here. This product does not have a brand name, and that will then say generic. But what we're going to fill it out, let's just say, I think Alex was going with bullsheet. Or maybe holy sheet, not that it matters. And what will often happen here when you fill it out, if it's not an approved name, Amazon will say you need to get approval for it from them. So you'll need to send pictures of the product with, you know, different angles showing the branding on it to show it's permanently affixed and that it's a real brand. If you are at the point where you haven't ordered the product yet, and you're just doing this test listing, then there's two different things you can do. You can either just press this product doesn't have a brand name and just see if it goes, you know, gets approved and there's no issues and that Amazon doesn't kind of say you're not allowed. Or alternatively, if you want to make sure that this is the actual listing that you end up using permanently, you can get approval for it. Just kind of ask your supplier if they can put together some example packaging with your branding on it, or hire somebody on Fiverr to do like a good job with Photoshop so it looks legit. That's something that we've done in the past. Then this next one here, external product ID. So you guys will know from the barcode section that it's this number here, the barcode that you have that goes in, right? So UPC EAN GTIN. So that's if you decide to get one of your numbers from GS1, and you'll know the benefits of that. If you decide to go down the GTIN exemption route, you will just tick I don't have a product ID, and then you'll have to get an exemption if it'll actually let me. There we go. So I've just ticked that and it's now grayed it out. So then what we do is we, before we press next, this is another thing that we want to do. Attributes in the corner, rather than just going on recommended, I would always just go on all attributes just to kind of check that you're not missing anything important, particularly when you are trying to check if the product you're wanting to sell is restricted in any way. I would just, you know, try and aim to fill out as much as you can so that Amazon knows exactly what it is that you're selling, and so that you have, you know, 100% confirmation that Amazon are not going to cause any issues when it comes to you selling this product. They're not suddenly going to say, oh, we didn't know it was toilet roll and you need to get approval. But we've done that and we can now press next. So you can see here, it's now come up and it says you have entered a brand name that has not been approved by Amazon. You need to apply for approval to basically list it. And that's where you'll click onto it and you'll need to put in, pictures of the product, as I just said, from your supplier. And then you can also see here, it says exemption required. So that's just the GTIN exemption. So both things that we've covered before, super easy. You'll press that and it will just take you step by step and tell you what you need to do to sell it. So yeah, here we go. This is just a summary of basically what I just said. So you need to show like product images that show holy sheets, product and packaging, and then just put your details in. So all stuff that you could easily get like photoshopped with the help of someone good from Fiverr, or alternatively, you could get your supplier to make up some sample packaging for you. But you know, if you're unable to get that, then what we can do is just say it doesn't have a brand name, and yeah. it will let us progress. There we go. And we can see that because of the fact that we said it didn't have a brand name, that GTN exemption just gets approved straight away. Now, just be mindful that the listing is now going to say generic on it for the brand. And obviously that is not going to be amazing for conversion when customers see it. Now, you can get that changed by seller support to say holy sheet or whatever it is that you want it to say, but be prepared for a bit of a fight, because half of seller support don't know what they're doing and they'll say you can't, and the other half will say you can, but you need tons of documents. Like, I've had experience with honest FBA members that have been successful, but a lot of them kind of found that they were pulling their hair out. So our advice is, if you need to press generic just to test if the listing, you know, is good to go or whatnot, go through that process, and then when you've got the product like ordered and you've got the sample, just create a new listing with the proper barcode or GTN exemption and the proper brand name. So we've then gone on to the next page. You can see here at the top, you've always got this new kind of generate listing content. It's done by AI. At the time of filming, it may as well not be called AI. It's awful intelligence. Lol. Like, honestly, they recommend changes for me all the time, and it sucks. It really does. It doesn't make sense. So just ignore that. Product description. So this is where you'll be putting in that small bit of text within your description. If you have A+ content, or sorry, brand registry, which we highly recommend you get, which you'll be able to apply for if you have a trademark, then this isn't really seen by any customers, because you'll get those big modules with images. But, you know, just for now, for this kind of test listing and just for filling it out, just try and write as best you can about what it is that is contained within the product offering. Okay, so I've just written a couple of facts there about the toilet roll. Then next, you've got the bullet points, or I believe it will be called subject matter if you are in the US. So we recommend that you do at least 5, and just kind of remember to follow that format that I spoke about earlier. So you want to always be honing in on the problems being solved, why your product offer is better and more unique, and is unique versus others on the market, and so on. So if you can kind of follow the format that we spoke about earlier, so we could maybe say whatever, like you know, thick durable ply for toilet roll. I'm just literally thinking off the top of my head, and then type facts here, and then okay, and then whatever the next like feature or benefit is. So maybe like sustainably sourced, 24 in a pack means that long lasting, and so on. Okay, so once you've done those, you'll then scroll down and you can then upload your images. If it is just like a practice listing or whatever, feel free to, you know, use your supplier's images. Nobody's going to see it. Obviously, just make sure that when your listing goes live that you're using your own images. But just for the sake of being able to create the listing itself, I would, use a dummy image. Okay, I've just used some random image that I had on my hard drive there just to get passed on to the next stage. Remember then that you have got other images here. If you have those ready, then yes, upload them, because if they are not compliant with Amazon's terms of service, then you'll be told and it'll say search suppressed or whatever. So it's always helpful to know that before you launch. Remember what we said about images. So it is the first 7, I believe, that will be displayed like organically, naturally on the phone and on desktop. When you click into it, you can see up to 9. If you have a video as well, a video that you want your customer to show, that will take an image slot, and that's actually uploaded on a separate page, not within this listing module, weirdly enough. But yeah, so like I say, as soon as you have like your images ready to go, pop them in, and that, you know, also applies like later on. If you get your images made by a designer and the rest of your listing isn't made, it doesn't matter, come and add it, because whenever you add images onto your listing, it can take up to 24 hours to like be approved. So you want to make sure that there's no panics or issues when you're about to launch. So as soon as the images are done, just come and paste them in. Okay, so next we're in the following tab. Anything with a star is something that you will need to fill out in order to progress. As I just said a moment ago, though, I would be trying to fill out as much of this stuff as you can, just so that you're aware of any like issues that may crop up, and so Amazon knows exactly what you're selling. Now, manufacturer is an interesting one. I do personally put the name of my manufacturers in China. What I've noticed other sellers do, because they don't want to reveal that information, is just say that they are the manufacturer, which, you know, technically speaking, I suppose, given that you own the brand, you're the one that's kind of organizing the manufacturing. I suppose it's true, but you know, to be brutally honest, I don't think it's a problem to put your actual supplier here. Just note though that will be displayed on your listing, so it's all up to you. So I'm just going to big myself up and just put Janssen Manufacturing. Now, generic keyword. This is where you'll be putting in your search terms that you've got from your master keyword list. So you would have got those from Helium 10, the method that I showed you, and then also from other providers such as Data Dive. So make sure you put those in. And also remember, when you do come to actually write your listing properly, make sure that you do use tools like Helium 10 and Data Dive to really ensure that your listing is as optimized as possible when it comes to keyword placement. So, but for now, again, if you're just doing your test listing, you just want to make sure that there's no restrictions. Just literally just fill it out as best you can, but, based on your own intuition and just looking at other people's listings. So I've done a few there. Special features. So this is something that, is kind of going to feature within the actual additional details section of the product. So, don't feel that you have to fill that out if you're kind of duplicating certain keywords and phrases that are elsewhere in your bullet points or description, for example. You only really want to fill stuff out if it's additive and it's not being said elsewhere, if it just helps Amazon understand what it is that you're going to be selling, right? So special features, not going to do that because we've done the bullet points. Material, so you could literally just put in what the material is. Bamboo, here we go. So that's where you might then be told that you need to send certain documents. Number of items, so in this case it's going to be 24 in a pack. Item package quantity, so that's just going to be one. It's like one pack. Color does it apply to toilet roll? Oh, okay, yeah, we'll put white. I don't think anyone really cares about the color of the toilet roll, do they? Or maybe they do if it's centered or something. Size, so extra large one size we're going to need. Now, part number, this again is another one that does cause some confusion. The part number, if your product is regulated and comes with test reports, you want to be putting in the part number or model number that matches that test report. Toilet roll, it's unlikely, so you can kind of just give it your own reference number if you like. So maybe, we put HS for Holy Sheet 01 if it's our first product. But if you know that's a regulated product, so maybe something to do with babies or electronics, I would just ask the supplier what the model number is and then put that in. Apply, that's obviously helpful information to have. So if you have that, it only applies to toilet roll, you can put that in. And then paper size unit, I don't know that. That's not really going to impact anything to do with regulation. Let's just fill out some of the important stuff now. So is the product expirable? No. Item form, so all this stuff is quite good because it gives you a drop down. Unit count, so that's pretty good. So that will be how many are in a pack here, and this is one that does cause confusion here. So the reason that they're asking you this is because if you charge say £24, £24, what Amazon likes to display is the price per unit. So that's why they're asking this information here. So let's just say for math's sake, we've got 24 in a pack and it's 24 units. We'd put 24 for the unit count, and then unit count type, that would need to be count because it will be 20, it will then say £1 or $1 per individual unit. So just make sure that the one that you put in there actually applies. Product site launch date, I personally don't really fill this out. So what happens here is if you put a date in the future, when you click on the listing before that date, it will just say not available and it will look like an error. That's why I don't actually bother with that. Some people say it makes a difference for the honeymoon period, which is something that we'll cover in the launch section. But based on my own experience of launching 25, 30 products, that it doesn't make a difference. The honeymoon period starts when you actually start making sales. So I would personally leave that unless you're I don't want anyone, a possible competitor or whatever, to see it. None of these are essential, so I'm not going to go through. But as again, when you're filling this out yourself, just see if you can fill it out. Net content count. So again, this is quite. In fact, this is asking about how many sheets, isn't it? So I guess with toilet roll, I don't know how many sheets, 500 maybe. So she's asking, how many sheets there are specifically. None of these guys are going to be relevant to most of you. If you're not selling toilet roll, you're not going to see most of these things here. Then the next one is offer. So this is where you'll be doing the pricing and everything to do with the actual offer of the product itself. So contribution skew. So if you don't fill this out, Amazon will just give you a random series of letters and numbers. And that can be a bit complicating if you're going to be selling on Shopify, TikTok, wherever, because you're going to need to keep referring to that skew. So I always try and fill this out and just basically give it a number or reference that you'll remember. So HS and then -01. It could just be the same as the model number, right? This quantity number here, this does always cause confusion. This isn't relevant if you're doing fulfilled by Amazon. So fulfilled by merchant, where you are going to be sending the units out yourself, that's when you want to fill the quantity out. If you put 100 in or whatever and then save this listing, it will become available for sale straight away and it will say there's 100 for sale. So you want to put 0 if you are doing Amazon FBA, and then that reference is ignored basically until you actually send stock in. Same with handling time, same with restock date. That only applies to fulfilled by merchant. Your price, so you want to make sure that you put in the thereabouts price that you're going to be charging. Again, this can all be changed at a later stage. Sale price, that can be left, so that's good if you want to run like a temporary sale and you want it to be during certain start and end date. Not really relevant here, but you may want to do it at a later point. Offering release date, so again, that's kind of linked to that launch thing. So it basically just means, the listing will be active, that someone can go onto it, but they won't be able to buy until a certain date. Would not bother doing that. Offering condition type. So this is always really important. You always want to be pressing new, unless, of course, it's used. Hopefully not in the case of toilet roll. And then the rest of these just kind of do with like list price with tax, not relevant at all. Maximum order quantity, you might want to put something in there to stop like scalpers, they're called. So if you accidentally put the prices £1 or $1 instead of £10, $10, you want to make sure that people don't just suddenly jump on it and buy 1,000 units. So to be honest, if you're careful, that's not going to happen. But what you could do is just max order quantity 100 or something. I think I do like 50. I used to do a lot lower, like 10, but I found that it just stopped businesses doing bulk purchases, which obviously you don't want. So yeah, just be mindful of what you put there. Gift options, do you want it, to be gift message, gift wrap available? So that again only applies if you're doing like fulfilled by merchant, because Amazon will do gift wrapping and whatever. They'll offer that as a separate service. But if you want, you can just put And then here's the biggie: fulfillment channel. You want to put Amazon will dispatch and provide the customer service. If you don't do that, it will assume that it's fulfilled by merchant. And obviously you don't want to do that. And then here, item length, width, height, and package length, width, height. It's really important that you understand the difference. So item dimensions, that's like of the actual product itself out of packaging, right? So if you get a toilet roll and you measure it, you would put that in here. That's just helpful to the customer's purchasing decision. That's the only time it's used. However, item package dimensions, that is really important, because it's this here that determines what your fulfillment fee is going to be, what your storage fee is going to be, and whether you can send the product in to Amazon. And I'll explain what that means now, right? So what some people mistakenly do, and when I say some, I actually mean a lot. I've seen this error so many times. They look at item package dimensions and they think that means what the supplier is sending in the huge carton. So they'll put here, package length 70 centimeters, width 70, height 70, weight, I don't know, 20, right? And then it'll save it, it'll accept it. Of course it will. But what will then happen is you'll then try and send the product to Amazon. You'll try and create a shipment plan and it will give you an error. It will say, sorry, there's no fulfillment centers that can take what you're sending in, because you'll be like, I'm sending in 100 units, and Amazon thinks that it's 100 units of something that weighs 20 kilos and has measurements of 70 centimeters on each side or whatever. So just be mindful of that, guys. Package dimensions, it means the product, one unit in its packaging, right? And just make sure you fill all of that out. And then number of boxes, provide the number of boxes that the product will be shipped in. So that's just going to be 1, right? So once you've done that, you could then go to safety and compliance. You can fill all this information out. To be honest, all this stuff is pretty obvious. So country, where it's from, are batteries required, dangerous goods regulation, and so on. Now, if you say, yes, batteries are required, and that you say they are included, what will then happen is you will be asked to go through what is called a hazmat review. HAZ, hazardous materials review. And that basically means that Amazon wants to know that the battery that it's going to be shipped with, whether rechargeable or not, is safe and has been tested. And this all comes off the back of years and years ago. Amazon probably had a ton of batteries in their warehouse, and one of them caught fire. It wasn't safe, and it was a health and safety issue. So if you say that you are doing fulfilled by Amazon, so you're sending products to their warehouse, and the product comes with batteries or it requires batteries, you'll need to fill out this review. Super easy to pass. It used to be a nightmare, but now it's very quick. You'll be asked to describe like what batteries are provided or needed, whether they're lithium ion or not. And you'll also be asked to provide like a test report for the battery, which any good supplier should have. If they don't have that, I'd be very careful about whether you want to proceed with them. So once you have filled all that out, that will be everything, and you press submit, right? And then what will happen is you will be sent an email within about 15-20 minutes saying, congratulations, the listing has been set up correctly, and your product will become available for sale in 15 minutes. Do not panic. That is not true. That just means that if you had stock, it would be available for sale in 15 minutes, right? So because of the fact that you're doing fulfilled by Amazon, there is no stock. It just means that the listing's not going to be able to be found by customers. It's going to be search suppressed, right? So what you would need to just basically do to check that the listing's been set up correctly, I'm just going to come out of this, is you want to head back into your Seller Central, and then you will want to go into the inventory tab. Okay, so we're in the inventory page, and what should happen if you have created the listing correctly is you'll see something like this. So it'll say inactive, out of stock, right? If it says, suppressed or whatever, don't worry. That's probably because you've not filled everything out, or you've not waited long enough. Like normally when you create a listing for the first time, for the first half an hour, it will say incomplete or whatever. Just give it a few hours and then come back. And then if it doesn't say inactive, out of stock, just go here where it says edit and press edit and just fill out anything that is showing up as an error. Right. So once that has been created, after around half an hour or so, you should be able to come to this drop down menu here. And then here where it says print item labels, that is where you get your FNSKU barcode. So you're going to press that like so. You're going to wait for that to load. And then as soon as it's loaded, you can just press print item labels, and you'll download it, and then you can send it straight to your supplier, who can then stick it onto your product packaging. You only need to do that, remember, if you are using FNSKU. So if you want to use your own barcode, EAN, UPC, you don't need to do that. But our recommendation is that you do the FNSKU route. Like, it's a lot easier. So that is exactly how to create your listing. Let's just have a quick deep dive into this little drop down menu though, because I appreciate it's probably a little bit overwhelming. So I'm just going to tell you like what each thing does. So edit, that just allows you to edit the listing. Remember, whenever you make a change, sometimes those changes can be approved like within about half an hour. Other times, particularly with images, it can take 24 hours. So don't panic. Manage images, that just takes you straight through to the image editing section. Copy listing, so that's quite good if you want to just duplicate the listing and maybe change just a few things like the title. Maybe if you were doing the toilet roll and you want to do a 48 pack. Add another condition. So for example, if you were now wanting to also sell used versions or refurbished, or you just wanted to create like a separate SKU, so that could happen, for example, if maybe you were selling toilet roll and then you decided to change the packaging and you didn't want to mix them up between customers. So what you could then do is add another condition, get a new SKU, and then just send the different packaging version there. It would still be on the same listing. But don't worry about that. The chances of you needing to do that is low. Change to fulfill by merchant. So that will say change to fulfill by Amazon if you click the wrong one. Send replenish inventory. That's if you want to, when you're ready to send your stock in, it's a quick way to doing that. Replenishment alert, so that means Amazon will email you when you get to a certain stock level. Match low price, that's not relevant. That's only when we're doing arbitrage and other people are on the same listing. Removal order, if you want to take stock out and have it sent to you, that's a really cheap way of doing that. It ranges from 20 cents or 20 pence to about $1 or £1. So it's a good way if you want to send stock back to you for whatever reason. The only downside is that it can be a bit slow. It can take up to 30 days. I just did it the other day just because I wanted to have some units at my place, and it took 5 days. Create fulfillment order. So if you want to send something quicker, maybe if a customer has made an order on Shopify or TikTok, or you want your product quicker, you will press that one. That one works out more expensive. It's basically the same as the fulfillment costs, but the benefit is you'll get it the next day. Print item labels, we've done already. That's where you get your FNSKU. Close listing. So if you're low on stock, or if you just don't want anyone to be able to purchase the products anymore until you reopen it, you'll press close listing. That is temporary. It does sound permanent, but you'll press close listing and it will just shut in 15 minutes or so, and then it won't reopen until you make it active again. Delete product and listing. So maybe if you've stopped selling the product for whatever reason and you don't want it on your profile anymore, you'll press it. Note that pressing delete listing doesn't delete it permanently from Amazon's database. It will always be on Amazon's database. It just means it deletes it from your inventory page. Advertise listing, and then merge duplicate product. Maybe if you've made 2 listings by mistake and you want to merge them together. So that is it. That's how to create the listing, and that's a rundown of the inventory page. Of course, you've also got here where it says available stock levels. You can quickly change your price here, but everything else, to be honest, is fairly intuitive. So I hope that you have enjoyed this lesson or this section as much as is possible, and we'll see you in the next.
Hey, Tom here. I wanted to jump in to this mega mammoth gigantic video that you are working through and show you behind the scenes of Honest FBA and what it's like to be a member inside of the community. So what I want to show you in particular is our Discord, right? So this is on 24/7. You can come in here, you can post, and you can get an answer to your question. As you can see right now, we've got 73 people online, and you can see down here, so we have over 400 people within this community, and you can see a bunch of channels on the left-hand side. We've got general, we've got results, accountability, share something, shipping rates, hiring, hangout rooms, product research, product launches, PPC, sourcing, course chat, feedback, find a buddy, fast track, and more stuff down here as well. So within here, you're going to get your question answered, right? At any time of day. But what I want to show you today in particular, today is Monday. So this morning, jumped in here and posted, what are you guys got cooking up this week? Let us know your progress plans. And I want to show you guys this because people inside of Honest FBA, they actually do stuff, right? You don't just join and then do nothing. You are making progress all the time. And people are at a bunch of different levels on their kind of journey with Amazon FBA. So as you can see here, Sophie setting up her Amazon account. She's brand new. Andy, he's getting his inventory checked in at Amazon, and he's looking at hiring a VA and bringing them onto the team. We've got Carl sorting out his tax. We've got Aurel here waiting for his samples. We've got Evan, who's hiring designers and designing some new packaging, which is pretty cool. Down here, we have Kat. Kat is always just an absolute beast doing loads of stuff. So finalizing packaging for product 1. Got a custom sample for product 3 already. Sorting out her website. We have Tim down here. So long awaited order number 2, touching down in LA this week. Tim actually came on our channel. You can see an interview with him. And if you scroll down here, he did $160,000 with his first order. So bit of an outlier, absolute monster. Sold 10,000 units. But as you can see that people inside of Honest FBA, they're doing stuff right down here, even as well. Product research. Isabel's bit of change of plans after some one-to-one coaching she had on the Friday that's gone. So that you can see here, people are making moves. This is what you get when you sign up on Honest FBA. If you think you are a good fit for this community and you can learn a lot from this video, perhaps on YouTube, perhaps want a little bit more help, hit the link down below, drop us a message, and we'll see if you're a good fit.
In this part of the video, I am going to be talking about how you can be using viral short form content to promote your products and promote your brands. Now, I think that the rise of TikTok and short form content in general is one of the biggest things to happen to e-commerce. It's probably the biggest thing to happen to e-commerce since it became e-commerce. It has completely changed the way that people shop. Now, if you don't know what I'm talking about, I'm basically talking about TikTok Shop, most of it, right? So TikTok Shop is basically where now what can happen is you're on your phone, you're browsing TikTok, you're scrolling through, and you see a sponsored post. You see somebody talking about a product. I'm trying to look for a product on my desk. You see somebody talking about this amazing new phone case. And what TikTok Shop allows people to do now is they can buy that phone case in a couple of clicks. So they see it, and TikTok have now got their own marketplace. Now, this has completely changed the game in so many ways, because historically what you could do, right? You could hire people and influencers and creators to promote your products, right? So you could get somebody that's got a load of followers on Instagram, and they could, do a post saying, "Oh my God, I love my new phone case." And maybe you get some sales. It was very, very difficult to attribute, because like you couldn't directly see who saw it and who went on and bought. Like it was just difficult. It was difficult for the creators. It was difficult for the brand owners. But TikTok Shop have just made it so easy, because everything is tracked within TikTok. So if I see a product like this, for example, right? I see the product on here. I can literally just go on and buy it, and everything is tracked. So the commission that you pay to the creators is all tracked. You don't have to work that out. Most of the time, it's like 10% or whatever. And it's incredible. And the scary thing about this, or the most amazing thing about this, is it has this kind of halo effect. So to simplify what I mean, brands are hiring tons of creators. They're sending them the product. So they're hiring maybe 100 TikTok creators, and they're sending them 100 phone cases, one each. And they're like, look, go and make viral content. And all these people are making all of this viral content. The products are going viral, and the brands are making tons of sales, tons and tons of revenue. So I'll show you a couple of examples of where this has been done in the past amazingly well. Now, one of the first brands to really, really do this really well, this was before TikTok Shop, is this brand called Tabs Chocolate. So this is a brand, it's basically like an aphrodisiac chocolate. So it's a chocolate that's mixed with certain like herbs and spices. There's some weird stuff in there, right? But apparently, like, you take it and, it makes you horny or whatever, and then you end up, wanting to have sex with your partner, whatever. But this is, if you think about this as a product, it's a very interesting product. It's a very different product. So the reason like this has got so many views is because it's a product that's just really, really different, right? It just really, really stands out. It's very different. Look, making my husband special chocolate for his cupcake. So she's, obviously quite attractive. He's gonna eat the cupcake, and then all of a sudden, bow, bow, the porno music comes on, and then they're at it like rabbits. So this is the way that people are using short form content to make their products go viral. More than 12 months ago, right now it's October the 9th. So TikTok Shop has literally been around for just over 12 months. So before, this was what was happening. It was just videos like this. But now, because of TikTok Shop, you can actually buy this product through TikTok, right? You don't have to go to another platform. You don't have to go to the website. You can just buy it on TikTok. And that's completely changed the game, right? So there's a couple of brands that have done, that have taken advantage of this in the most insane ways. So this is a brand called Golly. What's started to happen is these brands are running big promotions. Let me see if I can find it. Golly affiliate promotion. So these guys just did the most ridiculous promotion where they were giving away an insane amount of stuff. I don't know if I can find it, but basically they were giving away like a Lamborghini. They were giving away a trip to Miami. And what it was attached to, that the way that you won it was you promoted this brand, you promoted Golly, and the more revenue that you generated through your videos on TikTok Shop, you could win prizes. And those prizes ranged from like an iPhone all the way up to a Lamborghini. So somebody actually won a car from this brand because they generated so many sales. Now let me see if I can find the video. It was a guy that was wearing, like, he was trying to do this. He was basically like, it wasn't this one, because I think a lot of people have copied it now. But basically the guy wore some like scrubs. I don't know ethically. It was this one here. So this guy on the left, he did this video where he was like, what does a doctor think of ashwagandha? And in the video, he was like, well, what does my dad think about? So he wasn't implying, well, he was kind of implying that he's a nurse or some sort of like medical, is in the medical profession. But basically, this video went viral. I think it got like 30 million views, and I think it generated something like $300,000 in sales for this one product, because he basically talks through the benefits. He shows a Joe Rogan clip, and that makes his video go viral, right? So Golly is everywhere. You can see 600,000 views, 4.5 million views, right? So over the space of like 4 weeks, Golly was just giving away all of these prizes. They were giving away all of this commission. And look, this is where you can buy it through the actual app. So, they were just making videos like this. They were talking about the deal. And this is how simple it is to promote this product, right? You can promote it here and people go on and buy it. So this is kind of the new wave of internet marketing. To sound like a boomer, this is the new wave of internet marketing. It's short form, viral content. And what you'll notice about this content is it's not fancy. There's no fancy editing. It's not made by a big production company. It's all homemade, very, very simple, very, very straightforward content of people talking about the products, right? There's another brand here called Top Shelf. Now, these guys do a great job of this as well. They send out tons of products to tons of influencers. And what's happening there is the people are watching these videos on TikTok. They're watching them maybe on Instagram or whatever. And then people are coming across to Amazon to buy them. So this is where it gets interesting if you're an Amazon seller. Because if we come up here and we search for Golly, you're going to see all of these keywords, right? You're going to see all of these keywords pop up. And if you don't have this tool, by the way, this is Helium 10. Check out the video description for the we've got an affiliate code. But as you can see, right, there's 382,000 people searching for Golly ashwagandha gummies. But look at this. This was before they started the TikTok promotion. So this is the monthly searches for this, right? This is before they started this TikTok promotion, and then after it. So it went from 12,800 searches a month all the way up to 382,000 people searching for this product every single month. Just think about that. That's an insane jump up in terms of people searching directly for your brand and your product. So here is the opportunity. If you create a brand that really stands out, let's say you create a brand for toilet paper and you call it a crazy name and you make amazing branding and then you send it to all of these influencers and they promote it, then you've got the chance to be able to go viral and get people searching for your products, right? So we recently, about a month ago, we launched a creator community and it's called Honest Creators. So we've got Honest Ecom, Honest FBA, where we do the branding side, we do all of that, right? But what we've now got is we've got a community of creators. So if you're a brand and you want to promote your products, we've got people trained in here that can help you do that. But we also offer the training. So if you're looking at this and you're like, well, I don't know if I have enough money to start my own brand, a way that you can actually make really good money really quickly, honestly, is by being one of these sort of influencers that's promoting it. Now, influencers is actually the wrong word because these people don't actually have existing followers a lot of the time. They're not people that have got a huge existing following. Like if you look at a lot of these people, I might pick a bad example. Right, he's got 132,000 followers, but a lot of these people that went viral, they weren't particularly well-known people. They're not, it's not Kylie Jenner. It's not, they're not big influencers. They were just normal people that went viral, right? So back to my original point of these brands. So these brands were promoting it. This is just going crazy, right? We've launched Honest Creators now, which is the creator group. So if you want to learn how to create this type of content, this is the place for you, right? Check out the video description because we've got all the links in there. So this is super, super interesting for two reasons. It's interesting from a creator perspective because if you want to learn how to create this content, it's super valuable. But it's also very interesting from a brand perspective of getting these people to promote your brands and promote your products, right? Now, this is a tool called Kalo Data. This is a tool where you can basically see the top selling products and brands on TikTok Shop, right? So you can filter it by the US, UK, whatever you want to do. So you can see in the last 30 days, I think this is, last 30 days, the number one top selling product is Golly. The number two best selling product is Golly. This is 3 bottles. They've done $3.3 million or pounds in the last 30 days. 322,000 items sold. And they're given a 20% commission rate. So if you're one of these people making these videos stuff like this, right? Let's have a look at this one. So this is in Spanish. So basically, this is a very simple video, and then he talks about the product, and he's got the arrow here because this is where when you're watching the video, you can click and you can go on and buy it, right? So this guy's promoting it, and he will have got paid a ridiculous amount because of the views that he will have got. So if we come down here, you can see this one, for example. Let's have a look at what they did. This is this dude. So this one video got 12 million views, and he did $146,000 or pounds in revenue, and he will have got 20% commission on that. So he would have got 20% of that. So he got about $28,000 from one single video. Now this is how crazy that is. This is how insane that is. Absolutely insane. All right, guys. So that's it for this part of it, right? This is just the two opportunities. As a brand, using viral creators is an insane way to get almost like very cheap traffic to your products and your brands. On top of that, if you are interested in making content and doing like what this guy's doing, there's never been a better opportunity to make money in a fast and sustainable kind of way than making these sorts of videos. You don't need any money. You just need a mobile phone to get started with this. So both of those things we do within the Honest Creators community, which is a separate community to the e-commerce community that we have. And if you're interested in that, check out the video description. But that's it for the viral part of the video. This is super, super interesting. Let me know what you think in the comments. And I'll see you in the next part of the video.
Okay, so we are now on the section that is going to be covering launching your product on Amazon. And this is something that you're going to be doing when you've found the product that you want to sell, you've branded it, you found your supplier, and the product has been manufactured and it's on its way. So, of course, you can watch this section now prior to all of that, but just make sure that you come and revisit it as soon as your supplier actually dispatches your goods, because that's when you need to make sure that you are 100% clear on how to launch your product on Amazon. Now, the goal of the launch itself is to sell as many units as you possibly can and to show Amazon that customers love your product, they love your offering, and they're buying like it's going like hotcakes, right? And the reward of doing that is that you will rank organically. So what do I mean by that? Well, if you go onto Amazon and you type in any product niche, let's just say yoga mat, if you scroll down, you can see that a lot of these listings say sponsored on, right? And these are listings where the seller is paying to be there. They've said to Amazon, if anyone types in yoga mat, I want you to please put me in the first position, right? But and that obviously has a cost, right? And we'll be covering that at the end of this section. But these listings here that don't have anything that says sponsored on, those are there organically. So if a customer types in yoga mat, they'll see the sponsored results that will rotate and they'll be different throughout the day because as budgets run out. And then they'll see these other listings here that don't have anything to do with sponsored listings. They're there organically. And the reason that they are there organically, it's called, is because Amazon knows that customers love those products in particular. They love those brands and they've kind of earned their position to be there, right? So the way that it works is the more that you can sell on Amazon for different, related to different search terms and keywords, the more Amazon will realize that your product is actually helping them to make a lot of money, and they will reward you by moving you up the search results ranking pages, right? So when you very first start selling on Amazon, when you launch your product, you are going to be in position 99999. You just won't be seen without advertising, right? But as soon as you can start showing as quickly as possible to Amazon that customers do actually really like your product, they like your price, and they're leaving good reviews and so on, Amazon will start to move you up in the search page positions, right? There's obviously a lot more to it than that, and we'll cover that in a bit more detail later, but that is the long and short of it. So what can you do to basically influence your search page position? Well, there are lots of different things. I know I've just said about the number of sales that you make, but that is actually linked to lots of sub factors. And what determines where your search page position is the Amazon A9 algorithm. So it's like the 9th iteration. And I think people have been talking about the A10 algorithm for ages, but that's due to be coming out soon. But it won't change dramatically. Now, Amazon doesn't publish its algorithm, so we don't know exactly what the factors are that it takes into account and how much weighting it places on them. But we can have a very, very good guess because we've got so much data, and people obviously look at their own results and they speak to each other and so on and so on. So we've got a pretty good idea of the different metrics that really do play an important role. But we've never had specific weightings or whatever confirmed by Amazon. But ultimately, it is the number of sales per day that you can make, or your sales velocity, and your conversion rate, so the number of people that go onto your product listing and buy, that hold a lot of weight, the most weight. And you might be thinking, okay, well, how many sales per day do I need to be making, and what conversion rate do I need to have? It's relative, right? So Amazon is going to look within your product niche at your competitors, how many sales those guys are making per day, what their conversion rates are, and then it will look at yours. And if yours are higher than some of your competitors for whatever search phrase has been used by the customer, then they're going to go, okay, we'll reward them and we'll start moving them up and up and up. So how can you increase your sales figures, your sales velocity, so your sales per day, and your conversion? Well, those things are going to be most heavily influenced by these 4 factors, right? Seeking objective advice. Now, what do I mean by that? When you do your product listing, so say this is it, for example, yoga mat, when you do your title, your bullets, and your images, always ask a friend, a family member, a mentor, somebody that also sells on Amazon. Ask as many people as you can to take a look through your listing and give you objective advice, right? Critique it and tell them to not hold back. And the reason you need to do that is because if this was your product here, it's your baby, right? And you're gonna spend a lot of time refining it, making it look as nice as possible. But that's according to you, what you think looks as nice as possible. And I can guarantee you that if you ask for an independent review of your listing, they are gonna be able to maybe not tear it to shreds, but they're gonna be able to make recommendations and improvements. It's so important that you do that. I have never ever had a listing sent to me by a student, a friend, whatever, and I've not had comments and not said, yeah, that's absolutely perfect and it can't be improved. There's always ways to improve the listing, right? And when you're launching on Amazon, you want to make sure that your offer, the way that you describe your product, the price, everything, it just needs to be 10 out of 10. And if you just look at it yourself and you don't seek that objective, independent advice, I can guarantee you there's going to be things that you miss, or you'll be looking at it through rose-tinted spectacles, and the reality may hit you hard in the face when you don't get any sales, right? So that is the first thing to do. You then should also make sure that you get some initial social proof. So that comes in the form of reviews. So you can see these guys have got 45,000 reviews, so they've obviously been selling a while. You don't need tons and tons of reviews, but the reality is Amazon shoppers and people in general, they are sheep. They don't like to be the first. So if they click onto a product listing and they don't see these stars at all, they don't see any feedback saying what the product is like, I'm not saying that they definitely won't be purchasing, but the conversion, so the number of people that do click on and purchase, is going to be much lower than if you did have a couple of reviews, right? And we can go on to how you can get those in just a moment. So always try your best to just get a couple of reviews to give you good social proof. If they're 5-star, fantastic. If they're 4-star, it's not great, but it's better than nothing, as long as the commentary is actually positive, right? So you also want to make sure that you launch your product at an attractive price. Now, if you were selling the toilet roll, for example, the product that we spoke about earlier, and you saw that your competitors were priced between $25 to $30, that does not mean that you can therefore come straight in and also charge $30 or even $35 because you're like, well, mine's better quality, right? You don't have any social proof. You don't have a search page position yet. You're on page 99999. So you need to make sure that you launch this thing at a price where customers go on and they're like, I love this listing. I love this brand. I love this product. Oh, and the price is awesome. I'm buying. You need to get that conversion up, right? You need to get as many people just clicking onto your listing and just going, yep, I absolutely want to buy this. And if you launch your product at a price point that is, in line or above what the majority of your competitors are charging, then you've kind of lost one of your ways to stand out. Okay. Of course, over time, as you do get that organic rank page position and you're appearing in more searches in front of customers organically, you can start to increase the price. But don't make the mistake of thinking that just because you've put a brand logo on your product and you write things like it's better quality, premium quality, superficial stuff like that, that you can charge a higher price. So what we have done historically is we've just undercut our competitors like straight off the bat. Obviously make sure that it makes sense economically. And this is something that you should be doing anyway when you're doing your product research and looking at the price points that you can charge. So don't be launching at a price where you're going to be making a 90% loss, for example. A slight loss per unit is fine if you can take that, if you're aware that you'll be making that loss in order to get the conversion up and to be making the sales, right? And then finally, use Amazon ads. So let's just run through points 2, 3, 4 there in a little bit more detail so you understand exactly what I mean. So getting social proof. So this is getting reviews and ratings, right? If you're not familiar with the difference between what a review is and a rating, here's a super simple summary. A rating is where somebody just gives you a score out of 5 and doesn't actually provide any written commentary. And those can be good because it encourages customers to like just do one because they know they don't have to write anything. But it can also be bad because you might get a 1-star rating and you've got no idea who left it or even why they're unhappy. And then a review is the same as a rating, except it comes with written commentary. Now, historically, when we first started to sell, we only had reviews. And what basically happened was that most people didn't actually write anything. They didn't want to give a review because they couldn't be bothered to actually provide commentary. So Amazon introduced ratings as well, and that's just meant that people are far more likely to give their honest views on what they thought of the product. So what you need to make sure that you're doing is trying to encourage customers as much as possible to give you a review or at the very least a rating. And as I just said before, customers will still purchase your product if the offer's great, the price is good, and you don't have any reviews. But without a doubt, not having any social proof whatsoever, that's going to lower the number of people that feel comfortable to buy your product over your competitors, which is going to impact your conversion and your ability to quickly grow, because Amazon's going to not reward you with an improving search page position versus if you did, right? So what you need to make sure that you are always doing, of course, is don't expect that you'll get 5 stars just off the bat. Make sure that the listing is as accurate as possible. Make sure that the product, when the customer gets it, is exceeds expectations. And if you can do that, then with like no prompting whatsoever, you can expect that roughly 1 in 100 customers will give you a review, right? With no prompting at all. So if you sold 10,000 units, made 10,000 sales, you should expect between 100 and 200 reviews, including ratings. Now, there are ways to improve that, and these are methods that we've done with a lot of success, but you do have to be careful. So the first thing you can do is to utilize what is called an insert card. So that is basically a little card, a little piece of paper that goes inside of your product packaging, and it just has a message saying, thank you so much for your purchase. We'd appreciate if you could leave a review. Now, the reason that you do need to be really careful with this is because what a lot of people have done in the past is they've made the mistake of accidentally breaking Amazon's terms of service by suggesting that the customer leaves a 5-star review. So what they've said is something like, thank you so much for your purchase. Please could you leave us a 5-star review if you were happy, right? That's not allowed. So you've got to be completely neutral. You can't say things like, if you're happy, leave us a review. If you're not, please get in touch. It's got to be, thank you so much for your purchase. We, customer reviews mean a lot to us. Please could you provide one? Something like that. The second thing that you can do is just use Amazon's own messaging system. So when you're in Seller Central, and I will show you now, you can literally go, as soon as you get a customer purchase, so let's just do this, you can go into Manage Orders at the top. So that's from the inventory menu. And you can click onto any order that you've had that's more than 3 or 4 days old. So the product needs to have actually been delivered to the customer. They've received it. They've had time to use it. And then you can literally press here, request a review. And that will send via Amazon's messaging system like a template that asks the customer if they would please leave a review. Just as an aside, if you ever do need to contact a customer, you can also come to this page, and then here you can see they've blurred out the buyer name. You just click that, and then it will give you a set of options of things that you can say. So that option there to getting the review request in, that is obviously very manual, isn't it? And when you are selling hundreds of units like I am, that's not something that you really want to be wasting your time doing. So it's absolutely fine to do once you have started to get like a handful of sales per day. But as soon as you're getting like more than 10 sales a day, you don't want to be doing that. You want to be going on to the third point, which is like auto messaging customers using a follow-up flow. Now, Helium 10, Feedback Wiz, there's a bunch of different providers that can do this for you. They will basically hook up to your Amazon account, and you can set an automation, like an automatic message up that can be customized. So you can write what you want, and it will request a review from the customer after a certain period has elapsed. Now, there's lots of different rules that you need to follow when it comes to this, but the long and short of it is again, like I said with the insert card, don't ever suggest that someone leaves you a 5-star review, or don't ever say, please leave a review if you're happy. It's got to be completely neutral language. The benefit of using the Amazon template is obviously that the language used there is provided by Amazon. So it's completely legit. However, the downside is it's not personable. It doesn't appear like it's come from a person. It just says something like, hello, please leave a review on this purchase. So that's why we would encourage you to do the automatic message via Helium 10 or Feedback Wiz, because it allows you to also educate the customer a little bit on your brand. So you can say, hey, it's Jansen here from Yoga Brands or from Holy Sheet. We're super happy or grateful that you've supported our UK business or US business, whatever. Kind of, educating the customer a bit more on the brand. So you can actually also automate Amazon's template, so you don't have to go through. Again, the same with Helium 10, Jungle Scout, Feedback Wiz. But to be honest, I'd say if you're going to be paying for a subscription with those guys to do that, it makes sense for you to, put something about your brand in and kind of customize the template. Now, Amazon does have a rule that you can't repeatedly ask for reviews. You can only ask one time. So our advice is set the automation up so that it's, at least 5 days after purchase. So the customers had the time to use it. And so they don't get the message when it's like, oh, I've only just opened it, I'll leave a review some other time, and then they forget. So the issue with those three methods to gaining reviews, as you may well have picked up on, is you can only really get those, can't you, once you're selling. And as I said, the importance of having reviews ahead of your launch or for your launch is going to make a lot of difference, basically. And those three options there, they're not really things that you can set up before you go large with your launch. So this is where the Vine program comes in. So Amazon's Vine program, and again, this is something that you can just easily access from within Seller Central. So you'd go into the side, and then you go into advertising, and then you go on Vine. The Vine program is basically where Amazon will go out to certain customers of theirs that are in the Vine program, and they will say, you can get a free product in exchange for consideration of leaving a review. And the reason I say consideration is, believe it or not, it's not mandatory. So if somebody's in Amazon Vine and they get a free product, they don't have to make a review, right? But 9 times out of 10, they will. Now, the benefit of Amazon Vine is that you will often get very, very detailed reviews with pictures and even sometimes videos. However, the downside, or the downsides, are that you have to pay to do it. It's not free. And you obviously have to also give some units away. And finally, the customer doesn't have to leave you a 5-star. They could leave a 1-star if they wanted, which hasn't actually happened to me before, but it has happened to people that I know, and it's happened on products that I've seen when I've been shopping before. So the Vine program, it's definitely worth considering. And it's definitely worth considering if you don't have any friends or family, and that will be happy to help you out. And I'll explain that point in a bit more detail in a sec. But the Vine program, as I said, it's not free. You have to pay for it. The pricing has definitely got a lot more attractive in recent years. So before, it used to be like $200 or £140 to get up to 30 reviews. However, Amazon came out with different tiering. And they now say that you can get up to two reviews, completely for free. And you can get 3 to 10 reviews, up to 10 reviews for £60 or $100. Now, remember, if you give these 2 units away here, that doesn't necessarily mean that you're going to get 2 reviews. The people that buy them may well end up just not, forgetting or whatever. I know it's a complete travesty, but that's just the way things work. And you can see here, I enrolled 3 products. That's funny. I didn't actually realize I enrolled just 1 unit and someone did claim it. They never actually gave me a review. That was done a year ago. And that product doesn't have tons and tons of reviews, so I would have noticed that. But here, I remember I got 2 very detailed reviews and they were 5-star, which is great. So you just have to hope that the person that decides to leave your review is nice. But that's how you can kind of, sort some reviews early, because you can launch that Vine program. You can get it started like just prior to actually fully kicking off your launch. But, and you didn't hear this from me, the one method that we would recommend that you, or maybe, not recommend, but suggest you look at, is just getting friends and family to buy the product and leave you a review. Now, if you're going to do that, it's obviously not allowed by Amazon, but sometimes desperate calls, desperate measures and all that. So if you are going to do that, make sure that your friend or family, doesn't live with you. They've never used your address on your Amazon account before to get stuff sent. And there's just generally not really a close connection. Because if Amazon get wind of that you are connected, then they at best will remove the review, and at worst they will suspend you. I've not heard of the suspension thing happening before, but I have had it where a review has been taken off. So just be mindful of that. But with all the products that we've launched, so we're talking 30 to 40 plus now, asking a family member or friend is definitely paid off. And I have launched products before with no reviews, and it just basically resulted in high ad costs. So this is what will happen though if you get a friend or family member to leave a review and they obviously linked to you by Amazon. So they'll get a warning. They'll probably not be able to leave a review again, and the review will be removed off your account. So that's how you start to get the social proof. Now, pricing your product, as I said, you just don't want to come straight into the Amazon marketplace and be like, this product is awesome, it's holy shit, it's incredible, it's bullshit, whatever we call it, $40, and everyone else is $20, right? There might be a route to that over time, but for sure, you can't do it straight off the bat. So when you are doing your product research, when you're getting ready to prepare for your launch, work out at what price point you can afford to launch the product at in order to drive a high sales velocity. So lots of sales and, you know, lots of converting customers. Now, you may decide that you're happy to take a loss. So we've got lots of members within the community that have, you know, done that, and they've said, I'm happy to lose a couple of dollars or pounds per sale. And other people have said they just want to break even. So calculate that and then kind of benchmark your price versus your competition. The more attractive you can make it, you know, the more sales you're going to make ultimately, obviously providing that your listing is good, your product offer is attractive, and so on. So yeah, if the average price of the top sellers in the niche is $30, we would recommend, you know, launching cheaper, or at the very, very least in line with, you know, the lower end of those. Now, you want to try to keep your price low as long as you can until you start appearing in search results organically in a, you know, in a front page position, and then slowly raise it. And if you're wondering how you can keep on top of your search page position, so, you know, if somebody types in yoga mat, you might, and you're selling yoga mats, you might be thinking, well, how on earth am I going to find, you know, where I am? Helium 10 has a keyword rank like recorder. So you just go into Helium 10. It's called the keyword tracker in one of the tools, and you add the keywords that you want to stay on top of. So we just recommend putting in your master keyword list in there, and it will track the keyword rank over time. So if you can see that on day one, yoga mat, your listing appears like it's not even tracked because it's that far back, and then day 5 it's position 30, then your strategy is working well, right? But you want to make sure that over time that position starts to increase, and when you start getting to an attractive position, so on page 1 in like positions 1 to 15, that's when you can consider, you know, launching it. Don't rush into launching it, because into increasing the price, sorry, because what may happen is your sales just drop, your conversion falls too low, and then you will lose that search page position. So it is a little bit of a balancing act. You do have to keep an eye on it, but just don't be too quick to increase the price point. And that is how a lot of these big Chinese sellers have so much success, because they're happy to have that lower price point much longer than a lot of Western sellers are, because they've just got experience and they know it works. So just make sure that, you know, you keep on top of your ranking position, and that you are certain that it's time to increase the price, right? So for at the very least, you want to keep that lower price point for 1 to 2 weeks, and you want to closely monitor your conversion rate and your organic rank. So I've explained how you monitor your organic rank with Helium 10. For your conversion rate, all you need to do is you come into the sidebar, you go into reports, and then you go business reports. So once this page is loaded, you will then come to sales and traffic on the left, or actually detail page sales and traffic. And you will then be shown a nice big table that's got all of your sales day by day, and where it says unit session percentage here. So this is your conversion rate, basically. So this is the number of people that basically click on the purchase divided by the number of people that just clicked onto your listing to have a look. So you can see here my conversion rates, you know, pretty attractive. Now, if you increase your sales price and you see, I don't know, it goes from 24% to 5%, then you know that you made a mistake and you need to put that price point back. So just keep an eye on that. But you know, whenever you do change your price, change your listing, whatever, don't just look at one day's data, because it could be a rainy day where people are more likely to buy. It could be a holiday, whatever. You need to make sure that you're looking over a period of time. So at least a week's worth of data, I would say. So if you saw that it was 25, 25, 25, and then ever since you changed the price for the past week, it fell to 10%, that's when you know that you've priced it incorrectly. So before we run through the advertising component, so using Amazon's pay-per-click advertising to help you with your launch, that's going to be quite a big section. So let's just kind of run through how the launch itself is kind of structured, how it works, right? So remember, literally, as soon as your product arrives at the Amazon warehouse, you need to be kind of, ready to go. So you need to make sure that your listing looks awesome. Your images have been reviewed by friends, family members, coaches, whoever, title, bullet points, and so on, right? We don't want to kind of have a false start and launch, and then you're like, oh, actually my pictures need improving. So just make sure that they are top tier. As soon as the product arrives at the Amazon warehouse, you're going to get an email from Amazon that says shipment checked in, and then you'll get another one that says shipment receiving, and that is where Amazon's workers are scanning your products, and they're either going to be putting them on the shelves in the warehouse that they work at, or they're going to be starting to distribute them to other warehouses around the country, depending on if you shipped by pallet or small parcel delivery, right? But the long and short of it is the minute you receive that email that says shipment receiving, you need to be getting ready to turn your ad campaigns on, to make sure that your listing is active and so on, right? And just get ready to start making sales. So effectively the launch itself properly starts once you get that first sale. So once your ad campaigns are turned on and customers start seeing your product, and as soon as that first sale is made, that is going to kick off what is known by us Amazon sellers as the honeymoon period. And the reason that it's called the honeymoon period is because it's a temporary period where Amazon kind of, looks at your listing favorably, your product offer favorably, and they give you a little natural boost. So what could happen, what you'll see is that if you type in your product here, so toilet roll, yoga mat, whatever, in the first week, you might scroll down and you'll be like, whoa, hang on, I'm on page 1 already. I'm in position 10, right? And you'll be like, sweet, I'm going to increase my price. I'm awesome. I'm going to make loads of money. Well, the reality is that you are just benefiting from something called the honeymoon period, right? And this is where Amazon is trying to collect data from customers on your product and its listing. So they'll give it a nice little boost. So when customers type in popular search terms, they will put your product listing in front of more customers than they usually would if you were outside of that honeymoon period. And that's because they want to, firstly, understand the relevance of your listing to the product niche that they think you're in. So maybe the algorithm isn't 100% sure that you are selling yoga mats. So it wants to show you to customers searching yoga mat and see how they react, right? It's just trying to get as much data as possible. So for those first 4 weeks, that is when you really need to be making sure that you're getting as many sales as possible, because you're going to be getting that nice little bump from Amazon in visibility, in addition to your pay-per-click advertising and so on. Now we put weeks 1 to 4 here. Because Amazon's never really confirmed this, they've never actually said, yeah, it's called, we call it the honeymoon period too. Not that they would, but they don't give you, they don't really comment on this that much. We don't officially know how long the actual Amazon algorithm promotes your product for. Some people say 2 weeks, other people say 4. Some people say it is 2 weeks, but there's still kind of a little afterglow afterwards. But the point is that you want to make sure that you are using that honeymoon period to the best of your ability. So you want to be driving as many relevant customers to your listing as possible, right? So we don't want to drive as many customers as possible. We want to drive as many relevant customers, because if Amazon sees that you have helped to drive, 1 million viewers on your listing, but only 1% of those actually bought, that's not going to be good, because Amazon's going to be like, that's a rubbish conversion rate. The listing obviously sucks. The product's rubbish. And we're not really sure, who this listing is relevant to. So what will happen is you just won't get a decent ranking position. Whereas instead, if you can drive, 10,000 customers to your listing and 2,000 of those buy, well, Amazon will see that you've got a 20% conversion rate, and they'll be like, oh, that's actually better than a lot of people on page 1. So we're going to start to reward the listing. We know what the product is. We know that it's relevant to these search terms, and so on and so on, right? So the summary of that is, don't just think that any traffic is good traffic and that you should start, getting everyone to click on the listing and whatnot. You want to just make sure that any traffic that comes to your listing is relevant and that people actually buy. So a successful product launch, in summary, from all of that, is one where you manage to stay in stock, so you don't just run out on day 5, because that's not going to give Amazon enough data to understand relevance of your listing and where it should sit in the rank position. So we'd always say try and make sure that you can stay in stock for the entirety of your launch. You want to make sure that you drive as many sales as possible, that your conversion rate is nice and high. So ideally 20% plus. You saw mine was in the mid 20s, 30%. And I know that's towards the top end of my niche. And where you can see that your rank position by the end of your honeymoon period is in page 1, basically. So spots 1 to 24. And that is going to be the difficulty of that is going to vary depending on how saturated your niche is, how many different keywords and search terms there are to go for. But if you can see various keywords or search terms that are used by customers, if you can see that you are ranking for those organically in the first few weeks of your launch, or even after that, you've done a good job, right? So how can you drive as much relevant traffic to your listing as possible? Well, we already said that Amazon is going to give you a nice little bump anyway with the honeymoon period, but for sure, that is not going to be enough traffic for you to increase your sales velocity as much as possible and for you to really signal to Amazon that you are a 5-star listing that needs to be on page 1. So the answer to that is by doing Amazon's advertising, so pay-per-click advertising, right? And I'm going to run through in detail what pay-per-click advertising is at the end of this section. But ultimately, what you need to be doing is advertising your listing to relevant customers so that they see it, they click, and they buy, right? And then that's what you want to be doing in weeks 1 to 2. And at the same time as that, just following that, you then want to be really honing in on your advertising campaign's performance and making sure that you're not spending money on search terms or advertising spots that just aren't really doing well for you. So you want to really hone in during this launch period on the different keywords that work well and that show to Amazon that customers love you, right? And we'll run through how you do all that in the advertising section. So, ultimately, when you are reviewing your advertising campaign performance, if you see that any of the search terms that you're bidding on just aren't working well, we would recommend, focusing less on those and focusing on the ones that are working well for you. And if none of them are working well, if your ad spend is way out of control and you're not getting sales, then you need to revisit your price point and your listing because something is not right. So after about a month or so, your honeymoon bump is going to disappear. You might get some kind of afterglow for certain phrases, but if you've done your pay-per-click campaigns correctly, that shouldn't really matter, right? You shouldn't be relying on your honeymoon period because you should, at this point, now be seeing that you do have a decent page rank position for a number of keywords. Definitely not for all of your keywords and definitely not for the ones that are searched for by hundreds of thousands of customers, but certainly for some of the ones that are what we call longer tail, so a bit more descriptive of your product. So let's just say you were selling the toilet roll. A really competitive keyword is without a doubt going to be toilet roll, isn't it? But one that is less competitive that you might want to aim for, ranking for, could be bamboo toilet roll 24 pack. Something like that. Fewer people relative to toilet roll are going to be searching for that, which means that it's going to be less competitive and it should hopefully be easier for you to rank on page 1 for. So after the honeymoon phase is over and you've started to see that you are getting a nice page position for some keywords, this is where you can start to test your pricing. So you can gradually start to increase it if your conversion rate indicates that that's going to be possible, and you can start to create different types of pay-per-click campaign. So we recommend that for your launch, you only use what is called an exact pay-per-click campaign. And I'll cover that in a bit of detail later. But once that is over, you can then start to introduce the other types, such as phrase pay-per-click campaigns and auto pay-per-click campaigns, right? So we would say that when you are adjusting your price, don't just go $20 to $30, because that is just not going to give you any useful information on what kind of the biting point is of where conversion drops, if that is, you know, going to be the case. And also sometimes if you do that, Amazon may assume it's a mistake and they'll just basically stop your product from being able to be sold so easily by what's called taking the buyer box off you. So you don't need to worry about that. Just make sure that when you're increasing your price, you do it by, you know, $1 or less or £1 or less. And then you wait at least 3 or 4 days, you look at your conversion, and then you evaluate. Okay. So in addition to that, what you can also be doing during this phase is, as I say, use Amazon's auto campaigns. So that's where you basically allow Amazon to do their own thing and find keywords that convert for you with advertising. And we'll run through that later, but don't do that in the early days. And then, yeah, for the final phase of your launch period, so we're talking like weeks 9 onwards, this is now where you're going to be continually monitoring and adjusting your listing, your offer, your price, and all that jazz, right? So you want to be checking your Helium 10 keyword tracker to make sure that your ranks are improving, or at the very least stable. You want to be assessing that you're getting reviews coming in. The more reviews that you can get from customers, the higher your conversion rate. And you want to basically just be assessing that everything is running smoothly, right? So your launch is going to be over like after, you know, that kind of phase 3. Phase 4 is more or less business as usual, but you can never just take your foot off the pedal and just leave your campaigns running and not optimize your listing. It's a continuous thing, right? And I'm not saying you need to dedicate tons and tons of time to this, but, you know, I've been in phase 4 of all of my products for about 5 years now. I'm always like looking at what competitors are doing, looking at price points, seeing if I should add coupons and so on, and making changes, right? And that can all be done in 1 or 2 hours a week. So just on the topic of coupons, because I don't think I've mentioned it, if you do ever want to put one on, you go to advertising and then you go on vouchers. So that's right, they renamed it vouchers from coupons. And you can also run like time-bound deals here. Both of those do cost. So a voucher is only a charge that you'll get per redemption. So you can see this person has one here, $3. What's amazing is a lot of people forget to do this, a lot of customers. So they'll click onto the listing, I'll show you, and they won't tick that box there to apply it. So it's a really good way of getting sales. And sometimes, as I say, customers don't even use it. But every time a customer does use it, when they buy, you'll be charged, I think it's around 50 cents now a piece. Whereas the deals, that is what's called a best deal, which is like a 7-day price reduction. And you'll get a nice red sticker like that. And the price drop that you have has got to be a minimum of, I think it's 20% now. Or you can do a lightning deal, which is just for, you know, like an hour or a day, depending on the time of year that you decide to get it. And both of those, the 7-day deal and the lightning deal, they cost money. In the US, they're pretty expensive. It's about $300, I think, whereas in the UK and Europe it's a lot cheaper. It's like £50 for a best deal. So just make sure you play around with those, lots of different things to kind of encourage customers to buy from you, to keep your conversion rate high, to shift, you know, stock that might not be shifting, and so much more. So let's now run on to Amazon pay-per-click. So we're going to run through the like basics of Amazon advertising. And then Joshua from Moonads is going to be diving in a bit more deeply into how to build campaigns that convert, how to optimize, and so on.
All right, I wanted to rudely interrupt and let you know about a little secret Easter egg. So if you're watching this, right, and you're interested in either starting your own brand, doing Amazon FBA, doing D2C, whatever it is, well, you're obviously interested in that, right, because you're watching this video. I will give you 20% if you quote this little clip that I'm saying to you right now. So this video is about 17 hours long, right? And if you're watching this and you're interested in joining our community, which you can see the Discord channel of here, right? So this is basically where you can, network with other entrepreneurs. You can ask us any questions anytime. You can learn how to do e-commerce properly from people that have got skin in the game, right? So if you quote this video and you say, I saw this little clip in the mega video, call it the mega video, that's what we're calling it. If you say, and you quote me saying this, I will give you 20% off. So if you're interested in joining Honest FBA, I will give you 20% off. All you got to do is quote this video when you book a call, whatever it is. Click the link in the video description or go to honestfba.com, and we've got links there where you can apply. We don't just let absolutely anybody into the community, but there's an application process. So check out the video description or go to honestfba.com if you're interested in joining our wonderful community, and quote this little clip and say, look, Alex said I can have 20% off, and I'll give you 20% off. That's as simple as it is. That's it. I'll let you get back to the video. Enjoy it. 20% off. Quote this video.
All right, guys, welcome to this part of the video where we're going to talk about how to launch a product using Amazon PPC. We're going to talk about the bullshit, of course, as we've talked about in the rest of the video. First, I'm going to tell you a bit more about myself and Moonads.io, which is the agency I'm the founder and owner of. And after that, we're going to dive right in. So first of all, who are we and what do we do? We are a strategic growth and PPC management agency. What does that mean? It basically means that we help either existing sellers to dominate their Amazon niche or niches, or we help brands that are currently selling direct to consumer to start their Amazon journey and to really crush it on Amazon. So what do we use for this? We use Amazon PPC. We even help with product development. We do branding, image generation, basically everything you need to take your brand to the next level. That's what we do. We're also a partner of one of the Honest FBA brands. We help them with PPC and with strategic growth. We've been a partner for them for the last 2 years. Then in the last 12 months, we've helped to generate over 2 million of additional profit for the clients we've been working with. And then in the last 12 months, we've generated over 2 million of additional profit for the brands that we've worked with. So let's start. So first, we're going to talk about the product launch and what the goal is of launching a product on Amazon. Like, the goal should be high organic keyword rankings. So why is that the goal? Well, it's quite simple. Like, if we only rely on Amazon PPC, our margins will be a lot worse, and in the long term will become difficult to compete. Like, the organic sales, they come with no additional ad cost, but the PPC sales, the ad sales, every year they become, or most of the time, they become more expensive because of increased competition, more saturation on the Amazon platform, and more of the spaces being taken up by ads that were first taken up by organic spots. So how do we get there? How do we get the high organic ranks? So first of all, it's to understand how to get there. We have to understand what is good for Amazon, right? Because Amazon wants to sell a lot of products. So Amazon has to pick which of the products is worth to rank high. And what products does Amazon want to rank high? Products with high click-through rate, high conversion rate, and one more factor, which I'm going to show you in a minute. But let's first dive into these two. So we need high click-through rate compared to our competition. Why is that the case? Like, Amazon wants clicks to detail pages and then high conversion. If you get more clicks than your competitor, it's more attractive to place you high in the search results, because then Amazon has a higher guarantee that someone, like the customer, will click on a product page. The second also is very obvious. Like, if you have a product or a similar product as a competitor, you convert 40% of the time and your competitor converts 30% of the time, well, obviously Amazon will want to put your product higher in the organic rankings, because they're going to have, first of all, if you have a higher click-through rate, more clicks to a listing and more sales. So this is the basic concept. And then the third is high sales velocity, because if you're just starting out and you're making 1 sale, 2 sale, 5 sales on a keyword or in general, like, then Amazon might have some idea if your product is better than the competition, but most likely they don't really understand it yet. So to prove to Amazon that your product is actually better than the competition for them, they need more data, because Amazon has sometimes months or years of data on your competitors, and they have proven themselves like year through. And for them to move their listing lower than your new product, which they don't have a lot of data on, of course, is a high risk for Amazon. So we need to really prove to Amazon that our product is a great product, and that means we have to feed them data. So go to the next slide. So how to rank high? We feed them the right data. So how do we feed them the right data? Only use relevant or highly relevant keywords to start with. Why should we do that? Well, Amazon's algorithm looks at a keyword level, but also on a general level. So if we start advertising on all the platform, on all kinds of irrelevant keywords, what happens then? Like our click-through rate becomes lower because, let's say in an extreme example, we have the organic toilet paper and we start to advertise on tennis balls. Well, maybe 0.05% of people are going to click on the product, and maybe somebody is accidentally looking for toilet paper. He's on the toilet browsing for tennis balls, and he's like, I also need toilet paper. So your conversion rate maybe also will be like 1% or maybe 5%, who knows. But on your truly highly relevant keywords, your click-through rate might be 20 times as high, or 100 times as high, or 1,000 times as high, and your conversion rate will also be much higher. So if you feed all kinds of irrelevant data to Amazon, Amazon's algorithm is going to think, hey, this product is just not a good product because people are not clicking on it and people are not buying it. So we have to choose the relevant keywords, highly relevant keywords, and then after we have to also make sure we're placed at the right places on Amazon. And then last, high ad spend. As I said before, we need to give Amazon a lot of data so they understand that this product is worth ranking high. So the launch keyword selection, we want to start out with just medium and high search volume keywords. Why is that the case? Because like for many different products, you have 500 keywords that you might be able to advertise on, or even more. In deeper niches, it can be even more than that. What happens if we target all of them, even if they're highly relevant, it can still be a lot. If we target all of them, well, it's going to become impossible to manage. And all of the low volume keywords, first of all, it's very difficult to understand what a good bid is because you cannot get a lot of data. You need a lot of clicks before you know what a good bid is. And a low volume keyword cannot get a lot of clicks, or it takes a very long time. So it's going to be more difficult for us to understand what to bid. Second of all, the complexity of managing the ads is just, you're going to overcomplicate it. If you have 500 keywords or 80 ad campaigns to start with, you're just only going to, you're going to have to go through the ads so often, and the benefit, like the payoff, you already get it if you only go for the medium and high search volume keywords. You're going to get 95% of the benefit anyway. So only medium to high search volume. What does it mean? At least 450 searches a month, but depending on the niche, this might be a bit higher. It also might be a bit lower. If you're in a very low search volume niche, and let's say you have only 20 relevant keywords and they're all different, so they're all different ways to describe the product, well, maybe you want to target all of them, all 20, even if they're under 450 search volume. If you have a very deep niche, like the normal toilet paper niche, which has 3 million searches just for the word toilet paper each month, well, you might want to slightly higher, like only 800 or 1,000 or maybe even 2,000 searches for exact match, because if not, again, it's going to be very complicated if you're not using any automation software. And then we only want to select the highly relevant keywords. So what we said before, if you're going to start advertising on all kinds of irrelevant keywords, Amazon's going to think your product is going to suck and you're not going to get ranked. So we want to avoid that at all costs. We want to go for 70% relevancy score or higher on data dive, which I'm going to show you in a moment. You can also manually try to understand if a keyword is good. I'm also going to show you that in a moment. The 70%, same as the keyword search. It's not like a fixed rule. You can always go through the keywords manually and try and understand, like, hey, is this highly relevant, by looking at the text, looking at the search string. Is this relevant to my product or not? And if it is very relevant, you can just add it. So for the launch keyword selection, I'm going to now walk through Amazon for these two keywords to teach you how we can understand if a keyword is a highly relevant keyword or not. So let's search for toilet paper and let's try and just understand if this product, if this search sum is relevant for our product, which is an organic toilet paper or a bamboo toilet paper. I'm going to put toilet paper in the search bar, click search. And now we're going to just look at the search results and try and understand, is our product relevant enough? Like what shows up? So we're looking here at all of the different products that are showing up. So let's start only by looking at the organic ones, because the organic products are the ones that actually rank high, right? The ads are just people paying for the ad, paying for the space. The organic means like if it's rankable for similar products. So first one seems to be a normal toilet paper, like it's Comfort Plus, but it says nothing about organic. Second one says nothing about organic, it's soft. Third one, nothing about organic. Fourth one, soft, nothing about organic. Fifth one, etc., etc., right? What do we see? Like this is just comfort, still nothing about organic. There's extra strong. So what does it say about this keyword? Well, it says that for all of the other organic toilet papers, apparently it's been very difficult to rank this keyword on rank this product on this keyword, right? Because they're not showing up. Like Amazon customers who are looking for toilet paper, they apparently do not want organic toilet paper. They just want soft or a lot of value for money mostly. So that's what people are doing. So if we start to advertise this keyword, well, it's going to be very difficult to rank because nobody else is ranking. That's the main principle here. So let's try and look for organic toilet paper instead. Organic. Right, organic toilet paper. We're going to go through the same exercise. What do we see here? So this is bamboo. This is organic. It also, if you look at the packaging, looks quite organic. It's what you would expect. Same here, like Better Way, bamboo toilet paper, Save the Trees Company, tree-free toilet paper, bamboo toilet paper, bamboo, blah, blah, blah. Like you can see here from the search results, like everything. See this packaging? I mean, obviously they're trying to, it says 100% recycled, 7 generate, like the leaf. I mean, here another thing, like help save over 4,900,000 trees. So this is obviously an extremely relevant keyword. So this is something we would like to add. All right, now let's go to the data dive list, and then we're going to go through the same exercise. We're going to show you a bit how that works. All right, so now we are in the data dive list, and I'm just going to show you a bit how this works. There's probably been a part of the video already about this, but let's go through it very briefly, right? So here you see the relevancy score. Relevancy score is like I just walked you through manually, like how many competitors are showing up. I think this takes probably top 32. If somebody shows up in the top 32 or page 1, then it gets, like if all of these, see, all of these have a score under a specific number. I think it's around 32 or page 1. Then you get 100% rating. It's just the percentage of competitors that are showing up under a specific organic ranking or on page 1, right? So as you can see here, there's a lot of keywords with relevancy scores and search volumes. And from this, we're going to build the keyword list. And that's the next step. So to create a keyword list, we're going to first export the keywords, which you can do right here. We can export it here, export a CSV file, and it's going to, as you can see here, the keywords already. All right, so to build a keyword list of what we want to target, let's go and download this list. We can export it right here to CSV. All right, that's what I've already done, so I'm going to take you to the spreadsheet now. All right, so here I copied all the data dive keywords that have a relevancy score of 70 or higher into the sheet. So what we did is we're going to make single keyword campaigns for everything that has 800 or more search volume. These are, as we can see, 15 different ad campaigns. And then this is the choice is up to us, right? We don't want to go too low search volume because things might get quite complex. Either we can choose to do one multi-keyword campaign, so we're targeting these keywords in one separate campaign with multiple keywords. Or if we want, we can start adding all of these low search volume ones, but it probably just overcomplicates things for the launch. And if we just focus on like all of these keywords, we're going to have one multi-keyword campaign and the rest is going to be single keywords campaigns. It's going to be easy to manage. So let's just focus on this to start. So we already went over this a bit in the previous part, but let's just do it quickly again. Sponsored, we want to create sponsored products single keyword campaigns for important keywords with over 800 search volume. And then we can combine the other keywords that either have like 450 search volume or more, or maybe even 250 or more, into a multi-keyword campaign. As you can see, it's probably better to do 15 keywords per campaign. Otherwise, you're going to have massive lists in one campaign. It will make it more difficult to manage. It's easier if you have separate campaigns. People also mention that there's more traction. Like, I personally haven't seen it. So I think it's perfectly fine to put everything in one campaign. However, just for management purposes, to make it easier for you to digest, and you don't have to go through 100 keywords in one campaign, split them up in separate campaigns. I want to tell you a bit about the placements where your keywords, like your ads, will be placed. So this here on the top is called top of search, these 4 spots. Like, this is an Amazon brand, but like these 3 are sponsored product campaigns, top of search impressions. Then if we scroll down, like, this is rest of search because it's not on the top, it's on the like on the middle or on the bottom or anywhere in the rest of search. Like, all the ads we see here sponsored, this is a whole sponsored row, is rest of search in sponsored products. And then if we click on a product, we of course have product page ads, and the product page ads are not these are display ads, but here, like this line here, and also let's see here, these are both product page targeting. So we've just seen what different placements we have, but just let's go through it quickly. We have top of search, that was the top line. Then we have the rest of search, this is the rest of the search page, and the product page, which are the ads on the product page. All right, so why is placement so important? Top of search placements of ads in general have a lot higher click-through rate and also conversion rate than rest of search. For example, the top of search can have up to 15 times higher click-through rate than the rest of search page. It can also have up to 150 times higher click-through rate than product pages. So what we're trying to do here is trying to convince Amazon we have a winning product. We have a product that has great click-through rate, that has great conversion rate, and that Amazon should rank high. So let's have a look at one example campaign we have here. What we can see here is quite typical. You see this from most products. So first of all, the click-through rate is around 13 times higher for top of search as compared to rest of search. If we compare top of search to product page, it's 130 times or even more higher. Then if we look at the conversion rates, we also see that the conversion rate for top of search is 21.3%, while rest of search is 16% and product page is only 7%. So if we would isolate our traffic on ads just on top of search, well, we're going to give Amazon a way better indication that the product is great, because we're going to have super high click-through rate compared to competition and super high conversion rate. Once we start advertising on all placements, like, this advantage disappears. Another thing about top of search is that people, they tend to click and buy more on top of search. You can see that here, right? So 21% more or less on top of search conversion, and then in the rest of search 16%. So people, of course, they search for a keyword on Amazon, and the first line or first 2 lines, like, those get the most sales. Just like with Google, like, the first positions get nearly all the clicks. So another great advantage of getting a lot of top of search exposure with ads is that our competition has less exposure. So we're directly stealing traffic, good traffic, highly converting traffic from our competitors. And that also helps us to get a relative competitive advantage compared to our competition. So let's talk a bit about budgets. It's ideal to have a very large budget for ads, basically that it's not capped, because we need that sales volume. We need to get those sales with high conversion rate, high click-through rate through the specific keywords to rank them up. Like, if we don't have a lot of money to continuously do that, like, we're not going to feed the algorithm enough information that our product will actually do better than the competition. So yeah, we need to maintain high sales volume. So if you do not have a large budget, it's probably best to select the keywords that your product will do the best on. So you can select a couple of keywords. You make sure you constantly have that top of search indexing, of the top of search visibility on the ads. and then you will most likely be able to rank those keywords up. Once you're ranked up for some time, you might be able to go after some other keywords, because then those keywords might gain or keep the position based on the organic sales. That's the idea. All right, so let's talk about campaign settings for a launch campaign. We want to use fixed bidding. There are 3 different types of bidding strategies. There's down and up, there's down only, and there's fixed bidding. So what's the difference between these is that in fixed bids, Amazon will never lower your bid. It will just, if you bid $2, like that's the maximum bid you're willing to do for all positions, and Amazon will not lower it. If you choose down only, Amazon can lower the bid up to 50%. If Amazon's algorithm thinks you won't perform well on a specific keyword, it will basically lower your bid and lower your chances of visibility. So once we're launching a product, this is very bad, because Amazon doesn't have the data yet to understand if our product will do well. So if we give Amazon the option to lower our bids, if the algorithm thinks it won't perform well, it might do so, and that will lead us to get less exposure on top of search and less exposure in general. So we really want to use fixed bids. And you also have down and up, which means that Amazon can increase your bids with a certain percentage if they think your product converts great on this keyword or product page, and they can also decrease it. Well, for launch, this is also a bad strategy because Amazon doesn't have the data. We just want to use fixed bidding. So yeah, after launch, we want to switch to down only for most campaigns. There are some exceptions, but after Amazon collects the data and it actually understands that, hey, for specific positions or keywords, we are underperforming, well, then usually if you switch to down only, your ads will become more efficient. So then with regards to bid height, we want to start with the suggested bid. And we want to use 100% top of search multiplier. And that's because what we talked about before, we usually top of search has the best statistics and want to drive a lot of good traffic to Amazon that shows that our product is good. And we want to steal a lot of traffic from our competition. So getting more top of search impressions will help. So when you're launching a campaign, this should be the basic settings. However, like usually the suggested bid range plus 100% top of search multiplier should be enough to get you like 1, 2, or 3, the number 1, 2, or 3 top of search spots. However, because Amazon doesn't know that much about your product yet, and placing it on top of search with any bid is a risk, because maybe your click-through rate is just horrible and nobody will click and Amazon will make no money on your ads. Like, it might be that in the first week or longer, when Amazon is still collecting your data, you need to have quite a lot higher bid or top of search multiplier to get there. So yeah, after the launch is done, you can switch it back to 0 and start collecting data for the other positions and make changes accordingly. All right, so let's actually walk through how to set up the launch campaigns in Seller Central. So we're going to start by going through advertising, then to campaign manager. And once we're there, we select create a campaign. So we have the 4 different ad types here, the campaign types. We have sponsored products, sponsored brands, sponsored display, and sponsored TV. For the launch, we're only going to use sponsored products. Later on, we might add sponsored brands and sponsored display and sponsored TV. You can, for most products, forget about it because it's not a great way to advertise yet. So let's continue with sponsored products. We click on continue, and now we'll have to start putting the data in the campaign. So the ad group name, what we usually do, for this we do KT for keyword targeting. If you're creating a product targeting campaign, you want to put PT. If you want to do auto targeting, AT, etc. Just make it simple. Choose an abbreviation that you understand. So for each ad group, you understand what type of ads you can find in there. So after we've created the ad name, we want to add the product. We say a manual targeting because we want to set up manual targeting for this product. And then we go to keyword targeting and we put enter list here. So to start out, we're going to go for the suggested bid. And we're going to put in our keyword, which is organic toilet paper. And we say add keywords. So we see here, this is the suggested bid. As discussed before, like this bid normally should work to get you somewhere in the top of search range. Definitely if you have the 100% multiplier as well. It's 191, so this would be a lot higher than the biggest number in the range here. Now it's not a guarantee yet, so in the beginning you will just have to change up the bids to make sure you get those impressions and you can get those clicks on top of search. So once your product is up and running, your bids to get into top of search should be around this range or a bit higher. Then there's no negative keywords. Then let's talk about the match types. Like now we only want to do exact match for beginners to reduce complexity and still get most of the results. Going for exact campaigns is a lot better than broad campaigns, which we usually also use for launches. So the downside of broad campaigns is if we put a keyword in like this, organic toilet paper, it can target on many different keywords. It can maybe even target kitchen paper, organic kitchen paper. That's very broad, but sometimes it happens. It can use all the 3 words and all kinds of long tail combinations, and you might need to start adding negatives in the beginning. To keep it simple, like the complexity increases a lot, and you can both make mistakes in spending a lot too much in an uncontrolled way. You can also make the mistakes to cut the campaign too much with too many phrase or exact negatives, so that's also not something we want to do. We want to keep it simple, stick with exact keywords. So we don't need to add negatives here because we're working with an exact campaign. Then the bidding strategy as discussed, we're going to put on fixed bids and we're going to put 100% multiplier on top of search. So this is also a very important part of the ad campaigns, which is having good naming conventions, just like with the ad group. So in this part, the campaign name, we want to give it a name that we can easily understand when we have an overview of our campaigns, what this campaign is all about. So in this campaign, we're going to say it's called BS for bullshit, then SP for sponsored products, KT for keyword targeting, EX for exact match, and then SKC for single keyword campaign. And we're going to put the keyword after it, organic toilet paper, and that's it. So ideally, we also have portfolios created for each separate product. In this case, it would be bullshit, organic toilet paper, for example. That could be the name. And we put all of the ad campaigns for this product in that portfolio. So we have a good, neat organization, and we can easily see what works and what does not work for a specific product. Then the daily budget. This is very dependent, again, on how deep the niche is. But let's say for the most important keywords, if you put $100 or $200, and just so we have all the budget, that we make sure we don't get out of budget for this campaign, so we have maximum exposure as discussed. You're most likely not going to use up all that budget, only if you're working in a very deep niche. But in smaller niches, if you put $100 or $200, usually maybe it can be only 50 spent or maybe 80 spent, but it's not in a relatively small niche. It doesn't happen a lot that you actually hit that budget cap. So if you do hit that budget cap and you have the budget, then increase the budget over time. Just make sure you continue to have good exposure. And if you don't have the budget, then you might want to turn some other keywords off that are less important or that are functioning less well, so you can preserve the budget and make sure you have and keep the exposure on the keywords that are most important. So then you click launch campaign, and then we have the single keyword campaign created. Like this process is the same, of course, for the multi-keyword campaigns. You're just going to add multiple keywords here instead of just the one, and that's it. So let's talk about the launch key performance indicators. When we're launching a product, to understand if a product is doing well, first thing that we will look at is organic keyword ranking. As in, if we're seeing consistent improvement, so let's say we start out and our keywords rank 100, so there's 99 products ranking better than us on a specific keyword, and the next day it's on 88, and the next day it's on 75. Like that's a good, consistent improvement that we're seeing. It means that what we're doing is working. If we see the opposite and we see day 1 it's 100 rank, the day 2 it's 99, day 3 it's 103, Like if things don't really change or if things stabilize, that means we need to start changing something. So then top of search impression share. Like this is the percentage of time you're visible on top of search. And as mentioned before, it's extremely important that we get this top of search positions because we're stealing traffic, the best traffic from our competition. We're going to have high click-through rate, high conversion rate compared to other positions. So what Amazon's algorithm is seeing is like, hey, for this product or for this keyword on this product, we get a lot of sales with very good data. So let's try and rank this higher to see how it performs. We want to get to over around 30% or higher. It's very difficult to get to 50% or higher. So 30-40% is fine. Don't expect to be there 100% of the time. That's not how the algorithm works. So just aim for 30-40%. And when launching, like if things go really well and your ads are really cheap, well, you might even want to bid higher or have higher top of search multipliers, so you have more top of search exposure. But in many saturated niches, 40% is already a very, very good point, and 30% should be enough to get a good amount of traffic going to prove that your product is worth it to rank high organically. Then this is a metric that's more difficult to benchmark, but in the end, like your conversion rate on specific keywords, so you can benchmark it like that. You can see like, hey, for the 10 campaigns I've created, what is the conversion rate on keyword A, B, C, D, E, etc. You will have to calculate this yourself because Amazon doesn't give it to you, the conversion rate, strange enough. But in this sense, we try to select the best keywords we can to start out with. So we try to find, based on the research and based on the data that we have, we try to select keywords that our product will convert highly on. If we start out and for 2 keywords we actually have 20% conversion rate and for the other 40%, well, during the launch phase, it's probably better to even pause those campaigns for the moment, because in the end, it's all about the data we feed Amazon, and the more we funnel all of our traffic into the keywords and the positions that work well, like the more Amazon has to assume our product is good, and this will also give us ranking benefits on other keywords. The more trash we advertise on, that means trashy keywords, trashy campaign types, or placements, like that will hurt our conversion rate or our general conversion rate, and that will actually make ranking more difficult. So monitor your campaigns, see which campaigns are working, and then double down on the campaigns that are working. You can increase the bids or increase the top of search multiplier for those campaigns. And for the campaigns that are not working, and you probably also will see that the keyword ranking won't improve that much for those specific keywords, you can just pause them, and then later on you can always enable them again. But in the first phase of launching, better to just pause them for now. All right, so top of search impression share, how can we check it? Well, we can just go through our campaigns in the portfolio, and you have top of search IS, which is the top of search impression share, and you can just see the percentages. So you can check it for each day, but it's 24 hours old data, so you cannot check it for today. It's not going to show up. The earliest is going to be yesterday. So based on these percentages, let's say we're ranking this product up, like we might want to look at increasing the multipliers for these until we hit the 30% or more. So how often do we want to adjust the PPC? The first day of the launch, what is most important? We want to make sure our bids are high enough, or our multiplier in combination with the bid is high enough to get those top of search impressions. So we need to check manually with a couple of browsers or devices. So let's say you check with your phone. You just manually search organic toilet paper. If you see on your phone that you have a top of search ad, like you have 1 or 2 visibility, that's great. If you don't see it, check your browser. Use like different browsers. You can use Firefox, Chrome, Safari, because you can go incognito. You're never going to have 100% all across all devices. So you really need to check multiple browsers, like incognito, to see if your ad is showing up. If your ad is not showing up, wait 30 minutes to 60 minutes, then increase the bid or increase the multiplier. So you can increase the multiplier. Let's say you start with 100%, you can go to 130%, and then you wait half an hour to an hour, and you check if your ads has visibility. And if not, you go to 160%, etc. It's quite arduous, and you have to go through many different campaigns in the beginning. But yeah, it's very important that we have this exposure. I mean, alternatively, you can just put your bid very high, or your multiplier, you can have the suggested bid and 300% multiplier to start. Well, you're going to have a lot of first top of search impression share. If you have the budget and you're willing to go very aggressive, that could also perfectly work. But of course, you are more likely to overspend money. But it's a trade-off between money and time always. So if you do that, you don't have to go check in the beginning all the time, like, okay, do I have exposure, this and that. Plus, you also, in the days to come, you won't have to touch the campaign so much, because most likely the competition is not going to outbid you if your bid is very high or your multiplier is very high with the suggested bid. If you're micromanaging it more and trying to check if you're there, it's more likely that with a small increase of the competitor's bid that you will lose the position and you have to jump in again and increase the bid, right? So first day, you have to really be on it, manually check if you're there, if there's no issues, and yeah, just make sure you're top of search. If you cannot get there, you're increasing the bid, and you're increasing the bid and increasing the multiplier, and you're not getting top of search, most likely there's something wrong with your listing, meaning maybe the main image is just not attractive. Maybe the price point is just too high and people don't want to click it. You don't get the impressions for a reason. Like, the Amazon algorithm understands quite well if your product has potential. So if it's really not working, then go back to the drawing board and really try to critically look, like, how can I make adjustments to things like the price point, the main image, maybe even the title, like anything to make it more attractive to click, and that can help. Then if that doesn't work, like, there might be a bigger underlying issue, but that rarely happens. So yeah, usually you should, with just increasing the bids or the multipliers, you get there. If not, make the changes to your product and listing, and if not, contact support. First week of launch. Well, the first week of launch, we want to check each day. So why is that? Because we want to make sure our bids and our multipliers, our campaigns are still bidding enough that we get this top of search impressions, that we get those clicks in, that we get those sales in top of search. Because if we don't make the sales, that means our competitors are making the sales, and it means we're not giving Amazon the data to prove that our product is good. So we need to have consistent sales, which means we have to make sure that we actually get those impressions and we get those clicks. So we have to go into each campaign on a daily basis in the first week for sure to make sure that keeps happening, so we can get that upward trajectory going for the keyword ranking. Then second week and later, well, probably still 2 to 3 times per week, because we still want to make sure we are getting those positions. It depends on how fast the launch goes, but it might already be that we're moving in towards the post-launch period. That can be after 2 weeks already. And when do we get into the post-launch period? Well, post-launch, launch is over if the keyword rank flattens out for the most important keywords that we've selected now. Like, then we can. So what does it mean if it flattens out? Is that, let's say we have rank increase from 100 to 80 to 60 to 20 to 15 to 12, and then it just goes 12, 13, 11, 10, 8, 12, 14, like for the next week. If you have a week of organic rankings that are kind of stable, then at that point you might want to start focusing on optimizing your campaigns more for profit. And maybe you want to repeat this cycle that we've talked about now with lesser relevant keywords, right? With less converting keywords to also get those ranked up a bit. But that depends on the strategy you want to do. So post-launch, what do we want to focus on post-launch? So now we want to start focusing on ACoS. We don't want to keep on just burning money on keywords, because in the launch campaign, it's quite likely that in the first week or weeks, we have to have an ACoS that's higher than 80%, higher than 100%. Not always. Sometimes it's only 40%, but we have to assume that we're going to have to invest quite a lot of money to rank the products up. Once we are launched, one of the things that becomes important is to manage your ad spend. So if you get an ACoS that actually is usually around break even, slightly profitable. For most products, that should be something to work towards. Like if you're in very competitive niches, like supplements on these kind of niches, then maybe for months you have to keep up relatively high ad spend on keywords to stabilize again, to prove to Amazon, hey, this is a good product. But then you have to invest a lot more money. But in less competitive niches, you should already start looking at lowering your bids or the multiplier to get to an ACoS target that you're happy with. So around break even or better. Then keyword rank is always important. So in the launch, it's important because we want to see if our launch is being a success. And how do we measure success? In the launch is nearly only, I mean, there's other things as we mentioned, but the success is measured in keyword rank. If you're not able to rank your keywords, your products high on the keywords that are highly relevant, something is wrong and you need to change something. Maybe you need to change the images, maybe you need to change your pricing, maybe just need to rethink your offer. There's many things that you then have to do to see how you can start ranking organically. Post-launch, keyword rank is still a major KPI because keyword rank is very connected to the profit you're going to make, because if you rank high organically, you're going to get a lot of organic sales. But once these ranks are slipping down, what you're going to see is that the first week you're going to have a bit less profit, but then the weeks after, if your keywords just stop having rank and you have to rely mostly on ads, your profitability is going to go down a lot. So you need to always understand where you're ranking, so you can make adjustments where necessary to make sure your product stays healthy. Profit, of course, like now we're thinking about profit. If we launch, we need to have a good amount of money and we need to really focus on conversion rate, click-through rate, the rank that we're at, and make sure we're optimized for that and not look at profit that much and not look at ACoS that much. But once we're in post-launch phase, it's about, how do we make the most profit? I mean, short-term profit maximization would be probably very low ad spend, but that leads to decreases in keyword rank, which means your mid to long-term profit will be a lot lower. So in the post-launch phase, you start to find a good balance between making a good profit now, but still be able to make a good profit in the mid to long term. And then the margin ROI also starts to become important. And the beginning, again, is just about ranking. And then we need to make sure the product is healthy. So we need to have a good margin, because if you have a good margin, the risk of your product is going to be a lot lower. Same for ROI. The higher your ROI, the less money you need to keep your business running, the less risk it has, the more value your business has, usually, if you want to sell it. So these become important post-launch. Then what changes do we have to make post-launch for our PPC campaigns? First, we want to change the bidding strategy from fixed bid to dynamic down strategy, because as mentioned before, this will make sure we're going to lose less money. Amazon's algorithm understands where actually we're going to convert less. So where Amazon should lower the bid so we have more profitable ads is actually a very good feature. So we have to switch the campaigns we have to dynamic down. The bids and multipliers, we are going to change it up. We already spoke about it as well. In the beginning, we're going to have very high bids. We're going to have probably relatively high bid multipliers. And it's all about providing the traffic to Amazon to prove our product is good. But once our product is ranked up, like, we're not just trying to buy all the top of search impressions and clicks so our product has better stats. No, there's other things that are getting important, because now we probably want to also have rest of search exposure and product page, because we're trying to make profit now, right? We're trying to maximize the profit. So if we're already ranking 1 organically on a keyword and we have 0 ads on product pages and 0 ads on rest of search, we're missing out on good opportunities to make direct profit with cheaper ads on rest of search and product page. So we want to remove the multipliers, or at least like change them to understand how to optimally use the placements, each placement, and what bid we should more or less get on each placement to maximize for profit instead of just focusing on the launch. So then the post-launch, we call it the maintenance phase or the profit phase, however you want. So we want to add a bunch of new campaigns. So this is a list. We have like sponsored products, auto campaigns, product targeting campaigns, category campaigns, sponsor display defensive campaigns, sponsor brand video campaigns, sponsor brand headlines campaigns, sponsor display audiences, retargeting, defensive category targeting, product targeting, etc. Like there's a bunch of campaigns we can start adding and tweaking to just optimize for profit. Most of the function of these will not be to directly rank the product. So we're not going to overinvest, like breaking even or worse. Most of these we're trying to work towards an ACOS where we're making profit with each of these campaigns. So yeah, we want to add all of these, and as you can see, it can already become quite overwhelming. So once things are up and running, it might be valuable to start looking into automation software. Like Scale Insights is a very good one. It's one we use at Moonads as well to help with like the optimizing the bids for all these campaigns. There's many different ones, but that's the one we prefer. If you don't do that, like if you have a relatively tight budget, it's perfectly fine to look at it yourself. I mean, once a week, optimize the bids based on calculate where you need to be with regards to ACOS targets, and then you just manually adjust the bids. Like that's fine as well. All right, so that's it for my part of the video. I hope you've learned a lot about how to launch a product on Amazon using Amazon PPC. If you're looking for more help, I'm on Twitter under the handle @MoonadsJoshua. We have a website where there's a form where we can book a call and an email address, as you can see here as well. As mentioned in the beginning, we help brands succeed on Amazon to help them become category leaders, and we help existing DTC brands to also maximize their potential on the Amazon platform. So if you need anything regarding to that, we're the people to talk to. I hope this video was helpful to you, and thanks for watching.
Hey everyone, my name is Michael, and in this section we are going to talk about systemizing your Amazon business. Before we dive in, I'd like to share a bit about myself. I have over 7 years of experience in the Amazon space. We scaled and sold an 8-figure brand with my business partner, and nowadays I'm helping sellers around the world to systemize their businesses and build the right teams with my company called Scaleport. My goal for this presentation is simple. I want to set you in the right direction. Whether you've been selling on Amazon for a while or whether you are just planning to launch your first product, these are the steps to follow if you are serious about building a real business. So let me begin by saying that your business is just a series of repeatable processes. And I understand that this might be hard to imagine, especially when you are just starting. Everything is very, very chaotic, so it might be hard to imagine that there is some underlying structure and logic to all of this. But let me give you a simple example. Let's talk about product development. We all know that it begins with product research, then working with the supplier, testing samples, then placing your order and creating your listing and launching your product. So there is some logical sequence of steps, right? And every time we develop a new product, we basically follow the same sequence. And the same goes for supply. Every time before we place a new purchase order, we need to determine the order quantity, right? And once we place our purchase order, we need to work with the freight forwarders to book our shipments and so on. So again, here is a logical sequence of steps we follow every single time we place a new order. The idea here is that if we zoom out far enough, every business is very similar. And I like this idea from the book called The Personal MBA by Josh Kaufman, is that everything starts with value creation. We have marketing to get our product seen. We have sales to get our product sold, and then we have value delivery to meet the expectations of our customer. But even better example is McDonald's. That really covers the idea of a systemized business, right? We all know that McDonald's operates in a machine-like way. So each and every step is specified in detail to produce the same outcome. And if you follow these steps correctly, the result should be more or less the same every single time. And that is the idea. That is how we want to build our business. But the problem is that most sellers never understand this. Most sellers do not have a business. They basically have a job. I call them operators because they are basically stuck in the chaos of their business. They are in the center of everything. Everything goes through them. The business is basically just their to-do list and everything they carry in their head. So of course, there is no distinction between them and their business. And their idea of growing the business is just working more, being more productive, putting in more hours. And I don't know about you, but I launched a business to achieve freedom. So this idea of working more to incrementally grow the business is not very enticing. I'd rather think like the owner, where you own a business and you are fully in control. So the first step here is to detach yourself from the business and see the business as a separate entity. And there's no better way to explain this than this. Let's imagine that you are doing your product research. You spend some time, let's say 3 hours, following some product research steps, using some tools like your own spreadsheets or Helium 10 or whatever tool you use, in order to get a product idea. So this is what it looks like. But if we think a bit broader, we have some labor, those were the 3 hours you spent, some workflows you followed, some tools you used in order to get to a specific result. And if we go even broader, we just have some input going into a machine to produce a specific output. Why I'm saying this is that we can now zoom in onto the machine and see that there are different parts of this machine, right? And I call these parts systems. And the idea is that every system has a specific function, right? Let's say we have our product development. So what is the function of product development in this machine? It's to develop new products. What about inventory management? It's to maintain optimal levels of stock. And customer service, to keep our customers happy. And when we think about this, we start to understand the structure of the business. And suddenly we see the logic behind everything we do to fulfill all of these functions of these different parts of the business. But something important to understand here is that each task has a different value it brings to the business. So let's take a look at it as a spectrum. We have low value, low level tasks and high value tasks. So we have low value tasks, that is the low level, and then we have high level tasks. Initially, especially when you launch your first product and it's just you, everything is your responsibility, and that is perfectly fine. But the issue here is that as we grow, we tend to become more reactive, right? You launch your first product, your second and third, and suddenly you need to be a bit more reactive. You need to put out some fires. And the bigger the business is, the more fires there will be. So eventually you are not proactive. You are not pushing the growth of the business. You are not launching new products. You're just kind of being reactive, because when we are reactive, we tend to prioritize low-level activity. And it makes sense, right? Because if there is a fire you need to put out, you can postpone that product research and that expansion. You can do it tomorrow. Nothing's pushing you to do it today. But the low-level tasks often seems to be more urgent. And that is the issue here, that once we start maxing out our capacity, we tend to prioritize the low-level tasks. And that's why a lot of sellers actually get stuck at this point, because they stop prioritizing the high level. But what we want to do is the exact opposite. I want you to operate in your zone of genius. And for everyone, maybe something different. We have people that are amazing at marketing, amazing at branding, but we have people who are excellent at product development. They understand the customer better than anyone else. So the idea here is that we want to push into a situation where we can truly focus mostly on the high-level activities while leaving the low level to someone else. And I often say this, that you need to think about yourself as a captain of a ship, and your job is to steer the ship and not scrub the deck. People often refer to this as buying back your time, right? You buy back your time by paying someone else to do the low-level job, so in order to focus on the high level, right? The low level might be creating labels for your Amazon shipment. You can be the best in the world in creating labels, but that's not going to grow your business. You better be best in product development, in branding, and all of these things that can actually move the needle. And I want to get this out of the way, because a lot of people will tell you, you need to work on your business, not just in it. So let me just explain what it means. I call this designing, working on your business. And I see this as a cycle. You develop the process, which means mapping out the specific steps, mapping out the sequence behind that particular process, then finding talent, finding someone with relevant skill set, then delegating. This means onboarding them and training them so you can transfer the accountability to them. and then again sit back and prioritize and figure out what is the next process you're going to develop, hire, and delegate. And I understand that this now may be overwhelming, again, especially if you are about to launch your first product. The last thing you want to think about is hiring someone. But this is how to understand these concepts and how to launch the business as an owner. It doesn't necessarily mean that you need to do all of this. And my friend Ben Leonard explains this very well. He always says that during the startup phase, during the launch, you are trying to get the rocket to the orbit, and it will be chaotic, it will be intense. But once you get there, once you have your one product, two products, you need to step back and start detaching yourself from that business. Start thinking about making it more efficient, bringing new people on board, and being a bit smarter, because at that point, just the sheer productivity and grind is not going to push the business forward. Because some people don't really get this, and that's why they get stuck at mid-six figures, and they rarely ever get beyond 7 figures without really understanding these concepts. So it is a lot to do. So where to begin? What you should do first? Because as I said, I want to set you in the right direction. Now you understand the frameworks. Now you understand what's behind all of this. But what are the actual steps you need to take in order to go in the right direction? So the lesson 1 is to shift your mindset. Be aware that there is a thing called the operator's mindset. And especially if this is your first business, most of us were conditioned to be doers. Most of us were conditioned to think that when there is a task, it goes onto my to-do list. And now I know I have to do this, I should do that, I want to do this, right? The issue is how we think about it, because we don't detach ourselves from the business. So basically, the business is our to-do list, and suddenly it's me basically being the business because there is nothing else. But the issue is how we think about the task that need to be done. Because the secret is, it doesn't have to be you who does this, who does those things, right? The idea is to shift your mindset and think like the owner. And as I said, you currently may be the only person who can do the work in your business, and that is perfectly fine. It will be fine for a while. You can get to 6 figures, mid-6 figures on your own, but it is important to think this way right from the beginning, to change the perspective. Because once you do that, every single time you do a task, in the back of your mind, you should be asking, is that something only I can do? And the answer often is no. A lot of people can actually do the things. How you can get out of doing that task, who that person would be, right? If I could hand this over to someone else, what their skill set would look like in order to do that job well, right? So every time you do something, and you know you will do that repeatedly, think about these, ask yourself these questions. And when you do that, you are halfway there. You already have the mindset of the owner. And once the time comes, you will be ready to make that transition, to actually build the team and scale the business faster than other people are able to. Lesson number 2 is to build the business to scale. And I always tell people, build the structure for the business you want to have, not necessarily for the business you have today. Always think one step ahead. Maybe today you have one product, but think about what the business would look like in terms of operations if you had 5 products. Maybe you have 1 shipment per month, but think about having 10 shipments per month, right? Every time I build structure for the business, I think about the next step. Because the last thing you want to do is to take a break every 6 months to restructure the business and change the way you do things. So always think at least one step ahead. And the way to do this is to map out the business right from the beginning. As I said, I see the systems as a part of the machine, right? Each system has a different function, and this is what a traditional Amazon business would look like. Product development, inventory management, supply, operations, marketing, and customer service. So every time you do something, every time you follow a specific process, it will likely fall within one of these systems, right? Are you placing a new PO? That is supply. Are you forecasting your inventory? That's inventory management. Are you tweaking your PPC campaigns? Well, that's marketing. So now you can see the structure, right? You are already thinking about the business as a machine, not just a bunch of tasks on your to-do list. The next step you're gonna do is to set up your task management account. It can be Asana, ClickUp, whatever you like to use. I personally like Asana. It's very simple, very intuitive. And you're gonna create the different systems here: product development, inventory management, supply, and so on. Because the idea here is that, again, we are not putting tasks on our to-do list. We are building it from the perspective of the business. What needs to be done in this system, right? Almost think about it as departments. what needs to be done in supply, what needs to be done in marketing, because this really helps to shift the mindset. Again, the business is a machine. I'm now working in the machine perfectly fine, but eventually I will be replacing myself, and hopefully, maybe one day, you won't be a part of the machine, of the daily operations at all. And every time you do something, every time you follow some steps, which you know you will do again, which again, spoiler alert, most of the things you do, you will do repeatedly, finding new product, developing products, placing POs, shipments, optimizing PPC campaigns. You can already start putting it in here, right? And start creating templates in your task management software. And of course, you can draft the specific steps, what needs to be done. And this is beneficial not only for creating the structure, but of course for you, because the next time you go through this, it doesn't take as much mental capacity to figure out, oh, I hope I don't forget anything. Like, it's all here. I can track it. I have 3 shipments. I know where every shipment is because it's there, right? Having some peace of mind that everything is in my software and not on a piece of paper, right? And as I said, you can see how you're progressing. Even if you have 20 shipments, you can always check the number of the shipment you open and you see how you are progressing. Because there are a lot of moving pieces, right? New products to be launched, expanding to new marketplaces, all of these things you need to learn, you need to master. But having it under control like this, even building the high-level structure, that will help you so much in gaining some clarity and peace of mind that you have it under control and you are building the machine. You are building the plane as you fly it, right? The next account you should set up is something for your company wiki, something as a Notion. And I use Notion, think about Google Documents on steroids, right? I use Notion, everything you would put in a Google document, maybe some of your plans or brainstorm, I put it in Notion. Because Notion really allows you to keep everything very organized, all of the instructions, let's say, that you figured out a specific process, how to manage your shipments. So what I would do is to maybe record myself doing it, put it into Notion and having stuff organized, right? Again, in the beginning, you are doing it for yourself, makes it easier, you are building the machine, but eventually, when you decide to bring someone on board, you just plug them into the machine. You don't have to tell them, okay, I brought someone on board, what is he supposed to do? But you already have the structure, you already have the instructions. Of course, don't overthink it. Don't spend months creating some SOPs. That's nonsense, right? You are launching the business. You are in this chaotic startup phase. That's perfectly fine. But every time you do something you know you're going to do again, spend that 10% extra time to create the structure, your task template, and maybe some instructions, checklists in your Notion. So the next time you do it, you actually save those 10% easily of the time, right? So you invest a little bit more at first to then save time on an ongoing basis, and later save even more time by easily bringing someone on board because you already have the structure in place. I believe you can imagine how hard it is when you decide, I need help, I need to hire someone, and the only thing you have is your old to-do list, right? That's very hard to then explain to someone what to do and how to do it. And the last lesson is simple. Time is money. And I understand that when you're launching the business or even in the beginning, you have plenty of time, so you don't really think twice about how you spend your time. But as you grow, it will soon become your most valuable asset, right? So I want you to treat your time the same way you treat your money, to be very well aware about the budgeting and the allocation, how and where you spend your time. For that, I use Toggle. I track my time. Even now, I'm tracking my time to really understand how I spend my time and regularly review that. Is this the best way to actually spend my precious asset on doing these things, right? And this is very eye-opening habit to understand where your time goes. And often is the answer when people get stuck and their business is not growing. Well, the answer often is you are not doing anything that could grow the business, right? You are just stuck doing all of these things, putting out fires, and you haven't launched product in 6 months or a year, right? This has all the answers. Treat your time as you would treat your money. Be rigorous about the tracking and the allocation and the budgeting because it's very, very limited. And that goes hand in hand with understanding the value of your time. And as I said in the beginning, you don't care. Like, you're launching your product, you have your budget to launch the business. You don't care how you spend your time. You have seemingly unlimited amount of time, right? But as I said, the more you grow, you will realize that it's probably the most limiting asset you have. So you need to be very smart about this. And the way to think about this is to understand the value of your time, even quantifying it like this, like how much is 1 hour of your time worth? Let's say you launch a few products, your business is making $5,000 per month in profit. On average, you work 120 hours. So let's say your hourly rate, your baseline is around $40. It can be more, it can be less. It doesn't really matter. But just understanding the value of your time, how much is 1 hour of your time worth, is very eye-opening. Because then you can answer the question, is the task I'm working on worth my time? And let me tell you, generating labels for your shipment is worth like $4 or $5 per hour, while developing products can be worth thousands of dollars, right? Especially if it will be a great, successful product, can be worth thousands of dollars. And this is the difference between the low-level tasks, low value, cheap tasks, high value, high-level tasks, right? Very important to understand this. But it's not about the specific numbers. Let me explain. It's once again about the mindset shift, because the operator, the guy with his to-do list, thinks about hiring in a way that it's another expense. I'm going to pay $500 for a person to do this job. It's $500 out of my pocket, right? Well, not really. The owner understands that your business loses money when you don't delegate. And it's as simple as that. My time is worth $40 per hour, and I spent 5 hours doing something that someone else could do for $8 per hour. Well, you just saved money. You bought back something that is more valuable. Plus, there is always the opportunity cost, because you know you've been kind of not doing the things that you should be doing because you were too busy doing something you shouldn't be doing. So there is opportunity cost, right? The products you didn't launch, the listings you didn't optimize, right? It's very important to understand that building the team is actually saving you money. And that's why I said it's for people who are serious about building a real business. Because when you understand this, you will understand that hiring will come earlier than you realize, right? Because once your business starts making money, the first thing I would do is, of course, reinvesting back into the business, but also how can I bring someone on board for those $300, $400, $500 per month so I can save those 40 hours, let's say, of my time so I can grow the business even bigger, right? That's just the shift in the mindset that's very important. And I can promise you that if you do this, you will be ahead of 90% of Amazon sellers. When I go out there at conferences and talk to people, most people don't do this, and then they wonder why they got stuck, because they don't have a business. It's just a glorified job, right? They started the business for freedom, but now they spend all of their time in the operations, being the operators. They are too afraid to hire. They're too busy to work on their business, right? Which is the most ridiculous thing ever, to say that you are too busy to save your time. Like, doesn't make any sense, yet most people do that. You will be able to handle the startup chaos easily, right? You create the structure, you put the tools in place, and you get into this habit. The chaotic startup phase, which can be overwhelming, it can be very, very chaotic and stressful, but if you do it the right way, you, again, will handle that very easily. And lastly, and I would say most importantly, if you do this, you will position yourself to scale rapidly. You won't hit the wall that most sellers do, whether it's mid six figures, high six figures. Most sellers hit the wall and then they try to figure out what's going on. But you will be ready. You will bring people on board. You have the structure in place, and your business can scale without limiting the potential of your brand, right? The internal operations will no longer be your bottleneck. If you find content like this helpful, I have a YouTube channel where I talk about systems, hiring, and building a team, managing a team. I interview other successful entrepreneurs that made it, that built seven-figure businesses, and how I talk about how they run their businesses, how they hire, what are the roles they bring on board. So you'll probably find the link to my YouTube channel in the description. And if you are ready in the future to work with me, you can find me at scaleport.io. So good luck.
Oh God, look at that 17-hour hairstyle. I've literally grown my hair for all of that.
You look great, Tom, considering you've just been grafting for 17 hours. Look at you.
So guys, that is it. That's the longest video you'll probably watch.
If you made it this far, congrats.
If you watched it in one sitting, as Tom said yesterday, I think he said 17 hours ago, Mailism will give you a t-shirt or something.
I know that was obviously a ton of not to pat ourselves on the back, but that was a ton of work from our side. But like, it was really fun to do, to be honest. And it's kind of stuff we love to do, and we wanted to put this together because there's just a lot of shit on YouTube, isn't there? There's crap. Like, there's a lot. There's even some of these mega kind of videos now that we've seen that they're full of shit as well. They're long, but they're still shit.
Yeah.
So we needed to right the wrongs and put it out there. So hopefully, look, if you enjoyed that, I imagine we left a few comments throughout it. This isn't a 1-comment video. I'm hoping people have left comments like throughout.
Well, I was actually gonna say, if anyone spots any mistakes or if anything that any of us said was wrong, don't let us know, because the file to export this is probably going to take about 8 days, and then to upload it as well. But yeah, without making this outro, you know, it's too long. We hope that you've enjoyed it, and you should now very well be equipped to start your own brand on Amazon. The way that we now describe where you are is you've just been given access to a lovely gym, right, with all the latest equipment. So you've got everything you need to get that body of your dreams. You may want a personal trainer to help you get that body even quicker. You know, you might want access to the sauna, the spin studios, in which case we would like to invite you to come and join Honest FBA. That is the best way of describing it, isn't it, guys?
I was honestly wondering where Jansen was going with that analogy, but yeah, it is. Look, if you want to be surrounded by people that are doing the same thing, that are ahead of you, that are at the same stage as you, that you can just jump in, ask questions, jump on all the live calls we do. We've got honestly I've never been excited for the future of like e-commerce with all the stuff that we've got lined up. We reveal our brands in there as well. So we talk about and show everybody what we're doing with our own stuff, launching it D2C, all that type of stuff.
Yeah.
TikTok
shop, you know, we're, you know, constantly evolving the offer, listening to what members want. So, you know, introducing the Facebook ad side, Shopify, TikTok, everything. And we regularly get guests on. So a few of the presentations that we've shown within this course, those have been, you know, kind of seen initially by our members. We do calls every single week on product research, every single topic you can think of. We have focus groups. We just do as much as we can to get you selling and to get you the brand of your dreams as quickly as possible.
And the one you missed out, we got to say, is we give you product feedback. And that is something that when you start out on Amazon, some of you guys would watch this now, and I bet a bunch of you have got a load of ideas already that you think they're viable to sell on Amazon. So we're within Honest FBA. When you have these ideas, you submit them, we have a look at them, we give you honest feedback. If it's a good idea, and more importantly, if it's a bad idea, because we don't want you guys to waste money launching a crap product. But we have a bunch of experience. We've seen what works on Amazon, and we've also seen what doesn't work on Amazon. And that kind of feedback is going to help you to speed everything along in your journey and get something to market that's actually viable and has a much better chance of success.
Yeah, and speaking of speed, we also have a new fast track program that's there to just to help give you the support needed to get from A to B as quickly as possible. So should we say goodbye? Auf Wiedersehen, juice, and look forward to seeing everybody on the inside of either Honest FBA, Honest Creators, or if you want to do everything, Honest Ecom.
Yep.
Is that a dab?
Drum roll. See ya.
Yeah.